Chapter 2251, Too Fancy an Entrance. As the dozens of streaks of brilliance approached, the objects hidden at their cores became clear. They were metal cylinders over 100 meters long and about 20 meters in diameter, made of different sections. The rear sections were all power units and fuel cabins. After being launched by the magnificently helical force on the starship's rails, the fuel cabins reacted intensely, nearly exploding, releasing a brightness even more dazzling than the stars. Occasionally, parts of the fuel cabins and power units would break off, igniting new and more powerful explosive fuel, expanding the exhaust flame and significantly increasing the cylinder's speed. Eventually, all the fuel cabins and power units detached, and the cylinders transformed into a sleek, metal teardrop shape. Their speed reached unprecedented levels as they brutally pierced the Divine Rain Fleet's defense circle, exploding against the glittering barrage. The enormous giants, as formidable as gods, were clearly displayed on every starship surveillance screen in the Divine Rain Fleet. The ruptured metal shells served as the best decoys, attracting most of the bullets and cannonballs. The giants, driven by powerful inertia, simply pressed forward, stabbing into the heart of the Divine Rain Fleet. Colossi. Desperate roars echoed through every starship in the Divine Rain Fleet. Beep! 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 The colossi, which had distinguished themselves on the front lines of the Imperium's counterattack, were immediately recognized. Naturally, the Divine Rain Fleet's database contained their detailed data. By scanning the appearance of the colossi and analyzing unique performance parameters, such as the features of the exhaust flames, it would be easy to tell their models and identities. Every astounding, intimidating name that slowly manifested on the light beam cast the commanders of the Divine Rain Fleet into a prolonged silence. One of the two colossi in the lead was named Fiery Riven, piloted by Lei Wuya, a seasoned expert in the divinity transformation stage in the astounding Thunder Fleet. Lei Wuya was a rare, purely battle-oriented divinity transformation stage expert. He had the terrifying feat of destroying 12 Covenant Alliance starships in a row on the front line. In terms of combat ability, he was almost the top expert in the astounding Thunder Fleet, and he might not necessarily be at a disadvantage even if he faced the best experts of the four Kurfürst families. If not for his sheer obsession with martial arts and his lack of interest in commanding, planning, and resource allocation, even Lei Chenghu wouldn't have been able to dispatch him easily. The other colossus, named Nether Star, was piloted by the infamous lunatic Shen Tumeng. Shen Tumeng was perhaps the most typical example of a low-born, low-level immortal cultivator from the peripheral worlds of the Imperium. Without a noble background, there were no sufficient resources or a favorable environment for training. Despite any amazing gifts one might have, one could only fight on the battlefield as cannon fodder and struggle to grow through hellish battles. Of 10,000 rookies, 9,999 met the most miserable deaths, but Shen Tumeng was the survivor who managed to thrive with the dark blessings of his compatriots. He progressed from the refinement stage to the building foundation stage, from there to the core formation stage, and finally to the nascent soul stage through an ocean of blood. Sadly, every person has their limitations. A nascent soul stage practitioner is no different from an ant in the vast sea of stars. No matter how hard Shen Tumeng trained and fought, he could not prevent the fleet from his hometown from being annihilated, with the survivors branded as defectors by the expedition army's base. When Shen Tumeng nearly faced trial, Lei Chenghu found a way to save him. From then on, the maniac who had lost his hometown and his kin pledged unquestionable loyalty to Lei Chenghu. He also proved that he was far from a coward, and could crush any enemy if provided with sufficient training resources, supplies, and reliable allies. After more than 10 years of bloody battles, he successfully advanced to the divinity transformation stage. Both Lei Wuya and Shen Tumeng were generals who had survived countless life-threatening battles. The moment their colossi appeared in the universe, the most aggressive killing intent was unleashed from the seams of their shells, covering the distance to rage on the bridges of the various starships of the Divine Rain Fleet. However, Lei Wuya and Shen Tumeng did not lead the 30 or so colossi to lunge at the Divine Rain Fleet's flagship. Instead, they marched at the flanks of the Divine Rain Fleet, each leading a team of colossi, like a pair of scissors slowly opening. What's going on? Why is the highest combat ability of the rebels not coming at the core of our army? While the commander of the Divine Rain Fleet was confused, the probe's magical equipment screamed again. It was only then that everyone discovered one of the metal water drops had not exploded yet, hidden under the surging exhaust flames as other rebel colossi went on a rampage. This metal water drop was coated with stealth materials that absorbed all waves and radiations. It seemed to have merged with the dark universe, flying forward with high inertia without emitting any waves or ripples, which is why it was not detected until this moment. From the Guardian starships, Arsenal warships, and cruisers of the Divine Rain Fleet, hundreds of pillars of light immediately tore through the universe, darting at the rushing black water drop. Boom! 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 Enormous noises echoed inside all the starships as the main guns barraged. The deafening explosions provided an illusion of security, and the overlapping, dazzling light balls seemed to form a golden, glittering, impenetrable wall before the Divine Rain Fleet, further reassuring the commanders. They thought they had finally bought a few minutes to prepare for the battle. However, the dazzling light balls, made of various cannonballs, did not disintegrate instantly but seemed to gain new life. Wriggling, twisting, condensing, and changing, they slowly extended to the sides, with a strange protrusion rising on top. 10 seconds later, the brilliant light formed an overwhelming golden vulture at least 100 kilometers long. This is, on the bridge of the Divine Rain Fleet's flagship, everyone gasped in shock. The golden vulture before them, formed by their own barrage, continued to flap its wings slowly, staring at them with a derisive air, defying all laws and rules. Tremendous energy reaction detected. A colossus. A new colossus. The energy reaction is even more intense than that of the fiery Riven and the Nether Star just now. There is absolutely no data about this colossus in our database. How is this possible? In the midst of their disbelief, the overwhelming golden vulture compressed and transformed again. Despite the compression, the golden brilliance it emitted still stretched over 10 kilometers in length. The streaks of light formed a cape that resembled wings, sweeping majestically across the back of the golden colossus. Before the commanders on the starships of the Divine Rain Fleet could recover from their shock, the bright cape behind the golden colossus, which extended over 10 kilometers, underwent other mysterious changes. The light zigzagged into complex runes, which then converged into 3 lines of splendid, shining words visible to the entire space zone. On the left side of the colossus, it read Gold Vulture, and on the right, Vulture Liao. At the top, however, was a bold and unequivocal declaration, Surrender now. Each word was over 1 kilometer in diameter. While they were not particularly eye-catching in the vast expanse of space, they were clearly displayed on every light beam under the scanning of all the probe magical devices, flying like banners. All the commanders of the Divine Rain Fleet who saw the 3 lines were rendered speechless. Gold Vulture, Vulture Liao. What the heck is this? The highest commander on the flagship found it hard to believe. Drawing his own name with spiritual energy before the battle? What's wrong with this guy? Is he trying to distract us with such a poor strategy? Where are our colossi? Deploy them now and blow up this guy. We must not let the enemy disrupt our battle formation. In the competition between warships and colossi, the only advantage the warships had was their relentless and destructive long-range firepower. To fully leverage this advantage, the distance between the two sides must be maximized. In other words, the enemy's colossi must not get close to one's own warships. Otherwise, not only would there be blind spots in firing, but allies could also be accidentally harmed in the chaos. Needless to say, if the colossi breached the armor and hull and entered the warships, it would be an even more devastating blow. The only effective solution to prevent the enemy's colossi from attacking, aside from stalling with fearless crystal suits and armed shuttles, was to use one's own colossi. As an elite force of the Li family, defending a central world, the Divine Rain Fleet naturally possessed formidable colossi. Although most of the colossi had been dispatched to reinforce the capital, over a dozen remained. Immediately, the war machines, resembling iron gods, leaped out of the starships, accompanied by crystal suit squads as dense as swarms of bees and ants. The exhaust flames from their power units enveloped them in colorful clouds, which then split into 3 groups and charged towards Li Yao, Lei Wuya, and Shen Tumeng, respectively. Behind them, the Divine Rain Fleet tried its best to transform into an arc-shaped battle formation most suitable for collective bombardment, aiming at Li Yao and the other incoming colossi like a shining pan. The glittering barrage was immediately 10 times denser, and a thunderstorm seemed to be pouring through the universe. Inside the spiritual residence of the Gold Vulture, Li Yao was entirely enshrouded by little black, as if he had sunk into a black swamp. His body of flesh and blood seemed to have melded completely with the colossus. Faced with 3 hostile colossi, thousands of crystal suits, and the overwhelming barrage coming at him, Li Yao wore a vague smile. For a cultivator, is there anything more satisfying than using the resources of a bunch of immortal cultivators to take down another bunch, with the cheers of the oblivious immortal cultivators? Chapter 2252, Setting Up the Brand of Vulture. Li Yao was not sitting cross-legged but in a majestic, open-legged posture, as if a magnificent throne of starlight supported him from below. The imperial fire pearl offered by Li Linghai glimmered above his head. Golden radiance poured from the pearl like a waterfall, cascading over his body and being absorbed through every pore. Every vein and nerve on his body visibly swelled, as a spherical energy orb circulated between his heart, abdomen, and brain, ceaselessly. His veins and nerves had turned to gold, and even his flesh and blood had become translucent, like a fusion of gold and glass. The overwhelming dominance and fighting will of the Supreme Emperor, the strongest human expert of 10,000 years ago, continually flooded into Li Yao's organs, limbs, and soul, cleansing and refining him, nearly rebirthing him. This was perhaps not the scene Li Linghai had hoped for. It would not be easy for an ordinary practitioner to assimilate the vast energy and will concealed within the imperial fire pearl. However, Li Yao was the heir of the ancient cultivators, inheriting a wealth of memory fragments from O Yezi, a refinement grandmaster from 40,000 years ago. While there were no artifacts as peculiar as the imperial fire pearl in O Yezi's memories, there were numerous treasures that contained the spirits of experts and shared similar characteristics and purposes. Most ancient cultivators aimed to pass on their strength and will by storing them in specific artifacts. Some of the malicious individuals perhaps even intended to use the heritage as bait to possess someone else and be reborn. The 100 Smelting Clan, being the world's premier refining sect, naturally possessed numerous secret techniques capable of removing impurities and traps from treasures and activating their full potential. Li Yao knew nothing about commanding. Thus, he focused solely on refining the imperial fire pearl over the past few days. Thankfully, he brazenly requested many rare materials from Li Linghai and discovered a few recipes for refining liquids. After testing them one by one, he indeed made significant breakthroughs and found the safest and fastest method to activate the imperial fire pearl, enabling him to steadily absorb its power. In the next moment, he would purge and absorb the energy on the fiercest battlefield with a fighting spirit that could burn the entire universe. Who? The energy streaming from the imperial fire pearl indeed formed a grand golden throne behind Li Yao, which then transformed into a golden armor, enfolding him tightly like petals. 2 golden rings appeared outside the pupils of Li Yao's eyes, one as dark as ink and the other a strange blood red. Li Yao's soul violently trembled, and he was beset by various illusions. It was no longer just one battlefield before him, but 3 battlefields from different times and spaces. The first was, of course, the intense battle between the astounding Thunder Fleet and the Divine Rain Fleet. The second battlefield was the bloody conflict between the Star Ocean Imperium's army, commanded by the Supreme Emperor, and the coalition of devils and demons led by the Mad Armageddon. Even the stars trembled in fear during the war, and the universe seemed on the verge of shattering at any moment. The third battlefield, on the other hand, was the battle to annihilate evils that involved dozens of sectors 40,000 years ago. Yezi personally led the disciples of the 100 Smelting Clan into the battle. Although the weapons and magical equipment were relatively underdeveloped, the war's fierceness was as impressive as modern wars tens of thousands of years later. 40,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago, and right now, the roars, explosions, and moans from the three battlefields, along with the burning flames, the swiftly fading light, and the electric arc spreading in all directions, overlapped. Through the crystal suit, Li Yao seemed to see every hideous, angry, and desperate face on the battlefield. He witnessed the blood drops that condensed into balls in the vacuum, and countless broken limbs frozen into ice or burned into ashes by the raging light and flames. This was the war that never changed, never ended. For a moment, Li Yao's mind suddenly traversed the river of time, returning to 10,000 years ago, perceiving the subtle feelings the Supreme Emperor experienced when facing the space battlefield. Did human beings have to brutalize each other forever? Even with the almost infinite resources of the universe, were they enough to meet mankind's insatiable demands? Was it true that war never truly changed, regardless of how civilizations evolved? If the universe were united, and all human beings followed the same banner, would such ugly wars cease? Li Yao carefully sensed the Supreme Emperor's state of mind from the past while in a trance. The golden strength, which had been as overwhelming as a raging flood, transformed into gentle streams nurturing his every muscle, vein, and nerve, like melted jade. Li Yao's eyes grew brighter and brighter, until they were almost bright enough to see the dark universe clearly. Three colossi and the thousands of crystal suits that came at him aggressively seemed to have turned into translucent objects. He could clearly see the spiritual energy transmission tubes below the plate armor, as well as the operating model of every rune array. He was even able to sink his senses into the colossi and see the faces that were highly twisted, filled with both fury and fear. Even the starships that were opening fire crazily behind the colossi and the crystal suit groups were immediately seen through by Li Yao. The structure, functions, and vulnerabilities of every cabin were obvious to him. Faced with the overwhelming destruction from the fire, Li Yao was not in the least nervous or scared. There was only one thought rolling in his head crazily: let's go. Let's see if we can end this war. Li Yao said to the mental devil. After all, he was fighting an enormous group of starships with only one colossus. Even Li Yao was not very confident and had to ask the mental devil to work together with him. It doesn't matter to work with you, but can I propose a minor request first? The mental devil said. Can you take away the 3 lines of giant words made of spiritual energy next to our colossus first? It's already quite embarrassing that you gave this colossus such a stupid name as Gold Vulture, and you're even displaying the name on your head with spiritual energy. Do you have any sense of shame? It's not on the head, Li Yao frowned. The name of the colossus and my name are clearly on the 2 sides. On the head, it reads, "Surrender now." I have tested this countless times, going through all the trouble to build it with the coolest sound and visual effects. That is not important, the mental devil said angrily. The important thing is that this is too stupid, alright? It's 100 times more stupid than the mosaic technique you came up with last time. Both your friends and your foes will laugh themselves to death. They are free to laugh if they want. This is all about marketing. What do they know? Li Yao sneered. Think about it. We've entered the Imperium on our own. There's no force that sincerely supports and advocates for us. Our future is entirely in Li Linghai's hands. If she intends to use us, set us up, or kick us aside once she gets what she wants, there's nothing we can do. Dragging Lei Chenghu into the mix and striking a balance between the god of war and the queen is an option, but it's too passive. In any case, I don't want to entrust the fate of myself, the Federation, and even more people entirely to the hands of immortal cultivators like Lei Chenghu or Li Linghai. I have to control my own and the Federation's fate. I must ensure that Li Linghai and Lei Chenghu don't dare to touch me easily, or they'll pay a terrible price if they do. So, I need to establish my prestige, or at least my reputation, in the Imperium of true human beings as quickly as possible. I must let everyone know that I'm a central figure among the reformists and a symbol of invincibility on the battlefield. I need to leave a deep impression on both friends and foes. Only in this way will I be able to continue playing the game with Li Linghai and Lei Chenghu after the reform succeeds, achieving a balance among the three parties. That explains a lot. The mental devil was greatly enlightened. So, that's why you're seizing every opportunity to promote yourself and even flatter the political dissidents? Of course. For a man as shrewd as me, who never miscalculates, everything I do is done for a purpose. Am I such a superficial person, interested only in fame? Li Yao said, now that you understand, why don't you boost my soul together to make Gold Vulture, Vulture Li Yao larger, more cubic, and more impressive? The mental devil. No. I'll give you 3 seconds to turn off the embarrassing words immediately. Do it now. Li Yao, alright. Don't overreact. I'll just turn them off. But there's another issue. When we slash the enemy later, if I perform an ultimate skill, can you display the name of the skill with the spiritual energy? I went through a lot of trouble to come up with many impressive names for the moves. It's somewhat of a personal brand-building effort. The mental devil, no. As they spoke, the 3 colossi and the massive crystal suits of the Divine Rain Fleet had already approached. Shwa. The giant words surrounding the gold vulture, shining and vibrating, exploded into unstoppable streaks of brilliance, stabbing at the crystal suits like a storm of swords. The gold vulture, which had been electrifying a moment ago, vanished all of a sudden. It seemed to have transformed into thousands of clones that rushed into the group of crystal suits together. Boom! 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 Dozens of crystal suits exploded simultaneously. Within each explosion, a streak of golden brilliance flashed. As if the explosions provided a new impetus, the golden brilliance moved faster and faster, lunging at one of the 3 colossi in the front. Chapter 2253 Gold Death. The heavy colossus, named Nebula Tiger, was also driven by a Li family expert at the peak of the nascent soul stage. When it charged at the enemy aggressively, it stirred up a tremendous amount of impurities floating in the vacuum, forming a glittering belt several kilometers long around it. It truly looked like a cluster of raging nebulae shaped like a tiger. However, Li Yao was one major level higher than the opponent from the start. He had also been absorbing the purest strength of the Supreme Emperor from deep inside the Imperial Fire Pearl. The Tartarian skeleton, the precursor of the Gold Vulture, was an original creation dug out from the Nuwa warship, which was 100% intact and undamaged. It had also been enhanced by the supreme secret treasures of the Supreme Emperor. There was a significant gap between the two parties in both the user's combat ability and the level of the Colossus. Thus, the outcome of such a shocking collision was inevitable. Boom! 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 When the golden brilliance and the Tiger Nebula collided brutally, hundreds of overwhelming waves of spiritual energy, visible to the naked eye, spread out in all directions like atmospheric blasts. Even the crystal suits several kilometers away were affected. Their spiritual shields were immediately torn apart, and their power rune arrays exploded one after another, turning into cold iron coffins. The internal organs and even the brains of the exos inside had already been blown up, granting them an instantaneous and painless death. The Colossus, Nebula Tiger, which took the brunt of the hit, was knocked out by the Gold Vulture before it had a chance to swing its saber. The world was swirling, and all the magical equipment was malfunctioning. Then, its arms were tied and strangled hard, crushing the joints on the wrists, elbows, and shoulder blades into pieces. Within a breath, Li Yao had grasped the tiniest structure of the enemy's Colossus. His attacks were as smooth and precise as a dissection. His spiritual energy erupted into the cockpit of the Nebula Tiger like a volcanic blast, dealing heavy wounds to the user and then rampaging through the entire Colossus, along with the spiritual energy circuits. Almost all the sensors and power units on every limb were destroyed. As a result, the Nebula Tiger convulsed violently like a crippled cat. The orange lubricants and cooling liquids spurted out forcefully, turning into a spherical mist in the vacuum. At this moment, the second barrage from the Divine Rain Fleet arrived as quickly as a bolt of lightning. Under the precise control of the group fire control system, the attacks that should have been at different speeds almost hit Li Yao at the same instant. Li Yao sniffed. The two gleaming gold rings in his red and black eyes burned even more intensely. The hands of the Gold Vulturist pierced the breastplate of the Nebula Tiger unstoppably like blades, completely paralyzing the opponent. Then, the Gold Vulturist shrank into a tight cluster and covered its body with the enormous golden wings like a giant golden egg. The Nebula Tiger became a shield for the Gold Vulturist. The storm of devastating attacks hit the back of the Nebula Tiger precisely. Li Yao's speed was so high that not a single piece of probe magical equipment could capture his movement. Most of the star ships, colossi, and crystal suits only detected a series of light orbs expanding crazily like abnormal tumors, completely engulfing the two colossi. Although one of their own colossi had been trapped inside, the commanders of the Divine Rain Fleet were so flabbergasted that they did not halt the incessant, flood-like remote attacks until 3 minutes later. However, the moment before the light balls that resembled grapes collapsed and perished, the Gold Vulture leaped out in a way 100 times more dazzling than the light balls and snatched one of the legs of the second Colossus. Chi! 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 Thousands of golden electric arcs shot out from the palms of the Gold Vulture, shocking and stiffening the second Colossus. Then, it was rolled into a circle by the Gold Vulture before being hurled at the third Colossus. Though the third Colossus was several kilometers away and was not struck by the second Colossus, it was too preoccupied with dodging the attack to maintain 100% vigilance against Li Yao. Then it was proven that, when facing a brutal man like Vulture Li Yao, even 99.99% vigilance was not enough. Schwa! Everyone on the battlefield witnessed what might have been the most dazzling gold light of their lives. The light not only tore through the dim universe but also brutally scorched their retinas, causing a painful sensation from their eyes to their hearts as if they had been burnt. It was the aura of a saber, 10 kilometers in length, that did not wane for a long time, sustained by spiritual energy. Perhaps it would never wane. At the end of the aura, the Gold Vulture still held the saber in the most majestic manner, neither sheathing it nor turning to look at the opponents. Where the blade's aura zigzagged, the two colossi lay in the strangest postures, spasming like zombies. Eventually, two dazzling lights emerged from the joints between the chest and abdomen, revealing two devastating fractures simultaneously. Most of the mobility of the two colossi appeared to be lost. One attack to paralyze two colossi. All the soldiers of the Divine Rain Fleet, especially the exos around the four colossi, felt they were caught in the worst nightmare. They were so shocked that their souls nearly fell apart. The soldiers of the astounding Thunder Fleet, including the team of colossi charging at the enemy's flanks under Lei Wuya and Shen Tumeng's leadership, were astonished by Li Yao's astounding performance and could not calm down for a long time. They were all impressed by the 1,000-year-old legacy of the royal family. This Vulture Li Yao, as an envoy of His Majesty, was truly extraordinary. With everything reaching this point, aside from Lei Chenghu and Li Jialing, no one on the entire battlefield doubted Li Yao's identity as the Emperor's envoy anymore. The best evidence was right before their eyes. Without the royal family's legacy, how could the Gold Vulture unleash such intense, majestic dominance? Watched by thousands of complex gazes, some in devastation and others in admiration, the Gold Vulture transformed into an aggressive and unstoppable streak of golden brilliance, rushing forward 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. It cut into the crystal suit groups that followed the enemy's 3 colossi. In the competition between colossi, crystal suits provided support. Now, the 3 colossi of the Divine Rain Fleet had almost lost all their combat abilities. The remaining crystal suits were no match for Li Yao at all. Wherever the Gold Vulture darted, fireballs expanded wildly, quickly spreading into overwhelming flames. Hundreds of the most advanced crystal suits were all destroyed by the Gold Vulture. If it were a fleet and a crystal suit legion with abundant experience and determination, hardened by 100 years of frontline combat, they would have known that even the most terrifying colossus has its limits. In such a high-intensity battle, both the armor's durability and the storage of ammunition and fuel were rapidly depleting. For the Gold Vulture, this harsh reality was also inescapable. Therefore, the more aggressive the colossus, the more crucial it became to engage in a war of attrition, leveraging numerical superiority. It was even an option to heavily damage the spiritual shield and armor of the Gold Vulture with dozens of crystal suits, tie down the limbs and power units of the Gold Vulture with another dozen crystal suits, and then have the 100 starships in the rear deliver a concentrated barrage. This might provide a slim chance of taking down the Super Colossus. However, such experience, determination, and fearlessness were not qualities the Divine Rain Fleet, which had long enjoyed the comforts of the rear, could claim. At the center of the battlefield, Li Yao's frenzied performance greatly shocked the flagship of the Divine Rain Fleet and the surrounding starships. On the flanks, the Colossus teams led by Lei Wuya and Shen Tumeng were also inflicting significant damage on the arsenal and interference warships deployed there by the Divine Rain Fleet. The 2 colossi from both sides were engaged in a fierce battle, and it was barely possible for the Divine Rain Fleet to regroup. Not far from the number 3 space gate. While the colossi were fighting, most of the mainforce warships of the astounding Thunder Fleet had leaped out of the void, rid of the space ripples on them, and joined the increasingly grave and overwhelming battle formation unhurriedly. They were not in a hurry to attack, as if the enemy before them was nothing but fish in a tank. Faced with this situation, the Divine Rain Fleet showed signs of total collapse. The fact was obvious: their only hope of victory was to crush the vanguard of the astounding Thunder Fleet, which was purely composed of colossi, before the astounding Thunder Fleet was fully teleported over. That way, they could strike while the astounding Thunder Fleet was unprepared. The astounding Thunder Fleet had gathered the elite forces from dozens of sectors in the third battle area. Once it completed its jump and regrouped, it would certainly be too powerful for the now incomplete regional defense force to resist. The barrage of the Divine Rain Fleet was disordered. The previously perfect arc-shaped formation had become uneven. Many starships hesitated whether to press forward or to flee in a hurry. Li Yao keenly sensed the enemy's panic. Those foolish enemies shouldn't have given him so much time to rest and prepare. The Gold Vulture stood amidst the void flames, spreading its wings and arms. His spiritual energy transformed into hundreds of visible rays of light that extended in all directions, enveloping the remains of the crystal suits he had just destroyed. The burning remains, reacting with spiritual energy and fuel, were dismantled into their most fundamental components. These pieces were then condensed and reformed into giant swords of varying lengths and shapes, each equally glamorous, aggressive, and sharp. Vintage primeval patterns continuously appeared in the void, only to be absorbed by the giant swords, transforming into inscriptions on their bodies like living creatures. Soon, 100 giant swords, enveloped in golden light, hovered around the Gold Vulture, trembling in sync with Li Yao's breath while emitting a heartrending brilliance. As the gold vulture slowly raised its right hand, the tips of the 100 giant swords began to tremble wildly, resembling vipers that had spotted their prey. Li Yao's black and red eyes constricted into two golden points as small as needle tips in an instant, as he directed the gold vulture to slash its right arm. The golden brilliance around the 100 giant swords instantly transformed into 100 electromagnetic channels, which spun the swords before launching them. With shrieks that could tear apart the vacuum, the giant swords lunged at the remaining groups of crystal suits. 2254, Li Linghai's next step. Although the crystal suits fled crazily the moment they heard the ear-splitting alarms, the gold vulture's ubiquitous rays of destruction had already locked onto them. Li Yao's telepathic thoughts and killing intent bound the limbs of the crystal suits like invisible vines, invading their power units and making their evasive movements slow, distorted, and abnormal. Inevitably, they were pierced by the gold flying swords made of remnants, causing a series of explosions. The fragments from the explosions produced even more, sharper, and more brilliant gold flying swords. Desperate silence filled the bridge of the flagship of the Divine Rain Fleet. Any crack in their resolve would inevitably lead to collapse. Even if they concentrated all their firepower and destroyed the Colossus at the cost of several starships and hundreds of crystal suits, it would not stop the entire astounding Thunder Fleet's thunderous strike. Just then, the Divine Rain Fleet detected a second wave of strange and powerful signals near the number 3 space gate. Numerous massive objects were slowly passing through the wormholes, entering the Divine Rain sector. This intelligence shattered the last vestiges of resistance in the Divine Rain Fleet. With the situation at this critical juncture, they could only pray that these were reinforcements from other worlds or even the capital, who had received the distress signals sent before the battle began. However, a few experienced generals in the fleet had a foreboding feeling. It had not been long since the distress signals were sent. Even if they had not been blocked by enemy interference and had reached the outside world successfully, it seemed unlikely that allies could gather so quickly and jump in for reinforcement in such formation. As it turned out, the new fleet slowly revealed its hideous appearance, and the shapes and models of the starships did not match those in the Li family's database at all. Instead of the Li family emblem, the newcomers bore the calligraphic phrases, "Honor the Majesty" and "Settle the Rebellions," on their sides. They did not collide with the astounding Thunder Fleet nearby but, in tacit understanding, emitted signals. Then, while the astounding Thunder Fleet lunged at the Divine Rain Fleet, the new fleet charged at the number 1 and number 2 space gates of the Divine Rain sector. Queen Li Linghai's deep-sea fleet had finally arrived. The powerful reinforcement of the deep-sea fleet and the ruthless performance of Li Yao's gold vulture utterly destroyed the last bit of resistance in the Divine Rain fleet. The defenders' morale was almost gone. The highest commander of the Divine Rain fleet made the most judicious, yet helpless, choice, to retreat. The full-terrain starships, smaller and capable of fighting in high-gravity environments within the atmosphere, fell back to the main planet of the Divine Rain sector and continued to resist the enemy using the planet's firepowers and orbital defense rings. The heavy arsenal warships and cruising motherships, too large to land within the atmosphere, accelerated to their highest speed and fled to the edge of the Divine Rain sector. The battle formation of the Divine Rain fleet was difficult to reverse instantly, much like asking a running elephant to stop in half a second. Lei Chenghu did not waste this rare opportunity. He launched attacks at the critical moment and the entire Divine Rain fleet was turning around. The fury of the God of War, repressed for a long time, and the commanding arts honed for 100 years were all put to use, teaching the rookie soldiers of the Divine Rain fleet a harsh lesson in what real war was. Li Yao took the opportunity to rampage on the chaotic battlefield in the Gold Vulture, fiercely training himself in fire and blood while deeply integrating the violent power of the Supreme Emperor into his cells and soul. Crystal suits were crushed into fragments, starships were riddled with holes, and colossi were torn apart. The battle's goriness was indescribable. Under the cover of ground-based firepower from the main planet, at the cost of half the starships being damaged or destroyed, the remnants of the Divine Rain fleet finally broke away from the battlefield and fled into the dark universe, far from the star, in panic. Strategically speaking, it was not a wrong choice. The absolute strength of the four Kurfürst families was still far greater than the two reformist forces, the Astounding Thunder Fleet and the Deep Sea Fleet. Although the Astounding Thunder Fleet had blocked the outward communication of the Divine Rain sector before the battle, such a blockade required substantial spiritual energy and had a very limited range. Once the remaining soldiers of the Divine Rain Fleet reached the edge of the sector, they would inevitably find a way to send out distress calls. By the time the army of the four Kurfürst families arrived, the remaining part of the Divine Rain Fleet could rejoin the fight with reinforcements. This choice could preserve the available forces as long as possible. No one could argue that it was the wrong move. However, under the current situation, such a choice meant that the resourceful main planet, the orbit docks outside it, and the 3 space gates were all given to the reformists for free. The Divine Rain planet had very strong ground-based firepower and was defended by several well-trained crystal suit legions equipped with advanced gear. If landing battles were to begin, competing for every street and alley would make occupying the planet nearly impossible within a couple of months. However, the reformists did not need to break into the atmosphere. Just beyond the near-planet orbit, numerous space warehouses stored vast military assets. Since the Divine Rain sector was one of the main supply bases of the Li family, the resources collected from the hundreds of nearby resource planets were traditionally shipped to the Divine Rain planet first. There, they were refined and further manufactured in factories before being packaged into military assets that could be directly allocated to starships, colossi, or individual soldiers. This refining, manufacturing, and packaging work could not be done on the planet's surface due to the high fuel costs of shipping millions of tons of resources and products through the atmosphere. Thus, deploying the factories and warehouses in the zero-gravity area above the atmosphere saved on fuel. It seemed like a very sensible and reasonable choice. But at this moment, the spaceports, factories, and warehouses, without atmospheric protection, had all fallen into the hands of the reformists. Unfortunately, these warehouses were filled with military assets sufficient for the next steps of the Astounding Thunder Fleet and the Deep Sea Fleet. As the number 1 and number 2 space gates were completely destroyed by the Deep Sea Fleet, and the navigation frequency of the No. The 3 space gate was changed to something only the reformists knew, and the chaotic battle gradually died down. The reformists gained control of the situation in the Divine Rain sector. Although half of the Divine Rain fleet was still fleeing and the other half was running about on the battlefield like headless chickens, and the ground of the Divine Rain planet was still under the control of the defenders, the reformists had secured the resources they desired most and the initiative in the battle. An invisible bridge of information was established between Iron Torrent, the flagship of the Astounding Thunder Fleet, and Dragon Abyss, the flagship of the Deep Sea Fleet. Millions of data streams were being exchanged rapidly. Linghai, General Lei truly deserves to be called the God of War. You have obliterated the enemy like a thunderous rock, unstoppable. I've been thinking, now that a small Astounding Thunder Fleet under your command is already so remarkable, what miracles would you create if you managed all the armies of the Imperium? Lei Chenghu, Your Grace, you flatter me. We were able to settle the enemy so quickly in this battle mainly because of the contributions of the remarkable Vulture Li Yao under your command. To be honest, before him, I never thought a Colossus could be operated in such a way. Linghai, in that case, if General Lei doesn't mind, perhaps you could let him stand by your side and play a more important role later. Lei Chenghu, at this moment, our army has achieved the first goal of our strategy, but the situation remains highly treacherous. The fleets of the 4 Kurfürst families may appear and besiege us at any moment. Although we have controlled the only space gate of the Divine Rain sector, given the enemy's numerical advantage, it is still possible for them to secretly jump to the edge of the Divine Rain sector and establish 3 to 5 new space gates simultaneously. We wouldn't be able to discover and destroy all of them in time. Also, the ground-based firepower of the Divine Rain planet is quite formidable. We cannot capture it anytime soon. Even if we do, it will consume all the resources we have just earned. I do not want my men to survive the barrage of the Covenant Alliance only to be torn apart by the Imperium's own cannons. So, please fulfill your promise, Your Grace. Didn't you say that you had many supporters within the Li family and that they would launch a small coup in the Li family, seize control of the Li family, and join the reformists the moment our army arrives here? Rest assured. Li Linghai's eyes shimmered. Please continue to clear the enemies in space. Leave everything else to me. I will certainly win. In the secret communication room on Dragon Abyss, Li Linghai cut off the communication with Lei Chenghu and was lost in deep thought. Black flames seemed to seep from the pores all over her body, enveloping the white-haired witch in a cluster of black mists. Dragon Abyss housed an advanced superspace communication base, which had sent out a sharp signal half an hour ago, tearing through the four-dimensional universe and shooting in a mysterious direction. However, it received no response at all. Li Linghai crossed her hands under her chin. Faced with the silent light beam, she showed no apparent emotion. However, the creaking sounds of the metal cabin walls, as they were squeezed and torn, revealed the anxiety and fury in her heart. Finally, twisted colors spread out on the black light beam, like bubbles popping up in stagnant water. The hundreds of bubbles congregated into a face that was similar to Li Linghai's but much older, wearier, and furious. Chapter 2255, Old Patriarch. Are you not ashamed to call your family? The angry old man, who looked very similar to Li Linghai, bellowed, his lips trembling hard. What have you done? According to the four Kurfürst families, I am already a dead person. If not for the accidents, you would have announced the Queen's death to the public in a few days, wouldn't you? Li Linghai said with a smile. What can a dead person, a haunting ghost, do? Nothing but revenge, of course. Don't you agree, father? You, Li Mingxian, Li Linghai's father, was more than infuriated. His eyes were almost condensed into coals that would cross the few sectors between them and burn his daughter's skin and soul into ashes. He gnashed his teeth and said, "To think that you still know I'm your father. Do you have any idea how your actions will destroy everyone in our bloodline? Of course, I know you are my father, but do you still remember I am your daughter, father?" Li Linghai said gloomily. When my clone was attacked in the capital, you couldn't have known that it was just a clone, and you must have thought it was me, didn't you? What did you think back then? Just watch your daughter die without doing anything? Li Mingxian was immediately lost for words, the wrinkles and muscles on his face cramping at the same time. In the last moment, he seemed to be venting all his fury and hatred on his daughter, but in the next moment, he lost all his momentum and hope and could only say in frustration, "Tell me what happened to Ah Feng? Why is there no message from him after the riot in the Martial Meritocrat sector? Was it done by you? Father, do you know why, after more than 100 years, you are still just an elder of the Li family and will probably remain one for the rest of your life?" Li Linghai chuckled. Your biggest problem is your hopeless blindness. I wonder what you saw in Li Lingfeng, who was as stupid as a swine, and why you devoted so many resources to him. I reminded you again and again that the swine was not worth investing in, and it would only waste the resources our bloodline had accumulated through hard work for hundreds of years. There would be no comeback for us, and it would affect the other brothers and sisters too. But you never listened to my advice. It's great now. The battle to destroy the cultivators in the Martial Meritocrat sector was a debacle and a great joke streamed to the entire Imperium, mortifying the Li family, and in particular, your bloodline. Is such a swine qualified to stay on and continue to waste the resources of the family? Even if someone did kill him, it would be a timely stop of losses for us. Why are you so bothered? You. It was really you. Li Mingxuan's eyes immediately turned purple, and his fingers, pointing at Li Linghai, were trembling too. You have lost your mind. You have truly lost your mind. Exactly. Since the moment you poisoned my clone, I have already been completely out of my mind. Li Linghai continued to smile. Do not piss off a lunatic without a good reason, because lunatics do not care about the logic or the consequences of their actions. I'm really regretful. Brutality flashed in Li Mingxuan's eyes, but he could only protest helplessly. I shouldn't have sent you into the palace. I shouldn't have. Then, just step aside and regret. You are as much swine and garbage as Li Lingfeng, and you do not deserve to waste my precious time. Li Linghai said casually, I know that all the uncles and elders of the Li family are monitoring this communication and that the family leader must be behind you. Instead of wasting your time with me, knowing you can't make any decisions, why don't you ask the leader to talk to me in person? Narrowing his eyes, Li Mingxian declared, word by word, it's impossible. You are now the greatest traitor and enemy of the Li family for the unpardonable crimes you committed. You may have invaded the Divine Rain sector by luck, but so what? The family's elites will soon march back to the Divine Rain sector and cut you into pieces in honor of the family's rules. Is that so? Li Linghai slightly frowned, covered her nose, and sneezed softly. Achoo! Li Mingxuan's expression immediately changed, as Li Linghai had sent a short video over when she sneezed. The video was watched clearly by the notable figures of the Li family's branches. In the video, a starship with its spiritual shield depleted and its plate armor riddled with holes was being obliterated by bombardments. In just 0.1 seconds, before Li Linghai's sneeze was over, the starship was completely destroyed into glittering dust under thousands of brilliant pillars of light. At one corner of the video was 100 smaller pictures. Each picture showed a prisoner locked on the starship, all of them sweating profusely in panic, their faces pale. As the starship exploded, the prisoners were also swallowed by fire and vaporized into nothingness before they could even scream. I do not like your tone, father, so I have performed a minor punishment. Li Linghai said with a smile, that starship of the Divine Rain Fleet seems to be loaded with the core descendants of the Li family, uncles and elders included. As for their exact parents and siblings, I really don't have the time to distinguish. Why don't I send the detailed video over shortly, so you can confirm it for me, father? Listen, father, I do not want to see your stupid face or hear your unconstructive voice anymore. I have captured more than 100 starships just like the one a moment ago. From now on, I will blow up one starship and everyone on board every minute until the family leader is willing to come out and talk to me. If you make any meaningless sound, I will blow up an extra starship until all the starships and captives are killed. Are we clear? Li Mingxian nearly went mad with fury. You. Li Linghai's cruel smile widened as she raised 2 fingers from her delicate, carefully maintained hand. 2. You have killed another 2 starships of Li family descendants. Please go on. It doesn't matter to me. I am a dead person after all. What can a dead person be interested in other than dragging more people to hell with her? Li Mingxian was completely stunned. Then, he was enveloped in a haze of colorful bubbles. When the bubbles dispersed, the slightly obscure shadow on the light beam had transformed into a hunched old man in black, with a mountain of wrinkles on his face, making him look like the janitor of the underworld. Li Mingxian himself was a white-haired old man, but the newcomer in black seemed 500 years older. Guy was almost a breathing fossil, whose ability to walk was questionable. Even though he looked like a rock that might collapse at any moment, and his facial features were often hidden by wrinkles, the glitter in his eyes occasionally revealed a strong sense of threat. Even the experts in the nascent soul stage would sweat and shiver, as if the shell that might be gone in the wind at any moment was hiding a soul swallowed by innumerous monsters. The old man was exactly Li Jianda, leader of the Li family, one of the four Kurfürsten of the Imperium of true human beings, and a dominator of the universe whose cough could shake dozens of planets. Li Jianda was the oldest of the four Kurfürsten. He was one generation older than Dongfang Wang, the current Prime Minister of the Imperium, and 100 years ago, he had been the Prime Minister for 30 years. When he was at his most powerful, he once controlled all the affairs in military, politics, and the royal family entirely on his own. The arrangement for Li Linghai to become the crown princess and even the queen was his decision and done under his supervision. In his prime days, he once entered the legendary divinity branching state. With a computational ability 100 times more powerful than super crystal processors, he handled everything related to the Li family neatly and expanded in every field on a large scale. He even led the Li family to challenge the Dongfang family, the most powerful family of all. It was a pity that his ambitions were too huge, and the Li family's comprehensive capability was notably lower than the Dongfang family's. The result of the arduous calculations and competitions was that his soul and his life were seriously exhausted, making him fall back to the peak of the divinity transformation stage after staying in the arduous branch for decades. It was said that a lot of sequelae had been left because of the overexhaustion of the brain. To sustain himself, he had to rely on drugs extracted from heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and he was no longer the charismatic man he used to be. Even so, even though he had been away from politics for decades and did not have a place in the royal court, everybody knew that Li Jianda still had great influence in politics, economics, media, and many other fields. He was one of the four well-deserved, crownless kings. Although Li Jialing seemed old, if not dying, after 100 years, and even if a gentle breeze might blow out his incomplete soul, nobody inside or outside the Li family had the courage to challenge his authority as long as his viper-like eyes were still glittering. That was because everybody still remembered clearly how cunning, cruel, and terrifying, Silver Fox, Li Jianda was when he dealt with his enemy 100 years ago. Li Jianda, as the leader of the Li family and one of the four Kurfürsten, faced Li Linghai, Queen of the Imperium. The grandfather and granddaughter stared at each other in silence. "Your Grace." Eventually, it was Li Jianda who opened his mouth first. Taking a long breath, he finally said, "Forgive me for not being able to perform the full etiquette due to my old age and my diseases." Cough, cough. He coughed, as if he were going to pass out. Li Linghai smiled. "Grandfather, the queen has already died. Standing before you is just a common member of the Li family and your biological granddaughter. Why do you think etiquette is needed? Is that so?" Li Jianda waved his hand, and a muscular guard nearby immediately brought a spittoon to him. The Silver Fox of the past coughed and took a long time to catch his breath before he finally continued, "Then, why is my beloved granddaughter here?" "For the future of the Imperium and the future of the Li family." Li Linghai's eyes shone, and her white hair moved as she declared, "I'm here to realize grandfather's lifelong wish, to let the Li family defeat the Dongfang family and become the first family of the Imperium of true human beings." 2256 Ultimatum. Cough, cough. Cough, 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 cough. Ha ha ha. Li Jianda coughed as if he had expelled all his internal organs, like a crow. From the wrinkles that shivered non-stop, 2 rays of light beamed out, staring at Li Linghai gloomily. "Firstly, you connected with many forces at the periphery of the Imperium behind the family's back, developing a huge secret armed force on your own, raising a storm of blood and roasting your family on a stove. When things were beyond rescue, you marched back to the family in desperation, slaughtering thousands of your family's descendants without batting an eye, and destroying more than half of the family's elite fleet. Having committed such atrocious betrayals, you now tell me without any embarrassment that this is for the future of the family. Do you really think the Li family has no rules?" Boom. The old man, who seemed on the verge of death and unable to withstand the slightest wind, suddenly bulged his eyes and slapped his hands, which were as thin as tree branches. Broken ripples spread across the 3D light beam, as if it were about to shatter. Please don't be anxious, grandfather. You can listen to my explanation. Li Linghai, however, was not intimidated by the leader of the Li family at all. Not a single hair on her eyebrows trembled. She still continued speaking with a smile. This wasn't my original plan, but I had no other choice. Most of the people in power in the Li family, like my father, are blind, hesitant, and useless cowards. If I had told them my plan directly, there wouldn't have been a second result. They would have been too scared and more determined to get rid of me. Grandfather, you are the only visionary and extraordinary person who can foresee what will happen several hundred years from now. But you are too old, after all. You were exhausted and devoted to the family in the past, and now you have to rest in seclusion most of the time. The complicated family affairs have to be entrusted to someone else. As a result, you can't help but be burdened by your incompetent teammates. Let me ask you, if it weren't for this, even if I were the Queen of the Imperium, would I have had the chance to meet you, shut the mouths of those stubborn fools, make the family realize the feasibility and gravity of the matter, and make you listen to my words carefully? What if I don't want to listen? Every wrinkle on Li Jianda's face radiated a coldness like the edge of a razor. Leaning closer to the light, he spoke slowly, "Good granddaughter, listen up. I don't know what else you have besides the astounding Thunder Fleet, but the Divine Rain Planet is a strategic stronghold that the family has worked on for hundreds of years. I have personally perfected the defense system of the Divine Rain Planet. The entire Divine Rain Planet is filled with large and small, open and secret battle fortresses. There are millions of battle puppets and well-trained exos. The underground arsenals and food supplies are enough to sustain high-intensity resistance for a couple of years. You can never take down the Divine Rain Planet without a few years and the sacrifice of countless lives. He. The 4 Kurfürst family's elite troops, on the other hand, will jump to the Divine Rain sector in a few days, not a few years. It's true that we have lost the jump signals of the Divine Rain sector. You must have occupied and destroyed the 3 space gates, making it impossible for our fleets to jump over on a large scale, right? But so what? We have plenty of components that can be loaded on starships and assembled into portable space gates. As long as a few starships jump to the edge of the Divine Rain sector, they can set up a few minor space gates in a day or two to summon the main troops. How many starships do you have? Can you monitor the infinite space zones at the edge of the Divine Rain sector, locate all the small space gates secretly established, and destroy them without missing any? Besides, the Divine Rain fleet can't be destroyed by you so easily, can it? Even if they are all pigs, they are still pigs armed with the most advanced starships and crystal suits. I don't believe you can gain complete control over the entire Divine Rain sector in 1 month. Therefore, I'm very curious about one thing. Tell me, my good granddaughter. Why do you think that you can force the entire family to sit down and negotiate with you just by doing what you have done? Li Jianda sat back again. His dark, little eyes slowly closed, as if he had lost interest in the conversation and might cut off the communication at any moment. Negotiate? Li Linghai pursed her lips and chuckled, shaking her finger slowly. Grandfather, I'm afraid you are mistaken. I am not here to negotiate with the family but to give you the ultimatum. Li Jianda's eyes, which had been closed, opened again. They were so sordid and brutal that they might have been enough to pierce the breastplate of a heavy crystal suit. I have never intended to occupy the Divine Rain Planet or any habitable planet of the family. Therefore, I will never do something as stupid as sending my troops into the atmosphere for bloody street-by-street landing battles. What I want are only the resources stored in the warehouses and space fortresses in near-planetary orbit, mostly fuel and ammunition. Li Linghai raised her wrist and checked the time and progress on her mini-crystal processor. In 12 hours, my fleet will move all the assets in the Divine Rain Planet's orbit. The ammunition and crystals from the starships we have captured will also be transferred. After that, I will tether the captured starships and the facilities in orbit, such as the spaceports, docks, and fortresses. With the immense thrust of a dozen starships, all the orbiting facilities will be pushed into the atmosphere and crashed to the ground. As for the targets, I have planned them all. They will be the 20 most populous cities on the Divine Rain planet. I believe the planet's defenses are thorough, but when millions of tons of ports and fortresses hit the ground at maximum speed, the momentum and blast will be enormous. Even the most advanced anti-air cannons won't be able to destroy such massive objects, right? I estimate that I will completely devastate 10 of the Divine Rain planet's 20 major cities, or maybe 15 if I'm lucky. Then, the entire Divine Rain planet will be enveloped in terrifying smoke, blocking the star's light. For the next 10 to 20 years, the Divine Rain planet will be a frigid hell below zero. Perhaps no one will see the next spring bloom for 30 to 50 years. Whoever survives the catastrophe can wait patiently. Linghai looked at Li Jianda with a smile. The more hateful and distressed he looked, the brighter her smile became. She had completely taken his fury as a compliment. This is just the first step. I'm not done yet, Linghai continued. After all the facilities in near-Earth orbit and all the starships we have captured are pushed to the major cities on the Divine Rain planet, the coalition fleet of the reformists will leave the Divine Rain sector and jump to other worlds of the Li family. However prepared the family is, it's impossible to distribute all their troops evenly across every sector, right? In fact, it would be great if they were that stupid. Naturally, it's impossible for me to control the space gates to all the sectors. But as you mentioned, grandfather, there is a magical device called a portable space gate. It happens that my fleet has a few of these, too. They're enough for me to initiate prolonged harassment and sabotage within the Li family. After we jump to each new sector, we'll crush the local garrison, swallow all resources, and do our best to directly destroy all habitable and resource planets, or at least make the living conditions of the habitable planets harsher than ever. Before the main troops of the family realize what's happening, we'll finish our sabotage, destruction, and transference, then move on to the next target or simply rest for a while in the vast space. After all, the resources we plunder will be enough for our consumption. Once all the weakly defended worlds are looted and destroyed, we'll jump to the central world in front of grandfather and fight a decisive battle with the family's most elite forces. Perhaps we'll be highly disorganized when we jump over, without the slightest formation. All the starships will be scattered in the vast, boundless sea of stars. So, we will inevitably fail the battle. But I believe that if we are determined to die together with the opponents, we will be able to drag at least 30% of the elite forces of the family into hell with us before I am completely obliterated, right? This is my plan, grandfather. Even if there is a slight change in practical operations, it won't matter. As long as a handful of planets and a couple of elite fleets of the family die with me, I will be satisfied. An enormous wall of silence stood between Linghai and Li Jianda. Silver Fox, Li Jianda was best known for his ruthlessness and mercilessness in his prime, and he had killed more people than he could count without blinking an eye. However, as people grow older, their organs may soften, and the coldness on his face was gradually fading. Linghai saw through Li Jianda's hesitation immediately. The delight in her clear eyes intensified. She licked her sharp teeth with her soft tongue and said, "The 4 Kurfürst families are like 4 ravenous, insatiable tigers. While they are usually united against the hyenas, wolves, and leopards from the outside world, they also covet each other. 2 tigers cannot live on the same mountain. Despite the vastness of the universe, 4 tigers seem too many. If one of the tigers is heavily wounded, emitting an enticing scent of blood and meat, grandfather, do you think the other 3 hungry tigers will treat it and help it recover, or will they attack it while it is in trouble, carving it up and devouring it without leaving any bones behind?" 2257, Vicious and Unforgivable. The wrinkles on Li Jianda's face were all frozen, turning him into a real cold, rigid fossil. He did not speak again until after a long silence. Are you really bold enough to do that? Look me in the eyes, grandfather. Linghai leaned in close. Her fair, flawless skin showed not the slightest hint of blood, but a dark aura vaguely flowed beneath it, concentrating in her eyes as two tiny, needlepoint black spots. She emphasized and repeated, "Look at me in the eyes and tell me why I am not bold enough to do that. Don't forget that you planned an incident where the Queen was attacked in the capital a month ago. You already decided to completely eliminate the Queen, who tended to be insubordinate, but my strength was higher than you expected, and your plan did not work out. Now, we have ended on bad terms, and I have revealed all my plans and capabilities. Instead of taking a wild gamble, should I just wash my neck and wait for someone to chop off my head? Even if you are bold enough to do that," Li Jianda said calmly, "such insane and inhumane actions will not win the support of all the reformists and soldiers. Without their support, your insane plan can't work out at all. I don't need the support of all the soldiers. At the very least, I only need a tiny proportion of key individuals to absolutely obey me," Li Linghai sneered. "Relying on these key individuals, I will destroy the Divine Rain planet and kill hundreds of millions of people first, completely declaring war on the family. The rest of the soldiers are chasing the remnants of the Divine Rain fleet in the vast space of the Divine Rain sector on their starships. They have no time to stop me at all. By the time they discover it, they won't be able to do anything except watch the space fortresses and the orbit docks slamming into the ground in flames. When the destruction happens and what is done, will the soldiers who never knew the truth have any choice except to follow me and fight until the end? Such felonies will absolutely never be forgiven or pardoned. Even if you swear on your life that you will pardon the soldiers who were not involved in the massacre, there is no way they will believe it. Besides, it is impossible for you to pardon them, right? Otherwise, how can you face the hundreds of millions of unrested souls on the Divine Rain planet? And how can you face the various factions in the family who have tremendous interests on the Divine Rain planet? Therefore, destroying the Divine Rain planet will only strengthen our internal cohesion and my leadership over the coalition fleet of the reformists, allowing us to carry out the strategy to die together with the enemy to the end." Li Jianda took a deep breath and held back his urge to cough. "You know that your crimes are unforgivable, too?" "Of course I do," Li Linghai smiled again. "However, I also understand the saying that those who steal a hook will be executed, but those who steal a country will be knighted. Unforgivable crimes equal to 0 crimes. None whatsoever. Besides, death means the conclusion of everything. Since I will die either way, does it make any difference whether I commit the unforgivable crimes or not? Of course, grandfather, you are totally free to not believe everything I have said and launch an assault on the Divine Rain sector right now. You can see if you can rescue a few heavy industrial cities that have been worked on for hundreds of years before I destroy the entire Divine Rain planet. However, even if my strategies all fail, in the worst-case scenario, I will still be able to lead the remaining troops to wander and cause trouble in the Li family's heartland as bandits. I can still deal heavy wounds to the Li family, making the other 3 families grow covetous of you. This is not how your granddaughter envisions the future, but if you are too obstinate to listen to my heartfelt advice, I'm afraid that I will have to make the decision and never look back." Looking at Li Linghai's smiling and enchanting eyes, Li Jianda was silent for a long time again. In the end, he heaved a long sigh and said slowly, "Good granddaughter, I agree with your opinion. Your father is a fool. How on earth did he fail to see the potential in you and decide to send you into the royal palace as the crown princess? What a great waste it was. If he had discovered the ambitions and strength hidden deep within your blood in time and sent you to me for education, perhaps I wouldn't have been caught in the awkward situation where I could not find a worthy heir. A fool like your father should die 100 times and that still wouldn't be enough. But it is still not too late, now that I have discovered you myself." There was no delight in his advantageous position on Li Linghai's face. She said casually, right now, the family hasn't suffered huge losses, and the reformers haven't declared the four Kurfürst families to be our enemies openly. Our targets are just the scoundrels in the capital. As long as grandfather is willing to listen to the appeals of me and the fellow cultivators, the situation will still be under our control, and yours. The appeals of the reformers? Li Jianda didn't give a straight reply. What do you want? Very simple. We want the Li family, as one of the four pillars of the Imperium, to hear the voices of the soldiers from the front lines and the immortal cultivators from the lower levels of the peripheral worlds. Li Linghai said unhurriedly, "We hope that you can support our righteous action to honor the Majesty and settle the rebellions, and that you can help eliminate the villains in the Council of Elders, remove the cancers within the Imperium, and build a more beautiful and magnificent new Imperium together with us." Li Jianda's small eyes were rolling fast. Who are the villains? Who are the cancers? Li Linghai declared loudly, the Dongfang family, who dare to arrogate the power of the royal family and claim to be the first family, is the cancer of the Imperium and even the civilization of mankind. The elders of the Dongfang family and their vassal families are the most heinous villains that must be wiped out. For the Imperium and for the civilization of mankind, the Dongfang family must be destroyed. The reformists have gathered for this very purpose. Whatever the cost, we are determined to annihilate the national thieves and save the Imperium. However, the Dongfang family is too deeply rooted, wealthy, and powerful for the reformists to defeat them on our own. Grandfather, please call upon the forces of the entire Li family as well as the vassal families to stand on our side and support us. Instead of debating whether the Dongfang family was truly the villain and cancer, Li Jianda simply asked, is the combined strength of the reformists and the Li family sufficient to settle the Dongfang family quickly and cleanly, without plunging the Imperium into civil war when the two parties are in a deadlock? Li Linghai replied casually, the combined strength of the reformists and the Li family is enough to match the Dongfang family, but it is not enough to crush them decisively. However, if the other three Kurfürst families unite, along with the reformists' forces, we can eradicate this cancer irresistibly. Li Jianda cackled like a crow and beamed with interest. Good granddaughter, can you convince the other two families to join in? I cannot, but I believe you certainly can, grandfather. Li Linghai smiled, why else would I come to seek grandfather with such significant sincerity? Li Jianda said, what if I cannot either? Then I will have to die, Li Linghai said gloomily. As the queen of the Imperium of true human beings, it is not an outrageous request to ask for a few planets to be buried with me, is it? Li Jianda coughed lightly and remained silent, calculating. I absolutely believe that grandfather is wise enough and persuasive enough to convince the other two Kurfürsten. The most important thing is that the three Kurfürst families have long been dissatisfied with the Dongfang family. They are just short of a reason to fight the Dongfang family and an opportunity for cooperation. Li Linghai said calmly, politics is nothing more than a game of balance. The politics of the Imperium of true human beings in the first 500 years was the balance between royal authority and the four Kurfürst families. In the second 500 years, as royal authority declined, it became the balance within the four Kurfürst families. The four Kurfürst families are like the four legs of a table. Only if they are of equal height can the longevity and stability of the Imperium be ensured. If any one family grows too huge, it means they are knocking over the table for a reshuffle. This was a tacit understanding and a tradition we all abided by for the past hundreds of years. However, in the recent 2 centuries, the Dongfang family feigned ignorance and expanded crazily in violation of this tradition, until they are almost twice as strong as any of the other families now. I am very eager to find out what the Dongfang family's purpose is in expanding their forces so drastically and when their expansion will stop. Are they really planning to replace the Wuying family, overthrow the Imperium of true human beings, and become the rightful dominator of the universe and the first family? When that day comes, what should the Li family and the other 2 Kurfürst families do? Should we pledge loyalty to the new superpower and kneel before the Dongfang family again? Even if we are willing to do so, will the Dongfang family be bold enough to accept our allegiance? Li Jianda seemed to have fallen asleep, his eyes half closed, but Li Linghai knew clearly that his old and cunning grandfather was listening, analyzing, and considering carefully. "Grandfather, don't think I'm just fretting. The strong stay strong is a truth that remains unchallenged in the of immortal cultivators. For the smaller worlds at the edge of the Imperium, the four Kurfürst families are the ones who have stayed strong, but among these four, isn't the Dongfang family the one that has remained the strongest? The Dongfang family's expansion is accelerating. If we don't stop them now, we will never be able to, and we can only watch as they consume us bit by bit." Li Linghai raised her voice, her teeth clenched in anger. Moreover, the Li family faces a hidden issue even more critical than this. We are not necessarily the weakest of the four Kurfürst families, but we are currently in an awkward phase, lacking talent in the next generation. As long as you are still around, we can manage to deal with the Dongfang family. But if we don't seize this opportunity to launch a decisive attack, who will represent the Li family's interests and resist Dongfang Wang, the leader of the Dongfang family and the Prime Minister of the Imperium, when you can no longer hold on in the future? 2258, Treacherous Deal. Li Jianda smiled. The kinder his smile, the more the brutal aggression in his eyes intensified. "So, my beloved granddaughter, do you think that the alliance of the four Kurfürst families is so unreliable that you can turn them against each other with a few fancy words? If so, the four families would have started fighting each other hundreds of years ago. How on earth could we have worked together to maintain the balance of the Imperium to this day? I am not turning anyone against anyone. I am just speaking the truth that others do not dare to, or do not want to, talk about," Li Linghai said calmly. "The most direct evidence is right before us, the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance. Assassinating an elder of the Dongfang family in such a simple and straightforward way, without caring about the consequences, is certainly not my style and brings zero benefits to the reformists. It was really not done by us. If I may be so bold to ask, did the four Kurfürst families plan it, and was the Li family involved?" After a brief silence, Li Jianda shook his head and said, "I swear by the name of Silver Fox that the Li family definitely did not plan or participate in it. We did not know anything beforehand. I didn't do it, and the Li family didn't do it. So, it was the Dongfang family who did it on their own?" Li Linghai grinned, baring her sharp teeth. "After the demise of one elder, they became the greatest victim. Then, they established the Special Investigation Committee as quickly as lightning, eliminating the dissidents, framing decent officials, and extending their influence to multiple battle areas to earn tremendous benefits for themselves. As a result, the Dongfang family gets the biggest slice of the cake, whereas the blame is shared by the four Kurfürst families together. Dongfang Wang has indeed made thorough plans. If I may ask, does such a sordid and shameless action signify their loyalty to the alliance of the four families?" The wrinkles beneath Li Jianda's eyes constricted, as if pinching a non-existent mosquito hard, but he did not refute Li Linghai. Encouraged, Li Linghai grew even more excited and raised her voice. "Grandfather, this is the most corrupt and darkest age of the Imperium, but it is also a great age to embrace world-shifting changes. The Imperium's counterattack over the past decade has drained the national treasury. The vast expeditionary army needs subsidies, the disabled and retired soldiers must be compensated, newly recovered areas require extensive reconstruction, and countless remote worlds, whose economies are on the verge of collapse, need rest and appeasement. Everything requires money and resources. Astronomical amounts of money and resources. Yes, the four Kurfürst families, with their wealth and powerful troops, may turn a blind eye to the miscellaneous troops and immortal cultivators from the remote worlds. But they certainly won't wait to die if not given a chance to live. Today, I ask for the support of the Li family as the leader of the reformists, but even without me, even if I am completely erased by the family, the strength that struggles for survival and seeks change will not vanish. Instead, it will spiral out of control and transform into a raging flood, destroying everything in its path. How can we harness this wild strength? Where can we find the astronomical money and resources needed for subsistence and reconstruction? Very simple. The collapse of any one of the 4 bloated behemoths will be enough to sustain others for decades and see them through the most difficult years of the reconstruction of the newly recovered territories. After the newly recovered territory, greatly sabotaged by the Covenant alliance, is reconstructed by us and yields all kinds of resources incessantly, and when the local people are freed from the Covenant alliance's brainwashing, it will be the turning point for the rise of the Imperium. All in all, the renaissance of the Imperium requires the sacrifice of a behemoth. If you do not wish to see the Dongfang family fall, it will only be the Li family who does. There is no third option. You have seen and heard the torrent of changes congregated by the wrath and hunger of the millions of immortal cultivators from the remote worlds, a torrent that has crushed your face overwhelmingly. Instead of resisting it stubbornly, you might as well control the strength in your hands tightly. I am willing to lead all the reformists and the soldiers of the coalition fleet to be the sharpest saber in the hands of grandfather and the Li family, fighting on the front line to deal with the Dongfang family. All we need is a boost from the Li family in the back. One boost will be enough. Li Linghai spoke with such passion and enthusiasm that her fair skin was glowing red. Li Jianda, however, remained unmoved. He said coldly, however, according to the rumors I have heard, the purpose of the reformists goes beyond that. You are not just dealing with the Dongfang family, you are going to destroy all 4 Kurfürst families. Yes, I've said that on many occasions. Li Linghai did not deny it at all, but said nonchalantly, that is the nature of ideals. How could I have attracted so many hot-blooded men of honor and integrity to me, and how can I make them cooperate with the Li family as willingly as the saber in grandfather's hands? As to whether or not the saber will run out of control and even swallow the holder, it will depend on how you wave the saber. Are you not confident in manipulating the reformists, grandfather? Then, Li Jianda asked with a smile, what can you personally get from all this? Cut the bull's asterisk it about doing this for the revival of the Imperium and the family's future. Li Linghai smiled and licked her lips. If I say I want to be the leader of the Li family while also being the queen of the Imperium, would you think it too outrageous, grandfather? Li Jianda said calmly, there has never been such an example in the Imperium. Examples are always created by people, Li Linghai argued without giving way. The Imperium has never seen such a great era of change in its history either. After staring at Li Linghai for a long time, Li Jianda relented first and changed the subject. How exactly do you want the Li family to support the reformists? Without hesitation, Li Linghai quickly laid out her demands. First, I want the Divine Rain Fleet and all armed forces deployed on the Divine Rain planet to submit to us. Submit sounds too harsh. Please ask them to transfer their command to us. From this moment on, the Divine Rain sector will serve as a temporary base for the reformists. As long as they are not armed, we will not interfere with the normal operations of the Divine Rain planet. Of course, we will also need grandfather to continue sending us resources for the daily consumption of our fleet. I'll send over the detailed asset list after discussing it with General Lei. The wrinkles on Li Jianda's face were calm. He asked calmly, what about the battle? How are we going to explain it to the family and to the public? Li Linghai put on a malicious smile and said softly, a drill accident. Surrounded by an enormous silence, Li Jianda failed to come up with anything for half a minute. Go on. Secondly, I want the elders of the Li family and the vassal families to propose a motion in the Council of Elders tomorrow to voice your concerns about the investigation of the Blood Oath Alliance. Ask for the reorganization of the Special Investigation Committee, reducing the Dongfang family's members, and terminate the trend of the investigation expanding at random, Li Linghai continued quickly. Of course, the suspects of the Blood Oath Alliance who have been arrested arbitrarily must be released. Considering the complexity of the issue, we can release half of them first. Thirdly, the other motion concerns General Lei Chenghu's military rank. I know the Council of Elders has been discussing this for a long time, and there is no objection in principle. However, the Council of Elders hope to have General Lei work in the capital after he is honored with the title of Supreme Commander. We believe, however, that the front line still requires the supervision of an influential general due to the area's instability. Therefore, it will be most appropriate if General Lei is also nominated as the commander of the new expedition army and given full responsibility for the regrouping of the expedition army. Fourthly, the Li family will coordinate to ensure the security and smoothness of all the reformists' media and network. I want every voice of the reformists to be heard by everyone in the Imperium, or at least the immortal cultivators. I have collected countless shocking scandals and crimes of the Dongfang family over the past decades, and I am waiting for this moment to turn them into cannonballs. Fifthly, and as the final move, Grandfather will personally impeach Prime Minister Dongfang Wang and ensure that his cabinet collapses. Once Dongfang Wang's cabinet falls, a chain reaction will inevitably occur. All the forces in the entire Imperium will stand against the Dongfang family, hoping to claim a piece of the weakening giant. By then, the Li family will certainly be able to take its place, or at least secure the largest share and the most valuable assets, right? Li Jianda smiled wryly. If I were 200 years younger, I might have been convinced by you. But is it really that simple in practice? You are asking the Li family to become sworn enemies of the Dongfang family, standing completely against them. Precisely, Li Linghai declared. If you don't make it clear that you and the Dongfang family cannot coexist, how can the reformists fully trust the Li family? All right, Grandfather, I have said everything I need to. You must be tired, too. This is a crucial matter that requires careful consideration, but I won't stop fighting my enemy. In 24 hours, if I don't receive a satisfactory response, the entire Li family will die with your granddaughter. Li Linghai's demand was angry, her face full of intimidation. Li Jianda seemed both speechless and unable to withstand her threat. His eyes widened and gradually turned cold. Suddenly, he grunted and collapsed. The room immediately erupted into chaos, with the picture shaking and panicked screams filling the air. By the time the crystal camera stabilized, Li Jianda was nowhere to be seen. Li Mingxian, Li Linghai's father, pointed at the picture in fury and shouted, You unpardonable witch, do you really dare to destroy your family? What do you know, idiot? Li Linghai smiled sincerely and leaned back in her chair comfortably. Taking a long breath of relief and wiping away her sweat, she said casually, It's none of your business. Grandfather has agreed to my deal. 2259, Crossing the Line. At the edge of the Divine Rain sector, where the stars' radiation was little to none, in the universal swamp that was bleak and cold year-round, a bloody hunt and siege were underway. The remaining starships of the Divine Rain fleet, like scared cubs, were trying their best to flee to the farthest, darkest, and coldest parts of the universe. They were initiating space jumps without a care, hoping to escape to other Li family worlds. Meanwhile, the fastest cruisers of the astounding Thunder Fleet were like sharp teeth tearing into the softest bellies of the fleeing ships from all directions. Before the ripples of the space quakes appeared, they would inflict terrifying damage on the enemy starships' hulls, forcing them to halt their space jump operations, slow down their regular cruise speed, and grit their teeth to battle the chasers. Then, it was time for the colossi, such as the Gold Vulture, to show their might. Under the cover of his side's barrage, Li Yao piloted the Gold Vulture, breaking into the Divine Rain Fleet starships repeatedly, as his saber cut through plate armor as easily as opening cans. Once the Gold Vulture breached a starship, nothing could stop him from rampaging. However, Li Yao did not deliberately attack and kill too many immortal cultivators. Instead, he pressed forward, using his profound knowledge of starships to destroy their energy centers. As a result, the starship's dazzling spiritual shields and power units dimmed, completely losing their combat capabilities, leaving them to wait for capture by the enemy. The gold brilliance that disappeared and reappeared has now become the greatest fear for the soldiers of the Divine Rain Fleet and the loudest cheers for the soldiers of the Astounding Thunder Fleet. Under the overwhelming attacks of the Astounding Thunder Fleet and Li Yao's unstoppable invasion, the fleeing soldiers were like small beasts being dragged into a swamp by crocodiles, with their struggle growing weaker. Suddenly, a strange wave spread across the starships of all the fleeing soldiers, and a white light appeared around the starships of the Divine Rain Fleet. Even the starships that were about to escape the battle zone voluntarily slowed down, slowly shutting down their spiritual shields and power units. Li Yao, holding his saber high and about to breach a new starship, narrowed his eyes. Soon, he received a message from the rear. The Divine Rain Fleet and the ground troops on Divine Rain Planet had all surrendered. The Li family had completely changed their stance and were now willing to support the reformists' righteous cause and rebuild the Imperium together with them. Iron Surge, as the flagship of the Astounding Thunder Fleet and the flagship of the 3rd Battle Area of the Expeditionary Force, always carried 3 to 5 colossi on board. Naturally, it was equipped with a fully facilitated Colossus Maintenance Center. Li Yao's Gold Vulture was currently based on Iron Surge. After every intense battle, it had to undergo the most thorough repairs and maintenance here, then be reloaded with ammunition and fuel, and stored back into the Cosmos Ring. The moment he climbed out of the Colossus, he saw countless pairs of eyes staring at him in awe from all directions. Both the soldiers of the Astounding Thunder Fleet and the experts from the dozens of other worlds in the 3rd Battle Area had gained a deeper understanding of Li Yao as the Emperor's envoy. The awe-inspiring image of Vulture Li Yao was finally established. Li Yao had no time to nod and smile at the soldiers or maintain his Colossus, as he was already summoned by Lei Chenghu to discuss the next steps. However, when he arrived at Lei Chenghu's command room, he discovered Lei Chenghu was alone. Not a single commander of the coalition fleet was in the room, not even their holograms. The Li family has conceded. We have won the first gamble, Lei Chenghu said, crossing his flesh fingers and his iron ones. He stared at Li Yao with cold eyes. According to the latest news, Li Jianda, the current leader of the Li family and one of the 4 Kurfürsten known as Silver Fox, passed out due to a sudden attack of illness. He is now unable to handle the family's affairs, and Li Mingxian, the queen's father, is acting as the leader of the family on his behalf. Hardly had Li Mingxian become the temporary leader when he commanded the defenders of the Divine Rain sector to surrender, expressing deep understanding and absolute support for the reformists and the soldiers on the front line, encouraging us to voice our justified claims. Did you know about this beforehand? What's your take? Huh? Li Yao blinked quickly. The old leader, Li Jianda, is about to kick the bucket due to severe illness, and the queen's father has become the new leader and announced full cooperation with the reformists the moment he took office? Well, the cooperator within the Li family that the queen was so confident about was actually her father, Li Mingxian? It doesn't feel right. You really don't know anything about it? Lei Chenghu observed and analyzed Li Yao's face carefully, only to be slightly surprised. Frowning, he said, "It seems that Her Grace did not tell everything to her trusted subordinate. As I said, I am not very close to the Queen, and we are just regular friends. I am not her trusted subordinate at all." Scratching his chin, Li Yao said thoughtfully, "I somehow feel that everything is going too smoothly. The old leader is about to die after we attack the place, and then the Queen's father becomes the new leader of the family. Also, he has such high control over the Li family that he can command all the defenders of the Divine Rain sector to surrender? This collaborator seems too good, doesn't he? Not a new leader, but a temporary one," Lei Chenghu knocked on the table and said. "I need to remind you, Silver Fox Li Jianda, the oldest of the 4 electors, is one of the most famous seniors among the Imperium's politicians. Since he resigned as the Prime Minister of the Imperium due to serious illness 100 years ago, it was said that he has always been plagued by serious health issues, and he was almost always half dead. But after holding his last breath for 100 years, he is still breathing. However, his past nemeses, as well as the enemies who have jumped out coveting his position, are all as dead as can be. Rumors even suggest that the old man does not suffer from any serious illness at all but is practicing a special secret technique that trades his health and ultimate vitality for the ability to enter the divinity branching stage at critical moments. Li Yao was greatly shocked. The divinity branching stage? Exactly. Once one enters the nascent soul stage, they are reaching the limits of the human body in terms of strength and computational ability. Starting from the divinity transformation stage, they will break the limitation of human being and evolve toward legends. The divinity branching stage is even inestimably terrifying. The strongest immortal cultivators in the Imperium today are also in the divinity branching stage. Silver Fox Legienda, standing at the peak of all the immortal cultivators in the Imperium, has survived 100 years, and yet he is sick and almost dying at such a moment? Lei Chenghu analyzed carefully. This Li Mingxian, on the other hand, is not an extraordinary person, and he has mediocre aptitudes. He's just a common elder in the Li family. How was he capable of stealing the power from the Silver Fox? Even if he did manage to usurp the power, there's no reason why other members of the Li family would obey him, or that the Divine Rain Fleet would surrender under his order. Li Yao rolled his eyes. Got it. A puppet. Exactly. I estimate that Li Mingxian is probably a puppet that Silver Fox Legienda has pushed to the forefront, a pitiful scapegoat who will take the blame later. Emotionlessly, Lei Chenghu said, right now, Legienda pretends that he is bedridden and has lost all his power. Li Mingxian is pushed forward as his puppet and supports the reformists on behalf of the Li family. Once the tide of reform truly sweeps across the entire Imperium, the Li family will naturally gain tremendous benefits, at least being able to keep their current wealth and position. However, if things do not go well and the fire of reform is about to be extinguished, the unconscious old fox will certainly be invigorated and jump out to serve justice by killing his son Li Mingxian and his granddaughter Li Linghai. He will annihilate the reformists on behalf of the Li family. In this way, he has taken both sides at the same time, and there is no way he can lose. After pondering carefully for a moment, Li Yao couldn't help but nod. Silver Fox Legienda is truly remarkable. But isn't your queen even more remarkable? Staring at Li Yao, Lei Chenghu said gloomily, I'd been speculating who the queen's supporter in the Li family was and who was capable enough to challenge Silver Fox Legienda and control the entire Li family. It never occurred to me that the queen's supporter would be Legienda himself. No wonder she was confident of winning the Li family's full support. At that time, the situation was too urgent for careful consideration. But now that things are preliminarily settled, I have realized that it doesn't add up at all. If the Queen had Legienda's support from the beginning, it wouldn't have been necessary for us to fight so fiercely in the Divine Rain sector. But if the Queen did not have Legienda's support at first, how did she achieve it in only half a day? Walking in the Queen's shoes, I contemplated and ran deductions repeatedly. Finally, I came up with the only solution, one that is similar to my strategy in the Godly Might prison but 100 times more dreadful. Have you figured it out, fellow cultivator Li? Soon, Li Yao shuddered with cold. Lei Chenghu smiled like a scary ghost. You have thought of it too. I really don't know the first thing about it. Li Yao said solemnly, General Lei, you must trust me. I trust you, but I trust my intuitions even more. Taking a deep breath, Lei Chenghu mumbled, my experience, rationality, and computational ability all tell me that the only way to save the Imperium is to cooperate with the Queen. However, My intuitions are also vaguely reminding me that the Queen is such a terrifying person that she cannot be calculated or inferred. She is different from all the immortal cultivators and even the four Kurfürsten. Nobody knows how she will ultimately reform the Imperium or completely destroy it. Fellow cultivator Li, although we haven't known each other for long, and your words are sometimes very absurd, my intuitions somehow tell me that much of what you said is true. To some extent, you seem even more trustworthy than the Queen herself. I very much would like to know one thing. If your Queen's gamble is so wild that it crosses the line and may destroy the Imperium one day, whose side will you take, and what will you do? 2268 Gift before the final battle. Taking a deep breath, Li Yao walked forward and stared at Lei Chenghu across the cold metal desk. He declared, one word after another, I do not want to see the people at the center of the cosmos reduced to a state of misery. I am unwilling to face a shattered, collapsing human civilization. I cannot tolerate puppets of flesh and blood, devoid of feelings and free will from the Holy Covenant alliance, sweeping across the entire universe, forcing my compatriots and offspring to kneel before the Pangu clan or any other deities in the universe. If the Queen can prevent these things, I will stand by her side unwaveringly and try my best to support her. If she cannot stop it and will bring even greater catastrophes to the center of the cosmos, then I will side with whoever can stop her and terminate the chaos. Ultimately, I am loyal not to the Queen or the Imperium, but to human civilization itself. General Lei, are you satisfied with the answer? Lei Chenghu stared into Li Yao's eyes, where a faint golden brilliance shone, and nodded his head. Understood. It seems you and the Queen are indeed not the same, which makes me very curious about your origins. How exactly did the Queen raise such a unique and unconventional person like you? Li Yao smiled but did not reply. Instead, he changed the subject. General Lei, what do you think are the odds that the Queen's gamble grows too wild? No matter how ambitious she is, she cannot possibly expect to fight the entire universe, can she? Even if she can engulf the four Kurfürst families on her own, the fleets of the Covenant Alliance are still lurking and watching in the shadows. Is she foolish and insane enough to not see that? If she seizes the highest power of the Imperium through all the trouble, only to be taken advantage of by the Covenant Alliance in the end, wouldn't she be the greatest joke? I don't know where the Queen's confidence comes from. Perhaps she has even more trump cards that others are unaware of, like you. Lei Chenghu said casually, I only know that, for a gambler, the odds that their gamble spirals out of control are 100%. Bow out doesn't enter the vocabulary of a gambler. Whether they win or lose at the beginning, gamblers will only wager more and more chips on the game until they lose everything. I am such a hopeless gambler, but the Queen is playing an even greater game. Now that she has tasted the sweetness of victory, will she stop in time? I highly doubt it. Li Yao and Lei Chenghu both fell silent, deep in thought. But the two were obviously thinking about different things. The universe was vast, but the ambitions of mankind were too exuberant to be contained by even the largest stars and worlds. They were destined to overflow. Right then, the battlefield communicator on the metal desk was triggered by signals from Dragon Abyss, the flagship of the Deep Sea Fleet. The image of a white-haired woman appeared between them like a ghost. Bodyguard Li, you've been through a lot. Your remarkable performance far exceeded my expectations. It seems I need to reassess your role in the tide of reform and your position in the new Imperium. Queenly Linghai smiled thoughtfully at Li Yao, then turned to Lei Chenghu and said, General Lei, I have fulfilled my promise and won the full support of the Li family on behalf of the reformists. The sacrifices that you and all the soldiers made are now worth it, aren't they? With your Grace's wisdom, everything is naturally under control. Lei Chenghu said expressionlessly, however, what I'm more curious about is how exactly you convinced Silver Fox Li Jianda. If my guess is correct, Li Jianda is still the director of the Li family, right? Very simple, Li Linghai said casually. I told Li Jianda that all the reformists, as well as you and the astounding Thunder Fleet, had been manipulated by me, and that the Li family could use the reformists, General Lei, and the astounding Thunder Fleet as tools to strike the Dongfang family. When the reformists and the Dongfang family both suffer heavy losses, the Li family would be able to rise and become unstoppable. What has been motivating the old fox Li Jianda to live for 100 years? The downfall of the Dongfang family, of course. How could he not be tempted? Besides, we are such a massive thorn that has brutally pierced the Li family's side, and will rip their guts out if negotiations fail. Now that we are clearly determined to take the enemy down with us, is there any doubt about his choice? Sounds fair enough, Lei Chenghu said. Then, how do we know if they are just your lies and not your true thoughts, and that you are tricking Li Jianda on behalf of the reformists rather than manipulating the reformists as a representative of the Li family? Of course, I am manipulating you. Aren't you also manipulating me, General Lei? We have common interests and manipulate each other to achieve the same purpose. Isn't this the most stable and trustworthy relationship, more reliable than any blood bond? Li Linghai said matter-of-factly. With a smile, she said again, rest assured, General Lei and Bodyguard Li. I sincerely believe in the renewal of the Imperium and swear to purge all the corrupt forces and systems. I have no affection or interest in the Li family, for a simple reason. Today, with technologies so advanced, civilization so developed, and the number of low-level immortal cultivators increasing, along with people becoming more enlightened despite all suppressions, the four Kurfürst family's way of governance is simply too underdeveloped, shabby, and vulnerable. Governing the world with one family was barely feasible on one planet in the age of ancient cultivators, let alone now when each family rules over dozens of sectors. Suppressing more than 99% of the population with the biological descendants, who often make up less than 1%, how can such a government be stable and enduring? From that perspective, even the current system of the Imperium is more advanced than the system within the four Kurfürst families. The Imperium has a council of elders, where the interests of different parties must be balanced. The decline of royal authority has led to the rise of secondary families. Many people can voice their opinions to some extent, with a narrow, rough, but hopeful path to advancement. Under the dominion of the four Kurfürst families, as long as your surname is not Li, Yun, or Dongfang, you will never distinguish yourself. The conspiracies, fights, and odious rules within the families are countless. Such a system, feeling like a 10,000-year-old zombie, constrains the combat ability and creativity of everyone in the dominions. How can those families lead the Imperium to the future? They are just abnormal freaks, a retrograde of history. Despite their momentary splendor, they will be crushed and eliminated without any mercy. My ambitions are vast, so vast that even the entire Imperium and the universe might not be enough to accommodate them. Why would I bind my fate to a family destined for decline and destruction? Lei Chenghu looked at Li Yao, and after a moment's thought, he said, very well. Of course, I am willing to trust and support your grace, and collaborate with the Li family for now. Now that we have the full support of the Li family, what do we do next? We can't ask the Li family's troops to attack those of the Dongfang family, can we? Of course not. Li Jianda would never agree to such a straightforward approach. We seek reform, not a civil war, Li Linghai said confidently. Rest assured, General Lei. I have a clear plan for this matter. Our goal is very specific, to bring down Prime Minister Dongfang Wang and dismantle his cabinet. Lei Chenghu shook his head and said, Dongfang Wang has been Prime Minister for 20 years, with connections throughout the capital and the powerful industrial worlds. With the Imperium's successful counterattack, he is also revered as an iron and blood Prime Minister. How could we possibly persuade him to step down, let alone remove his entire cabinet? Li Linghai responded, if the other three families unite against the Dongfang family, it could be possible. Lei Chenghu said coldly, setting aside the Li family, the other two Kurfürsten are also cunning and clever. Why will they go against the Dongfang family? Li Linghai said with a smile, if we can find a way to shatter the reputation of Dongfang Wang and his family, to the point that everybody in the country curses them and the powerful figures within the Dongfang family rise to object to him, those cunning and clever Kurfürsten will certainly throw off their masks of hypocrisy and reveal their true faces of brutality and greed, hoping to cut off a piece of Dongfang Wang's meat. Lei Chenghu's eyes flashed. How can you shatter Dongfang Wang's reputation? The incident of the Blood Oath Alliance, Li Linghai said. Everything began with it, and everything should end with it. It was 100% Dongfang Wang's scheme. As long as we can fully unveil his crimes and show the public that Dongfang Wang planned the assassination of an elder from the Dongfang family, he will be screwed forever, both inside and outside the family. Lei Chenghu was amused. Even if the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance was truly planned by Dongfang Wang, with his wisdom and meticulousness, would he have left any evidence for us to catch? If there is no evidence, we can create it. After all, he is absolutely connected to the issue. We won't be wronging an innocent person, Li Linghai said. Of course, it will be a cutthroat move and must not be executed lightly unless we are 100% sure of our mission. Before we expose the truth of the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance, I have prepared a lot of cannonballs for the Dongfang family. With the Li family's support right now, the media and the network across the entire Imperium are no longer obstacles for us. We can shoot the cannonballs one by one first, blowing the Dongfang family into dizziness and giving them no time to bother with anything else. General Lei, Bodyguard Li, get yourselves prepared. We will go back to the capital openly for the final battle. Both Li Yao and Lei Chenghu were slightly stunned. Already? Is it fast? I have waited long enough that I'm almost losing patience. Li Linghai grinned. With her dancing white hair, she looked like a vengeful female ghost. Besides, the little gift I have prepared for the Council of Elders and the Prime Minister in the capital is about to be served. Chapter 2261, Surplus Generals. In the capital of the Imperial Terminus sector, the heart of the Imperium of true human beings was like a frozen lake in early spring. While undercurrents flowed rapidly below the ice, the river, enshrouded in frigid mists, appeared dead and silent from the shore. All the fish and shrimps were sealed in the ice, and there was no sign of thawing. The rebellious troops loyal to the reformists did not attack the capital as the intelligence suggested. Instead, using a distraction tactic, they marched into the heartland of the Li family on a large scale. Such an attack was too vast and loud to escape the attention of the other three families. However, the Divine Reign sector was a very sensitive place. The Li family blocked all messages, announcing they would gather their elites to settle the rebellious troops on their own. It was naturally inappropriate for the troops of the other three families to march to the heartland of the Li family uninvited. They could only stand by and watch. Moreover, the rebellious troops' mysterious and swift movements left a deep impression on the four Kurfürst families. Small riots and rumors never ceased in the capital. Who could tell if it was a strategy of the rebellious troops, and that when the four families loosened their vigilance in the capital, they would cause even greater trouble here. Therefore, the elite troops of the four Kurfürst families remained stationed in the capital. Only the Li family sent some of its main forces back. Frankly, the other three families might be secretly chuckling and hoping the rebellious troops would churn up the Li family's guts. In that case, the Li family would have to offer them enough benefits before they would lend a hand. The situation would certainly escalate later. But in recent days, a subtle balance and stillness were maintained in the capital. On the other hand, the Imperium of true human beings was too vast for any serious riot to affect every corner instantly. The Imperium was like a dinosaur hundreds of kilometers long. Even if its tail caught fire, it would take a long time for the pain signals to reach the brain. In fact, the cells on the dinosaur's body might not even know that the tail had been burned. This was even more true for the germs and bugs living in the wrinkles all over this super dinosaur. To them, the upper classes' conspiracies and schemes, their talks about triumphs, human civilization, and other grand phrases, meant nothing. For these germs and bugs, the most important things were how to pay yesterday's bills and find today's food to ensure they and their families could survive. The 36th district in the underground area of the Black Star continent, the main continent housing the royal palace and the council of elders, was a dark corner that the Imperium's radiance never reached. Describing such a dark corner as a wrinkle was apt, as the gorges caused by the past battle between the Supreme Emperor and the Mad Armageddon were narrow, long, and deep, attracting all kinds of people. These gorges indeed looked like interconnected, grime-containing wrinkles on a behemoth. Each wrinkle was a district. On the fractures extending downward for almost 10,000 meters, millions of people lived. These districts had a population larger than many metropolises in the peripheral worlds. During the day, intense smoke and steam rose from the wrinkles in the ground. At night, dim and hazy lights would continuously appear, like glittering dust, serving as the only sign that the ants living deep within the dark wrinkles were still alive. The 36th district was relatively close to the royal palace and the council of elders, offering a reasonably good and safe environment. The area from 1 to 200 meters below the surface was still close enough to be bathed in sunlight for a while at noon. In the entire underground city system, it was one of the high-level neighborhoods. The district was primarily inhabited by two types of qualified and wealthy individuals. The first were the most distinguished hominoids, mostly foremen of the underground factories, a few lucky individuals who had successfully started their own businesses, and the family or lackeys of the immortal cultivators. The second type were the immortal cultivators themselves, the true human beings who had lost, the bankrupts who had hit rock bottom, and those who had been severely injured during training. In the world of immortal cultivators, where survival of the fittest was a self-justified truth, the struggle for survival was extremely brutal. This cruelty was not only evident in the oppression of true human beings over hominoids, but also in the ruthless competitions among the immortal cultivators. To win, one had to advance to higher levels by any means necessary. Attempting to break into higher levels without regard for personal limitations often led to a high risk of severe injury. If something went wrong during training, or if they failed in the brutal competitions and lost all their value, their fates could be exceedingly grim. When one immortal cultivator soared to the sky, 99 others had likely fallen into the abyss. This was especially true for battle-type immortal cultivators, whose livelihood depended on fighting. Due to their profession, their chances of being injured were several times higher than those of other immortal cultivators. Moreover, after years of daily combat, they often accumulated numerous hidden health issues and made many sworn enemies. At the peak of their cultivation, in their prime, they could enjoy the finest entertainment and the reverence of others. However, when they fell ill, were injured, or grew old, and lacked strong disciples or sufficient savings, they might plummet from their heights, shattering completely. Changing their names and fleeing to the underground world was almost their only option. Formerly splendid experts, now destitute and desperate, became bodyguards, mercenaries, assassins, and the lowest-ranked gladiators in underground arenas. Such cases were not uncommon. Exhausting their lives and souls, they exploited their last drops of blood and sweat to earn a few coins, which were quickly traded for strong painkillers, medical drugs, or powerful paralyzing and narcotic stimulants. These drugs were injected into their abnormally dilated veins, and they would lean against the dark, damp walls, collapsing into hallucinations where they imagined rising again until their bodies grew cold and rigid. This was the tragic and yet inevitable fate for many immortal cultivators. From a certain perspective, these immortal cultivators were even more unfortunate than ordinary people. Ordinary people could work in factories and survive on a bit of synthesized food, despite its poor taste. If there were a few ham slices made of condensed oil in their porridge, it would almost be a delicious meal. However, the immortal cultivators, even the old and heavily wounded ones, would never lower themselves to work alongside the hominoids as a common component on the assembly line. Besides, the money they earned from working was not even enough to fill their stomachs, which seemed like bottomless pits, much less pay for the astronomical medical fees. Once a person became an immortal cultivator, they embarked on a path full of thorns, with no turning back. They could only press forward until they were destroyed, but they could never return to being an ordinary person. The 36th district was teeming with such devastated immortal cultivators, the useless garbage that no sects, forces, groups, or families would take in. In the recent half-year, the population of this garbage had increased tenfold, turning the already crowded underground world even more chaotic and unruly. The losers exiled to the underground world were officers of various levels eliminated from the expedition army. Most were mediocre commanders in the miscellaneous troops who had lost most of their cultivation due to severe injuries and had lost all their troops in battle. 30 years ago, when the Imperium decided to launch its largest strategic counterattack to date, an unprecedented general mobilization was implemented to expand the army. Even the miscellaneous troops from the peripheral worlds, which were usually forbidden to have strong fleets, were permitted by the central government and expanded like balloons. To entice the bumpkins from the miscellaneous troops to sell their lives for the Imperium, or rather, for the four Kurfürst families, all kinds of ranks, destinations, medals, and titles were offered to them, in addition to military aid. A few hundred years ago, the Imperium was rigorous in accrediting military rank and knighthood. When there were no major wars for centuries, it was not uncommon for a nascent soul stage expert to work their entire life before being finally honored as a vice admiral. However, the previous standards have been completely shattered. Any core formation stage expert from the peripheral worlds, as long as they could muster a team, even if the team consisted of half-armed carriers modified from civilian vessels, could be awarded honorable titles such as Vice Admiral or Knight of the Imperium, regardless of whether they were fit for the role. These individuals were known as surplus generals in the upper-class circles of the capital and were considered worthless jokes. Some naive immortal cultivators from the peripheral worlds, driven by the hope of winning wealth and glory, led their hometowns men to the front lines, charging ahead with their honorary titles. However, these brawn-heavy individuals were no match for the cunning weasels of the four Kurfürst families. They were easily manipulated as pawns and cannon fodder. The luckier ones, dispatched to the command of God of War, Lei Chenghu in the third battle area, might have preserved the lives of their troops and themselves. Even if they died as heroes. But for most of the surplus generals, they never knew how or why they were killed. In just a few years, the troops they led to the front lines were decimated, and their cultivation plummeted due to severe battle wounds. Some of them were even crippled, with their spiritual roots and internal organs damaged. What they earned, however, was nothing more than a few fancy medals, an upgrade in knighthood, or elaborate empty promises, such as rewards or fiefs that would be given to them after the final victory. As for what the final victory was, well, it had to be defined and announced by His Majesty or the four Kurfürst families behind the scenes. After decades of preparation, the bloody war finally began and lasted for over a dozen years. Millions of people were killed, and countless troops were wiped out before the glorious victory was finally achieved. Meanwhile, the national economy of the Imperium of true human beings reached the verge of collapse, barely able to support the enormous and convoluted expeditionary army. The Council of Elders was prepared to hold the current battle line and end the war with dignity. Thus, the reduction and elimination of the expeditionary army were inevitable. Discussions about the arrangements for the strong, bold troops still fighting, such as the tough warriors under the command of the God of War, Lei Chenghu, were ongoing. However, the surplus generals who had lost all their troops and even their own strength became the first targets to be dealt with. Since these people were, in name, the Imperium's generals, leading either legions or fleets and making significant contributions to the Imperium's counterattack, earning enough medals to adorn their chests like crystal suits, it would be inconsiderate to dismiss them outright. This could also tarnish the glorious image of the Imperium of true human beings. The Council of Elders' solution was to summon the commanders who had lost all their troops back to the capital and enroll them in the Royal Seminar for Advanced Generals, where they would be further educated and assigned other tasks. The Royal Seminar for Advanced Generals sounded impressive, but in reality, it was far poorer than anyone could imagine. Before these powerless commanders were admitted, the military academy was intended to train high-level officers for the Imperial Guards, the once glorious and invincible Imperial Guards. What a splendid and awe-inspiring name it used to be. When Blackstar the Great founded the Imperium, he granted the strongest fleets with the most distinguished accomplishments the title of Imperial Guards. At that time, the Imperial Guards were truly 1 in 10,000 elites and battle-hardened warriors who had survived hundreds of battles. In terms of combat ability, equipment, privileges, and future prospects, they were the best. They were the Emperor's most trusted subordinates. However, good times didn't last. As royal authority declined and the 4 Kurfürst families rose to power during the second half of the Imperium's first millennium, the Kurfürsten were reluctant to see the Emperor retain a powerful force like the Imperial Guards. They naturally sought to contain, corrupt, and exploit the Imperial Guards through various means. Moreover, the royal family had become incompetent. After a millennium of indulgence in entertainment and idleness, they had forgotten the strategic and fighting skills of their ancestors. When it came to pleasure and drinking, however, they excelled. 1,000 years after Blackstar the Great's demise, the so-called Imperial Guards had become a complete joke. They were unworthy compared to the direct forces of the 4 Kurfürst families, and even the miscellaneous troops at the Imperium's periphery were better. These peripheral troops often had to act as space pirates or privateers in their homelands, fight against foes from neighboring worlds, or struggle through the hellish battlefields on the front lines. They possessed significant combat ability, whereas the Imperial Guards were nothing but useless waste. The place had become a pig farm where the 4 Kurfürst families raised members of the Wuying family into swine. How could the commanders fare well after being thrown into such a pig farm? Leaving the future aside, the most critical issue right now was that the Royal Seminar for Advanced Officers lacked any funding or resources. Now that it operated under the royal family's name, the military academy was theoretically severed from the 4 Kurfürst families. Once the files of the surplus generals were transferred to the school, their stipends would become the responsibility of the royal family. 800 years ago, everyone knew that even the dogs of the royal family ate better than local immortal cultivators. Anyone with royal preceding their title would be so proud in battle that their level would automatically increase when facing an enemy. But today, things were different. Everyone knew the royal family was abjectly poor and relied on the intermittent relief from the 4 Kurfürst families. The amount of this aid was certainly not large, and its quality was far from ideal. It barely sufficed for the daily needs of the royal family and their immediate relatives, leaving no room for sufficient fuel or resources to enhance personal combat abilities or to practice with the ancient starships produced centuries ago. However, the royal family had one saving grace: rather than engaging in conflict, they chose to live a happy and carefree life in the capital, occupied with raising birds, listening to songs, or engaging in cricket battles. Their days were easy and comfortable. This was not the case for the surplus generals. The blades and secret treasures of the Covenant Alliance were no laughing matter. They were remnants of the Pangu clan found on the primeval battlefields, brutal and sordid weapons that could inflict severe, if not fatal, injuries upon contact with the enemy's skin. After more than a decade of bloody battles, every surplus general bore the scars of war, plagued by injuries, ailments, or missing limbs. The medical costs to maintain their current condition were already astronomical, let alone the expense for a full recovery. The royal family certainly lacked the funds. The responsibility was passed from the royal family to the Department of National Defense, then to the Department of the Treasury, the Department of Civil Affairs, and finally back to the royal family. Everyone simply said the same thing: no money. Naturally, these surplus generals had hometowns too. Their hometowns were typically located in the peripheral worlds of the Imperium. Logically, if the royal family could not care for them, their hometowns should. However, for the Imperium's counterattack, the peripheral worlds had expended their last drops of sweat and blood. Each was poorer than the last, with their economies on the brink of or already in collapse. How could they provide adequate supplies for the treatment of these men? Moreover, over a decade ago, it was these very generals who led countless men on the expedition, vowing to bring infinite wealth and glory to their homeland. Now, the wealth and glory remained out of reach, but they had lost all of their men first. They returned with broken bodies. How could they not feel ashamed to face their acquaintances in their hometowns? Practically speaking, for immortal cultivators at the core formation stage or even the nascent soul stage, how could they not have a few sworn enemies in their hometowns? These enemies awaited their return, sharpening their blades. How could the lone commanders dare to return to their hometowns to be captured and killed? They could not return to their hometowns, but the Seminar of Generals was also a bottomless pit. The subsidies it offered could only keep them alive but guaranteed no future. They could turn to no one for help. Zhao Jinwu was the most typical, surplus general. He came from a harsh land at the edge of the Imperium's first quadrant. After generations of relentless fighting, his ancestors built a rather powerful sect, which they spent a vast sum to transform into dozens of carriers. They usually smuggled both dutifully and lawfully, but they would not hesitate to kidnap and kill when the opportunity arose. By his father's generation, the business grew, and they gradually grew tired of smuggling. They officially upgraded to a privateer fleet, licensed space pirates. After his father was killed by an enemy or subordinate in a deal, Zhao Jinwu systematically took down the other leaders and became the fleet's commander. He had greater ambitions than his father. Killing and looting at the edge of the cosmos seemed too mundane, they would forever be bumpkins. A great man should achieve something significant to honor their ancestors by giving everything they had. When the Imperium's counterattack began, Zhao Jinwu, in his zeal, raised his own team, recruited a bunch of desperados with his family's savings, and joined the Great and Glorious War as a vice-admiral and fleet commander. But it turned out that the 10 years of bloody battles were like a dizzying dream. He accumulated more medals, titles, and awards but lost more and more men. In the end, he lost his left eye and hand, and his abdomen was half destroyed. His spiritual root was as weak as a feeble old man's. When he looked back, he found no brothers from the past. Here is the text after cleaning and simple grammar editing. Zhao Jinwu woke up. Before he realized what was going on, he had been asked to leave the advanced ward of the hospital, given new honors for the unparalleled contributions to the Imperium, and then kicked to the Seminar of Generals. At this moment, he was in the underground world of the 36th district, wearing a military uniform that was losing its colors due to overwashing. His hat was folded and unfolded in a daze. It was a new habit for him, picked up in the Seminar of Generals. His daze was mainly due to his inability to think clearly. What exactly had happened, and how did all his men disappear step by step? After all, there was nothing better to do in the Seminar of Generals. Many other surplus generals were like him all day. When they had too much thinking, they would burst into tears, or find the relatives of the royal family for a fight. Even though they were crippled and lost their cultivation, it was easy for them to beat a few pigs. But it was certainly not a good time to be absent-minded. After a moment of dizziness, Zhao Jinwu focused his attention again, and both his hands were sweating so hard he was almost squeezing water out of the hat. He looked at the 7-star jade cutting saber, half in affection and half in uneasiness. At this moment, the 7-star jade cutting saber, which had never been away from him, was like a salty fish in somebody else's hands. That was an appraiser from the pawn shop. Judging from the young age of the appraiser, he could not have been an experienced man of his trade but more like a rookie who had just entered the business. It was possible that he might misevaluate his familial saber. One miscellaneous saber made of common metals, dented, edgeless, rusted, without rune arrays, crystal chips, or incredible features. Estimated price, 3,000 coins. The appraiser looked at the saber and then at him, yawning and announcing the price lethargically. Zhao Zhenwu felt a heavy heart. His expectation was correct. The man was truly a rookie who couldn't recognize a real treasure. Chapter 2263, I am a Vice Admiral. Would you please take a close look? Zhao Zhenwu had never used such awkward phrases like, would you please, when he lived a lawless life in his hometown. However, he quickly adapted after coming to the seminar of generals. Choosing his words carefully, he tried to lower his pride and said with a smile, this is a legitimate family heirloom. The blade alone is made from red copper, secret silver, and sun crystal gold, polished 9 times. There's also the most advanced control chip inside the hilt, which can store 100 attack techniques and automatically protect the user in danger. It has saved my life many times on the battlefield. I almost regret not being able to maintain it with my own blood. How can it possibly lack crystal chips, rune arrays, or techniques? The last maintenance alone cost me 1,000 crystal coins. Now, you're offering me 3,000 to pawn it? Isn't that, anyway, please be reasonable. How about 8,000? I'll redeem it in a few days. The young appraiser, showing a complete lack of interest, pushed the saber back and said, 3,000 coins for the damaged saber. We are not taking it for any higher price. Zhao Zhenwu's smile froze completely. His face changed, and his eyes lost focus, drifting from the 7-star jade cutting saber to the appraiser's nose, and then from the appraiser's nose to the lobby. Fearing he might run into someone he knew, he had intentionally chosen a time to pawn his saber when there were few customers. Right now, the lobby of the pawn shop was empty except for 2 tall, strong guards with high temples and arched eyebrows, who were watching him coldly. He glanced again at the appraiser and noticed that the man's eyelids were almost stuck together, and his head was nodding repeatedly. The appraiser did not even spare his saber or himself a second glance. Zhao Zhenwu snatched the family saber and swiftly turned around, striding out. But on his way out, he gritted his teeth and turned back, placing the saber down and taking out a package wrapped in a silk handkerchief from his pocket. He opened the package layer by layer, revealing an iron plate adorned with elaborate rune arrays, then took a deep breath. Please ask someone to appraise this. 50,000. I'll pawn it for 50,000. The young appraiser's eyes lifted lazily, not bothering to look at the iron plate as he said with a feigned smile, a title deed? Yes, Zhao Zhenwu replied confidently. A title deed for 3 mountains, covering 100 square kilometers on a resource planet in the newly recovered territory, complete with all the necessary facilities from the mining bases to the underground infrastructure. This is not just any ordinary magical equipment. Please have a property expert from your shop examine it thoroughly. The young appraiser smiled, toying with the title deed with his finger and pushing it back. Shaking his head, he said, we won't take it. You won't? Zhao Zhenwu was dumbfounded. In his anger, he had no time to worry about offending the man and raised his voice, shouting, this title deed is 100% authentic. It bears His Majesty's seal and the Council of Elders' stamp, along with all the necessary certificates. After the mining bases are cleaned and prepared, the annual profit will be at least millions of crystal coins. Why aren't you taking it when I'm only pawning it for 50,000? Allow me to advise, dear General, the young appraiser said. This is not just the rule of our East Mountain pawn shop, but an agreement made by all the pawn shops in the 36th district. Title deeds are certainly valuable. The ownership of properties and mines within the Imperium's inland is undoubtedly hard currency, and we will accept them at any price. However, when it comes to the newly recovered territory, the situation is quite different. How is it different? Zhao Zhenwu, gritting his teeth, grabbed the title deed. They are both territory of the Imperium. Yes, all territory in the universe belongs to the Imperium, including the newly recovered areas, the young appraiser explained patiently, seeing Zhao Zhenwu's frustration. However, everyone knows that the Covenant Alliance left behind a scorched earth when they retreated, turning the resource planets in the newly recovered areas into a mess. Almost every mining base has been completely destroyed, and even the lodes deep underground have been contaminated. To purge the contamination, rebuild the mining bases, and restore operations, it will take at least 20 years and hundreds of millions of crystal coins. I imagine your mines are no exception, correct? Certainly, once normal operations are restored, the mines could likely guarantee a revenue of millions per year. But the initial investment is simply too massive. How do you calculate the time and cost? Right now, you are pawning the title deed for 50,000. It appears to be a great bargain for us, but if you never come back to redeem it and it stays with us for all eternity, are we going to the newly recovered territory and investing a huge quantity of resources and money to develop the mines? Most importantly, although the front line is stabilized now, who can tell if the Covenant Alliance will return someday? If we recover the mining bases in 10 to 20 years at the cost of tremendous time and capital, only to find the place mired in war and reduced to the ground again, we'll have no choice but to hang ourselves. It is precisely because of such concerns that all the pawn shops and private trade centers for real estate in the 36th district are very cautious about the title deeds and ownership of mines in the newly recovered territory. In principle, we don't take any of those, but if you are truly in dire need of money, I will break the rule and help you take care of it for a few days for 10,000 coins. How does that sound? Zhao Zhenwu was dumbfounded. Extending one of his fingers, he asked in disbelief, 10,000? 10,000. That is the market price, the young appraiser said sincerely. Not just in the 36th district, even if you fly to other districts 5,000 kilometers away, it will be the same. As long as the wealthy and powerful super mining groups do not take them, no one will be bold enough to accept the title deeds. This is His Majesty's award. Zhao Zhenwu exclaimed, craning his head. My fleet earned this after fighting in blood for more than 10 years. They said this is worth at least 8 million. If this is His Majesty's award, why don't you take it to His Majesty? The young appraiser turned cold. Glancing at the two tall and strong guards nearby, he scorned, or maybe, you can go back and try to restore the mines first. Once normal production is back, you can ask the specialists from our properties department to evaluate them properly. Then, not just 8 million, you'll be able to pawn them for 80 million. Everyone in the 36th district knows that the East Mountain Pawn Shop is the most reliable and trustworthy. The two guards stood straight, their weapons hanging from their waists clinking against each other. Zhao Zhenwu almost fainted in fury, but there was little he could do. Dizzy, he took out a few more spiked iron plates from his inner pocket and placed them on the counter, demanding, those medals and this saber, for 10,000 crystal coins. The young appraiser sighed. Taking out a dark red monocle from his pocket and placing it over his right eye, he observed what Zhao Zhenwu had offered for half a second before casually saying, the title deed is unacceptable. The saber, 3,000. The medals, 2,000. 5,000 crystal coins in total. Are you pawning them or not? 2,000? Zhao Zhenwu was completely shocked. Then, he burst into fury and shoved the medals in the young appraiser's face. Look carefully. Open your eyes and look carefully. 1 level 2 Divine Cauldron medal, 1 level 2 Blue Sky medal, 1 level 3 Black Star medal. It's the Black Star medal. I traded my eye and my arm for the Black Star medal, and you're telling me it's only worth 2,000? 2,000? Divine Cauldron and Blue Sky are 500 each, and a level 3 Black Star is 1,000. That's the market price now, the young appraiser replied, unfazed. A lot of generals like you have come to the capital in the past half-year. They lack everything but metals. Now that there are too many of them, it's only natural that their value has dropped. Yesterday, a general pawned a level 2 Blackstar medal for 2,500 coins. It's already fair to give you 1,000 for your level 3 Blackstar medal. In a few days, it will only become cheaper. Chances are, you won't even get 800. 2,500, 1,000, 800. They were cheap because there were too many. Zhao Zhenwu felt his head exploding. His ears were ringing, and his level 3 Blackstar medal seemed to be growing larger. The stars on the medal's background seemed to transform into the starships of the Covenant Alliance, dropping thousands of heavy crystal bombs on his team and himself, blowing them all to pieces. Pa! With bloodshot eyes, Zhao Zhenwu drew the mini-storm bolter from his waist and slammed it on the counter before he realized what he was doing. This is a general special gun. How much is it worth? He roared. He then brutally dug out his artificial left eye and slammed it on the counter. This is the artificial eye of an Imperium Vice Admiral. How much is it worth? He then tore off his artificial arm and tossed it at the young appraiser. This is my arm. How much is it worth? Tell me. How much is it? He seemed to be back in the glorious years when he was a space pirate. His disobedience and violence unleashed, he leaped onto the counter, intent on grabbing the appraiser by the collar. But to his surprise, the seemingly empty counter was protected by powerful defense rune arrays between the customer and the appraiser. Hardly had he extended his hand when dozens of electric arcs shot out from the counter, knocking him to the ground. Before he could scream, the two imposing guards lunged forward and beat him hard with short sticks encircled by electric arcs, forcing him to cry out. This is outrageous. All of Zhao Zhenwu's fury turned to sorrow. He roared in devastation, I shed blood on the front line, I made contributions to the Imperium, I am a legitimate Vice Admiral of the Imperium and a fleet commander. Vice Admiral? One of the guards grinned nastily while they beat him. Old man, do you know where you are? The capital. If you throw a brick out there, you might hit 10 sect leaders and 8 generals. I'll kill you. Zhao Zhenwu fumbled for his 7-star jade cutting saber. Then he remembered his family's saber was still on the counter and, without crystals, could no longer perform its automatic defense function. All he could do was wail, wait for it. Just wait until I regain my strength. I am a Vice Admiral. Zhao Zhenwu was once again overwhelmed by a storm of fists and electric sticks. Sparks flew before his eyes like a volcanic eruption, and he began to see illusions in his trance. He felt as if he was back on the battlefields, surrounded by bombs and bodies. His old comrades turned into creepy ghosts, extending their bony hands toward him and shouting desperately, Commander? Where is the fortune you promised? Boss, where is the gigantic fortune? Zhao Zhenwu shrieked and convulsed. The two guards beat him for a while longer before dragging him by the feet and throwing him into a gutter on a dark street. Clang! Clang! His artificial eye, artificial arm, medals, title deed, and family saber were coldly tossed onto his body by the guards. Such scenes were not uncommon in the 36th district or any other underground district of the capital in the past half-year. A group of scoundrels lurked in front of the pawn shops every day, ready for their dishonorable business. The moment they saw Zhao Zhenwu thrown out, a large crowd of scoundrels rushed forward. While shouting, "Help him, somebody," they frantically searched his body. Zhao Zhenwu was nearly dead from the beating, and the world was spinning before his eyes. He had no strength to defend himself. He tried to protect his medals, title deed, and saber, but someone hit his head hard, and he immediately passed out. 5 minutes later, when he woke up again, he felt a chill to the bone. Even his general's uniform had been stripped from his body. The medals, title deed, and saber were also gone. The only ones left were a few scoundrels at the pawn shop door, picking their teeth and grimacing at him. Zhao Zhenwu's blood ran cold. He felt as if the air had been sucked out of the world, making it impossible for him to breathe. His heart ached incessantly. My medals. My title deed. My saber. He cried and frantically searched the gutter, only to find a broken artificial eyeball and a squeaky metal arm. Waving his left arm with his right hand, he shuffled toward the scoundrels like a zombie. Someone stole your things and ran that way, the scoundrels laughed, unafraid. Some even grimaced, pointing into the depths of the dilapidated alleys. After a moment's thought, Zhao Zhenwu turned to re-enter the pawn shop. The scoundrels moved in, carrying him out of the street. Someone leaned close to his ear, their breath foul, and said, "Forget it. Consider the loss of your treasures the price for your life. Do you know who owns the East Mountain pawn shop? The Dongfang family. If you cause any more trouble, it will be easier to kill a surplus general like you and throw you into the furnace of the energy factory than to slaughter a dog." Zhao Zhenwu was kicked out of the street. He felt every bone in his body constrict, his back bending involuntarily. Looking at the street entrance, dark as the maw of a man-eating beast, Zhao Zhenwu stood stunned for a long time, no longer daring to argue. It was the Dongfang family's property. Like a ghost, Zhao Zhenwu wandered through the 36th district. In a daze, he did not even know how he made it home. The Royal Seminar for Advanced Generals at least provided 4-bed dormitories for them, no matter how ragged they were. But he was not alone. He still had a wife and a son to feed. Zhao Zhenwu was born a privateer, or a space pirate, and he had killed many people and made many enemies in his business when he was in his hometown. Now that he was out to fight the war, there was no reason to leave his wife and child behind to be killed by others. While he fought on the front line, his wife and son had been renting a house in the capital. His wife also came from a family of immortal cultivators with a long history, and she was accustomed to an extravagant lifestyle. She lived in an upscale neighborhood in the capital and spent vast sums of money annually. A few years back, when he still commanded his troops, he had various means to make money and transfer it back to the capital to support his wife and son. At that time, Zhao Zhenwu was very confident in front of his wife, and he was the unquestioned head of the family. Even if he sought another woman outside, it was still a necessity of his job. His wife did not dare to inquire about it. Now that he had lost everything and his strength had hit rock bottom due to severe injuries, nothing about Zhao Zhenwu could be easy anymore. He had not yet received his medical fees, and his son was approaching the crucial moment of awakening the spiritual root, which required significant resources. However, he was so destitute that he had even lost his medals, his saber, and his title deed. Zhao Zhenwu wandered in front of his house for more than half an hour but still did not know how he could explain it to his wife. He was almost ready to kill himself. Suddenly, he heard his wife's giggle from the house. This was not the upscale neighborhood she had rented earlier, but just a regular slum in the 36th district. How could there be any sound-blocking rune array here? Zhao Zhenwu's eyes bulged, and he pressed his ear to the wall, listening carefully. Before he knew it, his jaw hit the ground with a thud. Voila! Right then, the door opened, and a tall, fancy-looking man walked out of the house. Zhao Zhenwu felt as if his skull now weighed 10,000 tons, pressing his head into the ground. Countless voices were shouting in his heart, but his body seemed to have been emptied, and he could not even lift a finger. The man saw him too and seemed quite embarrassed. After a cough, the man walked over and patted his shoulder before strutting away. He patted my shoulder. In his dizziness, Zhao Zhenwu thought to himself, fuck him, he dared to pat my shoulder. Aya. His wife's voice came over, unemotional. Why are you here? Didn't you go to the seminar today? Zhao Zhenwu's blood was boiling. He raised his hand high, intending to slap his wife, but she caught his wrist before he could touch her. His wife was also an immortal cultivator, but she was a scholarly type. In the past, she was no match for him. Now, she easily dragged him into the room and threw him onto the messy bed. As if electrocuted, Zhao Zhenwu jumped to his feet and stared at the messy bed as if it were a viper's nest. Is he? Zhao Zhenwu's face was furious, but his voice trembled with tears as he asked, is he that Dongfang guy? Yes. He is Dongfang Yi, my current boss, his wife admitted frankly. Combing her hair carefully, she said calmly, Old Zhao, I didn't know how to explain it to you before. Now that you've run into us today, let's talk about the present. There's no need to fly into a rage, it will only harm your health. Your well-being should be your primary concern right now. As for me, I don't have time to quarrel with you either, because I'll be moving to the Cloud Sun district soon. I'm packing my things now. There's no need to make a scene. After all, when you enjoyed yourself outside before, I never fought you, did I? The Cloud Sun district was a community of immortal cultivators on the ground within the reach of the sun. The house that Zhao Zhenwu had rented for his wife and son was in a prestigious neighborhood in the Cloud Sun district. Naturally, the environment and rental costs there were incomparable to the unnamed 36th district. After a long days, Zhao Zhenwu asked, how long has it been? His wife smiled. Does it matter? Zhao Zhenwu fell silent. Then, he struggled to say, why? His wife sighed and took out a golden, glittering card from her pocket. Placing it carefully into Zhao Zhenwu's pocket, she said, the injuries you suffered on the front line are too severe. If you can't find enough heavenly materials and earthly treasures to treat yourself, the levels you've lost will never be recovered. There are 100,000 crystal coins in the card. Use them to treat your wounds first. If they are not enough, I will give you some money every month later. Cultivation is what matters most for every immortal cultivator. In any case, try to recover your strength first. Zhao Zhenwu's face almost turned green. He grabbed the card firmly, intending to throw it at his wife's face, but he somehow thought, the 3 medals I earned with my life are only worth 2,000 coins, but my wife. 100,000? 100,000, asterisk. Also, you don't need to worry about Zhao's spiritual root. I've taken care of everything, his wife continued. Rest assured. Zhao has great gifts. With the investment of abundant resources, he will certainly grow into an immortal cultivator stronger than you. Zhao Zhenwu felt like crying. His mouth opened, but he did not know what to say. His throat constricted for a long time before he finally said, You are taking Zhao away with you? His wife smiled. I'm not taking him to another world, just back to the Cloud Sun district. He lived there and was used to everything. He has been complaining about the filth and stink of the 36th district and asking me to find a way to move back to the Cloud Sun district. Besides, his surname is Zhao, and you are his father. What are you worried about? Looking at his empty sleeve, Zhao Zhenwu lowered his head helplessly. I don't want to do this. I really don't, his wife sighed gloomily. I never left you when so many things happened to our family. After all, we have been a couple for so many years. I hoped that you could think of a solution as the man of the family. But half a year has passed, and you are as helpless as you were 6 months ago. If men can't come up with a solution, women have to step up and see what we can do. I know that the wives of many senior officers in your seminar often show up in entertainment places. Why? To support their families, of course. Today, if you insist that I do not leave with Dongfang Yi, I won't. But where will the money for your medical fees come from tomorrow? Where will the money for us to maintain our current lifestyle come from the day after? And where will the money to help our son awaken his spiritual root come from the day after that? Are you going to be happy when I have to dance in the clubs like the wives of your classmates? His wife's words couldn't have been more true. Rendered speechless, Zhao Zhenwu moaned and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 2265, Things Are Getting Huge. When Zhao Zhenwu woke up again, his wife had already left. The small house was spotless, with no trace of her or their son. Zhao Zhenwu sat on the bed in a daze for a long time. For some reason, he reached for the pistol on his waist. His medals and saber had been stolen, but no one had taken his standard-issue general's pistol. Was the gun as worthless as the generals in the capital now? Zhao Zhenwu took out the mini-storm bolter and carefully touched it, resting it next to his thigh. The light reflecting from the barrel had a strange allure, tempting him to put the gun in his mouth. Bam! 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 Someone knocked on the door. Zhao Zhenwu shuddered and threw the pistol away as if he had been electrocuted. Calming himself, he asked, "Who is it?" "It's me, old Zhao." A familiar voice replied gloomily from outside. He opened the door to find He Peng, his fellow general from the Seminar of Generals. When immortal cultivators were supremely confident, they competed openly and secretly. But on a battlefield, fighting on the same planet or even in the same trench, they could become close friends. This was especially true when they were all severely wounded and thrust into the fire pit that was the Seminar of Generals. There was nothing left in them to exploit, so their friendship was quite pure. Immortal cultivators were human beings, too, capable of great loyalty. He Peng, like Zhao Zhenwu, had experienced similar struggles. The two of them were good friends when they were still on the battlefield and now, even closer comrades in their desperate situation. Zhao Zhenwu was rather anxious to see He Peng, thinking the man had learned of the conflicts between him and his wife and came to offer consolation. However, his good brother looked too devastated for that. Frowning, he asked, "What happened?" He Peng sighed heavily and shook his head. "Zhou Lifu is dead." His death was quite miserable. What? Zhao Zhenwu was greatly shocked. Zhou Lifu was also their fellow in the Seminar of Generals. He was a notorious, brutal man at the peripheral worlds in the first quadrant since decades ago. The man used to be a gladiator and had high cultivation. It was said that he had the glorious accomplishment of 35 consecutive victories. In his prime, he once reached the beginning level of the nascent soul stage and was known as Ghost Butcher. In the Seminar of Generals, Zhou Lifu was also a very famous student. The man was outspoken and had many friends. He was more or less a central figure among all the students. It never occurred to Zhao Zhenwu that he would die so abruptly. "Old Zhou was different from you and me. I am all by myself and have no concerns. You have a wife and a child, which is not very burdensome." But old Zhou had 5 sons, and all of them had shown talent in training. They all needed abundant resources for their growth. He Peng walked into the room, sat down, and slapped his thigh. As the saying goes, a half-grown boy can easily bankrupt his father. Now that 5 boys are waiting to be fed at home, how could old Zhou's subsidies and allowances be enough? The future of the kids is certainly important. Having no choice, he could only go back to his previous business. He somehow reached out to an underground arena and went to the games again. Sigh. Did he think he was still the Ghost Butcher from decades ago? After so many years of battles, what could he butcher now? With the help of drugs, he managed to win 2 games. Last night, he encountered a tough opponent. Attracted by the large prize and a promise that he would receive the money even if he lost, as long as he fought one more round, he was beaten to death in the arena. Damn it! How majestic and formidable the Bloody Butcher Legion he established with 800 gladiators used to be. He survived so many perilous battles and wasn't killed by the Covenant Alliance, but he died such a worthless death in the capital. With mixed feelings, Zhao Zhenwu couldn't help but feel genuine sorrow for the man who had similar experiences to his own. That's not all. Wiping his eyes, He Peng continued, after the body was carried home, his wife changed. She didn't burst into tears or make a scene, instead, she thanked the arena staff. When everyone had left and it was almost dawn, she almost took her life along with the lives of her 5 sons and old Zhou. Zhao Zhenwu was greatly surprised, nearly forgetting that he had just put a barrel in his mouth. How could she be so desperate? Were they saved? Thankfully, one of their debtors came to their door before dawn and discovered them in time. They are all fine now, He Peng said. But even if they are saved for now, what does it matter? The pillar of the family is gone, and the family will soon fall apart. What are the 5 boys going to do in the future? Are they going to stay as hominoids because of a lack of resources? Right now, all the fellows in the seminar of generals are at Old Zhou's. Old Zhou was once a good friend to all of them when he was alive. We are discussing working together to take care of his family after he's gone. If he did not live peacefully, he should at least rest in peace, right? Exactly. Zhao Zhenwu declared. Let's go together. I don't believe that so many generals are not enough to give a comrade a proper funeral. The 2 generals of the Imperium packed up and walked to Zhou Lifu's cottage in the 36th district. He Peng naturally noticed Zhao Zhenwu's distress and asked what was troubling him. Too embarrassed to confess that his wife had eloped with someone else, Zhao Zhenwu simply said that his family saber was stolen. The 2 of them walked forward gloomily and soon reached Zhou Lifu's alley. At this moment, the alley, no more than 3 meters wide, was already packed with the remaining generals. The black, gray, and brown uniforms covered the ghost-like figures. The atmosphere was particularly solemn and depressing. Deep inside the alley, some women seemed to be crying. Zhao Zhenwu was so upset that he somehow recalled his own wife again. Shaking his head, he looked around and discovered familiar and unfamiliar faces everywhere. Most of them were as destitute as he was. Some were sighing, some gnashing their teeth, some angry, some whispering to one another, and some nodding their heads at Zhao Zhenwu and He Peng, as if they had made some sort of secret pact. Zhao Zhenwu and He Peng squeezed into the crowd. Suddenly, they heard someone roaring desperately, reciting what sounded like a poem or a suicide note. Vaguely, they heard the same shouting, the warriors killed in the battlefields, the wandering souls in the universe, open your eyes and see the noble families built on your bones. You are killed for nothing on the front line, your family is starving in the rear, but the corrupt officials and noble families still live their most extravagant lives with your flesh and blood. Who will pity you? Who will remember you? Who can protect your innocent family? Let the storm blow harder to cover your miserable cries. Clenching his fists, Zhao Zhenwu asked in a low voice, who wrote this? No idea, He Peng shook his head. Maybe a certain dour and gloomy general. A lot of people are writing and singing these days. What else can we do? The 2 of them went through a lot of trouble to squeeze into the memorial hall, only to find Zhou Lifu's widow kneeling on the ground in white, stunned. The 5 little ones next to her were all somewhat overwhelmed. They were all bulging their eyes, observing the generals around them, who were supposed to be awe-inspiring. A female officer was comforting Zhou Lifu's widow in a low voice. No one knew what sorrow she had triggered, but Zhou Lifu's widow suddenly burst into tears again and cried, I don't want to die either. I want to live a good life too. But sister, how can we survive? And how can we go on? Her words were the pain of everyone. After a long days, the female officer began to cry with the widow. The sobs spread contagiously, like a virus. The strangest thing in the history of the Imperium of true human beings probably took place. In the dilapidated alley, hundreds of immortal cultivators began to sob one by one, recalling their own tragedies. In the somber atmosphere, even Zhao Zhenwu and He Peng shed a few sincere tears. As everyone wept sadly, an officer in the crowd suddenly spoke aloud, we are all honorable warriors of the Imperium. The Imperium is already corrupted to this extent, yet we are doing nothing more than a few secret cries in this place. Given the large crowd and the dim light, it was impossible to tell who was speaking. Someone argued, "We have neither the men nor the guns. Most of us are heavily wounded and have lost most of our cultivation. Even if we want to contribute to the Imperium, what can we do except weep for it?" The first officer responded, "Even if we can do nothing but cry, we should not cry stealthily here, because nobody will know even if we cry ourselves to death. If we are going to cry, we should go to the gate of the Council of Elders and cry openly and shockingly, so all the people of the Imperium know what has happened to us." The second officer continued to argue, "Everyone knows the capital is under curfew. The elite troops of the 4 Kurfürst families have surrounded the Council of Elders. We will be discovered, dispersed, and captured 100 kilometers away from the Council of Elders. How can we possibly cry shockingly?" "Everyone," the first officer finally stood out and spoke in fury, "fellow cultivators, brothers who have been through life and death together, the highest authorities are disposing of us to such a degree that we can no longer hold back. What happens to General Zhou today will happen to all of us tomorrow. Are we really going to wait to die without doing anything to fight back? Yes, we are utterly unarmed, and we do not intend to start a rebellion. But we have no livelihood right now and are mired in sheer destitution. Let's rally to demonstrate to the highest authorities and express the will of the people. Don't you even have the guts to do that? The Council of Elders is heavily guarded. Naturally, we cannot go there. Then. Right, the Emperor's Mausoleum. Let's go to the Emperor's Mausoleum and cry before Blackstar the Great, the ancestor of the immortal cultivators, as well as all the previous monarchs of the Imperium of true human beings. We will tell them how we are wronged and ask the soul of Blackstar the Great to make things right for us." Chapter 2266, Cry in the Emperor's Mausoleum. Cry in the Emperor's Mausoleum. Shuddering hard, Zhao Zhenwu stood on his toes and looked at the man raising his arms and calling for supporters. He discovered it was the monitor of his class in the Seminar of Generals. The man was named Chu Tianhe and led a top-ranking legion in the Expeditionary Army. This Chu Tianhe used to be a very famous general of wisdom on the front line, skilled in unexpected attacks. Before he was forced to retreat, it was said that he had foreseen he could not protect his assets and sold them all in advance. As a result, he had a considerable sum of money. Since he was also adept at investment and business, his situation was much better than his peers. Chu Tianhe was also friendly and generous. Whenever a friend faced difficulties, even if he did not know them well, he was the first to offer help. In the past half-year, dozens of impoverished classmates managed to make it through because of Chu Tianhe's assistance. Consequently, his savings were almost depleted, and he was approaching the same state of poverty as the rest. Others might have found it hard to understand his generosity, but Chu Tianhe simply smiled and said that after surviving so many bloody battles, piled with corpses on hellish battlefields, life and death held no meaning to them. How could he possibly cherish a few coins? Money given away would return one day. What mattered more was comradeship. Upon hearing this, all his classmates, including Zhao Zhenwu, were deeply moved. Man had a high prestige in the Seminar of Generals and was somewhat the leader of the surplus generals. After hearing his speech, everybody fell silent and began to consider his suggestion carefully. Zhao Zhenwu thought quickly. The more he thought, the more he felt that Chu Tianhe's idea was marvelous. In the past, when Blackstar the Great established the Imperium of true human beings, he naturally hoped that the Imperium would grow into the strongest, greatest, and longest country in history and that it would not rise brilliantly only to perish abruptly soon like the Star Ocean Imperium. Even though it might not last forever, it should at least continue for a few 100,000 years, like the reign of the demons, right? As a symbol of the regime, the Emperor's Mausoleum certainly had an enormous scale. Back when Wu Yingqi was still alive, he already searched for the best location on the planet and established the mausoleum based on the mountains and rivers. Even an entire mountain was built into a magnificent statue of him looking down at the great landscape of the capital. It was said that the entire underground mausoleum was as complicated as a maze and could accommodate an entire army. After the demise of Blackstar the Great, the emperors of every generation had been buried here, and the scale of the mausoleum was thus enlarged into a splendid city. However, the Imperium of true human beings was not one of the ancient dynasties tens of thousands of years ago. After the education and enlightenment in the Star Ocean Republic, many popular ideas in society had changed. The Emperor's mausoleum was not regarded as a sacred, inviolable place. Instead, when Blackstar the Great was still alive, he had already planned to build the mausoleum into a spiritual center of the entire universe. The main building on the grounds, other than the mausoleum itself, was the Museum of the Imperium, which was dedicated to the introduction of the accomplishments of the Imperium of true human beings as well as the infinite glories of the true path of immortality. In the first 500 years, when royal authority was still at its heyday, overwhelming visitors used to come from every part of the universe every day. The Imperium even pronounced in the law that every immortal cultivator should at least visit the Emperor's mausoleum in the capital once in their life. In the second 500 years, as royal authority declined, the four Kurfürst families naturally did not want the shadow of Blackstar the Great to continue to loom. The regulation was gradually abandoned. However, the supremacy of the emperor had entered everyone's heart. Even the most powerful official could not stop people from visiting the mausoleum, which would be denying their own legitimacy of governance and would only raise public resistance. Therefore, the Emperor's Mausoleum and the Museum of the Imperium were still teeming with tourists every day. Pilgrims from hundreds of sectors in every part of the universe came to visit them. Many tourists and pilgrims had come a long way. Naturally, they would not leave immediately after sightseeing but often stayed in the towns near the Emperor's Mausoleum to visit the entire capital slowly. If 1,000 generals who were still in service, as the most loyal warriors of His Majesty, cried hard to the monument of Blackstar the Great in the Emperor's Mausoleum, it'd certainly be great news that would be known by the whole world. The most amazing part was that, since the Imperial Terminus sector was under curfew and the four Kurfürst family's own troops were everywhere, the critical locations such as the Royal Palace, the Council of Elders, and the important government departments were all heavily guarded. Those generals who had neither guns nor troops were naturally incapable of breaking into such places. It was likely that they would be knocked out and captured when they were dozens of kilometers away. The troops stationed at the Emperor's Mausoleum, however, were not the Kurfürst family's troops but the Imperial Guards. The reason could hardly have been simpler. Most of the Imperial Guards belonged to the royal family with the surname Wuying. They were the descendants of Blackstar the Great and all the emperors that followed. Who else should guard the mausoleum of their ancestors if not them? It was somewhat ironic, but in the entire Imperium of true human beings, the Emperor's Mausoleum was perhaps the only place still under the control of the Imperial Guards. The surplus generals, after being enlisted into the Royal Seminar for Advanced Generals, belonged to the Imperial Guards. More precisely, they were all reservists of the Imperial Guards. The Emperor's Mausoleum was their territory. The plan could very likely work out. For a moment, Zhao Zhenwu felt that all his blood was rushing to his head, and his breathing became even heavier. His friend He Peng, as well as all the other surplus generals around, whispered excitedly and applauded Chu Tianhe's plan. Someone hesitated. It will be quite a huge event. Will it trigger a strong reaction from the Council of Elders? The accomplices of the Blood Oath Alliance are being captured in the capital right now. Innocent or guilty, many have been caught, Chu Tianhe declared loudly. We are all people who have lost everything and are waiting to die. We might be captured and thrown into sunless dungeons, but so what? Isn't that the same as our situation now? Even if we are beheaded, it will be a quick and clean end to our lives. Someone else asked, what about the Imperial Guards? With such a large group of people, we will certainly draw a lot of attention. Group visits must be scheduled in advance. Chu Tianhe said, the Imperial Guards work for the royal family. Many are even our classmates and tutors now. Though there are minor frictions between us in school, nothing is too serious. In fact, I think we get to know each other better through the fights. The royal family hates the arrogance of the four Kurfürst families as much as we do. If we have a chance to humiliate these families, they will certainly be glad to see it. By mourning before their ancestors, we will show our undeniable loyalty to the royal family. Why would they stop us? Rest assured, I know a few members of the Imperial Guards very well. Things will be fine as long as I talk to them. It all comes down to whether you have the courage to act now. Will you live an ignorant, unchangeable life and die miserably like General Zhou, or will you rise and counterattack? Zhao Zhenwu's blood, which had rushed to his head, was now boiling. In his trance, he saw the cocky appraiser in the Dongfang family's pawnshop again, the stormy fists of the guards and scoundrels, the embarrassing man walking out of his own house, and heard his wife's cold, helpless chuckle. The faces and sneers all turned into bombs on the battlefield and the screams of his old brothers before their deaths. Where is our fortune? Boss, what are we fighting for exactly on the front lines, risking our lives? Let's do it. With a courage that came from somewhere unknown, Zhao Zhenwu clenched his fists and roared, even the Covenant Alliance never scared me on the front lines. Why should I be scared of scumbags in the rear? Let's just fight them, and die if we must. If I had died a hero's death on the front lines a few years ago, today's misery would have all been avoided. Exactly. Chu Tianhe's eyes glittered. Then he declared in a loud voice, Brother Zhenwu is quite right. No immortal cultivators fear death. How many of our brothers have died as heroes on the front lines? Even if we must die, we will die for something worthwhile like them. Then, we will have to ask Brother Chu to be our commander in the tribute to the Emperor's Mausoleum. For some reason, Zhao Zhenwu blurted out, let's go to the Emperor's Mausoleum and turn it upside down. All the surplus generals, who had been harboring anger for a long time, cheered for him, making Zhao Zhenwu relish the feeling of being respected again. His back, which had been hunched a moment ago, straightened. Chu Tianhe frowned, pondered for a moment, and then nodded. All right. If this thing truly gets huge, the leader will probably not end well. But with everything coming to this point, we cannot think that much now. If they want to execute me, just take my head. Besides, if my head can be exchanged for a way out for everyone and the dignity and privileges that we deserve, it will be a fair deal. Brothers and fellow cultivators, I will gladly take the place of the commander. If you are willing to trust me, just follow my arrangements, and we will meet all the previous emperors and the ancestors of all the immortal cultivators, Blackstar the Great. The event was now inevitable. All the generals cheered. They had lost their troops and cultivation after a decade of battles, but they still had abundant experience as professional soldiers. Immediately, they were organized into 10 teams according to military rules. While Chu Tianhe was named the general commander, 10 captains were also elected. They made a deal to gather in the Emperor's Mausoleum from all directions tomorrow morning. Zhao Zhenwu was the first to jump out and answer the call. So, he was nominated as a captain in the end. He could be killed for the attempt, but he took the job without batting an eye. While planning the route, discussing strategies, and boosting morale, he was thinking about something else in his head. If things got huge tomorrow, would his wife read the news on the spiritual nexus or even see his name? Chapter 2267, Cry for the Imperium. The next morning, the surplus generals who had planned all night were not tired at all. Their nerves and faces were ablaze with excitement, as if they had returned to their dominant days from years ago. They departed from their temporary residences or the school dormitories in civilian vehicles. The 4 Kurfürst families had been troubled by Li Linghai, the reformists, and Lei Chenghu's rebellious army for days. They were like skittish birds, considering everyone an enemy. In the central district, where the royal palace, the council of elders, and the major government departments were located, massive troops had set up impenetrable defenses. Most of the crystal suit legions and low-altitude fleets were deployed in the area as well. The defenses were so tight that not even a fly could get in. However, they had limited soldiers and attention. The accomplices of the Blood Oath Alliance alone were already too numerous to catch. Who could have thought that the destitute, unfortunate generals would go to the Emperor's Mausoleum to cause trouble? Furthermore, Chu Tianhe, Zhao Zhenwu, and the others were still legitimate generals of the Imperium. It was one thing to attack them in the shadows, but few would dare to confront them openly in broad daylight. Most importantly, visiting the Emperor's Mausoleum was entirely legal and even encouraged by the authorities. As reservists of the Imperial Guards, they were supposed to train at the Emperor's Mausoleum from time to time. Even if they were stopped at checkpoints along the way, who would deny them entry once they revealed their identities? The surplus generals, divided into 10 teams, successfully reached the Emperor's Mausoleum without encountering any obstacles. To keep it a secret, they initially wore casual clothes instead of the general's uniform to stay low-key. It wasn't until the Emperor's Mausoleum came into view that they changed into their cleaned uniforms in public vehicles and nearby toilets, and then pinned medals to their chests. Gathering from all directions, they held hands and moved shoulder to shoulder toward the gate of the Emperor's Mausoleum. It was a clear, sunny day, and the Emperor's Mausoleum was packed with tourists and visitors from across the Imperium. Since the Imperium's counterattack began, visits to the Emperor's Mausoleum have been encouraged to boost national pride and dedication. Many schools, sects, and corporations at the Imperium's periphery organized trips to the Mausoleum and the National Museum. On the west side of the Emperor's Mausoleum, a large national cemetery commemorated those who had sacrificed their lives over the past 1,000 years. It was the highest-level memorial park for martyrs in the Imperium, designed by Blackstar the Great to ensure that the souls of the fallen would continue their loyalty by protecting the Wu Ying family and the future of the Imperium of true human beings. Due to its scale, the memorial park attracted many families and students daily for tributes. Additionally, it seemed that some large event was taking place at the National Museum and the Memorial Park, drawing many influential media companies to the area. The arrival of thousands of generals, their chests and arms gleaming with medals, naturally surprised the guardians of the mausoleum. They hurried to check the schedule of group visits for the day and, naturally, did not discover the names of the generals. They observed the generals carefully, only to find that they looked sorrowful and furious. The generals were also all wearing a piece of white cloth on their arms, a sign that their closest family members had just passed away. The guardians realized something was not right but did not have the courage to stop so many generals from breaking in. They hurried to report the issue to their superiors, but their superiors simply hesitated with an ambiguous attitude. The highest commander of the guardians was nowhere to be seen. The few veterans with the Wu Ying surname, who were experienced and well-informed, immediately knew that there was more to the issue. They recognized the generals, knowing they were all from the Seminar of Generals. Today, the generals were still in the seminar, but tomorrow, they might be dispatched to the Imperial Guards as the Guardians' direct bosses. It would be foolish to give their future bosses a hard time. Therefore, they subtly hinted at each other. Knowing there was more to the whole event, they simply slacked off and did not stop the unannounced visitors for real. Zhao Zhenwu was the first to hold his head high and crash into the guardians of the mausoleum. Like a fence made of bamboo, the guardians were immediately scattered by the angry generals. The thousands of surplus generals barged into the Emperor's mausoleum with overwhelming and majestic presence. The slightly unusual group immediately attracted the attention of all the tourists around. Thousands of them crowded around the newcomers. There was no need to describe the intimidation of the surplus generals like Zhao Zhenwu. What was most bizarre was that, before all the generals, stood one woman and 5 children, the widow and children of Zhou Lifu, the general of the Imperium who was beaten to death in the arena the day before. The eldest child held a picture of Zhou Lifu, turning the light beam monochrome. This arrangement naturally piqued people's curiosity. The remaining generals took the opportunity to hand out flyers to the crowd, vividly describing their misfortunes. They told the tourists how they fought valiantly on the battlefield, how they were reduced to abject poverty after losing their troops and returning to the rear, and how they had to sell their dignity for survival, only to be beaten to death in the arena. The flyers were freshly printed, still warm with their fury and discontent. Naturally, they learned the use of flyers from the Blood Oath Alliance. After the assassination of the Blood Oath Alliance, both the opposition and the reformists in the Imperium discovered the power of flyers, an ancient method of propaganda. While dissemination through the spiritual nexus seemed advanced and fast, it was also easy to interrupt, block, and trace. Once a flyer was thrown and picked up by someone, it was nearly impossible to retrieve. Moreover, the tools to print the flyers were simple to make, requiring only rollers, metal plates, and special ink. Even if they were not refiners, common immortal cultivators could still etch small words onto the metal plates with their spiritual energy. With a little practice in writing the words in reverse, a few individuals could print thousands of flyers in a single day. The content on the flyers greatly astonished the visitors. In official propaganda, the Imperium's counterattack over the past 10 years was hailed as a gratifying, unprecedented triumph. Even though many generals and soldiers had made the ultimate sacrifice, they died as heroes for a noble cause. It never occurred to them that such filthy and dark scandals lay behind this glorious victory, or that the Imperium's honorable warriors would be reduced to such a state. As the flyers were distributed, more and more tourists and visitors gathered around the generals from all directions of the Emperor's Mausoleum. Even major media reporters noticed the commotion and came to investigate. Surrounded by the crowd, the remaining generals pushed forward along the axis of the Emperor's Mausoleum toward Blackstar the Great's monument. Blackstar the Great's resting place was deep underground and must not be disturbed, but above it stood a 725-meter-tall statue, carved from an entire mountain, depicting Wu Yingqi in a battle robe, with a determined face, pointing at the universe. This statue was considered a symbol of Blackstar the Great. All memorial ceremonies were held beneath this colossal monument. The presence of the remaining generals had spread throughout the Emperor's Mausoleum, and even the groups preparing to pay tribute cleared a path for them. When they reached the base of the colossal statue of Blackstar the Great, hundreds of thousands of people had gathered with the generals. Despite the vast crowd, all stood in silence. The ceremony officially began. Chu Tianhe, the event's leader, invited Zhou Lifu's widow and children to stand beside him. Adjusting his hat, he shouted with the last of his spiritual energy, "I am sure that all of you gathered here today know why we are here. We are not here to pay tribute, but to mourn. We are all the firmest believers of the true path to immortality. We are the most loyal defenders of the Imperium, His Majesty, and the Council of Elders. We fought against the Covenant Alliance with blood and sweat, never hesitating to die alongside the enemy. Though we have never accomplished extraordinary feats, we have done our part. Even our bodies have been reduced to such dire conditions. We cannot afford the luxury of hoping that our work will be exchanged for many things, but before the fire on the front line is entirely extinguished, some individuals are already eager to cast us aside, depriving us of our chances to survive. This is the widow of General Zhou Lifu. Known as the Ghost Butcher on the front line, he was a fierce warrior who often intimidated the Covenant Alliance's troops. Yet, after his return to the rear, he was unable to make a living and was forced into a situation leading to his death, leaving behind a widow and 5 children who are at a loss. What happens to General Zhou today will happen to all of us tomorrow. If you lead livestock to the slaughterhouse, they will scream and weep. We are living people, soldiers who have sacrificed and shed blood for our country. Yet, we cannot even secure a mouthful of food today. How can we not cry? Nevertheless, we are not just crying for ourselves, but also for all the fallen soldiers, for the emperors of all generations, for the true path of immortality and its creator, Blackstar the Great, and for the Imperium of true human beings as well as the entirety of human civilization. The Imperium today is ruled by wolves and tigers. The arrogant aristocrats have fostered various corruptions. It is no longer the Imperium founded by Blackstar the Great. Even the seemingly formidable generals, like us, are about to be forced to the brink of life and death. What about other people? Is the Imperium not worth our concern when it has deteriorated to such an extent? 2268, Loss of Control and Escalation. Chu Tianhe, Zhao Zhenwu, and many others discussed all night long to compose a highly emotional speech. However, just as Chu Tianhe began to speak, General Zhou Lifu's widow suddenly burst into tears. Once their mother started to cry, the few young children followed suit and began weeping as well. The few female officers nearby, immersed in the somber atmosphere, felt upset and wanted to cry too. Chu Tianhe, seeing this, could not help but feel distressed and could no longer continue his speech. He simply turned around, knelt before the great Blackstar, and shouted, "Your Majesty, behold the state of the world today." After his cry, many generals began to wail along with him. The tourists and visitors nearby were all filled with indignation as they watched. Just then, a troop approached aggressively from not far away. Many in the troop were dressed in the uniform of the Mausoleum's guardians. At first, the onlookers thought these people had come to disperse the assembled generals. They could not help but murmur among themselves, and some boldly moved forward to try to stop the newcomers. However, the troop, growing larger, was also echoing with cries. The onlookers looked at each other in confusion, not knowing what was happening. Before Chu Tianhe, Zhao Zhenwu, and the others could step forward to inquire, the leader of the troop had already introduced themselves. It turned out they were all members of the royal family and descendants of the great Blackstar. The imperial mausoleum in the Imperium was a grand and expansive city. In addition to the tombs of the emperors of all dynasties, the Martyrs' Memorial Park, and the National Museum, there were also smaller museums, hotels, restaurants, and commercial districts surrounding the area. Tourism in the area was quite developed. Most roles in the tourism sector, including the staff of the Mausoleum's guardians, the Memorial Park of the Martyrs, and the tour guides at the National Museum, were members of the royal family. It was one of the few means of livelihood that the four Kurfürst families had left them. Many members of the royal family gathered in the city and lived off it. Those with the surname Wuying had not seen so many Imperium generals paying tribute to their ancestors for years. Now, after reading the flyers and understanding the general's purpose, they were even more moved and also reflected on their own hardships. Organized by certain individuals, they formed a massive group to mourn before Blackstar the Great. As the locals, the royal family outnumbered the generals by dozens of times. Even though only 1/10 joined the mourning group, the crowd still swelled significantly. Moving forward like waves of fury, they heightened the atmosphere even more. The leader of the newcomers briskly walked to Chu Tianhe's side and knelt before the enormous statue of Blackstar the Great. He then turned around, his head drenched in blood, and beat his chest before the people. "I swear that what General Chu said is true. The Imperium has fallen so far that even the royal family struggles to survive, let alone the generals here. Ancestor, please awaken and set things right. There are villains in the Imperium. Villains." As he spoke, the royal family members were nearly in tears. The royal family's weeping was different from that of the generals. Surplus generals like Chu Tianhe and Zhao Zhenwu were, after all, iron-hearted soldiers and ruthless immortal cultivators. Even though their lives were terribly difficult and they harbored many dissatisfactions, they still retained the stoic spirit of soldiers and immortal cultivators. They would never weep and wail like women and children. At most, they could quietly shed a few tears while bowing to Blackstar the Great statue. Nothing more. In contrast, the members of the royal family had mostly lived here for hundreds of years, with entire families, both old and young, in tow. Without life-and-death experiences or much training, many of them were no different from civilians. The older aunts and ladies, in particular, cared little for propriety. They wailed so loudly that the sky seemed to darken and the earth to crumble, with a combat ability 10 times that of the generals. This chaotic scene erupted like a raging flood and a volcanic eruption. Soon, the grief of all the tourists, visitors, and pilgrims on site was triggered. The virus of sorrow instantly spread to every corner of the emperor's mausoleum. Everyone was in a subtle resonance of emotions. When hundreds of thousands of people burst into tears simultaneously, the emperor's mausoleum seemed on the verge of collapse, and Blackstar the Great could have crawled out of his tomb in fury. After this unexpected turn, the ceremony of mourning was already teetering on the edge of the surplus general's control. At this moment, everyone inside and outside the emperor's mausoleum was crying uncontrollably. Even the imperial guards stationed at the edge were cursing that the royal family had been reduced to such misery because there were too many bad guys in the Imperium. They were also crying, shouting, and spitting in the direction of the Council of Elders. The surplus generals, on the other hand, became the most composed ones on the spot. Zhao Zhenwu vaguely felt uneasy. This wasn't where things should be going. According to their plan from last night, they would cry at the emperor's mausoleum, disseminate flyers to the people, and bow and offer flowers to the statue of Blackstar the Great. After creating enough influence, they would disperse. This way, they could make their voices heard without giving any excuse to the authorities. Visiting the emperor's mausoleum was the most natural thing in the world, even an obligation for every soldier and immortal cultivator in the Imperium. What could the highest authorities do other than secretly curse them? But the situation was clearly getting out of control. With hundreds of thousands of people rioting at the emperor's mausoleum, something terrible would definitely happen to them. Zhao Zhenwu secretly observed Chu Tianhe, who was next to him, only to discover that the commander of the gathering today was completely devoted to his role. The man looked so excited that his eyes seemed to be bleeding. He cried while continuing to incite the people, as if he felt the atmosphere was not heated up enough. Wasn't Chu Tianhe a very famous general of wisdom? Why was he acting so foolishly today? Uncomfortably, Zhao Zhenwu looked toward the Council of Elders and immediately bulged his eyes. The emperor's mausoleum was established beside the mountains, and the enormous statue of Blackstar the Great naturally stood at a high elevation. From his high vantage point, Zhao Zhenwu looked into the distance and discovered that black torrents were rolling toward the mausoleum from not far away. The overwhelming crowds were dozens of times larger than the royal family's members. They were dressed in the standard uniform of the Imperium's expeditionary army. The flood of people moved very quickly, breezing past the Imperial Guard's defense line in the blink of an eye. Naturally, the crying and cursing guards did not mean to stop them. These must be the troops of the Council of Elders, Zhao Zhenwu thought, growing rather anxious. But after careful observation, he was relieved. Unlikely. They are not wearing crystal suits or carrying heavy magical equipment. No starships are covering them from above either. They are not the Council of Elders troops. However, the news that came from below half a minute later shocked him so hard he almost fainted. The newcomers were the disabled veterans from the Imperium's counterattacks over the past 10 years. They had come from various worlds at the edge of the Imperium to the Emperor's mausoleum to pay tribute. Tens of thousands of veterans had already broken into the mausoleum, and 10 times more people were joining them from behind, incessantly pouring in. The lives of the disabled veterans were even more challenging than those of the surplus generals. The latter were accepted into the Royal Seminar for Advanced Generals, and managed to survive with the few subsidies and allowances. In contrast, the disabled veterans from the peripheral worlds were simply sent back to their hometowns, where they were supported by local finances. But right now, the governments of the Imperium's peripheral worlds were all going bankrupt, having to submit all kinds of war taxes and national defense fees. How could they find enough money to feed the disabled? Therefore, the disabled veterans had been dissatisfied for a long time. When they heard that some generals were weeping at the emperor's mausoleum, they immediately came to join the event too. This wasn't right. Zhao Zhenwu's mind buzzed with 1,000 questions. He knew the hardships of the disabled veterans very well. But now, since those men did not even have money for food, how could they afford the costs of transportation and accommodation when traveling from the peripheral worlds to the imperial terminus sector? Furthermore, how were hundreds of thousands of disabled veterans organized and transported to the capital? This could not have been a spontaneous event. Zhao Zhenwu knew very well that, during the Empire's current unusual period, the jump points and spaceports of the capital were under strict surveillance by the fleets of the 4 Kurfürst families. Only the starships of the 4 families could travel without hindrance. Civil carriers had to undergo numerous examinations to enter the capital. How could the disabled veterans have slipped through so easily? Moreover, it was too coincidental. They had not been mourning for long when both the royal family members and the disabled veterans showed up. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy Zhao Zhenwu became. Sweating profusely, he looked at Chu Tianhe uncertainly and said, "General Commander." "Old Zhao." Chu Tianhe's eyes were bloodshot, but his face was calmer than ever. Patting his back heavily, the organizer of the event whispered in his ear, "With everything coming to this point, we will be executed anyway. The only way to survive is perhaps to make the trouble even bigger, to turn everything upside down. You used to command troops too. Do you not understand such simple logic?" Looking at Chu Tianhe's demonically intense eyes, Zhao Zhenwu shuddered hard. Paralyzed, he was unable to say anything more. Chu Tianhe smiled at him in the most hideous way. Then, he suddenly raised his arm and explained, "Look! 1,000,000 disabled veterans have joined us. We are not leaving today. We will wait in the Emperor's mausoleum until the Council of Elders gives us the justice we deserve. Without justice, we would rather die at the feet of Great Blackstar." Boom! Zhao Zhenwu felt as if he had been blown to pieces. He had no idea where he was or what he was doing anymore. 2296 Unstoppable Storm. The involvement of 1,000,000 disabled veterans escalated the crying event into a superstorm that swept across the entire planet, if not the entire Imperium. As the storm's noise pressed relentlessly, Dongfang Wei, the Prime Minister of the Imperium of True Human Beings and leader of the Dongfang family, was engaged in a friendly and constructive discussion about the special defense budget for the next year with the directors of the Department of National Defense, the Department of the Treasury, and many other departments in the Prime Minister's residence, not far from the Council of Elders. To be more precise, everyone was simply bickering with each other while they were mired in a swirl of numbers. Dongfang Wei had been the Prime Minister of the Imperium for 20 years. Many people said he was one of the most powerful prime ministers in the Imperium's recent few hundred years. He certainly deserved the title of a Prime Minister of Iron and Blood. This was also why Dongfang Wei knew deeply how arduous it was to coordinate and balance the interests of hundreds of sectors, resource planets, and countless forces, sects, warlords, and super-experts as the Prime Minister of the Imperium of True Human Beings. On the surface, he was the most powerful and unquestionable lord. Even the Emperor had been overshadowed by him. However, in reality, the other 3 families tightly controlled their troops and established their own systems within their dominions. Orders from the Prime Minister's office were either ignored or only pretended to be followed. Any policy that affected their interests, even by the loss of a single hair, would prompt these people to boldly pick up their sabers and fight him. There was even an incident where 2 elders mauled each other in the Council of Elders like street thugs. The other 3 families were insubordinate, but it wasn't as though everyone within the Dongfang family heeded his commands as Patriarch. After 1,000 years of development, the Dongfang family naturally comprised many factions. The 7 most industrially advanced worlds were each overseen by a prominent figure, all of whom were at the high or peak levels of the divinity transformation stage. Some were his peers, and others were his seniors. He had become the leader of the Dongfang family and even the prime minister of the Imperium only because of the strong support from these individuals. Could he truly be callous enough to undermine their interests? The special defense budget for the next year was his current concern. The Imperium's counteroffensive had lasted over a decade, mobilizing billions of soldiers and occupying numerous new worlds. Supply lines had been repeatedly extended, and the costs of attrition and troop maintenance had drained the wealth accumulated in the national treasury over a century. The economies in many rear worlds were in dire straits, with many regions experiencing famine. The war was no longer sustainable, and the expeditionary force's scale needed to be reduced. However, the reorganization and downsizing involved substantial retirement benefits and compensations. Many bonds and shares had been promised for fulfillment upon victory, and fulfilling them now would be a significant challenge. Thus, the national defense budget for the next year would not decrease but would likely surpass previous years, almost as if in the throes of peace. The problem now was the lack of funds. Of course, it was not entirely accurate to say there was no money. The national treasury was depleted, but the 4 Kurfürst families still held considerable wealth. However, while they were wealthy, an agreement was certainly necessary for them to provide capital to fill the gap. Dongfang Wang went to the other 3 families to make an agreement. The other 3 families looked at him docilely, gently, and obediently, adulating that the Dongfang family, as the greatest family of the Imperium, had unparalleled wealth and power, and that its influence was thicker than the thighs of other families. Naturally, the agreement should be managed by the Dongfang family. Overall, the Dongfang family should set the example by filling the gap, and once it was more or less filled, the other families would follow and ensure the work was completed. No matter what Dongfang Wang said, he could not get any money from them. The 3 families pointed to their starships and colossi, claiming they had spent all their money on weapons for the Imperium's attack and had no additional funds. Gritting his teeth, Dongfang Wang discussed the matter with the influential figures within his family. They glared at him, saying they had elected him as prime minister to benefit the family. Why was he asking the family to devote money when he hadn't earned any? Was he the prime minister of the Dongfang family, or of the Li and Yun families? He was speaking to the powerful figures at the peak of the divinity transformation stage who controlled an entire heavy industrial world. Could he kill them and confiscate their possessions? Of course not. He could not negotiate with them. After all the negotiations, the influential figures from his own family and the others wanted the same. They had money and resources if they searched within their families, but they were not offering them without a reason. Those supplies had to be exchanged for land, property, and monopolization rights in the newly recovered territories. As negotiations progressed, the few resource-rich worlds in these territories had already been divided before the ceasefire on the front lines. Naturally, the peripheral worlds were greatly dissatisfied, feeling their interests had been compromised. With the situation reaching this point, the whole matter had become an insurmountable dilemma. Without the support of influential groups within the 4 Kurfürst families, who had money and resources, the expeditionary army could not be downsized, and the national economy could not transition from a wartime to a peacetime system. Disabled veterans and retired officers would certainly cause trouble if they did not receive sufficient subsidies. However, the investments of these interest groups were exchanged for rights in the newly recovered territories, which naturally harmed the interests of many people and social classes. It was even a form of betrayal to many local groups who were promised benefits before the war. One moment of carelessness, and they could turn the world upside down. The incident with the Blood Oath Alliance, the rise of the Reformists, and Lei Chenghu's rebellion all began because of this. Faced with such a predicament, even Dongfang Wang felt a strong headache, unsure of what to do. He thought of Silver Fox, Li Jianda, his greatest political rival, who had been on the brink of death for 100 years but never succumbed. A century ago, Silver Fox, Legenda was also the Prime Minister of the Imperium. He worked tirelessly, to the point of exhaustion, and fell from the divinity branching stage. Since then, he had been bedridden and removed himself from Imperium politics. At the time, Dongfang Wang mocked Legenda's downfall. But now that he himself was the Prime Minister, roasted on the fire, he finally understood the feeling of being in a dilemma and vaguely sensed that perhaps Legenda had made the smartest choice by falling ill. Perhaps the universe was too vast, but everyone had only limited abilities. Even the computational power and wisdom of the divinity branching state were not enough to effectively govern hundreds of sectors, right? Or perhaps the infinite universe was too small to satisfy every human desire? It was in this state of mind that Dongfang Wang received the report of the crying event. He stared at the report for a long time, as if trying to see something more between the lines. Holding back the urge to burst into a fury, he raised the most critical question. Even if the generals from the Royal Seminar for Advanced Generals and the royal family members living inside the Emperor's Mausoleum have gathered spontaneously, how did the disabled veterans from the peripheral worlds of the Imperium sneak into the capital? They couldn't have directly jumped to the capital's surface after one space jump, could they? Dongfang Wang smelled the scent of a plot. An advisor suggested suppressing and capturing the people who had gathered to cry in the mausoleum, as they were clearly mocking the rules and authorities. Dongfang Wang immediately asked the advisor to leave the room. After a moment's thought, he issued a few instructions. First, set up a blockade outside the Emperor's mausoleum to prevent more people from crowding in. Second, cut off the spiritual nexus and all signals near the Emperor's mausoleum to ensure that no information leaked to the outside world. Of course, the media still in the mausoleum must also be controlled. Thirdly, investigate the origins of the million disabled veterans immediately. It must be determined how they were organized and sent to the capital. This was very important. Dongfang Wang's response was timely. Such standard procedures to suppress riots were often implemented by the authorities of the Imperium, who were quite familiar with the work. However, accidents occurred one after another. The Emperor's Mausoleum, under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Guards, housed many members of the royal family. Now, emotionally charged, they displayed obvious animosity toward the troops of the four Kurfürst families. Despite their poor state, the Imperial Guards still possessed several hundred rusted, outdated starships. If these starships were moved to the vacuum to fight the fleets of the four Kurfürst families, they would be destroyed instantly. In fact, they would likely disintegrate on their own before the enemy even opened fire. Nonetheless, they could still manage to surround the Emperor's mausoleum and protect their last territory. The Imperial Guards were safeguarding the disabled veterans, who were shouting the names of Emperor Shenwu and Blackstar the Great. It was truly a touching scene. What could the fleets and crystal suit legions of the four Kurfürst families do upon arrival? Massacre these people in broad daylight, with so many witnesses? The plan on the spiritual nexus and the media also faced setbacks. For groups provided network services in the Imperial Terminus sector, each belonging to one of the four Kurfürst families. Network infrastructure is critical for a modern civilization, so the four Kurfürst families naturally did not want to be constrained by others. At Dongfang Wang's command, the Dongfang family service provider immediately cut off the network, and the other two families soon followed. However, the bases of the spiritual nexus belonging to the Li family had no response but continued to send information about the Emperor's mausoleum to the outside world incessantly. The media companies were the same. The four Kurfürst families had all hired a significant number of media outlets. One might say that all the official media companies of the Imperium were endorsed and monopolized by these four families. Given the gravity of the matter, the media of the other families naturally did not dare to act without instructions from their superiors. However, the media controlled by the Li family moved one step ahead and published a lot of shocking news. High-resolution pictures taken from multiple perspectives, and even panoramic videos from one of the shoulders of the enormous statue of Blackstar the Great, displayed the astounding gathering of 1 million people. Even without sound, anyone could imagine the roaring crowds. Such professional shooting techniques could only have been executed by specialists with decades of experience. The perspectives for these pictures were likely decided well before the event. For example, the angle from the shoulder of the gigantic statue of Blackstar the Great would have been impossible to arrange hastily. Thus, these were not videos casually recorded by people on the spot but were long planned. Even more remarkably, the Li family's media managed to interview an elder of the Li family within a few minutes. I feel very sorry that such an event has taken place, but we cannot blame the generals and veterans who are now in desperate circumstances. Instead, the highest authority should reflect carefully. Why must the generals and soldiers, who have made remarkable achievements on the front lines and sacrificed everything for the Imperium, resort to such means to be heard? Faced with the crystal camera, the Li elder said solemnly, "Humanity is the strongest fighting species in the entire universe," a declaration that has been passed down from the age of the Star Ocean Imperium and has become our belief. The army is the cornerstone of the Imperium. If the cornerstone collapses, the Imperium of true humans and the entire civilization of humanity will be no more. In the past 10 years, we have secured glorious victories on the front lines, and all the people are happy about our success. But these unprecedented victories came at the cost of the sweat and blood of those generals and soldiers. Right now, we have only reclaimed our lost territory. One day, we will have to march to the Covenant Alliance's nest and completely destroy it to unite the universe once more. When that day comes, won't we still rely on those generals and soldiers to make greater contributions to mankind? If the generals and soldiers are disheartened due to unjust treatment, who will commit themselves to the country in the future? I believe this is something the Council of Elders, and particularly Dongfang Wang's cabinet, should consider and address properly. The reporter asked the Li surnamed elder whether this was his personal opinion or the stance of the Li family. The Li surnamed elder simply smiled and said, "This is an unforeseen event. I only received the news just now. So, it is naturally only my personal view. However, I do believe that anyone who sincerely considers the Imperium and the civilization of mankind, whether from the Li, Yun, or Dongfang families, will have the deepest sympathy for the grieving, heartbroken generals and disabled soldiers that have gathered at the Emperor's Mausoleum, and the greatest indignation for the perpetrator who caused all this. To be serious, this is shaking the foundation of our country. Shouldn't someone be held responsible for the event? Let's wait and see how the highest authorities and Prime Minister Dongfang Wang will resolve and fully investigate the issue. I can only solemnly promise all citizens and fellow cultivators that I will fulfill my sacred duty as an elder of the Imperium and oversee the cabinet to handle it properly." Even though Dongfang Wang had been the leader of the Dongfang family for 40 years and the Prime Minister of the Imperium for 20, and he was certainly not a person to be easily provoked, he still nearly lost his temper this time. That was because he clearly remembered how the Li surnamed elder was the first to leap up and protest when the Department of National Defense proposed that the 4 Kurfürst families should contribute a sum of money as special subsidies to retired generals and disabled veterans, so they wouldn't cause more trouble before the Blood Oath Alliance incident was completely resolved. The Li surnamed elder was unwilling to offer even a single coin. When he boycotted the proposal, the elders of the other families naturally backed him. Even the elders of the Dongfang family showed no approval. Dongfang Wang was greatly embarrassed, and the proposal was postponed indefinitely. It never occurred to him that the Li surnamed elder would brazenly announce to the citizens that he would fulfill his sacred duty or blatantly insinuate that the Dongfang Wang cabinet was doing otherwise. The Prime Minister was so enraged that he almost couldn't suppress his urge to kill. However, after the initial fury, he felt a chill to the bone. The Li surnamed elder was obviously not speaking offhandedly, his words reflected the Li family's stance. What exactly was happening? Like a meditating fat Buddha, Dongfang Wang pondered emotionlessly until two pieces of news arrived. First, the source of the million disabled veterans was uncovered. It was impossible to cover the tracks of such a vast group. The Dongfang family's intelligence soon found that they arrived with the Li family's fleet, landed in the defense zone the Li family was responsible for, and marched all the way to the Emperor's Mausoleum under the Li family's protection. Second, Silver Fox Li Jianda, the leader of the Li family, had another episode of his illness. It was said he was currently unconscious. Li Mingxian, his seventh son, was now the temporary leader of the family. Slightly dazed, Dongfang Wang sighed. With everything coming to this point, he knew clearly what was going on now. Family leader, a tall, brawny guard walked into the office and declared aggressively, "Our troops have gathered on the east side of the Emperor's Mausoleum. We can march in and suppress the insubordinate rebellions at any moment." The guard was his trusted subordinate that he brought from the family. Thus, he called Dongfang Wang family leader instead of prime minister. Idiot. There were not too many concerns in front of his personal bodyguard. Dongfang Wang glared at him and said, "Stand by and do not act rashly. Remember to be wary of the enemy's intentional provocation. Absolutely do not attack." Known as the Prime Minister of Iron and Blood, Dongfang Wang was never one to hesitate to use violence. If all the links between the Emperor's Mausoleum and the outside world were cut off, and the spiritual nexus and the media were under his control, Dongfang Wang would have settled the riot in the quickest way. However, it was obvious that the Li family was behind the scenes. If he made a wrong decision, the four Kurfürst families would completely fall out. For the Prime Minister of the Imperium, this was definitely the last thing he wanted to see. Besides, why was the Li family confident enough to challenge him at such a moment? This equaled a comprehensive attack on the Dongfang family. What was the Li family's reliance? Did they have other backup moves? He had to figure out those things first. The most important thing was that, since the media and the spiritual nexus of the other three families had been blocked, the Li family was the only source of information. If conflicts were to break out, what would the outside world see and hear? And how would he be vilified as the Prime Minister of the Imperium? While Dongfang Wang was hesitating about sending the Dongfang family's media to follow, another shocking piece of news arrived. A small fleet was forcibly breaking into the Emperor's Mausoleum. "It's not our people." His personal bodyguard hurriedly connected the live feed, which, of course, came from the Li family's media. "Our troops are facing the Imperial Guards on the east side of the Mausoleum. We absolutely followed the family leader's orders and had no conflict with them." This is... Amid the bodyguard's exclamations of disbelief, Dongfang Wang narrowed his eyes and stared at the sky over the mausoleum in the picture. Against the backdrop of more than 10 low-altitude starships, a golden giant grew larger and larger. Soon, it displayed the most majestic and awe-inspiring form in the clear, blue sky. It was a pure gold, incredibly eye-catching colossus. The violent flames of spiritual energy spouting from the colossus formed golden wings nearly 100 meters long on either side. There were even words on the wings that read, "Gold Vulture. Vulture Li Yao." Before the massive statue of Great Black Star along the axis of the Emperor's Mausoleum, the fury of the generals, soldiers, and people reached its peak, for they all saw starships with the emblems of the Dongfang family flying over from the Council of Elders, confronting the rusted, outdated starships of the Imperial Guards. It seemed that the aggressive starships of the Dongfang family would have marched into the Emperor's Mausoleum without the Imperial Guards' blockage. Are the Dongfang family so arrogant that they dare to stomp on the Black Star the Great's resting place? No one knew from which corner the exclamation came, but it quickly spread throughout the Emperor's Mausoleum. The members of the royal family cried even harder, and the atmosphere became more poignant. The generals who led the initial mourning seemed to foresee their fate. Just as the two parties were at a stalemate, a small fleet was allowed into the Emperor's mausoleum from the west side by the Imperial Guards. It was not until the fleet glided to the top of the crowd that it was noticed. Then, a golden, glittering seed erupted from one of the star ships and grew larger and larger in midair, transforming into a colossus that resembled the reincarnation of a god. This is, Zhao Zhenwu looked at the sky in astonishment. As a seasoned warrior, he had fought alongside colossi many times, but he had never seen such a glamorous, dominant, and majestic one before. The colossus stood hundreds of meters high, radiating a presence that stirred the souls of everyone present. The waves of energy it emitted were not filled with killing intent but were full of vigor and determination to resist. It's the gold vulture, one of the strongest colossi of the Imperium. I've heard that its user, Vulture Li Yao, is also one of the super experts of the Imperium. However, he has been working in the secret frontier, engaged in espionage and sabotage against the Covenant Alliance, which is why he is known by only a few people. But Vulture Li Yao made great contributions to the Imperium's glorious counteroffensive too. Yes, I've heard about him before. He is a devoted patriot, a pure immortal cultivator, and a loyal believer of the Great Black Star. He must be on our side. The rumors Zhao Zhenwu had never heard before burst out from every corner of the Emperor's mausoleum the moment Li Yao appeared. Chapter 2271, Fuel on Fire. Some rumors claimed that Vulture Li Yao was the Imperium's army's strongest secret weapon, fighting arduous battles against the super experts of the Holy Covenant Alliance in dark, desolate space zones on the front line. Other rumors suggested that Vulture Li Yao was an expert from the royal family, whose ancestors had dutifully protected the emperors for generations since the age of Blackstar the Great. Thus, they were the first-generation immortal cultivators. This time, His Majesty could no longer hold back and therefore asked him to protect the generals, veterans, and people during the morning ceremony. The rumors were so vivid and elaborate that it seemed as if someone had actually seen Vulture Li Yao raging unstoppably on the front line or in the royal family. Encouraged by the rumors and instigated by certain individuals, countless people began raising their hands toward the golden colossus, shouting, "A colossus! His Majesty has sent a colossus to protect us. His Majesty supports our efforts. Long live His Majesty! Long live the Imperium!" Zhao Zhenwu was both dumbfounded and suspicious. As someone who had personally experienced the Imperium's counterattack, he had never heard anything about Gold Vulture or Vulture Li Yao in his 10 years of battles. On the other hand, the Imperium's counterattack spanned 4 battle areas, dozens of worlds, and hundreds of resource planets. The battlefield stretched across thousands of light-years, far exceeding the observation of any individual. No one could confidently claim to know every battle in every space zone. Therefore, if the man was indeed a secret warrior from the dark frontline, it wouldn't be unusual that Zhao Zhenwu had never heard of him before. But one thing was certain. Judging from the overwhelming golden flames of spiritual energy, both the Colossus and its user were incredibly strong. He was indeed qualified to be called a super expert of the Imperium. A super battle-type immortal cultivator, using a Colossus that was exceptionally extravagant from any perspective, couldn't have appeared out of thin air, right? Therefore, it was likely that he was a secret weapon of the army, or a bodyguard responsible for His Majesty's safety. Zhao Zhenwu glanced at Chu Tianhe beside him and found that Chu Tianhe was also staring at the golden Colossus midair with obvious astonishment. However, the organizer of the crying ceremony soon calmed down. Lowering his voice, he spoke to Zhao Zhenwu, "Brother Zhenwu, do you believe me now? It's very possible that we can win the bet. If we wager everything on the game, we'll get everything back after we win." Zhao Zhenwu realized it was true. The fire of desire in his eyes burned more fiercely than ever, and he clenched both the flesh and iron fists. Chu Tianhe was quite right. With things at this point, there was no need to consider if they were being taken advantage of by someone else. Being taken advantage of meant they still had value and were not garbage that could not be used at all. There was no need to concern themselves with where the Colossus came from as long as the Colossus was on their side. After all, they only needed to make a big deal of things, and he would have his everything, and his wife back. Long live His Majesty! Long live the Imperium! Zhao Zhenwu waved his arms at the golden vulture midair and roared desperately. The roars of thousands of generals, veterans, and common people seemed to have been condensed into the purest fuel that was injected into the golden vulture, allowing the awe-inspiring Colossus to release the most glamorous golden waves. Letting out ear-splitting explosions in midair, the Colossus lunged at the Dongfang family's fleet deployed on the east side of the Mausoleum in a streak of brilliance. The distance of dozens of kilometers meant nothing more than a breath for a Colossus. The million people on the ground felt a flash before their eyes, and then the golden vulture stopped majestically before the Dongfang family's fleet. The golden saber cut forward, raising an aura more than 10 kilometers long, which turned into a golden wall blocking the Dongfang family's fleet from moving forward. Ah! A competition between a Colossus and a fleet above the Emperor's mausoleum. For most of the people, it was the first time in their lives to witness such a thrilling and splendid scene. They couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The Dongfang family's fleet was immediately disrupted. The force that had come to the Emperor's mausoleum for suppression had only the low-altitude assault starships designed to deal with ground targets. Resisting a Colossus was not within their battle requirements. Besides, the most important thing for starships to resist a Colossus was to keep a distance of at least hundreds of kilometers, so that they could block and stall the Colossus with their relentless firepower. Now, the two parties were only 1 kilometer away from each other. For a Colossus, it could march to the middle in 0.1 seconds or even break into the starships for sabotage. Also, their starships were so close to each other that the Colossus could directly sprint from the inside of one starship to the inside of another. In short, their battle formation was not suitable for resisting a Colossus at all. Dealing with the most advanced Colossus on such a battlefield would not achieve a good result, no matter the cost. The arrival of Li Yao with his gold Colossus disrupted their plan, forcing them to retreat several hundred kilometers and set up defenses again. Additionally, Prime Minister Dongfang Wang strictly forbade them from opening fire. At first glance, it seemed as if Li Yao had single-handedly threatened a whole fleet of the Dongfang family. Thunderous cheers and applause erupted inside and outside the Emperor's mausoleum. Everyone applauded Li Yao for his valiant performance. Even the rusted, outdated starships of the Imperial Guards fired their cannons in honor of the loyal Immortal Cultivator and Blackstar the Great's most avid follower. Inside the gold vulture, Li Yao was having mixed feelings and was almost moved to tears. The mental devil said, "Are you serious? You're not moved to tears by them, are you?" Li Yao, "Of course not. I am moved by myself. A long time ago, I said that my dream was to arrive at the capital of the Imperium of true human beings with the strongest Colossus, to demonstrate my power in this place. And today, after my arduous efforts and determined work, my dream has come true. I can even pee and defecate on the head of the statue of Blackstar the Great. Is this what they mean by God helps those who help themselves? I have come such a long way," the mental devil said. "Do you know what my biggest dream is right now?" Li Yao asked, "What is it?" The mental devil replied, "I truly hope that the enormous statue up ahead will split apart, and Blackstar the Great's tomb down there explodes, so Blackstar the Great will crawl out of his coffin and slap the shameless you on the face." Li Yao said, "Well, however shameless I am, I cannot be compared to her, right?" The mental devil responded, That is very true." After forcing the Dongfang family's fleet to retreat, Li Yao returned to the top of the mausoleum on the gold vulture, right before Blackstar the Great statue. Holding the saber with his right hand, he opened his left hand. In the center of his palm, a person was standing. The gold vulture slowly landed. The center of the emperor's mausoleum was quite spacious, and the generals and veterans had already ordered the people to clear room for Li Yao to stand. Li Yao straightened his left hand and raised the person in his palm high. Through special modifications, the gold vulture shot out a super-enormous 3D light beam from its shoulder and back, covering thousands of square meters and clearly displaying the image of the person in his palm to the sky. It was a graceful but gaunt woman in plain clothes, without any makeup, who was staring at the million people below with the most merciful look. It took the generals, soldiers, and people a long time to finally recognize who she was. They all exclaimed in disbelief, "It's the Queen. Her Grace has come to support us. Her Grace has come on behalf of His Majesty. She's on our side." The sound waves converged into a torrent that flooded the hearts of every mourner in the mausoleum. "Dear generals, warriors, and citizens, I am sorry that I am late." Queenly Linghai spoke heartfeltly, almost weeping halfway through her sentence, as if she had no time to care about court etiquette anymore. After learning that everyone spontaneously gathered here to pay tribute to the previous emperors, I came to the emperor's mausoleum as soon as possible. I heard and learned much on my way here. The more I learned, the more frightened and infuriated I became. I never knew that the brave generals and warriors who defended the Imperium and His Majesty on the front lines with their blood suffered such unjust treatment upon returning to the rear, to the point that they were killed without anyone knowing. This is shaking the foundation of our country. It will chill the hearts of all the people. Some malicious individuals are trying to destroy the cornerstone of the Imperium of true human beings and the entire civilization of mankind. Not expecting the Queen to boast such a tough attitude, many generals, soldiers, and citizens were stunned. Many knew that the Emperor and the Queen of the Imperium were also puppets who could not control their own fate. They couldn't help but feel worried for Li Linghai's outspoken behavior. His Majesty and I feel deeply sympathetic to the suffering people and the wronged warriors, Li Linghai said as if summoning her courage. However, in many cases, His Majesty and I can barely do anything, even if we want to. We are truly sorry for everyone, and we feel ashamed before the ancestors resting in this place, especially before Blackstar the Great. As she spoke, she almost couldn't continue due to her sobbing. The audience, moved by her words, wept as well. Their tears were like boiling oil, fanning the fire of their wrath, making it burn ever more furiously. Living inside the royal palace all the time, I don't know the first thing about national affairs, and I don't know how the issue can be properly addressed. But I'm sure that Prime Minister Dongfang will come up with a solution, right? Li Linghai wiped her tears and said, however, after all these years, I do have some personal savings. Until the issue is satisfactorily resolved, the generals and soldiers who have come here after a long journey need money for food, accommodations, and daily expenses. My money will help you get through the difficulties. Please don't refuse it. This is the least I can do as the Queen of the Imperium for the generals and warriors who have made great contributions but have been gravely wronged. Chapter 2272, Who's Responsible? After Li Linghai took out a great deal of jewelry from her Cosmos ring and asked the members of the royal family to sell it on her behalf to support the surplus generals and the disabled veterans, all the generals, soldiers, and people were shocked. They finally understood why the Queen, who should have looked elegant and poised, appeared so plain. It was because she had donated her last hairpin for them. What Li Linghai did next raised even louder cheers and applause. She asked Li Yao to put her down and walked below the enormous statue of Blackstar the Great, where she grasped the hand of General Zhou Lifu's widow and comforted her sincerely. Then, she hugged General Zhou Lifu's youngest child and wept in grief. The scene soon spread throughout the Emperor's mausoleum via the enormous light beam in the sky. Even those hundreds of kilometers away saw it clearly. The Queen of the Imperium, who had been away from the public for half a year, returned to the center of attention in such an unexpected manner. Next, the Queen sent comfort and instructions to the Imperial guards who defended the Emperor's mausoleum. She praised them for their resolve in protecting the souls of their ancestors first and asked them to believe that His Majesty and the majority of the warriors of the expeditionary army stood on the same side as the imperial guards. She also instructed them to safeguard the safety of the mourning soldiers and people at all costs and to prevent malicious scoundrels from sneaking in and causing trouble. For the generals, soldiers, and people who had come to mourn, she told them to trust the highest authorities, the Council of Elders, Prime Minister Dongfang Wang, and his cabinet, and that they must not do anything outrageous for the sake of the greater good. After all, wailing and crying before the tomb of Blackstar the Great would dishonor the Imperium. Therefore, she asked everyone to abide by the rules of the Emperor's Mausoleum. If they had anything they wished to say to the previous emperors, they could mourn in silence. Everyone was divided into 3 shifts so that the hundreds of thousands of people could mourn in silence in the Emperor's Mausoleum at any time during the day. Was there any problem at all? Not at all. To ensure supplies, the Queen and the royal family members would encourage the hotels, restaurants, and business agencies near the Emperor's Mausoleum to provide free lodging and food for the disabled veterans who had traveled a long way. Their reasonable, legitimate, and supreme rights to pay tribute would certainly be guaranteed. It would be absolutely fine even if they wanted to stay and mourn for a year and a half. The Queen's words were practical, reasonable, and effectively controlled the agitated soldiers and people, turning the overwhelming tides into steady streams. Moreover, it was impossible to find any fault in the Queen's arrangements. Everything was flawless, both legally and according to the regulations for mausoleum visits. Linghai's touching performance was broadcast to every corner of the imperial terminus sector through the powerful propaganda machine of the Li family, and then relayed to the many worlds of the Imperium through the signal relay bases deployed at the edge of the imperial terminus sector. Although the Dongfang family could control the spiritual nexus in their territory and block all negative information, it was not easy to cut the networks of the other 3 families and the peripheral worlds of the Imperium. At this moment, countless people of the Imperium saw a queen who was benevolent, fearless, and truly considerate of the people. Of course, they saw the gold vulture that had stood behind her, protecting her dutifully all the time too. Only half a year after the fall of Manjusaka, the city in the sky, Li Yao shocked the entire Imperium in a whole new appearance. Just as they said, you never knew what would happen next. Naturally, the scene had long been delivered to Dongfang Wang's office, making him burst into rare fury and break his teaware. Dongfang Wang was so determined to kill that his first thought upon seeing Linghai was to eliminate her at any cost, or simply announce through the Dongfang family's propaganda machine that the real queen had died of illness a month ago, and the current one in the Emperor's Mausoleum was a counterfeit. But after his fury slightly subsided and rationality took over, the Prime Minister heaved a long sigh and knew it would not be so simple. No matter what had happened in the past few days, all the intelligence pointed to the same result. The reformists led by Linghai had forged an alliance with Silver Fox Lijianda's Li family. Therefore, the enemies he had to deal with included not just the queen but also the old, cunning Lijianda, as well as the many interest groups from the peripheral worlds of the Imperium. The Colossus Gold Vulture behind Linghai was of a very high level. Unless the top-tier experts of the Dongfang family were deployed, preferably multiple of them together, it would be barely possible to take the Colossus down. So, it would be hard to kill Linghai. It was one thing to poison the Emperor and the Queen deep inside the royal palace under the cover of darkness, but quite another to kill the Queen of the Imperium in public, within the sacred Emperor's Mausoleum, under the watchful eyes of numerous witnesses. No matter how arrogant the Dongfang family might be, they had no intention of rebelling and seizing the throne at the present time. Slaying members of the royal family and the Queen at the Emperor's Mausoleum, and even bulldozing the entire structure, would only provide the other 3 families and the new factions on the Imperium's fringe with a pretext to attack and dismantle the Dongfang family. Besides, even if he were to issue such a mad order in his rage, the experts in the divinity transformation stage, capable of destroying the gold vulture, might not heed it. True, as the leader of the Dongfang family, everyone within it should obey his command. However, this was contingent on his directives bringing considerable benefits to the family, not dragging it into the abyss of ruin. The recent intelligence he received led Dongfang Wang to abandon any thoughts of a violent resolution. The Li family's fleet, stationed at the edge of the Imperial Terminus sector, had displayed sudden, ambiguous hostility toward the Dongfang family's ships. Sweat trickled down every wrinkle on Dongfang Wang's face. The Imperium's sky defenses were managed by the elite troops of the four families. Except for the border, the Li family's low-altitude fleets were now hovering above the Prime Minister's residence and the Council of Elders. The Li family's overall strength was only half that of the Dongfang family. A few days ago, a large number of starships were dispatched to the homeworld to quell the rebellions. The fleets still stationed in the Imperium were far smaller and less powerful than those of the Dongfang family. However, Dongfang Wang did not dare risk a full-scale battle against the Li family in the capital. More critically, now that the reformists and the Li family were allied, the astounding Thunder Fleet, which had broken into the Li family's heartland, was no longer a threat but a secret weapon for the Li family. If the Dongfang family's elite troops were all stalled by the Li family's fleets and the Imperial Guards in the capital, could the invincible troops on the front lines, led by the God of War, Lei Chenghu, suddenly appear in the vulnerable heart of the Dongfang family's territory? Dongfang Wang took a deep breath and thought calmly. This was certainly not the time for rash action. The most critical issue was the stance of the other two families, the Yun and Song families. Their stances were also uncertain. In the past century, the Dongfang family had expanded rapidly and was now larger than any of the other three families. Thus, Imperium politics were largely about the Li, Yun, and Song families working together to curb the Dongfang family's growth. In the last 20 years, since Dongfang Wang became the Imperium's prime minister, most of his cabinet members were from the Dongfang family or its vassal families. Many national policies favored the Dongfang family, further accelerating its expansion. Unwilling to see the Dongfang family grow larger, the other three families became increasingly cooperative. To quote the political terms of the Star Ocean Republic from the past, it might be safe to say that the Dongfang family was the ruling party of the Imperium, while the other three families were the opposition parties in the Council of Elders. While aristocracy was fundamentally different from partisan politics, and they were two concepts that should not be conflated, they shared at least one thing in common. The natural and sole mission of the opposition parties was to hinder the ruling party through any means possible, propose opinions that were the exact opposite of the ruling party's, and then to laugh and mock the ruling party when they faced setbacks. Clearly, the Li family had decided to wage a war against Dongfang Wang and his cabinet. Even if the Yun family and the Song family did not openly support the Li family, they would certainly be glad to watch and might even secretly provide the Li family with resources to stoke the flames. If he showed any sign of weakness, they might also take advantage of him. As expected, the news came one after another. The Yun family and the Song family, disregarding his ban, restored the spiritual nexus near the Emperor's Mausoleum before the Dongfang family and sent their own media for interviews. Articles and comments soon appeared on the channels under the two families. While their tone was not as aggressive and harsh as the news from the Li family, they conveyed the same message: Dongfang Wang's cabinet must take full blame for this unfortunate incident and it must be resolved immediately and unconditionally. Meanwhile, the elders of the Yun family and the Song family would certainly exercise their most sacred right of supervision and demand a satisfactory response from Dongfang Wang's cabinet. With everything reaching this point, it was impossible to contain the event any longer. The ripple in the stagnant water of the 36th district finally evolved into a storm that swept across the entire Imperium. Watching the elders of the Li, Yun, and Song families speak solemnly to the major media, as if truly worried about the country, Dongfang Wang fell heavily into his chair and rubbed his nose hard. But his voice showed no sign of exhaustion. Instead, it was filled with determination and coldness. Ask Dongfang Mingyue to meet me immediately. I want to know how many forces the Queen has been hiding, who this Vulture Li Yao truly is, and how many men and resources are needed to take him down. Chapter 2273, All the Crows Are Black. Glittering stars congregated into a shimmering torrent, expanding to every corner of the dark universe, alongside the unstoppable conquests, until the Imperium of true human beings stabilized its territory. This was the scene repeatedly displayed on the dome of the lobby of the National Museum, located on the west side of the Emperor's Mausoleum. With his hands behind his back, Li Yao stood at the center of the National Museum, shifting his gaze from the map of the Imperium to the front. Directly before him was a black throne adorned with golden dragon stripes. Though no one sat on the throne, a black crystal suit occupied it majestically. The horns protruding from the crystal suit gave it the appearance of an iron jungle. It was said that this crystal suit was the gear used by the mighty Black Star to dominate the universe and shatter stars. Appreciating the black crystal suit up close, Li Yao couldn't help but feel that Black Star the Great might be about to rise from his grave in a rage. Queenly Linghai returned to the capital at great risk. Naturally, she had a comprehensive plan and would not return to the royal palace to be killed. 1,000,000 imperial guards, surplus generals, and disabled veterans were stationed inside and outside the emperor's mausoleum, accompanied by countless furious supporters. This made it the safest place in the entire capital. Thus, she stayed here under the pretense of consoling the wronged soldiers and generals. Perhaps as a form of irony, she even converted the National Museum into her temporary base, turning the top 2 floors into her secret meeting room and command center. Li Yao was Li Linghai's personal bodyguard in name, but he was well aware that Li Linghai's combat ability was far higher than his own due to the Supreme Emperor's legacies, and she did not need his protection at all. Except for the occasional displays in front of others, Li Yao quite enjoyed his leisure time and spent a few days appreciating the National Museum of the Imperium of True Human Beings. This gave him a deeper understanding of the history of the Imperium and even allowed him to observe many relics of the Great Black Star from the closest distance. It was certainly not something he had expected before sneaking into the Imperium of True Human Beings on his own. Li Yao almost couldn't wait to send his dreamy experiences back to the Star Glory Federation as a great surprise for Ding Lingdang and Jin Xinyue. Unfortunately, since Manjusaka, the city in the sky, was blown up by him, he had been in the company of Li Linghai, Lei Chenghu, and hundreds of immortal cultivators, leaving him no time to find a secret place to set up his super-remote communication base. Therefore, he had no chance to contact his hometown. He could only hold back his laughter and set them free later. Walking along the stairs, he arrived at the 3rd floor of the National Museum, only to discover that Li Jialing was looking afar through the window at the crowds paying tribute to the Great Black Star. "You have been observing those people for days," Li Yao said as he walked over. "And you seemed deep in thought. What's on your mind?" "Nothing," Li Jialing replied, shaking his head. After a brief silence, he added, "I only feel that those people are both pitiful and pathetic. They will be manipulated no matter what they do, just like I have been manipulated since I was born." Li Yao was slightly dazed. "I don't know if the Queen is manipulating those people, but for me, I am sincerely helping those people get what they deserve, whether it is their military credits, their dignity, or just their right to survival. This approach may be too extreme and carry too many risks, but they can no longer live on. This is their only and last chance." Li Jialing looked at Li Yao, somewhat surprised. "They are immortal cultivators." "Yes, they are." Li Yao sighed and said, "Immortal cultivators are naturally the greatest enemy of the cultivators. Also, those surplus generals are definitely not the kindest people in the world. Many of them were ferocious bullies, if not bloody butchers, in their hometowns. But things should be considered separately. No matter what atrocious crimes they committed, they should at least be credited for resisting the invasion of the Covenant Alliance and defending humanity. Whatever their motives for participating in the Imperium's counterattack, even if they were just seeking fame and fortune. Objectively speaking, without the fighting and sacrifices of those immortal cultivators, the universe might have been occupied by the puppets of the Covenant Alliance. They might have even gathered enough resources and energy to revive the Pangu clan, which would be an irreversible catastrophe for human civilization. Accomplishments cannot offset crimes, but crimes should not overshadow accomplishments. Those people are both criminals and contributors. I want those immortal cultivators to be tried for their past crimes, and I even want to perform the punishments myself, but I am unwilling to see them kicked away like dogs after they devoted everything to the cause of human civilization. Do you understand the difference between the two concepts? Li Jialing thought carefully for a moment and nodded. Besides, Li Yao said, those surplus generals may have committed unpardonable crimes in the past, but those disabled veterans, the low-level immortal cultivators in the refinement and building foundation stages, are different. How should I put it? I'm not saying they are innocent, but if they grew up in a different land, under a different system, and with different education, they might have become cultivators too. I cannot kill all the immortal cultivators at the center of the cosmos, but I truly want to find a way to destroy the soil from which the immortal cultivators are grown. Li Yao's gaze floated past Li Jialing's shoulder, watching the common veterans of the Imperium who marched forward in formation to pay tribute to Blackstar the Great statue. He had a lot of mixed feelings. Li Yao was himself a veteran of the Star Glory Federation. When he took part in the college entrance examination in his younger years and when he was smeared as the Blood Devil after returning to the Federation, it was thanks to the selfless help of the veterans that he survived those hard times. He had deep feelings for the military and the veterans. Although the Imperium of true human beings was a hostile nation, he found it impossible to hate the veterans who had devoted everything to the war against the Covenant Alliance. The four Kurfürst families are too foolish and greedy. Prime Minister Dongfang Wang is the same. Li Jialing found it hard to believe. Don't they know they are shaking the foundation of the country? Why didn't they address it earlier? This is outrageous. I can only say that reality is not a game. It's impossible for everybody to follow orders 100% without any deviation, like machines, after the authorities press a button. Li Yao said, even though Blackstar the Great was strong, there were still people who pretended to obey him but, in fact, did not. How can one person, like Dongfang Wang, control so many people below him? I believe Dongfang Wang must have foreseen the consequences of reducing the generals and ignoring the disabled veterans with his vision and wisdom, but everyone has limited abilities. If his subordinates each have their own plans or even embezzle the subsidies for the veterans, what can he do? Li Jialing frowned. Dongfang Wang is known as a prime minister of iron and blood. Can't he handle such a minor issue? If anyone dares to embezzle the subsidies, just behead them. What if the criminal is an experienced expert in the divinity transformation stage with deeply rooted connections? Can he be killed too? Li Yao asked. If the criminal is a divinity transformation stage expert from the Li family, but other divinity transformation stage experts of the Li family are defending him, can you kill all of them? If the criminal is a divinity transformation stage expert from the Dongfang family, can Dongfang Wang execute a member of his own family? If all the experts of the four Kurfürst families, regardless of their origins, have unspoken rules and all of them embezzle, what can Dongfang Wang do? After a long pause, Li Jialing asked, they are all unparalleled experts with high computational abilities. Can't they foresee the consequences? Why are they so greedy and short-sighted? It has nothing to do with greed, idiocy, or short-sightedness. At its core, it is a systemic issue. Their ideals and beliefs have strayed from the root. Li Yao said, it is precisely because of the prevailing, survival of the fittest ideology among immortal cultivators that every rational immortal cultivator is strongly motivated to seize resources and benefits by any means necessary to strengthen themselves. As for whether the looting is reasonable and legal, and the catastrophic long-term consequences, such concerns are beyond their scope. If they do not loot aggressively now, they will become weak and losers in the short term, losing everything in the ruthless internal competitions. How can they worry about the long-term and overall interests? Most rational immortal cultivators with normal thinking will not hesitate to embezzle if it increases their chances of survival. The resources already in their possession are not easily given up. Why would anyone do something that lowers their odds of survival? Perhaps when the Imperium of True Human Beings was founded 1,000 years ago, there were still some immortal cultivators with dreams and integrity, like Lei Chenghu, the pure immortal cultivators. However, in the long survival race, these immortal cultivators are destined to be eliminated, just as dedicated surplus generals and disabled veterans would have been if we hadn't appeared in time. The valiant immortal cultivators who fought bravely were all eliminated. Only the most selfish, shameless, blatant, and greedy immortal cultivators survived. After generations of adverse selection, do I need to describe what the immortal cultivators who have survived to this day look like? The Imperium of True Human Beings today is comprised of millions of such immortal cultivators. Below the seemingly glamorous appearance, the stinky mucus flows everywhere, and bizarre, crazy phenomena of corruption continue without pause. Even if those at the top intend to stop the trend, they have nowhere to start. Any reforms from the top down only become excuses for interest groups to further exploit the underprivileged, worsening the situation at the bottom of society. Is it strange that this is happening right now? Looking at the disabled veterans bowing and offering wreaths, Li Jialing clenched his fists and said, "Things must have been different in the age of Blackstar the Great." "They're all the same," Li Yao said. If the immortal cultivators did not have so many corruptions and internal conflicts, and were not as selfish and despicable as they are today, it was not because the immortal cultivators had higher integrity, but because the Imperium was still in the phase of expansion. The interests of newly conquered areas could be sacrificed to soothe the conflicts within. The vigor and vitality of countries like the Imperium of True Human Beings are built on accelerated expeditions. Whenever they stop expanding, internal contradictions will burst out, leading to their inevitable decline. The Imperium has deteriorated to such an extent that it is too sick to be saved by any medication. Any reform will not solve the root of the problems. They may be able to cut out the cancers on the body, but they cannot change the genetic deficiencies. Not just Li Linghai and Lei Chenghu, even Blackstar the Great could not heal the country, even if he were back to life. In order to transform and revive the Imperium, the true path of immortality must be criticized and denied in the most complete way. But here comes the question, is the Imperium of True Human Beings without the guidance of the true path of immortality still the Imperium of True Human Beings? Which immortal cultivator could afford such a destructive reconstruction of their beliefs? Li Jialing thought hard for a long time. Do we have to do that? Is there not a third option? It is inevitable, Li Yao said solemnly. Survival is the natural instinct of any life. As long as the true path of immortality emphasizes the law of survival of the fittest, everyone will spend all their resources on themselves for survival, driven by instinct. Resources will be wasted in meaningless internal conflicts. Even if they are not needed now, they will be secretly hidden in case they are needed in the future, and they will never be devoted to the public, the country, the civilization, or external battles. So, how can the most optimal configuration of resources be reached at all? Li Jialing frowned and shook her head. That being said, is the ideology of the cultivators any better? Can the cultivators always maintain high morals and fight for the general public under the guidance of their beliefs, and can social ossification and enormous interest groups be avoided? If that were the case, the Star Ocean Republic and Firefly wouldn't have been destroyed. You are right. I don't want to lie. Both cultivators and immortal cultivators are human, and every human has desires and deficiencies. What is happening to the Imperium of True Human Beings today has happened to the Star Ocean Republic and Firefly in the past, resulting in their destruction, Li Yao mused. But I still prefer to believe that, at the very least, in a society where the prevailing ideas are that the strong should help the weak should support the strong, and the strong and the weak should fight together, people will not be so motivated to jeopardize the interests of the whole just to strengthen themselves. If the community is the most solid shield and the warmest support for individuals, then considering the interests of the whole before considering oneself will not be in violation of human nature, right? If you still find it hard to understand, we can construct a simple social model, where the entire society is highly compressed and simplified into 2 people and 1 unit of resources. One of the persons is you. You are not sure whether you are a cultivator or an immortal cultivator, and you can switch between the policies of the cultivators and those of the immortal cultivators easily. The other person is an expert who is far stronger than you. However, he is heavily wounded and in dire need of resources for recovery. Naturally, the resources are now in your hands, and you are strong and healthy. If you choose to consume the resources yourself, your strength will increase by 10%, but the heavily wounded expert will die soon. If you give the resources to the heavily wounded expert, his strength will increase by 100% after recovery. Right now, other than the 2 of you, there are all kinds of threats in this world. The stronger your overall strength is, the more likely survival is in the perilous world. Here comes the question. In the first scenario, if you know the heavily wounded expert is a cold, ruthless immortal cultivator who believes in survival of the fittest, would you offer the valuable resources to him so that he can fully recover, while you are only 1/5, if not 1/10, as strong as he is? In the second scenario, if you know clearly the heavily wounded expert is a cultivator who has fought for the weak countless times, what will you choose? Will you give the resources to yourself to maximize your personal combat ability, or will you give them to him to maximize the combat ability of the team? Li Jialing rolled his eyes again and again. It was not until much later that he finally managed to say, I can't lie. In the first scenario, I will reserve all the resources for myself, without concern for the expert's life or death. However, in the second scenario, I will likely give the resources to the expert, as he will probably protect me once he recovers. There is still an option in the first scenario, I continued. If the resources can be divided, I will allocate the larger portion to myself and the smaller portion to the expert to help him recover, at least partially. This way, he will be slightly weaker than me but can still provide assistance. That will be the same, Li Yao said casually. No matter the ratio, your team's combat ability will not be maximized. In other words, you haven't achieved the optimal resource configuration. Moreover, if you give a few resources to a heavily wounded immortal cultivator, he might not be grateful at all and could instead resent you for your pettiness. In future team battles, the 2 of you will be wary of each other and likely conflict before any external threats arise. Li Jialing was taken aback. That's true, but who can guarantee that the cultivator will definitely protect the weak after he recovers with all the resources? What if he changes his mind, drops his facade, and abandons me at a critical moment? It's all about probability. Everything has odds. I'm not saying it's necessarily the right choice to give all the resources to the cultivator expert in the second scenario, I'm saying that such a strategy maximizes the chances of survival. That's all, Li Yao explained, holding the windowsill with both hands and staring at the statue of Blackstar the Great. Cultivators may sometimes be false gentlemen, but immortal cultivators are certainly always genuine villains. Fake gentlemen won't harm others until they drop their disguise at the last moment, but real villains spurt venom, scheme, and harm others for their own interests 24 hours a day. If you have to choose one of them as a partner, even a fool would know which option is better. Li Jialing frowned and said, What are you trying to say, Brother Yao? Li Yao said, What I'm trying to say is that, in any world, regardless of its size, if your companions are immortal cultivators, it won't matter how kind-hearted, honorable, selfless, and devoted you used to be. Driven by the instinct for survival, your only policy will be to transform yourself into an immortal cultivator as soon as possible, preferably one even more cruel, brutal, and cunning than your companions. At the very least, you will have to establish a balance of deterrence between you. That is the only way to ensure your safety and your partnership with others. But as a result, a world of immortal cultivators cannot achieve the optimal resource configuration you boast about. On the contrary, if you have 100 points of combat ability in an ideal situation, it will only be 10 points due to the conspiratorial games of survival. I would like to call this phenomenon the dilemma of the immortal cultivators. The entire Imperium of true human beings is now trapped in a giant dilemma of the immortal cultivators, to the point that it cannot destroy a minor covenant alliance at a corner of the cosmos, despite having the most abundant resources at the center of the cosmos, and the alliance having no creativity whatsoever. In the second social form, if your companions are cultivators, the odds of you becoming a cultivator will be very high, and you will tend to act selflessly, such as giving valuable resources to others first. You know that this is a reliable investment and that they will return even more resources to you after their wounds are healed. This positive encouragement and feedback will make both of you more selfless and united. In the end, you will achieve the optimal configuration of resources and output the highest overall combat ability, right? Li Jialing tilted his head and thought for a long time. It does seem to make sense. Of course it does. Isn't a living example standing right here? Li Yao declared, you were a little devil who couldn't tell kindness from evil and didn't hesitate before bloody slaughters. You were the best candidate to grow into an immortal cultivator. But after meeting a cultivator of morals and integrity like Brother Yao, you've been unknowingly influenced by my noble character and have started to see the world through a cultivator's perspective. You are slowly transforming into a cultivator. Isn't this the best evidence? Therefore, as long as everyone offers a tiny bit of love, the universe will be a much more beautiful place tomorrow. Although the path of the cultivators seems downtrodden right now, it will become the mainstream at the center of the cosmos in the days to come. Only the path of the cultivators can save the Imperium. If the Imperium is to be reformed to give birth to a new Imperium, it shouldn't be a new Imperium in the plan of Li Linghai and Lei Chenghu, but a new Imperium where everyone is a cultivator. Chapter 2275, From Evil to Righteous, and From Righteous to Evil. A new Imperium where everyone is a cultivator. Li Jialing was first dumbfounded, then greatly enlightened. So, that's why Brother Yao is cooperating with the Queen and General Lei Chenghu. Li Yao said, of course, why else would a cultivator as honorable, selfless, generous, and patriotic as myself participate in the so-called reform of the immortal cultivators that doesn't address the root issues at all, and why would I work so hard? However, after a moment, Li Jialing sighed. Apart from those who escaped from Manjasaka, the city in the sky, Brother Yao is the only cultivator in the vast universe right now. How can you possibly be a match for the Queen and General Lei, and how can you establish your utopia? I never expected to succeed within 100 years, Li Yao said solemnly. But at the very least, the storm of reform will completely tear away the immortal cultivators' facade of being sacred, powerful, and glorious, revealing their innate, unfixable flaws and true ugliness. As the reform progresses, some will eventually question whether the true path of immortality works at all. When they realize it doesn't, some will inevitably remember the path of the cultivators, won't they? So, how about it? After hearing Brother Yao's heartfelt guidance, how do you feel? Is your blood boiling, and can't you wait to become a glorious and proud cultivator right now? Li Jialing scratched his furry head with his claw. Thinking for a moment, he shook his head and said, not exactly. I feel that you are tricking me. Do you? Li Yao blinked his eyes rapidly and said, then, even if you are tricked by me, do you not gain any understanding from it? Well, I have indeed learned something, Li Jialing replied after considering carefully for a moment. He then clapped his hands emphatically and said, I have realized that the true path of immortality does entail serious problems. The inherent deficiencies and fundamental contradictions in it make it impossible to guide an enormous entity like the Imperium of true human beings to operate well for a long time. However, the Cultivators' ideology also has its issues. Just look at the Star Ocean Republic's downfall. The greatest problem with the true path of immortality is that it is too simple, straightforward, cold, and cruel. In other words, everyone is simply too frank. On the other hand, the cultivators wear the veils of warmth and gentleness, and their social relations are more friendly and harmonious. Li Yao's eyes glittered with anticipation as he looked at the young man. So, if we can combine the path of the cultivators and the true path of immortality, we will be invincible. Li Jialing said excitedly. Look, Brother Yao, in order to survive in the cold, cruel universe, the true path of immortality is indispensable. But even if we follow the path of immortal cultivators, we can still propagate the ideas of the cultivators with our words, right? That way, the ideas of the cultivators will be the skin, and the ideas of the immortal cultivators will be the bones. Then, we can achieve both an optimal configuration of resources and a harmonious society. Wouldn't it be like killing two birds with one stone? Ah! I finally understand the problems of the Imperium of true human beings now. The issue is that the Imperium is too outspoken. Concepts like survival of the fittest should be kept to oneself. How can they promote and disseminate such ideas to the people every day? How can the country not be chaotic if everyone is so competitive? If propaganda is necessary, we should promote the ideas of the cultivators, such as one for all for one. Even if they are immortal cultivators in private, they should pretend to be cultivators in public. This is the true essence of the new Imperium. Thank you, Brother Yao. I understand it now. I truly understand it. Li Yao. Li Jialing, Brother Yao, why are you walking further and further? What are you doing in the corner? Li Yao, nothing. Don't talk to me right now. I need a moment to myself. While Li Yao was in mixed feelings, faint tremors came from the crystal processor on his wrist, and a piece of new information appeared. God of War, Lei Chenghu was here. Naturally, there was no need for Lei Chenghu's real body to venture into the dangerous land. He remained in the mysterious space zone outside the Imperial Terminus sector, serving as a deterrent to the four Kurfürst families. This also better ensured the safety of Li Linghai, Li Yao, and other key figures in the reform movement. Thus, as Li Yao and Li Linghai advanced toward the capital, Lei Chenghu led the astounding Thunder Fleet to the Divine Rain sector to oversee the smooth implementation of the agreement between the Li family and the reformists. After the Li family and the Dongfang family ended their relationship on bad terms, with no possibility of reconciliation, the astounding Thunder Fleet blatantly filled up with fuel and ammunition on a large scale. It acted as if preparing to launch a massive space jump toward the central space zones of the Dongfang family. They did not keep this a secret but intentionally leaked the information to the Dongfang family. In doing so, they curbed Prime Minister Dongfang Wang's urge to resolve the issue with violence, given that his hometown was under threat. At this moment, Lei Chenghu's true body was still commanding the reformist army. Supported by the enormous resources of the Li family, the fleet was as menacing as a saber about to be unsheathed. However, he controlled a spiritual puppet remotely to participate in the reformists' secret meeting about the next steps in operations on his behalf. Li Yao, as the liaison officer between Lei Chenghu and Li Linghai, was naturally responsible for the maintenance and debugging of the spiritual puppet. After receiving the message that Lei Chenghu was ready, he knelt down and retrieved the spiritual puppet, which had been specially modified to receive extraterrestrial signals. He set the frequency of the signals and activated all the rune arrays and antennas. Hum. The spiritual puppet shivered softly. The rune arrays on its body glowed, forming a hazy aura that gradually condensed into Lei Chenghu's appearance. General Lei, Her Grace is waiting for you. This way, please. Li Yao asked Li Jialing to have all the guards secure the 3rd and 4th floors, while he led Lei Chenghu to the 5th floor, which had been entirely blocked off. On the way, he recalled the discussion with Li Jialing from earlier. Not entirely satisfied, he couldn't help but ask, General Lei, you must have seen what happened to the surplus generals and the disabled veterans, right? I wonder, what is your take on this? And how would you have resolved the problems if you were the highest authority? Yes, I've seen it all. To be honest, when I was fighting on the front lines in the third battle area, I never thought the situation in the rear was so terrible. No wonder the reformists' power has grown to an overwhelming level in the darkness over just a few decades. The Imperium today does need reform, Lei Chenghu sighed, but then changed the topic. However, the surplus generals share some of the blame for their current situation. Li Yao was dazed. Are you suggesting that they shouldn't have resorted to such an extreme approach as crying in the Emperor's Mausoleum, no matter how desperate they were, General Lei? No. I'm saying they should have sacrificed themselves on the front lines, Lei Chenghu said casually. That way, they would have saved their reputation, and the country's financial burden would have been reduced. Then, the regrettable events of today would never have occurred. Li Yao was rendered speechless again. As a soldier of the Imperium, they should be determined to serve His Majesty, the country, and the civilization of humanity, even at the cost of their lives. They must be prepared to be sacrificed at any moment, especially when they know they have been severely wounded and it will take a tremendous amount of time and resources for them to recover, Lei Chenghu frowned. If they waver at such a moment, they become a burden to the country, which is far worse than dying alongside a random soldier of the Covenant Alliance on the front lines. That is what a real warrior and a real immortal cultivator should do. Li Yao couldn't stand it anymore. General Lei, you must be kidding. Who can do that? I can, Lei Chenghu turned around and looked at Li Yao. Trust me. If that day comes, I will never be a burden to the army or the country. I will certainly cause the greatest losses to the enemy and make my last contributions with my broken body. Li Yao was stunned for a long time. Of course, I believe you can, but isn't it too unrealistic to demand such a high moral standard from common soldiers? After all, most immortal cultivators have families. They cannot cut their feelings and ignore their wives and children like the people of the Covenant Alliance. Exactly, Lei Chenghu said coldly. In a real, fully functioning country of immortal cultivators, the allocation of resources should be fair, just, and transparent. All children should be nurtured, educated, and selected equally, and the soldier's achievements should not be misappropriated. When a soldier knows that his achievements will not be claimed by someone else and his family will be well cared for, he will have no worries. Why would he not have the courage to sacrifice himself? Then, after those disabled soldiers sacrifice themselves on the front line, a significant burden on the national finances will be alleviated. The money can be used both to expand the war's success and to support their widows and children in the rear, forming a virtuous cycle. But in a malfunctioning, corrupt country of immortal cultivators, all kinds of fraud, darkness, and injustice can be found in the rear. The once excellent and thorough system is now riddled with holes. As a result, everybody on the front line is chilled, and they do not have the courage to sacrifice themselves at all. Instead, they drag their broken bodies to the rear, wasting resources for nothing, which further increases the pressure on the national finances, leading to the complete collapse of both the front line and the rear. Such a vicious cycle is unavoidable. Observing Lei Chenghu's matter-of-fact expression, Li Yao pondered for a long time and suddenly said, in fact, I feel that the fully functioning country of immortal cultivators you described first, other than being too cold and heartless, carries a little bit of the air of the cultivators. Maybe. Perhaps all different paths lead to the same destination. When you reach a high level, they might indeed be the same. Lei Chenghu smiled, neither approving nor disapproving. I am a soldier and not interested in groundless theories. Soldiers are only interested in killing. Battlefields are the most unreasonable places. No matter if a saber belongs to a cultivator or an immortal cultivator, it is a good saber as long as it can kill people. Chapter 2276, Detonate the Lethal Bomb. While they were talking, the two of them walked into Linghai's secret meeting room. The meeting room used to be the center of the National Museum where damaged antiques were repaired. Many extremely fragile antiques had strict requirements for temperature, humidity, and pressure during their restoration. Therefore, the repair center was surrounded by highly sensitive sensors, which could also serve as anti-monitoring devices after modifications. Perhaps it was because Queenly Linghai felt particularly great about herself when she discussed the cause to renew the Imperium under the badly damaged statue of Blackstar the Great. The participants of the secret meeting, besides Linghai in pure white, included Jin Yuyan, the greatest patron of the reformists and general director of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors, who spoke for the interests of businesspersons from the peripheral worlds of the Imperium, Yu Wushuang, the head of the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils, a secret intelligence agency, and Dongfang Sheng, the commander of the Deep Sea Fleet. They were all the most hardcore, devoted reformists. Together with Lei Chenghu, the military giant, and Li Yao, the super warrior, who had distinguished himself remarkably recently, they were the center of the reformists who had marched into the capital. Your Grace, glancing around, Lei Chenghu said straightforwardly, before we discuss the next steps, I want to confirm one thing. None of the soldiers from the third battle area believe that we are engaged in a rebellion. We do not wish for the Imperial Terminus sector to be mired in irresolvable chaos. The crying event in the Emperor's Mausoleum will stop here and not escalate any further, right? Of course, General Lei. We are trying to rescue the Imperium, not to destroy it. Queenly Linghai, whose face was fair and warm despite not wearing any makeup, said, if I truly wanted the Imperium to fall into chaos, I could easily instigate the remaining generals, disabled veterans, an angry crowd to march to the Council of Elders and set the whole planet ablaze with their blood. But such an effort would be too meaningless, shameful, and contemptible. I never intended to do that. Look, I have controlled the intensity of the crying event perfectly and dispersed a large part of the soldiers and members of the royal family. That is exactly because I do not want to harm any innocent people. The Emperor's Mausoleum is not our main battlefield, and the lives of those soldiers, generals, and civilians are absolutely not our cannon fodder. You can rest assured about that. Lei Chenghu nodded and said, all right. I have no further questions. Please proceed, Your Grace. Li Linghai coughed lightly and cleared her throat. After Li Yao closed the door and deployed the soundproofing rune arrays, she opened her arms and said, first of all, I want to thank everyone for your relentless efforts and sacrifices over the past years. Our cause has finally taken a critical step and secured an important victory. In the past half-month, we fought a battle that was not in our favor, in the most difficult situation, when we were least prepared, and we have won it. With the support of the Expeditionary Army and General Lei Chenghu, we have threatened the Divine Rain sector, allied with the Li family, and forced the Yun and Song families to stand by and watch, limiting our primary enemies to the Dongfang family alone. All our attacks are directed at Dongfang Wang, the Prime Minister of the Imperium. Now that we have the support of the Li family, we can boast of a smooth spiritual nexus and media channels to the entire universe. This allows us to deliver the idea of renewing the Imperium to every corner instantly. The chain reaction caused by the crying event has kept Dongfang Wang and his cabinet preoccupied. Even the entire Dongfang family is distracted, with little time to care about anything else. This is what we have accomplished in the past month. At first glance, the situation is in our favor. The leadership team of the reformists looked delighted and ambitious. However, Li Linghai suddenly became solemn, her voice rising. Do not become overconfident, and do not let your guard down. While we have secured an initial success, we have also drawn ourselves to the center of attention and into a highly dangerous environment. The reformists' blade is fully unsheathed, its edge entirely exposed. The enemy now sees us clearly, and we cannot conceal our intentions again. Moreover, the Dongfang family is the first family of the Imperium of true human beings, with the greatest wealth and power. They will not be crushed by a mere demonstration. Most importantly, none of the Yun, Song, or Li families are genuinely on our side. They are merely watching the competition between the reformists and the Dongfang family, calculating which side has a better chance of winning and if they can exploit our conflict. The war between us and the Dongfang family is like a duel between two experts. We have made our moves first, and our attacks are unstoppable, seamless, and incessant, like raging tides on the ocean. Our enemy is entirely overwhelmed by us and unable to counterattack. At first glance, the situation is completely under our control. But we are the only ones who know that the seemingly dazzling attacks have not caused any fatal wounds yet, and our enemy is gradually accumulating their strength while hiding and evading. As soon as our attacks pause, giving the enemy a moment to catch their breath, we will immediately face a thunderous counterattack. If we cannot kill the enemy immediately, the Yun family and Song family, who are observing, as well as the Li family, who seems to be on our side, may turn against us and strike at any moment. Therefore, we are now racing against time. By my estimation, if we cannot deliver a heavy blow to the Dongfang family with a critical move in the next month, the wavering Yun and Song families will be inclined to the Dongfang family, and different voices will emerge in the Li family. Silver Fox Li Jianda will even make deals with the Dongfang family in private and sell us out. Her words cast everyone into deep thought. Lei Chenghu asked, the incident in the Emperor's Mausoleum was not a fatal move? Of course not, Li Linghai shook her head. The demonstration can be easily resolved. In short, it's just about money. Although the minor leaders of the Dongfang family are usually reluctant to offer any money, Dongfang Wang must have ways to open their pockets at such a critical moment. If he were unable to do that, he wouldn't be known as a prime minister of iron and blood. As long as there is enough money, the surplus generals and disabled soldiers won't be a problem at all. Instead, they may even be bought over by Dongfang Wang. I believe that Dongfang Wang will certainly handle the problem perfectly, leaving no flaw for us to exploit. It is too naive to think that we can force a prime minister, who has worked for 20 years, to resign with just a few tears. As I said just now, the crying event was just a disguise and a distraction to shift the enemy's attention. Then, after a moment's careful consideration, Lei Chenghu asked, have you found critical evidence of the Blood Oath Alliance incident, Your Grace? Was Dongfang Wang really behind it? The Blood Oath Alliance incident must have been a play directed and performed by the Dongfang family themselves, aimed at securing a larger share of the newly recovered territory. Even a blind person can see that. Li Linghai sighed and said, however, finding concrete evidence is not easy. Even if we want to create certain evidence, we don't yet have enough credibility to do so. Therefore, while it is indeed a fatal move, it's not the right time to use it yet. Such a powerful card will be wasted if we don't play it at the right moment. Lei Chenghu frowned deeply. Then, where is the focus of our attack this time? Didn't you say last time that the reformists have a lot of cannonballs in their arsenal? Exactly. I did say that, Li Linghai replied with a mysterious smile. The reformists indeed have many cannonballs. In the next few days, we will launch a blanket bombardment, exposing many scandals involving the Dongfang family. Some of these cases are even shocking and involve multiple financial groups. Although the scandals are not enough to completely crush the Dongfang family, they will at least further drain Dongfang Wang's energy and divert his attention, making it impossible for him to see our real attack in his burning fury. Then, we will throw this giant bomb at him, which will likely blow him into pieces. The light around Li Linghai dimmed, and a beautiful, delicate, and refreshing building appeared behind her. Lei Chenghu recognized it at first glance. The first affiliated hospital to the Medical University of the Imperium? What does this mean? The first affiliated hospital to the Medical University of the Imperium, commonly known as Heavenly Star Hospital, was one of the most advanced comprehensive hospitals, boasting the best facilities and the finest medical and research teams in the entire Imperium of true human beings. During the Imperium's counterattack over the past 10 years, it had also admitted a significant number of severely wounded soldiers evacuated from the front lines, contributing greatly to the success of the Imperium's counterattack. Linghai smiled, though her expression was more daunting than ever. I wonder if General Lei and the fellow cultivators here have heard a terrifying, monstrous rumor. It is said that many high-level immortal cultivators, to pursue eternal life, maintain their peak state, or cleanse and dredge the bodies of their offspring with inadequate aptitude, produce various high-energy and strengthening drugs using the spiritual roots, cores, or even the nascent souls of other immortal cultivators. Sometimes, they even absorb other people's cultivation and spiritual energy by force through evil secret techniques to bolster themselves in a cruel way. Lei Chenghu said solemnly, "These are merely groundless rumors spread by the uninformed." Linghai smiled but said nothing. Slightly dazed, Lei Chenghu asked in surprise, "Is it true, and did the cases happen at the Heavenly Star Hospital?" I remember that the director of the Heavenly Star Hospital and the principal of the Imperium Medical University are both from the Dongfang family, and the two places have been under the control of the Dongfang family for the past 100 years, right? Chapter 2277, Cannibal Training. The 3D image of the hospital behind Linghai gradually dimmed, replaced by a white-haired, healthy-looking, and high-spirited old man. No, except for his white hair and sophisticated eyes, he almost appeared as a vigorous middle-aged man, with every movement exuding exuberance. Dongfang Renxin, director of the Heavenly Star Hospital, vice principal of the Medical University of the Imperium, deputy director of the Royal Society of Medical Science, one of the 500 elders of the Imperium, and a doctor, a meditation healer, an herbalist, and a specialist in spiritual energy in the divinity transformation stage. He is also the biological brother of Dongfang Wang, the Prime Minister of the Imperium. He is already 390 years old this year. You can't tell that from his picture, can you? Pointing at the 3D light beam, Linghai said casually, 200 years ago, Dongfang Renxin was already an exceptional specialist in foreign organ transplantation. He was best at eliminating the rejection reactions of foreign materials, demon beasts, spiritual beasts, or alien beasts, so that their organs could be transplanted into human bodies to enhance combat ability. In his most successful case, he replaced all the internal organs of a patient with organs from a demon beast. The patient, who was believed to be dying, lived another 82 years and even retained his cultivation arts and capabilities. In the end, he did not die of organ failure but was killed in a fight with others. In other words, if he had taken better care of himself, he could have lived even longer. The comprehensive foreign organ transplantation surgery was definitely a huge success. It was much better than the regular replacements with artificial bodies. It is well known that the greatest challenge in organ transplantation is the rejection reaction. Even transplantations between humans face severe rejection reactions, let alone those between a human being and a demon beast. However, Dongfang Renxin successfully solved this problem and published multiple monographs. He also won the highest prize in medical studies in the Imperium with his achievements and was nominated as a director of the Royal Society of Medical Science. After he gained recognition, he expanded his field of study to the production of various drugs, aiming to transform the blood, bones, and cores of magnificent demon beasts into the most effective strengthening drugs. As high-level immortal cultivators in the divinity transformation stage, you should also know that strengthening drugs made from biological materials often cause intense rejection reactions in the human body. They require gradual purging, and a moment of carelessness can lead to serious injury. Dongfang Renxin aimed to resolve exactly this issue. No matter how well he addressed the problem, the gap between humans and beasts remained too vast, especially considering alien beasts of entirely different origins. Rejection reactions were always present. In practice, finding a demon beast's organ that perfectly matches a patient's body is rare. The match ratio is often below 1 in 100,000, meaning that if a patient with damaged organs sought Dongfang Renqin's help, he would need to filter through 100,000 demon beasts, with no guarantee of finding a match. This means that such foreign organ transplantation has a high threshold. Although Dongfang Renqin was skilled, few were privileged enough to undergo the procedure. It became one of those fancy but largely impractical arts. However, from a different perspective, human beings are beasts as well, and they are not very different from other animals from a biological standpoint. If the organs of demon beasts can be transplanted, then surely the organs of humans can also be transplanted. If demon beasts can be used to create medicines, why not humans? The cores of demon beasts are great tonics, and the spiritual roots and cores of immortal cultivators should also be potent tonics with far fewer rejection reactions, right? Linghai licked her lips with a smile, as if savoring the thought. Even though everyone was a ruthless and ferocious immortal cultivator, they couldn't help but feel a chill. Li Yao took deep breaths many times before he finally managed to calm himself down. Practice is like rowing against the current. You are either moving forward or falling back. The higher you rise, the more difficult it becomes to take another leap. It takes countless efforts and resources just to maintain your level. It is like a parabola, reaching the apex is easy, but staying at the peak is tremendously difficult. The higher you climb, the faster you will fall. No matter how high you are, you will eventually plunge. Take yourselves, for example. You must know the weight of the pressure at such heights, don't you? With her hands behind her back, Linghai continued coldly. It is the natural law that all living things grow old and die. Practice is about defying this law. When we are old and weary, nature inevitably catches up with us. No one can escape this fate. Moreover, practice and power are inherently contradictory. Practice requires focus and dedication, but if you are in power, you will inevitably be embroiled in all kinds of affairs, important and trivial alike. You will likely spend 24 hours a day and 365 days a year working. To maintain peak performance, you must dedicate at least half of your time to secluded training. However, if you spend 12 hours a day in seclusion, how can you control your power, command your subordinates, and manage your daily affairs? Wouldn't your subordinates easily manipulate you and turn you into a figurehead? Do any of you face such challenges? Your words make sense, Your Grace, Linghai said, voicing the concerns of all present. Lei Qinghu added, to be honest, ever since I became the commander of the 3rd battle area, I have been inundated with battle reports from the front lines and consumed by the most unusual affairs in the entire fleet and battle area. I barely have any time for meditation, reflection, or training. Both my body and my soul are severely exhausted. Although I am still in the divinity transformation stage, I am merely relying on past accumulations and dare not easily activate the computational abilities of this stage. If I continue to burn and exhaust myself, I don't know how long I will be able to maintain the divinity transformation stage as I age. Even Li Yao shared these sentiments. Though young and in his prime, with rising combat abilities, his time in the Imperium has been marked by a series of adventures and the discovery of many unusual treasures, such as the Imperial Fire Pearl, which have kept his level soaring. Yet, Li Yao also understood that his progress, like a flying sword soaring unstoppably, required a constant supply of energy to maintain its continuous acceleration. As soon as the energy ran out, or even if it was insufficient, he would certainly fall. The universe was eternal, while the trainers were merely brilliant, fleeting fireworks. They might shine dazzlingly for a short while, but they would eventually fade. Why could Li Yao wreak havoc in the capital of Gold Vulture as if he were invincible? Was there really no one stronger than him? Of course not. There were countless experts in the 4 Kurfürst families. Apart from Linghai, there were many whose combat abilities surpassed Li Yao's. However, those experts would have had to be at least 300 years old if they had advanced to the divinity transformation stage through normal training methods. They were uncles and seniors, and their bones were too old. Why would they fight Li Yao unless absolutely necessary? Even if they managed to take him down, they might die soon after returning home, exhausted from the battle. Without considering hibernation, Li Yao's real age was less than 100 years. He was arguably the youngest battle-type expert in the divinity transformation stage in the entire universe. His youth was his greatest asset, allowing him to act with such boldness. Maintaining peak condition and remaining a divinity transformation stage expert for as long as possible was the ultimate dream of all trainers throughout history. Li Linghai said calmly, "You all agree that for high-level immortal cultivators, who are powerful but aging, maintaining their level is terribly troublesome. Take Silver Fox Li Jianda, the patriarch of the Li family, for example. After he became the Prime Minister of the Imperium, he suffered mental derangement due to the overwhelming number of trivial affairs. Eventually, he fell from the divining branching state. Although everything he did later may have been a show, it is undeniable that he once suffered severe injuries. But what about the Dongfang family? Don't you find it odd upon closer inspection? In the last 100 years, many experts from previous generations of the Dongfang family have remained at their peak. Severe injuries are rarely reported. Some have even advanced to higher levels after surpassing 300 years of life. In terms of average peak duration, the experts of the Dongfang family clearly last longer than those of the other three families. If we can stay at our peak for 50 years, they can do so for 100. Furthermore, the talented children of the Dongfang family are emerging at an astonishing rate in the past 100 years. Some are 1 in 100 years prodigies in training. In the competitions held within the 4 Kurfürst families, the young people of the Dongfang family have won championships for many consecutive years. They are known as the Golden Generation. Because of the robust seniors and the rising juniors, the Dongfang family has continuously expanded until it is now far stronger than any of the other 3 families. Have you ever considered why that is? Lei Chenghu said solemnly, "Your Grace, are you suggesting that someone in the Dongfang family is involved in cannibal training? Cannibal training? That's a concise summary." Li Linghai said with a smile. "Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Headed by Dongfang Renqin, there is a secret research team that specially assists the leadership of the Dongfang family and their offspring with cannibal training. This is how the Dongfang family grew into what it is today." Lei Chenghu took a deep breath. "This is an important matter that requires solid evidence. Where did you get such appalling intelligence, Your Grace?" After pondering for a moment, Li Linghai said, "Such confidential information couldn't have been obtained from the outside world. It came from sources within the Dongfang family." Lei Chenghu frowned and said, "Why would anyone from the Dongfang family leak such intelligence? Aren't they destroying their family?" Chapter 2278, Insatiable Ravenousness. The question made Li Linghai smile, and he looked at Dongfang Sheng, the commander of the deep-sea fleet. With a sniff, Dongfang Sheng said slowly, "The highest commander of all the fleets of the Dongfang family today is Dongfang Polang. That old fart has been the general commander of the family fleets for 100 years, and judging by his vigor, he can easily live for another 100. If such an old fart holds the position of the general commander of the family fleets for 200 years, how can those below him ever rise to the top? Besides, as one grows old, one tends to become rigid, arrogant, and without any creativity or the courage to try new things. They also do not see eye to eye with the ideas and tactics of the young. It was a real waste of life to be commanded by such an old fart and to watch the family fleets grow ossified, which felt worse than death. I couldn't stand the old fart anymore and saw no hope, fearing he might still be alive when I died of old age. Finally, a fierce conflict between us erupted, escalating into a comprehensive competition. Later, I was wanted by the family and forced to escape. Then, I found my way to the Deep Sea Palace and served the Queen as the commander of the Deep Sea Fleet. But my companions and friends, with whom I was very close, are still in the family, infuriated by the old farts like Dongfang Polong every day. If they by chance learn that Dongfang Polong and the others are maintaining their level and strength through cannibal training, it is not strange at all that they would expose the information to the outside world in their exasperation. I would have done the same. Everyone thought carefully for a moment and quickly nodded their heads. The evil arts that Dongfang Renxin has been studying jeopardize the interests of a large proportion of people within the Dongfang family. If the old do not die, the young will never rise. Moreover, the ideas of the older generation and those of the younger generation are always in conflict. You think I am stubborn and conservative, but I think you are radical and extreme. When the old people always win the competitions, how can the young people not be angry? When their grudge is long accumulated, they will not just betray the family, they will not hesitate to die together with the old people. Linghai said with a smile. On the other hand, a confidential evil technique like cannibal training is definitely not a privilege for everyone in the Dongfang family. I am afraid that only a few central figures closely associated with Dongfang Wang and Dongfang Renxin are entitled to it. Think about it. Suppose you are a rather capable mid-level manager in the Dongfang family and have a gifted son who crushed the child of a certain big shot in the internal competitions of the family. You are very proud of him and believe that your son will lead your bloodline to new heights. However, unexpected changes occur in the family competitions this year. It is unclear what strengthening drugs he has been using, but the boy who was crushed by your son last year has made significant progress in just 1 year and broken all of your son's bones. You are angry, anxious, and in pain. Out of curiosity, you investigate in secret and only then discover a great secret within the family. It turns out that the central leadership of the family has mastered such a horrifying evil technique. Henceforth, their bloodlines will forever dominate the family, and the secondary branches like you will forever be in their shadow and sidearms. Hee. Naturally, you want to join the little circle too and get a ticket to the cannibal training for yourself or your offspring. But you are not qualified at all. You are even living in fear, day and night, worrying that your peeping will be caught and you will be killed to keep your mouth shut. In your anger and fear, it is almost the only option to seek help from the outside world, trying to completely expose the matter, which will at least keep your wife and children alive. Everyone looked at each other, deep in thought. That's not the end of it yet. Linghai's smile grew more intense. Even the cannibal training entails a certain level of rejection reactions. Who do you think will trigger the minimal rejection reactions when they are eaten? From your looks, I can tell you've all guessed it. The members of the Dongfang family, of course. The same bloodlines mean the least rejection and the highest absorption efficiency. Therefore, Dongfang Renxin's primary targets are the low-level immortal cultivators of the secondary branches of the family, the cannon fodder destined to die for the family. But leading the charge and dying on the front lines is one thing, being drained as a medicinal ingredient is another. Someone did not want to die like that and, in desperation, escaped to the outside world, only to run into me later. Is it so hard to believe? Therefore, after careful consideration, Lei Chenghu said, Dongfang Renxin established the hospital in the capital, which is not under the Dongfang family's control, rather than in the family's own dominion, because he is worried about his own people? Mostly, yes. His primary concern is the competition within the family. If Dongfang Wang and Dongfang Renxin run surgeries and experiments in their own nest, there will be no room for defense once it is disclosed. Linghai said calmly, but more importantly, it is meant to collect more varied raw materials. The low-level immortal cultivators of the Dongfang family are not all perfect matches. Additionally, they share the same genetic deficiencies. Training with their own kin all the time is like intermarriage, which will eventually lead to an outbreak of genetic issues. Thus, a lot of fresh blood from the outside world is required. Such external experts are not easy to find in the Dongfang family's territory, and even if they are found, it won't be convenient to attack them. In the messy, murky capital nominally under His Majesty's command, there will be no such concerns. Countless immortal cultivators go missing in the lawless land below the ground every day. Who could possibly find them? When the Imperium's counterattack comes, many heavily wounded soldiers from the front line have to retreat to the rear for surgeries, but they cannot endure too many space jumps. So, they often choose to jump directly to the capital for treatment. The Imperial Terminus sector is an intersection of the universe and the easiest place to jump to. The Heavenly Star Hospital admitted a large number of severely wounded patients. Most of these individuals were blown to pieces by cannonballs and spiritual energy, and their death rate was already extremely high. Even if some tricks were played on them, or certain patients who could have survived ended up passing away with incomplete bodies, it would be perfectly understandable, right? Lei Chenghu's eyebrows were furrowed like raised sabers. The patients who retreated to the rear for treatment included experts from the other three Kurfürst families. Dongfang Renqin was bold and insane enough to touch them. That is exactly why we have chosen this matter as our detonator. Li Linghai said with a smile. If they had only butchered hominoids for training, it would have been perfectly normal. Nobody cares about the deaths of a few hundred hominoids. If they had only trained with some low-level immortal cultivators of unknown backgrounds, Dongfang Wang and Dongfang Renqin still could have taken care of the aftermath with their influence. However, what they have been training with are the experts from the other three Kurfürst families. Once exposed with solid evidence, this will definitely be a fatal blow to Dongfang Wang. Nobody can expect to save him. Then, it will be the landslide of the entire family. Lei Chenghu shook his head slowly. I still find it hard to believe that Dongfang Wang and Dongfang Renqin would be unwise enough to lay fingers on experts of the other three families. Greed can never be satisfied. Practicing the evil arts is like taking drugs. You will only be mired deeper and deeper, with greater and greater addiction, until you completely go mad in the end, Li Linghai sighed and said. General Lei, please imagine this, you are now a dying old man catching your last breath, and it's been a long time since you fell from your peak state. Only in your dreams can you taste the feeling of the divinity transformation stage. All the juniors are watching you like voracious wolves, ready to lunge forward and bite your body. Your offspring, on the other hand, are just mediocre. Your bloodline will completely fall as soon as you die. At such a moment, if someone could make you return to your peak state and your children be reborn with the most excellent talents, whatever the price may be, and even if you have to offend the other three families, would you reject the offer? Such evil arts are obviously not a one-time thing but have to be practiced regularly. Also, the dosage required will be larger and larger to maintain your best state. Then, addicted and unable to free yourself, would you quit halfway and degenerate into what you used to be in just a few days, aging and weakening? After a long daze, Lei Chenghu shook his head firmly. No, I will never do that. It is the most shameless betrayal of the true path of immortality. Pausing for a moment, he said in frustration, but I can understand why some people in the Dongfang family are so bold and inconsiderate. Now, you have all understood why I chose this matter as the detonator, right? Li Linghai concluded. This matter also involves few people of the Dongfang family. The pressure we face is not very great. Also, the nature of the case is so ghastly that everyone will stand on our side once the truth is revealed. For their reputation, it is absolutely impossible for the other three families to negotiate and make deals with the Dongfang family. After we completely expose Dongfang Wang and Dongfang Renqin, revealing the truth that they have been possessed by extraterrestrial devils, we will naturally present our findings of the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance. Even if all the pieces of evidence are created by us, who will suspect them? In short, if a wall starts to totter, everyone will give it a shove. As long as Dongfang Wang's cabinet completely collapses and more prominent members of the Dongfang family are involved, the other three families will certainly join forces to attack the Dongfang family. In the cutthroat battle among the noble families, the reformists will be able to secure the most advantageous position, implement our ideas, and achieve our goal of renewing the Imperium. This is all I have to say. Any questions? Yes. Thinking carefully, Lei Chenghu said, even if the whole thing is made public, is it possible that Dongfang Renqin will separate his brother from him and keep the prime minister out of the issue, pretending that Dongfang Wang knows nothing about it? It's impossible, Li Linghai shook her head reassuringly. Dongfang Renqin is over 100 years older than Dongfang Wang. 100 years ago, the two brothers were unremarkable in the Dongfang family and showed no signs of rising to power. It is safe to believe that Dongfang Renqin's medical arts won the favor of numerous influential members of the Dongfang family, forming a compact interest group. Eventually, this small circle chose Dongfang Wang to represent their interests and endorsed him to become the prime minister of the Imperium. The whole circle will rise and fall together. If Dongfang Renqin collapses, no one will survive, including Dongfang Wang. Lei Chenghu said solemnly, got it. Dongfang Renqin is the key. We have to take him down quickly and cleanly, and break into his secret institute to find irrefutable evidence, right? Yes, Li Linghai replied. This is the most challenging part of the mission. We need to capture Dongfang Renqin alive and find critical evidence. Narrowing her eyes, she added coldly, Dongfang Renqin is a renowned and prestigious elder of the Imperium. If we accuse him of such serious crimes but cannot catch him with concrete proof, he will have countless ways to escape and retaliate. We have only one shot. Right now, Dongfang Renqin has no idea that we are onto him yet. If we miss the attack and alert him, he will definitely destroy all traces in the secret institute and immediately retreat to the Dongfang family's territory. In that case, there will be nothing we can do. In other words, the capture operation will be the decisive step in this war. If we successfully catch the culprit and obtain the evidence, Dongfang Wang's cabinet will surely collapse, triggering an avalanche-like chain reaction that no one can prevent, leading to the fall of the Dongfang family. If we fail, the Yun family and the Song family, who are on the fence, as well as the Li family, who seems to be backing us, will immediately change their stance and annihilate us without hesitation. Everyone pondered this and had to admit that it was indeed a significant opportunity for the reformists if the crimes were genuine, but it was also a dangerous move, akin to dancing on the edge of a razor. Lei Chenghu looked at Dongfang Sheng and asked, what are we going to do? An assault with a fleet? Li Linghai shook her head. We cannot dispatch fleets. The unspoken agreement we have with the other three families is that they will monitor the Dongfang family's fleets as long as we do not move our own. If our fleets were to assault the Imperial Terminus sector, leaving aside the odds of success, the Dongfang family's fleet will definitely intervene. A major battle in the capital could ignite a full-scale war, which no one wants. Exactly. After careful thought, Lei Chenghu nodded slowly. No one wants the Imperium to descend into chaos, as that would only benefit the Covenant alliance. Therefore, the capture operation this time will primarily be handled by Yu Wushuang's Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils. Theoretically speaking, as long as they are suspicious that Dongfang Renqin has been corrupted by the extraterrestrial devils, they will have the legal rights to arrest and interrogate him. Li Linghai said, General Lei and General Dongfang, your fleets will stand by and keep the pressure on the Li family's fleets, forcing them to stall the Dongfang family's fleet so that none of the fleets will make any bold moves. Director Jean, your mission is to continue lobbying in the business groups of the other three Kurfürst families to express the kindness and sincerity of the reformists. For example, they can have the largest share in the interests of the Dongfang family after it is split apart. All in all, you will reiterate the idea that the Dongfang family's collapse will be greatly beneficial for the three families, and that the business groups from the peripheral worlds of the Imperium are all short-sighted bumpkins who will be satisfied by the tiniest benefits. Of course, now that everyone's fleet is not moving on the surface, the dark battlefield in the capital will be very busy in the future. Please dispatch all those that you can to the capital. There are many sources and informants that we need to buy over, many killers and assassins that we need to hire, and many wavering individuals who can only be convinced by coins. This is about our mission. Does anyone still have any confusion? This time, nobody asked any questions. Then, please continue fighting valiantly in your respective battle spaces, fellow cultivators. Linghai waved her hand and declared resolutely, after we win this battle, the new Imperium will succeed. Everyone rose abruptly, straightened their right arms, and clenched their fists, declaring in unison, "Long live the Imperium! Long live the immortal cultivators! Long live the civilization of mankind!" The secret meeting came to an end, and everyone left the room in a row except for Li Yao, who stayed behind at Linghai's hint. In the vast antique repair center, Queenly Linghai and Vulture Li Yao were left alone. The 3D light beam behind Linghai rose and fell, soon displaying a brand new graph. It resembled a translucent ant's nest brimming with channels and holes. The sight would likely freeze the blood of anyone with trypophobia. "I would like to hear the opinion of a magical equipment specialist on an issue," Linghai said, pointing at the graph behind her. "This is the detailed structure of the blocks 2,000 meters below the 27th district of the capital. According to our intelligence, this is Dongfang Renqin's secret institute. All the studies he conducts in the Heavenly Star Hospital are, of course, legal, open, and flawless. The real clandestine secrets, the cannibal training facilities, and all the ingredients are kept here. The problem is that Dongfang Renqin is fully aware of the location's importance. Therefore, not only is the entire 27th district heavily guarded by his accomplices, but a series of crystal bombs with intricate structures have also been installed around the secret institute. They are so powerful that they will obliterate the secret institute and everything inside if detonated. Look, these are the locations and structures of some of the crystal bombs our spies managed to obtain after much effort. What is your opinion? Is it possible to dismantle the crystal bombs before the assault? Linghai zoomed in on the picture. Soon, blinking red spots appeared on the translucent map, as intricate as a maze. As the red spots were continuously enlarged, they revealed the most intricate crystal bombs. Well, Li Yao's pupils constricted violently, and his fingers trembled uncontrollably. He mumbled, "It's not just the secret institute. The entire 27th district is essentially sitting on an active volcano. Once the crystal bombs are detonated, I'm afraid the entire underground town will be blown to the sky. No, it will fall apart and be buried beneath the earth for all eternity. Also, if I am not mistaken, these should be only 30% of the crystal bombs. The entire array is yet to be revealed, right?" Linghai's eyes were gleaming as she nodded and said, "Exactly. You have the keen eyes of an expert. This secret institute is the lifeline of Dongfang Renqin and Dongfang Wang. Seeing even 30% of its self-destruct devices is already the best we can do. How about it? Is it possible to disable them without alerting anyone?" Li Yao frowned deeply, but eagerness shone in his eyes. It had been a long time since he last encountered such an interesting challenge. He closed his eyes, but his eyeballs rolled quickly beneath his lids, and his fingers hummed, moving at a frequency beyond the naked eye. After thorough deductions and calculations, he first nodded, then shook his head. If the remaining 70% of the self-destruct devices are the same type of crystal bombs, I will probably be able to accomplish the task. But it's clear that these self-destruct devices were set up by an expert among experts. So, I suspect more insidious traps are hidden in the remaining 70% of the devices. I'll have to find out during the operation. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me." Linghai pushed a badge over. This arrest operation serves the interests of the people and the cause of justice. It should align perfectly with the beliefs of a cultivator. I don't think you need to charge for it, right? Removing hazards for the people is definitely not free. If I don't have money and resources, I won't be able to strengthen myself. How can I remove more hazards for the people in the future? The best I can do is offer you a discount, Your Grace. Li Yao played with the badge, examining it closely. He discovered it was a scale set against the background of a pair of crossed sabers and swords. On the left side of the scale was a bleeding heart, and on the right was a hideous demon's head with wide-open eyes, suggesting it was certainly not at rest. He asked, "This is the emblem of the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils?" Exactly. The Reformists' operation is not a rebellion or a civil war. Since everyone's fleet is here, we have to fight the battle legally, or at least legally in name, Linghai smiled. As my personal bodyguard, you do not have jurisdiction outside the royal palace, nor can you arrest an elder of the Imperium easily. Therefore, you are temporarily given the identity of Special Counsel of the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils so that you can participate in the operation. Right. There's something I've been meaning to ask, Your Grace. Holding the badge in his hand, Li Yao thought for a moment and asked, "The Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils claims the right to take part in all cases nationwide involving extraterrestrial devils by capturing, interrogating, and punishing all demonic cultivators corrupted by the extraterrestrial devils. The question is, who is to judge if a person is a demonic cultivator, if he is corrupted by the extraterrestrial devils, and if the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils is qualified to punish him?" Li Linghai said casually, "The Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils, of course." Blinking his eyes, Li Yao said, "That is to say, the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils can accuse any random person on the street of being a demonic cultivator and capture him to bring back to their dungeon for interrogations?" Li Linghai said, "Yes." Li Yao asked, "What if they discover the poor guy is not a demonic cultivator after the interrogations?" Li Linghai said, "Rest assured, it will never happen. The Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils has 10,000 ways to make a suspect admit they are a demonic cultivator." Li Yao said, "Well, what if there is no tenebrum energy on their body at all?" Li Linghai said, "That's because they have been corrupted only recently, or they are demonic cultivators hiding themselves very well. Is there a problem?" Chapter 2280, Mysterious and Unpredictable Dongfang Mingyue. After a long days, Li Yao said, "If you put it that way, there is certainly no problem at all." Li Linghai smiled and said, "In the first 500 years of the Imperium, when the Emperor still held supreme power, the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils, as His Majesty's sharpest blade, indeed wielded unquestionable, absolute authority to arrest and execute anyone. At that time, a mere devil huntress of the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils walking the streets could make high-ranking ministers tremble with fear. If a devil huntress knocked on their door at night, they might have been terrified to death. However, as royal power declined, the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils gradually lost its luster. What I mentioned earlier was only a theoretical possibility. Theoretically, the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils can accuse anyone of being a demonic cultivator, arrest them, and even coerce a confession. But in reality, if they want to capture anyone, it depends on whether they have the capability. Before they gained full support from the Reformists, the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils was far from capable of arresting just anyone, especially when the four Kurfürst families were involved. If you have the audacity to knock on their door, they will have the audacity to beat you to death, burn you to ashes, and eject you into space. What could you do about that? To be more straightforward, not just wronging the good guys and forcing them to admit guilt, even if someone in the four Kurfürst families was really complicit with the extraterrestrial devils as demonic cultivators, what could the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils have done except turn a blind eye and pretend they didn't notice? Li Yao was greatly shocked. There are truly people who cooperate with extraterrestrial devils? Even a cultivator and an immortal cultivator like you and me can cooperate. Why can't the extraterrestrial devils cooperate with humans if there are enough returns? Linghai said casually. The extraterrestrial devils are also an intelligent life form. An intelligent life form means the possibilities of negotiations, concessions, deals, and ceasefires. The bottom line is, despite the full support of the reformists, the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils has not recovered to its prime days yet. It only has the theoretical power to punish ungodly creatures but is actually not half as powerful as it sounds. But there is another organization that is different, the Association of Demon Hunters. Li Yao thought for a moment. Got it. The authoritative agency of the Imperium dealing with demons and demon beasts. Exactly. Ever since the Star Ocean Imperium collapsed due to the combined efforts of demons and extraterrestrial devils, they have been the two major threats to mankind. All the regimes at the center of the cosmos later established agencies and even armies to cope with these threats. In the Imperium of True Human Beings, they are the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils and the Association of Demon Hunters. Linghai explained, after 10,000 years, the extraterrestrial devils have gone extinct, despite the minor trouble they occasionally caused, and the demons have completely lost their organized, systematic civilization, exiled to the edge of the cosmos. I think they are about to be annihilated, aren't they? The Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils and the Association of Demon Hunters, losing their targets, have gradually degenerated into the two biggest secret agencies of the Imperium. The sharp weapons that once dealt with demons and extraterrestrial devils are equally effective against human beings. The first 500 years of the Imperium were dominated by the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils. With His Majesty's support, it remained at the top of the Association of Demon Hunters. Consequently, the Association of Demon Hunters joined the four Kurfürst families at an early stage and made significant contributions in the secret war to diminish royal authority. Then, during the second 500 years, they were properly rewarded, and their scale and level both expanded. The organization became a source of terror for all immortal cultivators in the Imperium. Thinking quickly, Li Yao nodded and said, "Understood." Is it completely legal for a member of the Association of Demon Hunters to claim that someone they do not see eye to eye with on the street is a demon, capture them, and force them to admit guilt? Yes. If the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils is His Majesty's sharpest saber, the Association of Demon Hunters is the most loyal hound of the four Kurfürst families. Those who dare to defy the orders of the four families and violate their interests will inevitably be accused of being demon spies or demon-human hybrids until their reputation is ruined and they are punished at will. Linghai added, moreover, as the Dongfang family's influence has expanded in the past 100 years, allowing them to extend their reach into all key fields of the Imperium, the Association of Demon Hunters has naturally become an important target for their infiltration. The president who was just nominated is from the Dongfang family. More precisely, that person is Dongfang Wang's trusted subordinate. Right now, everyone's fleet is in a quandary, and no one has the courage to start a civil war. So, the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils and the Association of Demon Hunters will have to restart the fire of war on the dark battlefield they've been fighting on for 1,000 years. Linghai touched a rune array. The light and shadow behind her flashed, and the map of the underground blocks just now turned into the image of a young woman. The woman, her black and glamorous hair poured down straight like a waterfall to her waist. Her face could almost be called cute, but it did not have enough attraction as a whole and couldn't leave a deep impression, like a few vague blots on a piece of gray paper. After seeing the 3D picture, despite Li Yao's memory and cognitive abilities, he still couldn't tell what features the woman had apart from her long hair. The waterfall-like long hair, however, was obviously a disguise that could be cut short, dyed, or reshaped at any moment. Focusing the attention on the hair was absolutely useless. After Li Yao advanced into the divinity transformation stage, he had never felt that a person could be so untraceable before. It was truly uncanny. This woman's name is Dongfang Mingyue, the president of the Association of Demon Hunters that assumed office last month. Linghai introduced. We believe that she is the head of the special agents under Dongfang Wang's command and plays a similar role to Yu Wuxuang's on our side. She will be the most dangerous enemy for us in the next phase. Considering your performance in space and in the Emperor's Mausoleum, Dongfang Wang must have got his eyes on you. It is very likely that you will need to deal with this woman. You must be careful. Looking at Dongfang Mingyue's picture with great interest, Li Yao mumbled, she looks really young. What's her level and background? Are there any detailed files that I can study? Linghai shook her head slowly and said, no. Li Yao was slightly stunned. Shouldn't you have collected all the files of such an important character, like if her ancestors ever had hemorrhoids? What do you mean by no? With a bitter smile, Linghai said, do you remember how I introduced you before? I claimed that you were a secret warrior the reformists raised in darkness, one of the most traceless, mysterious, and unpredictable kinds. It is a habit of many major forces to raise such dark warriors who will participate in the most clandestine, filthy, and bloody business, known as ghost warriors or things like that. Naturally, you are a counterfeit, but this Dongfang Mingyue is an authentic dark warrior that Dongfang Wang has raised. There is barely any file about her before she became the president of the Association of Demon Hunters. But we have reasons to believe that she is related to dozens of shocking cases. She is an expert adept at stealth, assassination, and other secret operations. So tough? Li Yao found it hard to believe. There are no files about her at all? No. She is like a shadow that has emerged from the depths of a dark swamp. Nobody knows what level she is at exactly. Linghai suddenly changed the topic. However, 1.5 years ago, I once ran into her in the royal palace. At that time, her identity was an insignificant maid. Li Yao bulged his eyes. What? The 4 Kurfürst families all have spies in the royal palace. I was a spy that the Li family sent into the royal palace as well. Therefore, it was not unusual for her to be on a mission in the royal palace, serving as a maid under Dongfang Wang's orders. Slightly frowning, Linghai mumbled, what was strange was that I somehow grew a sense of wariness after just a casual glimpse at her. Your Grace grew wary of Dongfang Mingyue? Li Yao was greatly surprised. He knew Linghai's terrifying combat ability better than anyone else. Even if she was not the best expert in the Imperium of true human beings, she certainly ranked in the top 10, if not the top 5. For such an unparalleled expert, who practiced the Supreme Emperor's techniques and was protected by the true dragons of purple flames, to feel wary of Dongfang Mingyue meant that even if Dongfang Mingyue was not as strong as Linghai, she at least posed some threat to her. Pondering for a moment, Li Yao asked, Your Grace, tell me the truth. Have you ever felt wary of me? Linghai thought for a moment and said, I don't think so. Li Yao found it hard to believe. Are you serious? Not even once? Not even for a single second? Linghai shook her head and said, No, you never pose a threat to me, unless you're hamstringing me as my pig teammate. Li Yao sighed. Fine. It seems Dongfang Mingyue should be slightly stronger than me, though we are both warriors in darkness. Yes, but there's no need to be frustrated, Linghai comforted him. I reflected on it carefully later. Even if Dongfang Mingyue is really stronger than you, she might not be strong enough to kill you. Should the two of you be engaged in a fight, you will still have a good chance to escape. Li Yao, okay. Overall, the demand for magical equipment will soar when the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils declares war on the Association of Demon Hunters. You and Master Jin Tianzong will have to do more work, Linghai said. As for the files on Dongfang Mingyue, more will definitely be collected during the Dark War. It would be even better if you could see how good she is firsthand. But at the core, This massive dark war is only a distraction and a disguise. When the time is ripe and most of the enemy's forces are distracted, we will take down Dongfang Rinxin's secret institute as quickly as a flash of lightning, locate the critical evidence, and, of course, capture him alive and bring him back to our secret base. Then, the avalanche of the entire Dongfang family will be unstoppable. Do you have any questions? I do. Li Yao raised his hand. Can I ask why your grace said that I was your pig teammate? When did I hamstring you? Also, have I really never posed any threat to you at all? Li Linghai stared at Li Yao for a long time and sighed. Vulture Li Yao, up until now, we have suited each other's needs very well, so I really don't want to beat you to death by accident. Leave now. I'll have a batch of materials delivered to you soon. 30% of the materials will be yours, and the other 70% will be used to strengthen the magical equipment of the devil huntresses. As for the specific models and requirements, Yu Wushuang will talk to you later. Li Linghai turned around and did not look at Li Yao anymore, focusing her whole attention on the map of Dongfang Rinxin's secret institute. Li Yao observed Dongfang Mingyue's panoramic picture carefully for a long time. Then, for some reason, he suddenly asked, "Wait, Your Grace, I have a question. Last time you bumped into this Dongfang Mingyue, she wasn't managing the royal library in the palace or working as a cleaning lady in the library, right?" Li Linghai turned around abruptly and stared at Li Yao's face as intimidatingly as an eagle, as if she were pecking holes on Li Yao's face, which was, of course, impossible, considering its thickness. Why do you ask? Very simple. The royal authority has declined for 500 years. The royal palace is now heavily infiltrated by the 4 Kurfürst families. What secret intelligence deserves such a mysterious expert to sneak in and investigate? Blinking his eyes, Li Yao said without changing his face, "However, I'm told that the Royal Library is an information storage agency that has been passed down from thousands of years ago, in which many precious secret techniques and classics are kept. It is probably worth investigating. Truth be told, Your Grace, even I also feel tempted to go to the Royal Library and find a marvelous art to practice. So, I just assume that other people might have thought the same. How about it? Am I correct?" "Yes, you are actually correct this time." After a brief silence, Li Linghai nodded. This mysterious Dongfang Mingyue was indeed working in the library affiliated with the Royal Library. Perhaps she was trying to steal the secrets within the Royal Library. However, the internal structure of the Royal Library is highly complex, like a maze with 99 locks. Many techniques and technologies that have been passed down for thousands of years are sealed by barriers. If opened by brute force, they would be destroyed. In the early years, only the emperors and crown princes knew the secrets to open the seals. But during the decline of royal authority, quite a few emperors died suddenly and did not set up a crown prince before their deaths. The secrets to open these treasures are now long gone, and no one knows them anymore. The 4 Kurfürst families have naturally been making every effort to crack the secrets hidden deep within the royal library, but after 100 years of attempts, they have gained nothing. They fear that the entire library might be ruined if their methods are too radical, which would annihilate the techniques, arts, treasure maps, secret prescriptions, and more from thousands of years ago. Thus, they do not dare to act too aggressively. It has been decades since their last attempt on the Royal Library. Has Dongfang Mingyue discovered any new methods to open the barriers in the deepest part of the library? We must be extremely cautious about this matter. Deep in thought, Li Linghai waved her hand, signaling Li Yao to leave. Li Yao's mind was also racing with thousands of thoughts. As he walked out, he pondered the situation. When he reached the door, however, the Queen's slightly hesitant voice came from behind him. "Wait." Li Yao turned around, slightly surprised. "Anything else, Your Grace?" The fragment of the Imperial Fire Pearl, Li Linghai's face was completely hidden in the mottled shadows, making it impossible to discern her expression. Her voice was hesitant as she asked, "Have you given it to Li Jialing for training? What's the progress?" Despite her brutal exterior, it seemed Li Linghai cared deeply about her son. Li Yao grinned and said, "Rest assured, Your Grace. That boy Li Jialing is a once-in-a-century training genius. His talents and aptitudes are extraordinary, only slightly lower than mine in my younger years." How incredible! With the guidance of an unparalleled expert like myself and the investment of all the necessary drugs, his absorption of the Imperial Fire Pearl is very fast. The Supreme Emperor's dominating aura within the Imperial Fire Pearl has merged with the chaotic forces injected into his body over the past 10 decades, leading to remarkable chemical reactions. His combat ability has more than quintupled since you first met him. Except for his lack of battle experience, he is now a top-tier expert. Li Linghai's body retreated further into the mottled shadows, but there was no joy in her voice, only a chill. Is that so? There is no hindrance at all? Li Yao raised his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes, trying to pierce the shadows. He asked suspiciously, "Why do I feel that Your Grace is not particularly happy after learning of your son's accomplishments? If you never considered Li Jialing as your son, why did you give him a treasure like the Imperial Fire Pearl for training? Wait. Is there anything wrong with the Imperial Fire Pearl?" Li Linghai took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. "You are a specialist in both fighting and refining, and you have been training with the Imperial Fire Pearl as well. What problem could possibly escape your attention? That does make sense. I scrutinized the Imperial Fire Pearl from every aspect. It is absolutely fine." Li Yao grew more and more confused, and he could not see through the obscurities on Li Linghai's face. "Then, is there something wrong with you, Your Grace?" Instead of denying it, Li Linghai suddenly changed the topic and said, "Dongfang Mingyue's strength is truly immeasurable. I believe she is an extremely dangerous enemy. Her Demon Hunters Association will certainly capture the reformists in the capital on a large scale in the next phase. With Li Jialing's current appearance, he can easily be accused of being a demon, no interrogation needed. He will be a problem if he stays in the capital. I have controlled a secret spaceport in the 47th district, and there is a carrier that has been carefully camouflaged. Why don't you help me escort Li Jialing aboard and ask him to lay low for a while in any peripheral world of the Imperium for now? Are you serious?" Bulging his eyes, Li Yao found it hard to believe. "Your Grace, do you not feel that your orders are self-contradictory? At first, you asked me and Li Jialing to stay right beside you, claiming it was the only way to keep your secrets safe. Later, you asked us to work as liaison officers in General Lei Chenghu's place, which was obviously an attempt to get Li Jialing away from you. But a few days ago, you asked us to march into the capital with you, and you got Li Jialing back. Now, you are asking me to send Li Jialing to a peripheral world of the Imperium? You have changed your mind 3 times in just 2 months. May I ask why?" Although she was hiding in the shadows, Li Yao still heard the Queen's gloomy sigh. "I have to say, Your Grace, your excuse is truly poor." Li Yao continued, unabashed. "You're afraid Li Jialing will be captured by the Association of Demon Hunters because of his appearance? His current appearance was created by you. With your capabilities and technology, it should be easy to restore him to his former self, shouldn't it? Is it necessary to send him to a distant world? Moreover, since Dongfang Mingyue is a dangerous and mysterious enemy, why are you certain that she doesn't know the location of your secret spaceport? She may have been watching you for a long time, simply waiting for a big fish to take the bait. It's possible that Li Jialing will be captured by her the moment he leaves the capital, which would be even more dangerous. You are such a powerful figure. If Li Jialing stays by your side, you can still protect him. If he does escape to a peripheral world of the Imperium, neither you nor I will be able to do anything should anything happen to him. Thinking for a long time, Linghai had to admit, "You do have a point. Your Grace, I've never seen you this diffident before." Li Yao moved one step closer and raised his voice as he said, "I am just a straightforward and unsophisticated man, so I'll just ask it frankly. Is there anything you've been keeping to yourself? Whatever can I possibly be keeping to myself?" Linghai finally raised her head from the shadow, but her face was more than pale. She stared at Li Yao and said, "Over the past 2 months, I have been fulfilling my promise at all times, realizing the maximal degree of reform with the minimal price. The Imperium is not reduced into chaos, and no innocent blood is shed, right? We are dealing with Dongfang Wang and Dongfang Renqin partly for my personal reasons, of course, while I pursue the supreme power, but it is also meant to remove hazards for the people. Removing such unpardonable scoundrels befits your beliefs perfectly too, right? Although we are all immortal cultivators, the reformists are more advanced than the 4 Kurfürst families anyway, and the new Imperium under the control of the reformists will certainly be better than the old Imperium controlled by the traditional noble families and more merciful to the ordinary people, right? If so, what are you worried about? I've said that I'll abide by my promise and give you a sector that you can administer on your own as long as it obeys the authority of the Imperium on the surface. There is no need for me to go back on my words in such a trivial matter. Rest assured about that." Li Yao thought for a long time but could come up with nothing wrong. He could only say, "That being said, I still vaguely feel that something is wrong. Perhaps it's because your style is too creepy and ghostly, and one inevitably feels you have a lot of schemes the moment they see you. To be honest, have you ever considered perming or dyeing your hair, putting on some cosmetics, and smiling more sunnily? Wouldn't it be much better? After all, you will be a symbol of the Imperium one day." Enough, Linghai retreated again, allowing the bee-like shadows on the map of the Imperium to swallow her face. "You may leave. Copy that." Thinking for a moment, Li Yao asked, "What about Li Jialing? I don't need to send him away now, do I?" There was no response from the shadow until Li Yao almost walked to the door. That was when the Queen's unpredictable voice drifted over. "No. You were quite right. No matter where he escapes to, he will be found eventually. That is, destiny." Chapter 2282, Try Whatever Might Work. After leaving the Relic Repair Center, Li Yao continued to ponder Linghai's final remark. He felt that Linghai's attitude was rather peculiar. Last time, she didn't seem right in the Godly Might prison, and her attitude keeps changing without any good reason. There must be something wrong with the Queen, Li Yao mumbled to himself. However, after careful consideration, he had to admit that, up until now, nothing the Queen had done had violated her initial promises. The new Imperium would certainly be better than the old Imperium. She even entrusted the command of the army to military heavyweights like Lei Chenghu without hesitation, which suggested a separation of military and political power. It was a rather advanced approach. Therefore, even if she did have a scheme, what could she rely on to stir up a storm? Baffled, Li Yao decided to chat with Li Jialing again. But as he glanced at the window at the end of the corridor, he saw not Li Jialing, but the god of war, Lei Chenghu, standing alone with his hands behind his back. Slightly dazed, Li Yao walked forward and noticed that Lei Chenghu was thoughtfully observing the generals and soldiers paying their respects in the Emperor's Mausoleum, dressed in black uniforms and not far away. The god of war looked somewhat lost and confused. Interested, Li Yao asked, "I thought you had left, General Lei." "Not yet," Lei Chenghu said slowly after staring for a while longer. "It's not easy to come to the Emperor's Mausoleum. Although this is not my real body, I should still pay my respects. I'm waiting for the crowd to thin so I can bow to Blackstar the great statue before I leave," Li Yao said. Li Yao knew that the heinous, inhumane crimes Linghai described must have been a significant blow to Lei Chenghu. There was no telling how infuriated the seasoned general, who was unquestionably loyal to the Imperium, must be. The Imperium of true human beings was a country of immortal cultivators. Theoretically, while ordinary people were not considered humans but hominoids, a different species from true human beings, and could be blatantly exploited, slaughtered, and even experimented on, there were still some laws and rules within the ruling class, the true human beings. The cutthroat competitions, however cruel, still had a veneer of morality. What Dongfang Wang and Dongfang Renxin did undeniably trampled on all the morals of the immortal cultivators and tore the last veneer to shreds. If some immortal cultivators could absorb other people's vitality and cultivation through cannibal training, thereby securing their place at the top of the ruling class forever, Lei Chenghu's proud belief that the true path of immortality could achieve the optimal allocation of resources would become a mockery. The legitimacy and stability of the Imperium's rule would vanish instantly. This was certainly something Lei Chenghu could not tolerate. It was no wonder he was brooding and hesitating in this place. As Li Yao expected, after silently observing the disabled soldiers below with Lei Chenghu for a moment, Lei Chenghu spoke up. Although I do not like wars. Huh? Li Yao felt that everyone was acting strangely today and found it hard to believe. You are the renowned god of war, an invincible general who destroys all your enemies, and you do not like wars? The most popular prostitute in a brothel is not necessarily fond of sleeping with guests every night. Why must an invincible general love war? Lei Chenghu sighed and said casually, but you are not entirely wrong. After seeing so many disguises, conspiracies, betrayals, defections, and all the other despicable things, sometimes I even feel that the relationship between prostitutes and their guests is simpler, purer, and easier. You pay money, and I provide service. It's a fair deal, much better than the fancy, empty talks that neither party believes. Therefore, although I do not like war, I would rather stay on the front lines than linger in the murky rear with the treacherous, short-sighted, and wicked immortal cultivators who care only for their selfish interests. At the very least, even in the coldest trenches on the front lines, the blood of most warriors is still hot. Moreover, even the most ferocious enemies, the people of the Covenant Alliance, seem more agreeable to me than the scum.bags in the rear. Li Yao frowned. Are you serious? Even the people of the Covenant Alliance are more agreeable than the fake immortal cultivators? Aren't they? Lei Chenghu said coldly. At the very least, the people of the Covenant Alliance are simple, straightforward, and faithful. They express what they want frankly and never hide their true intentions. So, the war between us is all about our strengths. If my saber is fast enough, you will collapse. If your sword is sharper than mine, I will die. Simple as that. Besides, the Covenant Alliance is very united. They are always in one piece. There is absolutely no such thing as conspiracies and schemes among themselves. They also boast the highest devotion. Every individual will not hesitate to sacrifice themselves for the big picture. Although they may not be fully aware of the meaning of sacrifice, if only 10% of their solidarity and commitment could be transplanted to the Imperium would never be what it is today, and no enemy would possibly stand in our way. Wait, the more Li Yao listened, the weirder he felt. General Lei, you are not thinking of joining the Covenant Alliance, are you? Lei Chenghu shook his head. Of course, I will never join the Covenant Alliance, just like I will never be engaged in such a thing as cannibal training. But considering the chaos of the Imperium today, if someone does join the Covenant Alliance, willingly removing the selfishness and the ugliness deep down in their heart and branding themselves with the 3 fundamental laws, it will seem rather normal. Li Yao was rendered speechless. He thought of Tang Qianhe again, who was a spy of the Covenant Alliance that he encountered in the Kunlun relic. Tang Qianhe must have been a native of the Imperium in the beginning, or she wouldn't have been admitted into Su Changfa's exploration team. What could she have possibly been through that made her transform herself into a subject of the Covenant Alliance willingly? While he pondered, Lei Chenghu sighed again and said, if only Blackstar the Great were still alive. He certainly would cleanse all the chaos and ugliness and revive the country. Li Yao couldn't hold back anymore but blurted out, "I hardly think so. Every person has their limits. Even if Wu Yingqi were reborn, I'm afraid that he will have to comply with the false immortal cultivators. Or rather, there is no such thing as false immortal cultivators. Developing by the principle of survival of the fittest, 99% of the immortal cultivators will end up like this. The cause of today's result dates back 1,000 years. Perhaps the chaos and corruption in the Imperium today began with Blackstar the Great 1,000 years ago." Narrowing his eyes, Lei Chenghu stared at Li Yao and said, word by word, "Earlier, you said my words sounded like what the cultivators would say. But why do I feel that your words sound more like what the cultivators would say?" Li Yao smiled, baring his glittering teeth. "As the saying goes, a drowning man will clutch at a straw. The Imperium is too sick to be saved by any medicine. In such an emergency, we might as well search the cultivators' tombs to see if we can find a remedy. As you said earlier, General Lei, both the sabers of the cultivators and those of the immortal cultivators can kill." Lei Chenghu sniffed and fell silent. The breeze outside the window grew stronger. Soon, dark clouds covered the sky, and heavy rain poured down. The crowd paying tribute at the Emperor's mausoleum finally dispersed, becoming hazy in the storm. Ignoring Li Yao, Lei Chenghu dragged the heavy spirit puppet and left the National Museum, walking deeper into the storm one step at a time. Li Yao stood by the window, watching him disappear in the storm, but a name and a gender-neutral face popped into his mind. Dongfang Mingyue. In the southern suburb of the capital Central District, a gray, dilapidated building, seemingly a common office, housed the headquarters of the Association of Demon Hunters. This organization could strike fear into any immortal cultivator in the Imperium. Deep within the building's secret meeting room, the most elite members of the Association of Demon Hunters listened anxiously as their new president, Dongfang Mingyue, interpreted the latest intelligence. As the Imperium's most formidable and ruthless secret agents, these demon hunters were naturally brutal and disobedient, having killed countless people. The Association of Demon Hunters also had internal factions, with power struggles and secret battles far bloodier than those in the outside world. However, at this moment, all the demon hunters sat submissively, hands on their knees and legs together, not daring to breathe loudly. They seemed more docile than elementary school students. This was no surprise, as the terrifying events of the previous month had made it clear to these brutal men what would happen to anyone who showed the slightest disobedience to the new president, Dongfang Mingyue. Li Linghai, Dongfang Sheng, Yu Wushuang, Jin Yuyan, Lei Chenghu. I have just gone over the latest files of the key reformist figures in great detail. I trust you have all understood them. In the next moment, I will introduce you to Vulture Li Yao, who has recently gained some notoriety. With her black hair and no makeup, Dongfang Mingyue retrieved Li Yao's 3D picture and the battle video of the Gold Vulture. Tapping Li Yao's forehead, she said with a smile, "This man is a dark agent, a ghost warrior, and a shadow assassin that Li Linghai has carefully trained for at least decades for the most secretive, filthy, and dangerous missions. Therefore, except for the few public battles recently, it is difficult to collect his earlier files. However, I do know a thing or two about him through other sources. Listen up carefully now. This Vulture Li Yao is a shameless, treacherous, and sordid rat. His combat style is not half as masculine and dominating as you are seeing right now. Deep down in his bones, he is like a weasel and is best at stealth and running. He can also sneak into and out of all the dark corners like a cockroach. There is not a hole that he cannot crawl into. His level, well, is probably the middle or high level of the divinity transformation stage. He is not necessarily the toughest divinity transformation stage expert in the Imperium, but he is definitely the one who is best at escaping. By my conservative estimation, it will be impossible to stop him without 3 battle-type divinity transformation stage experts and a few dozen battle-type nascent soul stage experts. Therefore, should you discover the traces of this cockroach, do not take action recklessly. You will not be able to take him down however many of you there are. Just inform me as soon as possible. I very much would like to find out how grown this weaselly cockroach is right now. 2283 Dark War. The Dark War between the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils and the Association of Demon Hunters began. Ever since ancient times, as long as a country intended to set up intelligence agencies, they would at least establish 2 departments that checked and balanced each other. If only one intelligence agency was set, like the Star Glory Federation with the Secret Sword Bureau 100 years ago, and it held absolute power in intelligence and secret law enforcement, dire consequences would ensue as long as its head was ambitious and tricked other people in the leadership. The riot planned by Lu Zui with the Secret Sword Bureau was the best example. Therefore, when the age of the new Federation came, the intelligence departments of the Federation split into Guochunfeng's Secret Sword Bureau and Jin Xinyue's Dim Moon Fund, which had both competition and cooperation in a dynamic balance like a seesaw. This was the only way to ensure that national security would not be threatened no matter which party's ambitions expanded. The same applied to the Imperium of true human beings. 500 years ago, when the royal authority was still in its heyday, the Emperor never thought to abolish the Association of Demon Hunters no matter how trusted the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils was. In the second 500 years, no matter how powerful and dominating the 4 Kurfürst families were, and however many contributions the Association of Demon Hunters made for them in darkness, it was impossible to completely annihilate the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils. It was all about checks and balance. Whether the power holder was the Emperor or the 4 Kurfürst families, they would never completely trust the intelligence agencies. As a result, the 2 intelligence agencies, haunted by their dark destinies, had to fight eternally to prove to the power holder that they were the colder, sharper, and more efficient in the darkness. Right now, the reformists have advanced to the second step. The Dongfang family has sensed the vague hostility from the other 3 families. They also fear that Lei Chenghu's astounding thunder fleet might charge into the Dongfang family's heartland and perish alongside the enemy. Therefore, the main force of the family's fleets must remain in place. Neither Lei Chenghu nor the leadership of the other 3 families wishes to engage in a full-scale civil war. Unless absolutely necessary, none are willing to wage a war in space. Facilitated by many influential figures and prestigious elders, the 4 Kurfürst families and the reformists have reached a temporary, tacit agreement: the table named Imperium must not be overturned. Whichever force's fleet opens fire first will be seen as overthrowing the table, breaking the company, and smashing everyone's cake, and will be attacked by the remaining players together. Now that all armed forces are seemingly held back by one another, it is time for the dark forces to emerge. Supported by the 4 Kurfürst families, especially the Dongfang family, the Association of Demon Hunters is significantly stronger than the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils in terms of scale and capability. By conservative estimates, the number of Demon Hunters is at least 5 times that of the Devil Huntresses. However, the advantage of the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils is that the enemy is in the light while they remain in the shadows. Over the past century, they have maintained such a low profile that they almost seem to be an unimportant and unprofitable government agency. Few know that they have been secretly trained by the Queen for decades. The Devil Hunters, trained with the unparalleled techniques from the Supreme Emperor's Mausoleum, were as good as the toughest demon hunters in terms of combat ability and much better than their opponents when it came to weirdness and brutality. More importantly, the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils was the attacker, and they could choose their targets freely at will. It must be noted that, nominally, the dozens of worlds around the Imperial Terminus sector were administered by the Emperor in person, and all the bureaucrats of those places were supposed to be appointed directly by His Majesty. However, as the royal authority declined today, and powerful lords took over everything, the Emperor's direct appointment was nothing but empty words anymore. The bureaucrats and administrative agencies of the dozens of worlds had long been infiltrated by the four Kurfürst families. It also meant that a lot of immortal cultivators from the Dongfang family and its vassal families, who were in high places in the capital, actually lived and worked in those worlds. With the Dongfang family as their reliance, such people were certainly not the most honorable and impartial officials. Claiming that it was for His Majesty, they exploited the immortal cultivators of other forces and the underclass, transmitting interests to their families while satisfying their own selfish needs in the process. It was a convention not to be surprised at right now. Ever since Linghai made up her mind to renew the Imperium, she had collected tremendous evidence in secret, which she called cannonballs. Before this, the Dongfang family's position was indestructible. Those cannonballs would have been resolved easily even if they were shot out. Even the other three families would help cover for the Dongfang family. Not even half a piece of news would be seen on the spiritual nexus. But the case was different today. Reformists had demonstrated their might and dealt a heavy blow to the Dongfang family in the previous phase, revealing its weaknesses to everyone. Consequently, they won the support of the Li family and the tacit approval of the Yun and Song families. Once these cannonballs detonated, they would be destructive. Most importantly, the immortal cultivators of the Dongfang family, who held undeserved high positions in the capital, must be captured. There were thousands of such immortal cultivators, and the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils was free to arrest any of them. As a result, the Association of Demon Hunters had to set up defenses everywhere, exhausting themselves to protect any important members of the Dongfang family. Despite the number of demon hunters, even with the Dongfang family's own bodyguard teams, it was still far from sufficient. It wasn't as if every immortal cultivator of the Dongfang family could be escorted by dozens of battle-type immortal cultivators on their way to work, right? Evacuating from the capital to the Dongfang family's territory was also not an option. Such a preemptive retreat would be seen as a sign of weakness by the Li, Yun, and Song families. If these three undecided families, whose loyalties were ambiguous, fully leaned toward the reformists, it would certainly be a disaster for the Dongfang family. Therefore, no matter how difficult it was, they had to persevere until Dongfang Wang completed his secret dispatch and reached agreements with the other three families to secure their support. Only then would they emerge as the victors. Thus, the outcome of the conflict remained uncertain. As May arrived, the capital entered its hottest season. A series of news that shocked not only the capital but also the entire universe added a sense of tension to the scorching winds. On May 2, Dongfang Yu, the education director of the military responsible for managing 71 advanced military schools of the Imperium, was arrested by the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils during a sudden assault while he was on his way to a meeting. The next day, one of the Li family's media outlets exposed shocking corruption involving multiple cases of unjust distribution of military credits. Then, as the cases were pursued further, hundreds of members of the military education system were implicated. Naturally, most of those involved in the crime had the Dongfang surname. On May 5, the CEO of Black Mountain Bank, which ranked among the top 20 in the Imperium, was arrested at his personal residence. Despite taking precautions, and his bodyguard team, whose defense and firepower had been enhanced, resisted hard, the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils managed to capture him alive and escape before the reinforcement from the Association of Demon Hunters arrived. As to where the man was imprisoned, nobody knew. The public headquarters of the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils had long been emptied. The only people left were a few low-level clerks who still worked in the office. As for Yu Wuxuang and her elite devil huntresses, nobody knew where they were hiding or which targets they had locked onto. May 7. May 8. May 10. The officials from the Dongfang family and its vassal families were secretly captured almost daily, and their crimes were exposed by the Li family's media the next day or the day they were caught. Some of the crimes were corruption and embezzlements, while others involved homicide cases from long ago. Fights among the immortal cultivators were more than usual. Even the families of the victims often chose not to settle the issue through legal means but to practice more techniques and seek personal retaliation. But of course, the criminals could be punished by law. Whether the crimes were invented or not was not important. What mattered was to show everybody in the entire universe that the Dongfang family was not invincible. The groups of immortal cultivators in the Imperium, large and small, were like sharks that would go crazy at the scent of the Dongfang family's blood. As long as enough blood was spilled, all the sharks would lunge at the Dongfang family without a care. Faced with the tribunal of extraterrestrial devils' long-prepared attack, the Association of Demon Hunters naturally counterattacked vehemently. While officials and magnates from the Dongfang family were secretly captured and accused of being demonic cultivators, the Association of Demon Hunters took action and did exactly the same thing to the reformists and the immortal cultivators of the Li family. However, the Li family was never as proficient as the Dongfang family and had fewer people in the capital than the Dongfang family did. The reformists had been acting stealthily the whole time too. How could they be captured in a hurry? The Association of Demon Hunters, in their anxiety, resorted to all the means possible without considering the possible damages to the Imperial Terminus sector. Despite a few setbacks, they did manage to trace a few secret bases of the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils. The battles of the two parties in the darkness were 100 times crueler than the competitions of fleets in space. Every day, countless demon hunters and devil huntresses stabbed blades into each other's bodies without sound in the dilapidated streets below the ground of the capital, before they dragged each other into the bottomless abyss, dying at the same time. Every minute, the shows of schemes, deceptions, betrayals, and anti-betrayals were aired splendidly. Every second, some humans are marked as demons or demonic cultivators due to conflicts of interest and thrown into dark dungeons. Perhaps the slaughters humans inflict on their own kind are always more brutal than their wars against demons and extraterrestrial devils. On May 19, in Whitestone Municipality on the west coast of the main continent, on the high-speed ancillary rail for shuttles in the suburb, a new assault and arrest operation was conducted in secret. 2284, let's get some excitement. The high-speed rails were a public facility designed to help shuttles increase their speed and save fuel. While shuttles could fly in any direction freely, this freedom came at the cost of high fuel consumption. Additionally, when shuttles reached supersonic speeds, the risk of accidents increased significantly. If hundreds of shuttles were soaring at the speed of sound and two of them collided, the consequences would be dire. To address these issues, the Imperium of True Human Beings established convenient rails in the high zone, on the outskirts of major cities. These rails attracted shuttles using electromagnetic force, allowing them to fly alongside the rail, saving fuel and enhancing safety. At that moment, a black, elongated, and luxurious shuttle was speeding along the rail toward the heavy industrial area at the city's outskirts, accompanied by 4 fully armed shuttles with exposed cannons, clearly on high alert. In the back seat of this luxurious shuttle sat the president of the West Coast Industry Union, who controlled the lifelines of dozens of magical equipment corporations on the West Coast. He, too, was from the Dongfang family. Over the past half-month, a large number of bureaucrats and magnates had been secretly arrested, raising the vigilance of the Dongfang family. In response, the president's bodyguard team had been fully upgraded. High-level agents from the Association of Demon Hunters sat next to him, and numerous experts had been summoned from the family. Additionally, he had even hired assassins and killers from the capital's underground world with his own funds. The spacious, luxurious shuttle was now packed with people. In the front and the rear intended to scan the interior of the trucks with mystic rays, but the rays were all reflected back as if they had hit mirrors. Something was definitely greatly wrong. Open fire. The leader of the bodyguards made the call immediately. Having no time to bother if somebody would be accidentally hurt, he gave the order resolutely. But before the bodyguards pulled the triggers, the rail before the shuttle team suddenly exploded and broke apart. 2 bodyguard shuttles immediately went out of control and flew away. In the meantime, dazzling electric arcs were unleashed among the 4 trucks and interconnected into a complicated web of electricity, with countless rune arrays and spiritual stripes glittering crazily within. It was obviously an extremely brutal array. Further away, the cars of 2 of the trucks opened their ceilings and extended glittering bowls that emitted intense interferential waves, blocking the shuttle team's distress calls. Walla! 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 The cars of the 4 heavy trucks exploded, and 100 devil huntresses that belonged to the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils charged out. The long-prepped elite bodyguards broke the shuttles and ran at the devil huntresses too. A high-speed, heated battle immediately began. The demon hunters who were out of the range of interference in case of accidents sent out the distress calls immediately to the branch of the Association of Demon Hunters in Whitestone Municipality. Countless demon hunters and elites of the Dongfang family immediately leaped from the downtown area and rushed to the suburb, swearing to capture all the bold and blatant devil huntresses. Everything that happened was captured clearly by the 100 stealth crystal cameras floating in the stratosphere. The 100 stealth cameras were all the products of Li Yao's lifelong knowledge. While maintaining the previous stealth and anti-detection abilities, the range of scanning, the precision, and the distance of signal transmission were all 5 times better than before. With the 100 stealth crystal cameras, as well as the spies of the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils and the reformists that were sent to Whitestone Municipality a long time ago, Li Yao was able to grasp every detail of the whole battlefield. The picture from the suburb, through the transmission of encrypted signals, immediately darted to the crowded central business district of Whitestone Municipality. On the 36th floor of a transparent plaza in the district, in the middle of the office of a seemingly plain business group, thousands of 3D light beams had drowned the small room. Most of the 3D light beams were displaying the pictures taken by the tremendous surveillance cameras of Whitestone Municipality. The crystal processor specialists of the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils had found a way to hack the city's public security platform and intercept all the surveillance images. Along with the secret crystal cameras of Li Yao and the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils, the entire city lay exposed before Li Yao. Lying comfortably on an ergonomic chair, he set it to the relaxation mode, placed his hands behind his head as a pillow, and half closed his eyes as if he were drowsy. However, deep within his mind, he was meticulously planning and reimagining the upcoming events to ensure that every procedure was perfect, every flaw had been addressed, and every detail was precise. The surprise assault in the outskirts seemed to be failing. The bodyguard team was far larger than expected, and reinforcements from downtown arrived swiftly. This arrest operation was neither sudden nor secret. Yet, there was a profound calm in Li Yao's eyes, as if he were more interested in the sugar beans made of heavenly materials and earthly treasures on the table. Most of the surveillance images around him, however, were not focused on the intense battle in the outskirts but on a luxury hotel downtown, not far from there. Today, a meeting hosted by the mayor of Whitestone Municipality was to be held at the luxury hotel. Indeed, the secret arrest targeting the president of the industry union was just a diversion. Their true objective was the mayor of Whitestone Municipality. Whitestone Municipality was a super metropolis, ranking among the top 10 in the Imperial Terminus sector. Renowned particularly for its crystal suit production, the industrial city was home to dozens of crystal suit centers that had established their headquarters and most important production bases there. It was not hard to imagine the significance of the mayor of Whitestone Municipality. If such an important person were caught, it would definitely be a serious blow to the Dongfang family, which would plant more doubt in the hearts of the Yun family, the Song family, and other wavering nobles. Right now, a large batch of advanced agents of the Whitestone branch of the Association of Demon Hunters had gone to the suburb, and the real arrest team of the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils had taken position around the luxury hotel. The operation would begin in half a minute. Everything seemed to be under control. There were 25 seconds to go. Li Yao suddenly sat straight and stared at the seemingly peaceful light beams. Holding a sugar bean in his hand for a long time, he did not swallow it. 20 seconds remaining. Hawk ready. Mole ready. Tiger ready. The voices of the battle squads of the devil huntresses echoed in his ears. Li Yao rolled his eyes crazily, and a drop of cold sweat leaked out of his forehead. 15 seconds to go. General Yu. Holding his earlobe, Li Yao said, "Although I am only here to help you control the surveillance magical equipment, it is inappropriate for me to meddle in your operation. I strongly suggest you abort all the operations and retreat as fast as possible." "No, I haven't discovered any anomalies, but something just doesn't feel right. Trust me, Vulture." Li Yao did not become the best specialist of running in the entire Imperium for nothing. "Do not take action and retreat immediately. I repeat, retreat. Do not take action and retreat immediately. Whatever you say, I'm out of here." After saying that, without waiting for Yu Wuxuang's reply, he simply took out the communication chips in his ear and every device in his body that could release signals, pinching all of them into pieces, before he activated the time bomb in the office. Then, he whistled and walked out with his hands in his pockets. He didn't take the lift. After all, with his speed, using the emergency exit was just as fast as the lift. When he left the plaza, he had already transformed into a businessman wearing fashionable clothes and carrying a suitcase as he merged into the crowd on the street. Schwa. Li Yao opened all his senses. The bustling business district fell silent before his eyes. Every expression and movement of the passers-by was caught by him. Soon, he detected 7 people in stealth mode in the crowd. It was almost as easy as spotting 7 colorful figures in a monochrome picture. Smiling, Li Yao navigated through the 7 of them. His gestures, posture, and subtle expressions all suggested a businessman fully focused on his work. He even passed right next to a demon hunter, who felt nothing out of the ordinary. This is too easy and unchallenging. I might as well go home and sleep, Li Yao thought, recalling the excitement of being chased and cornered by Guo Chunfeng and the Secret Sword Bureau years ago. That was what life was all about. So, being too strong certainly had its troubles. Who could understand the loneliness of an expert? Then, he saw Dongfang Mingyue. Dongfang Mingyue was sitting at the door of a charming dessert shop, surrounded by colorful decorations. She was playing with the ice in her juice with a straw. The seat opposite her was empty, save for a little cat that seemed as content as she was. The hot weather seemed to have drained her enthusiasm for work. She hadn't even bothered to change out of her plain clothes, and her long, black, and glossy hair swayed in the scorching wind, in rhythm with the high heels on her feet. It wasn't until Li Yao showed up that she finally felt more or less refreshed. After a slight yawn, she picked up the straw as if it were a lady's cigarette and smiled at Li Yao. Chapter 2285, Charm of the Sword. Dongfang Mingyue was a woman with a plain appearance, unable to leave a deep impression despite her delicate face. She seemed like any other office lady in the business district. However, a smile slowly spread from her lips, like a rainbow gradually surfacing on the thin sky, fully revealing and enhancing her charm. Her eyes, which seemed to contain stories from 100 years, stared at Li Yao without blinking, sending subtle ripples. She did not look at him as if he were a prize or an enemy, but rather as if she were pleasantly surprised to have run into an old friend by chance. Li Yao, however, was not pleasant but only surprised, so surprised that his spine was constricting. His pupils, muscles, and nerve endings were all compressed to their limits. The cosmos rings on his fingers, tongue, and even in his groin were seething impatiently, ready to unleash a dozen lethal magical devices that could pierce through crystal suits at any moment. Dongfang Mingyue's lazy smile overlapped with another spurious, mysterious face deep in his memories. Li Yao was still unsure if Dongfang Mingyue was the person, or rather, the creature he had been highly suspicious of. If not, she would be just another dark warrior of the Dongfang family, a trusted subordinate of Dongfang Wang, and Li Yao would find himself in great trouble. He might leave without his crystal suit or colossus. But if she was truly that creature, she would be 100 times more terrifying than the real Dongfang Mingyue, and Li Yao might not escape even with a colossus. Sweat ran non-stop from Li Yao's forehead, soon gathering into streams below his eyelids and on his cheeks. Vague noises echoed from his clothes, caused by his increasing spiritual energy tearing apart the fibers of the cloth. 10,000 thoughts raced through his mind. The map of the entire business district and even the entire White Stone municipality, from the sky down to 500 meters below ground, surfaced clearly in his head, allowing him to draw hundreds of escape routes. But as Dongfang Mingyue's smile grew brighter, all the escape routes seemed to become dead ends. While smiling, Dongfang Mingyue took a sip of her juice, showing no intention of summoning the demon hunters around to attack him. Her eyes, however, never left Li Yao, who was carefully camouflaged. Thinking quickly, Li Yao sniffed and walked to her casually. There was no need to pray anymore. It was certainly no coincidence that the president of the Demon Hunters Association appeared at this place, enjoying juice in peace. She was waiting for him. "It's really you?" While walking, Li Yao whispered 3 words into Dongfang Mingyue's ear using the technique of private talk, trying to observe her micro-expressions. Dongfang Mingyue smiled but said nothing, her eyes curving into 2 crescent moons. She glanced around and then looked at the empty table next to hers, seemingly hinting for Li Yao to be cautious of the demon hunters around and to sit at the next table so they could talk in secret. Frowning deeply, Li Yao recalled the image of his opponent's disappearance the last time. If she was indeed it, she was certainly the most terrifying presence in the entire Imperium right now. What did it want? Should he? Right then, he suddenly felt a sense of alarm. Dongfang Mingyue seemed to have foreseen that Li Yao wouldn't fall for the trick easily. She did not even wait for Li Yao to really approach her. Raising the straw on her lips, she darted something deep inside the straw right in between Li Yao's eyebrows. Li Yao's forehead almost exploded because of the impending danger. 2 gold rings flashed in his eyes, and he summoned all the nerves, veins, and muscles over his body to shake at the same time, finally dodging what Dongfang Mingyue spat out of the straw narrowly. The thing, on the other hand, exploded into a vague mist of ice after it brushed past his temple and sprayed on Li Yao's face like the hair of a phantom. It was ice. To be more precise, countless tiny pieces of ice were absorbed from the cup by Dongfang Mingyue and condensed into hair-like needles before they were darted at Li Yao. "Do you have to be so brutal?" Li Yao cursed aloud in his heart. The vague mist of ice seemed to have crawled into his heart and gave him a cardiac arrest for a moment. He finally understood why even queenly Linghai felt somewhat threatened by Dongfang Mingyue. There were 2 ways for experts to fight. The first way was to unleash the spiritual energy and deal maximum damage without a care, destroying mountains and oceans in the most astounding sound and visual effects. This was also the most typical way of fighting. However, the other way, which was more advanced, was to blow out the most fatal damage without any sign. Sometimes, it was even possible to blow out the techniques of the nascent soul stage, and the passers-by would feel nothing about it at all. It was obvious that the latter was 10 times more difficult than the former. Besides the infinite expansion of spiritual energy and combat ability, it also highlighted absolute control and high accurate computational ability. When one reached the highest level, it was possible to use a leaf, a flower, or even a breath as a weapon, and the bystanders or the targets themselves would not even know how they died. Dongfang Mingyue's attack just now was a perfect example of such a combat pattern. She absorbed the ice from the straw first and accelerated it to at least 3 times the speed of sound, but the feeble straw did not explode. Also, there was neither the deafening sonic booms nor the misty sonic barriers. No walkers on the street felt anything wrong at all. When the attack missed the target, the ice immediately dispersed into mist, never to be found again. It must be noted that this place was the central business district of Whitestone Municipality. Most of the people working and living here were immortal cultivators. Even though they were not battle-type ones, their senses were still much keener than those of the ordinary people. However, except for Li Yao, whose back was soaked in a cold sweat because of the icy mist, nobody detected that a soul-stirring battle was going on at all. Li Yao swallowed hard and quickly evaluated the combat ability of Dongfang Mingyue, or DIT. In Li Yao's eyes, Dongfang Mingyue's seemingly easy and casual blow just now was even more menacing than cutting a crystal warship into halves. Damn it! If he hadn't advanced into the divinity transformation stage by chance when he arrived in the Imperium, and if he were still in the nascent soul stage, chances were that the needle would have pierced through his forehead and blown up his soul. All the analysis and curses were done in 0.1 seconds. But when Li Yao looked at the dessert shop again, the table was already empty. The cat, however, jumped to the table and bared its teeth at Li Yao maliciously. Without any hesitation, Li Yao walked to the dessert shop calmly. If Dongfang Mingyue was lurking in the crowd preparing to attack him, the most unlikely place for her to hide would be the dessert shop. When he passed the table where Dongfang Mingyue was sitting, Li Yao snapped his fingers and grabbed the juice as well as the straw she had used a moment ago. Just now, Dongfang Mingyue was not wearing gloves. So, it was possible her fingerprints were lingering on the cup and her saliva could be found on the straw. Of course, neither the fingerprints nor the saliva was likely to be true, but he certainly would not lose anything by studying them. The main continent on this planet had entered summer. Such dessert shops on the street always enjoyed setting up a few tables outside the shop, which would be covered by an umbrella to block the sun. The moment Li Yao stepped into the dessert shop, he condensed an invisible wind blade in his left hand and blew it at the handle of the umbrella, breaking it into halves. Amid the exclamations of the shop owner and the customers, the umbrella fell like a parachute, covering a few customers while blocking the narrow door of the shop. If someone followed Li Yao into the shop, they would certainly be discovered. Before Li Yao stepped into the shop, he had scanned everything inside. After entering the shop, he went to the toilet without any hesitation and jumped out of the toilet window 5 seconds later. When he crawled out of the nearby alley, he had already changed his appearance into a young man in wrinkled clothes with a troubled face, as if he had recently lost his job. While sighing and squeezing into the crowd, he calmed himself down and observed everyone around carefully. Thankfully, all the demon hunters likely lingered at the office he stayed in a moment ago. There was no threat here, like a still, monochrome picture. Shwa. Li Yao summoned all the potential of his body, bending his neck backward 15 degrees in 0.1 seconds. A white light flashed before his eyes, as if a sharp, unstoppable, and unparalleled sword had flown past his forehead, cutting 3 strands of his hair and causing them to fall to the ground. If Li Yao hadn't reacted in time, the sword would likely have cut his eyeballs apart. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that there was no sword at all. It was just an invisible blade of wind, created by compressing the air to the minimum, similar to how he had broken the umbrella of the dessert shop a moment ago, but this time, the performance was several times more brilliant than his own. That made sense. When it was in the ancient sages sector, it was already a great master among swordsmen, second only to sword maniac Yan Liren. The sword's charm just now definitely surpassed Yan Liren's expertise when he was still in the ancient sages sector. It couldn't have been more perfect. Li Yao looked toward the source of the wind blade and saw Dongfang Mingyue smiling at him from about 100 meters away. The fast and mind-boggling attack from 100 meters away had not caught the attention of any passerby. She didn't disguise herself but looked as plain as ever, blending seamlessly into the crowd and background, like an insignificant shadow in the monochrome picture of the crowd. Even though Li Yao had locked onto her with his telepathic thoughts, she still gave an unpredictable feeling, as if she might vanish like a water drop merging into the ocean the moment he got slightly distracted. She blinked at Li Yao, wearing an innocent look on her face, as if the fatal attack a moment ago was not done by her at all. Long Yangjun. Gritting his teeth, Li Yao roared in his heart, "Don't think that you are awesome just because you have activated the weird blood of half Pangu and half Nuwa. Do you think my divinity transformation stage is fake? Come on. Let's have a fight and see who is scared of whom." Chapter 2286, Secret Battle. Li Yao coughed lightly. A few lumps protruded on his abdomen, as if several mice were crawling on his body and dashing into his pants one after another. When they emerged from the bottom of his pants, they transformed into 4 palm-sized, intricate spider-shaped beast puppets. The 4 beast puppets shook on the ground and immediately entered stealth mode, swooshing toward Dongfang Mingyue, also known as Long Yangjun, Li Yao's old adversary from the ancient sages sector, who was neither man nor woman, both friend and foe. Under Li Yao's telepathic control, the 4 beast puppets moved with gentleness and agility, swiftly navigating through the crowd without touching any passerby's feet. In the blink of an eye, they reached Long Yangjun. Long Yangjun scoffed, as if mocking Li Yao's lack of creativity, which made him seem too unchallenging. Li Yao sniffed. The backs of the 4 stealthy beast puppets suddenly split open, and 100 smaller beast puppets, no larger than lice, leaped out. Equally stealthy, they silently pounced on Long Yangjun's vital points. Their small size belied their deadliness. On the tiny metal and crystal bodies, 100 attack rune arrays were etched, and the capsules in their abdomens contained lethal poisons capable of corrupting one's core. Such extraordinary refinement techniques could only have been achieved by Li Yao, skilled in ancient manual forging arts. The assault of the 100 stealthy lice finally made Long Yangjun exclaim, drawing the attention of the onlookers. Her face immediately flushed. Li Yao knew that the stealthy lice could not trap Long Yangjun. He strode forward into the teeming crowd again, calculating the height of the buildings around, the angle of the sunlight reflecting off the glass walls of the plazas, the speed of the moving crowd, and the structure of the blocks, trying to devise the perfect battle plan. As expected, within 3 seconds, the connections to the beast puppets were severed, and the 100 windows in his mind closed. Clearly, Long Yangjun had taken care of all the stealthy lice. Hot waves of embarrassment and fury radiated from behind him. He didn't need to turn around to know that Long Yangjun was gritting her teeth and following him. Ahead was an intersection. Although most vehicles flew in midair, some public and special cars still ran on the ground. Moreover, with heavy traffic, crowds heading in different directions could conflict. Thus, a traffic light was set up with a countdown timer. At this moment it was Li Yao's turn to go, with 5 seconds remaining. His telepathic thoughts reached the traffic light like the tentacles of an invisible octopus, and his spiritual energy hacked the control chip. Unnoticed by anyone, the countdown speed increased by 20%. Consequently, if Long Yangjun maintained her current pace, she would be forced to stop at the intersection while Li Yao passed through. So, Long Yangjun quickened her pace. At this moment, she was posing as a common office lady, and it would be too bizarre to smoothly navigate through the crowd with the most brilliant body-moving techniques. Therefore, she could only pretend that she had urgent business and shoved the people before her to clear a path. When the countdown had 2 seconds to go, Long Yangjun arrived at the intersection. Right at that moment, the sunlight happened to be reflected by an arc-shaped glass wall of a plaza on her left side. As if concentrated by a magnifying glass, it darted into Long Yangjun's eyes precisely. It was a trap that Li Yao had carefully devised for Long Yangjun, which transformed the plain environment into the most fatal weapon. However, Long Yangjun was an unparalleled expert at the peak of the nascent soul stage decades ago. She was also not a regular human being but carried the ancient bloodline from the primeval age. By absorbing the strength of the extraterrestrial devils in the war against extraterrestrial devils in the Star Glory Federation, she gradually activated the mysteries in her bloodline, and she could see the world clearly even without eyes. How could she be affected by the glaring sunlight? Her retinas constricted for only 0.01 seconds before they became normal. During the 0.01 seconds, she sensed that Li Yao touched something with his feet up ahead. Then, he suddenly shortened and disappeared into thin air. She squeezed forward and checked, only to discover that it was the cover of a manhole. It must have been sealed for a long time, but it showed the sign of being moved recently. A wrinkled old man nearby looked at the cover of the manhole somewhat in surprise and mumbled something to himself. He seemed to be wondering if his eyes had tricked him because somebody just vanished entirely. Yangjun sneered. "You really do not have anything new." Raising the cover of the manhole with the tip of her feet, Yangjun released her telepathic thoughts downward to investigate. Suddenly, she felt that something was not right, and her face turned pale. Just now, she had memorized the faces and body figures of everyone around using the heavenly vision technique, but the white-haired, wrinkled old man next to the manhole cover was not in her impression. No sooner had the thought crossed her mind than the old man, or Li Yao, attacked. His fingers seemed to cramp like the habitual tremors of an old man, but each cramp actually condensed and launched a wind blade sharp enough to cut through metal, aimed at Yangjun's vital points. A flush of pink bloomed on Yangjun's pale face once more. Her long, slender fingers danced deftly, dispersing all the wind blades. She even severed Li Yao's control, redirecting a few of the blades to attack him. Shwa! 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 The two clashed 1,000 times in just 3 seconds. However, the passers-by nearby noticed none of their attacks. They had no idea that two terrifying monsters were lurking right beside them, engaged in a soul-stirring battle. Yangjun's sword skills were clearly superior to Li Yao's. Recovering from her initial shock, she soon took the upper hand. The wind blades were like hundreds of invisible, tiny flying swords, nearly filling Li Yao's vision. As Li Yao struggled to handle the relentless attacks and was about to be overwhelmed, a few transparent molecular mica threads crawled out stealthily from the manhole cover, which had just been moved, and tied her legs. Although these molecular mica threads were not truly molecular in thickness, the difference was negligible. As the sharpest weapon, they could slice through any spiritual shield or reinforced armor. Everything that had just happened was a decoy. This was Li Yao's fatal move. Yangjun gritted her teeth again. She was the one dealing with the emergency in a hurry now. Dodging the embrace of the molecular mica thread somewhat ungracefully and cutting them apart, she raised her head again, only to discover that Li Yao had squeezed into the crowd again and turned to the street on the right. Boom! Boom, 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 boom. Right then, from the plazas behind the two of them, explosions came over. Yu Wushuang's devil hunters did choose to trust Li Yao's judgment and retreated in advance, avoiding the outcome of stepping into the trap and being entirely annihilated. But it was inevitable that they ran into the embarrassed and infuriated demon hunters. The two parties immediately started a thrilling and dangerous game of hide-and-seek. 100 crystal suits were moving among the skyscrapers, unleashing the most destructive and eye-catching techniques that looked like fireworks during the day. As a result, the glass wall was all falling apart under their attacks, and the broken pieces sprinkled like a shower. The pedestrians on the street were immediately disrupted. Exclaiming and covering their heads, they hurried to dash into the stores and buildings on the two sides of the street to hide. Hiding in the chaotic crowd, Li Yao and Yangjun found the erratic situation even more complicated. However, the panicked crowd, the falling glass pieces, and the continuous explosions in the sky gave them a bigger room for attacks too. Li Yao and Yangjun both vaguely guessed each other's concerns. Since the two of them were on par with each other, if they were to burst into a real fight, they would have to reveal all their trump cards. However, they both got too many secrets and would rather keep their techniques and magical equipment hidden. It was especially so for Long Yangjun, who, though not human, was a member of the Nuwa clan corrupted by the Pangu clan while still in the fetal stage. She was a peculiar being that no one could quite define. Even though she could seriously harm Li Yao, revealing her true form would certainly be suicide in an imperium that viewed the Pangu clan as a major threat. Therefore, neither Li Yao nor Long Yangjun wanted to attract the attention of the devil huntresses, demon hunters, or other immortal cultivators. They preferred to resolve the issue on their own terms. The glass shards, as if endowed with life, flew horizontally and collided, turning into a sprinkling of white powder. Under the control of mysterious forces, the white powder condensed into needle-sized flying swords, which swiftly and silently rushed to either side of the street. By then, the street was already deserted. Everyone had retreated into the shops and malls on either side, leaving the broken glass to fall to the ground. Li Yao and Long Yangjun, each on opposite sides of the street, moved forward unhurriedly, exchanging volleys of glass storms. The flying glass swords narrowly missed them, then dissolved into clusters of sand and fell to the ground. Though there was no sound or smoke, the battle was 100 times more intense and dangerous than the one raging above between the devil huntresses and demon hunters. Suddenly, Li Yao came to a halt. Before him was a metro station with multiple entrances and exits in the shops and malls lining the street. It was also a major hub where two metro lines converged, with many subterranean branches. He spat on the ground and blew the last flying glass sword, which Long Yangjun shot into pieces, blinked into the crowd of people running like headless flies, making his way to the metro station without looking back. Although the malls were crowded, few people squeezed into the metro station, perhaps because they feared they would never be able to go up again once they entered. The passengers lingering in the metro station hardly came to the ground. They were unsure what was happening up there and were all crouching in the corners, waiting for the latest news. A team of armed police officers set up checkpoints in the metro station, but their shaking hands and panicked faces made it clear they were no elites. The capital consisted of an assortment of forces. In name, all police and troops were under the direct command of the emperor, but no one knew who truly controlled them. Li Yao did not intend to alarm the police officers and get involved in even greater trouble. Pa! 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 Powered by his telepathic thoughts, the ceiling lamps in the metro station died out one after another, plunging the entire station into darkness. Although the emergency illumination rune arrays activated within a few seconds, Li Yao had already used the few seconds of darkness and chaos to jump over the checkpoint door and into the tunnel. He rushed along the rail at high speed, the dim light of the metro station gradually swallowed by the darkness. It was so shadowy that one could not see their own fingers. Li Yao came to a stop, suddenly dropping to one knee. He minimized his breathing, heartbeat, and even his blood flow, placing his hands on the rail to sense the movement of the high-speed metro. His eyes stared into the darkness ahead, though it seemed there was nothing there. The darkness was like a mirror, but something slowly crawled out of it. Li Yao put his hands into his pockets. When his hands emerged, each finger was adorned with a cosmos ring. All kinds of marvelous weapons, crystal suits, and even the Colossus were prepared for a life-and-death battle. Come on! Li Yao narrowed his eyes. With an overwhelming fighting spirit shining in his gaze, he shouted, "Show yourself, Long Yangjun." "All right," Long Yangjun's faint laughter echoed from the darkness. "As you wish. Don't regret your words. I am about to show myself." "No, please don't. Let's just talk nicely," Li Yao said hurriedly. "We've known each other for years, and we were once life-and-death comrades. In fact, I cherish our friendship very much. Why don't we sit down and talk everything through in peace? Don't show yourself. Please, don't show yourself at all. If you reveal your true form, thousands of immortal cultivators of the Imperium may attack you together to dissect and study you, right? It doesn't matter, Yangjun said casually. If a certain irresolvable crisis arises and I am forced to deal with it in my true form, only to be captured by the Imperium and dissected for study, I will certainly confess everything I know with dutiful honesty before the dissection. For example, I might tell the Imperium that the Black Wind Fleet's conquest at the edge of the cosmos is long over, and that the Black Wind Fleet has, in fact, been crushed and merged into an ambitious, rising superpower named Star Glory Federation. Although the Star Glory Federation is an insignificant force at present, it possesses tremendous legacies from the primeval age. It is almost a modern version of the Alliance of the Holy Covenant from 1,000 years ago. Right, I also have the precise jump coordinates of the Star Glory Federation, as well as detailed files covering military, economic, and political aspects. I'm scared of pain more than anything else, and I'll certainly tell them everything before they interrogate me. Oh, I almost forgot. There's also the brilliant deeds and the enticing stories of Vulture Liao, who is the legendary founding father of the Star Glory Federation, the dominator of 3 or maybe 7 sectors, and the unparalleled expert from the edge of the cosmos. I'll be sure to compile the stories into 3 volumes and tell them everything I know. It can't be helped. It will be too lonely if I am incarcerated or sliced for studies alone. As you said, we've known each other for years. We should go to prison or be sliced for studies together. That's what good friends should do, right? Wow! Liao exclaimed, you can't be that shameless, can you? Why not? I've always been so shameless. Yangjun said matter-of-factly, ever since my identity as lead eunuch Guangxi, I have always been so shameless. This isn't the first day you know me, is it? It is the same the other way around. Liao sniffed, if my identity is exposed or my life is at risk, I'll certainly expose your secrets and make sure that we die together. So, I'm truly confused. Why did you perform fatal attacks on me the moment we met, not fearing that we might have killed each other? Fatal attacks? Yangjun sniffed and said, Tisk, tsk, tsk. What an ungrateful man. It was only a minor joke with you a moment ago. If I had really performed fatal attacks on you, do you think you could be standing here in one piece right now? Enough of the nonsense. Licking his sharp teeth, Liao sneered, you are free to try my current strength. I know that you still have a gold bird that you haven't revealed yet. It's really a name as lousy as Tartarian skeleton. However, the time and location today are not appropriate. Maybe next time. Yangjun said lazily, your operations over the past month were too blatant. The Association of Demon Hunters is not Dongfang Wang's only intelligence force. The Dongfang family's own intelligence department figured out that you had a major operation in Whitestone Municipality. As the president of the Association of Demon Hunters, can I turn Dongfang Wang down when he asked me to take action? I have to do something to trick him. Speaking of which, Liao asked suspiciously, it's quite incredible how you managed to grow into a trusted subordinate of the Prime Minister of the Imperium in just a couple of years and the head of the most powerful secret intelligence organization, just like how you established Ghost Character in the Ancient Sages sector. Your life here is thriving again. What do you want exactly? Monsterly, are you complimenting me or yourself? I thought I was already good enough to climb the ladder upward whenever possible, but I didn't know you would be even better. How long have you been in the Imperium? 2 years? 1 year? Half a year? You've become Queenly Linghai's trusted subordinate, the most popular super warrior of the reformists. Rumors even have it that you're an expert from the royal family, and your ancestors have protected the emperors for generations? Ha ha ha. You have no idea how hard I've been trying to hold back my laughter these days. Trying not to burst into laughter, Yangjun said, don't be so nervous. I do not have any clandestine schemes. However, after I came to the Imperium by myself, I had to rely on a powerful force to secure sufficient training resources and to maintain my Colossus. It couldn't be helped. However strong one's bloodline is, it will soon run dry without the replenishment of continuous resources, wouldn't it? By chance, I ran into Dongfang Wang and helped him settle the multiple factions within the Association of Demon Hunters, allowing him to gain full control over the secret organization, which was no longer under the influence of other major players of the Dongfang family. Is it strange at all that I became his trusted subordinate after that? Li Yao observed, simple as that. I don't buy it. I've been fooled by you once in the Star Glory Federation. You seem to be an elite warrior of the Nuwa clan but were actually corrupted by the Panga clan. I'd be an idiot if I believe you again. Long Yangjun sighed and said, it appears that you are strongly biased against the Panga civilization. Li Yao said coldly, those who are not my own kind always think differently. You humans can be very hilarious sometimes, Long Yangjun chuckled. While you claim those who are not my own kind always think differently, you are never united against alien species. Instead, you always stab the sharpest blades into the people of your own kind. You describe the extraterrestrial devils, the demons, or the Panga clan as your sworn enemies and are all determined to remove the evils. But how many humans were actually killed by the extraterrestrial devils, the demons, and the Panga clan in the past 10,000 years? How many evils have human beings committed? And how many human beings have been killed in slaughters against each other? How many most prosperous planets have been destroyed by human beings themselves? The example is right before our eyes. The Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils and the Association of Demon Hunters are supposed to deal with alien species, but where have their claws and blades been landing? Oh, I almost forgot. Those who are not my own kind always think differently, is not an idiom that describes the relationship between mankind and other alien species in the beginning. Instead, it refers to the different people within mankind. It means that even if you are all human beings, as long as your culture and customs are slightly different, you do not belong to the same kind, you will always think differently, and you must be removed as soon as possible. From that point of view, between you, a human being, and me, half Pangu and half Nuwa, who is like a Leviathan, who should be wary of whom? My dear friend Monsterly, can you answer my question? After a long silence, Li Yao's spiritual energy and tone both softened. Hey, is there any chance of cooperation between the two of us? Maybe. In the darkness, Long Yangjun gave neither approval nor disapproval. However, for two people who each have their own malicious plans to cooperate, at least two prerequisites are mandatory. First of all, you cannot be too much weaker than me. If you are too weak, you will only be my burden. Will there be any necessity for cooperation? Secondly, you cannot be too strong than me, or you may kill me at any moment. Such cooperation will be too worrisome and exhausting. I know that although you look shameless, cowardly, and very good at running, you certainly have your greatest trump card in your hands and an ultimate skill you've never shown yet. Hee hee. When I figure out what your final trump card is, chances are that we can really cooperate again. After all, I feel very pleased with our cooperation the last time. Long Yangjun chuckled like wind chimes, and her laughter gradually disappeared into the depths of the darkness. Chapter 2288 Long Yangjun's Feelings. Wait. Anxiously, Li Yao waved his hands in the darkness. Don't leave just yet, Long Yangjun. Why? Haven't you been beaten enough? Long Yangjun's laughter was unpredictable. That's all right. We may continue next time. It's about something else. Li Yao did not know how he should express himself. You know that I've been against countless people on my journey from the Heaven's Origin sector to the Flying Star sector, to the Blood Demon sector, to the Ancient Sages sector, and then to the center of the cosmos, and I have killed many experts in person. While some of them were truly atrocious and deserved their deaths, some others would not have had to die if they had not been so obstinate. If they were still alive, and their minds were slightly changed, the world might have been changed into a better place, not a worse one. We could have even become friends. Even if we did nothing except have dinner or chit-chat over a cup of tea, it would still be much better than a life-and-death battle. What I'm trying to say is that I've killed enough enemies, and they are certainly not pleasant memories. Even if you are truly not a human being but a hybrid of the Pangu clan and the Nyuwa clan, as long as you are not determined to commit the unforgivable, monstrous things, I still prefer to be a friend to you, not just a cooperator, and certainly not an enemy. I meant everything I said. Yangjun seemed to be caught unprepared by Li Yao's expression of emotions. After a daze, she said, "What do you mean by unforgettable, monstrous things exactly?" Li Yao said, "You know, the kind of stuff that supervillains always do, like destroying mankind." Ha ha ha. Yangjun burst into great laughter, which echoed longer than usual in the dark tunnel. "Aren't you a little bit too imaginative? Does mankind need to be destroyed by me? You have done an excellent job of destroying mankind. All I need to do is hold my chin, squat nearby, and appreciate it slowly. Why do I need to do any extra things in person?" Li Yao said carefully, "All right. Then, I'll just assume that you are not too malicious to mankind. In that case, why don't you tell me what you want exactly? Perhaps I can help you as a friend without asking anything in return." Yangjun was dazed again. "Why?" Li Yao said, "Do you need a reason to make friends? Brotherhood and camaraderie are what matters for all cultivators. If I have to say a reason, it is because I feel that you are not a bad person. When we explored the underground laboratory of the Pangu clan deep inside the Nyuwa warship, you could have caused greater damage to the exploration squad with your advantage that you were familiar with the terrain, but you did not hurt any of them and simply slipped away on an escape capsule. It made me feel that however mean you talk, you still have feelings, or maybe expectations, for mankind, don't you?" Yangjun sneered and said, "Since when have you become such a romantic?" Li Yao said, "I meant everything that I said. If you are willing to trust me as a human being, I will trust you too, and I'll give you a hand with whatever you are going to do." Yangjun fell silent again. It was not until Li Yao thought she had left in secret again that she finally said slowly, "I told you what I wanted to do before I left the Star Glory Federation. I was not lying back then. Born in a world of ancient cultivators, I grew up as a human being and even lived in a human society for 100 years. I had completely regarded myself as a real human being, except for those uncanny dreams, which never made me doubt my identity. But one day, new bloodlines and new identities awakened in me, not one, but two. I realized I was no longer a part of the familiar world I once knew, but a traveler from a distant time and space. My compatriots vanished hundreds of thousands of years ago, and I was the only one left, forgotten, until today. The dual bloodlines of Pangu and Nyuwa entangled and fought inside my body, turning my cells and my soul into their battleground. I was faced with the tough choices between absolute order and absolute chaos, struggling to decide who I truly was. Who am I? Where do I come from? And where am I going? These questions have haunted every person, or perhaps every intelligent life, since the moment of their birth. From the edge of the cosmos to the center, from the ancient sages sector to the Star Glory Federation and the Imperium of true human beings, everything I've done has been driven by a single purpose, to find the ultimate answers to these three questions. I now stand at a crossroads in my fate, with three paths leading to the future before me. I can choose to be a member of the Pangu clan, I can also choose to be a member of the Nyuwa clan, or, if possible, I can continue to walk on as a human being. What should I choose? I haven't found an answer yet. I guess I'll just wait and see. Is this some sort of procrastination? Taking a deep breath, Li Yao tried to ask as calmly as possible, you can continue to evolve into a member of the Panga clan, a god for the Covenant Alliance? Is there a problem? Long Yangjun giggled. I've discovered that both the Federation and the Imperium are strongly biased against the Panga clan and the Covenant Alliance. As the ancient moral had it, if you are not a fish, you can never know whether or not a fish is happy when it is swimming in a pond. You always claim that you will liberate all the people of the Covenant Alliance and help them awaken themselves. How do you know that the people of the Covenant Alliance need your liberation or that they want to be awakened? Isn't it obvious? Li Yao declared angrily, those people of the Covenant Alliance are deprived of their feelings and free will. They are incomplete, miserable machines. Wrong, Long Yangjun said, like I told you before I left the Federation, human beings never had feelings in the beginning. It was just because their brains were invaded by the extraterrestrial devils, like crystal processors that contracted viruses, that they grew feelings and self-will. It is certainly not bad to have feelings and self-will, but even if one does not have such things, it will be just another regular form. Nobody needs to be saved by anybody. Variability is a norm of life. If all lives are identical, they will not be far from destruction. Human beings with feelings and self-will are like birds in the sky, and those without feelings and self-will are like fish in the water. Perhaps the birds consider water a cage that confines and suffocates the fish, but if they snatch the fish out of the water, it will only lead to a greater tragedy. Besides, the life of the birds, like you, is a mess too. Just go down this tunnel for several thousand meters, you will see countless murky underground towns where millions of people live for years without seeing any sunlight. What a miserable and painful life they have. You must have heard a thing or two about it too, haven't you? Why do you want to liberate the people of the Covenant Alliance and make them live like the underclass of the Imperium? Li Yao was rendered speechless for a moment. He found it impossible to lie to himself that the hominoids living at the bottom of the Imperium, who were exploited and even butchered blatantly, certainly had a more comfortable life than the demi-humans of the Covenant Alliance who did not have feelings and self-will. The more Long Yangjun talked, the more excited she became, as if the deepest anger and dissatisfaction in her heart had been triggered by Li Yao. The more I get to know human beings, the more scared I become of such a smart and brutal creature. I thought that everything around me was corrupted because I lived in the undeveloped ancient sages sector, but when I came to the Federation and the Imperium that were far more advanced, civilized, and modernized, I discovered that nothing changed at all. In fact, they even changed for the worse. Under the excuse to conquer the universe, you invented all kinds of powerful, terrifying weapons that were 100 times more destructive than the magical equipment of the ancient sages sector. But the next second after they were produced, you projected those weapons at your own kind without any hesitation. Your elites and leaders fooled the innocent and the ignorant into fighting each other under grand banners with inspiring speeches. Despite all their rhetoric, you could always find the stealthy, selfish desires in their motivations. Compared to the ancient sages sector, modern society has abundant resources. Those with wealth, power, and strength boast resources that could last them 10 lifetimes. Even a business leader or a random senior worker lives a more entertaining life than the emperor of the ancient sages sector. Yet, in the corners deep below the ground, some people are still starving to death after crying all night. Why is that exactly? From ancient times to the modern day, from the Federation to the Imperium, I have seen so many incomprehensible and unimaginable things. What reason do you want me to find to convince myself to become a member of such a mankind again? If I do not want to join the corruption and instead go to the Covenant Alliance, where I evolve into a true member of the Panga clan, leading people who lack selfish desires because they lack emotions and who cannot be evil because they lack self-will, in search of a new lifestyle and a new form of civilization, is that really an unforgivable and monstrous thing? Li Yao was deeply astonished by Long Yangjun's words. He felt that what she said was even more cutting than the invisible wind blades she had released a moment ago. He had no answer to her questions, so he could only clench his fists and say, if you want to change the world, you don't have to go to the Covenant Alliance. You can do it right here in the Imperium. Stand by my side and fight with me to help the reformists. As two travelers from the edge of the cosmos, we can look after each other. Whatever training resources, magical equipment, or weapons you need, the reformists will provide more for you if the Dongfang family can't provide them for you. Yangjun burst into laughter. Hey, hey, hey. Have you sunk too deep into your role, or are you really brainwashed by queenly Linghai and transformed from a cultivator into an immortal cultivator? Are you persuading me to surrender on her behalf? Of course, I remember that I'm a cultivator, and I know what I am doing clearly, Li Yao said solemnly. However, a world-changing revolution that involves hundreds of sectors at the center of the cosmos cannot be achieved overnight. We can only choose the lesser of two evils. At the very least, the reformists are more advanced than the four Kurfürst families. So, I'll side with the reformists for now. When the four Kurfürst families are all crushed one way or another, I'll try to transform the reformists and carry out my will one step after another. Chapter 2289 New Enigmas. Are you sure it's the lesser of two evils? Yangjun said thoughtfully, just because the four Kurfürst families are obstinate, unpardonable, and insane, does not mean the reformists or your queen are any better. If you drive four wolves away only to replace them with a tiger, is it really better? Li Yao thought for a moment. What do you know exactly? Is there anything wrong with Li Linghai? Considering you sincerely regard me as a friend, I will offer you a kind reminder. Your queen is very complicated and even, highly dangerous, Yangjun said. When I first came to the Imperium of true human beings, I lurked in the royal palace for a while and encountered her once. We almost burst into a fight. Li Linghai mentioned the incident to Li Yao, but she skipped over the part where the two of them nearly fought. Li Yao couldn't help but bulge his eyes. Yangjun continued, I told you before I left the Federation that I was very interested in the Royal Library of the Imperium of True Human Beings. Many ancient classics stored in the library record the history between the Star Ocean Imperium's collapse and the establishment of the Imperium of True Human Beings. They might be of great help to light the road ahead of me. Therefore, the most important thing after I came to the Imperium of True Human Beings was to find a way to sneak into the royal palace. I intended to explore the mysteries of the royal library. It was at the bottom floor of the royal library that I happened upon Li Linghai. The royal library of the Imperium is divided into two areas. The upper floor is a public area that is open to the royal family and even the core descendants of the four Kurfürst families. Although the files and classics stored inside are also precious, they do not contain many secrets. Many of them are merely rare editions, and you can find books with the same content outside. The bottom floor, however, is a forbidden area where the real secrets are hidden. A lot of royal family anecdotes, treasure maps, marvelous arts, and even mysteries of the primeval age are stored inside. These things are supposed to be read by the emperor himself, as well as the few most beloved princes only. Ever since the age of the Great Black Star, multiple barriers have been installed. It is impossible for an outsider to open the area. If it is opened by brute force, the books, jade chips, and all kinds of classics inside will all be destroyed. It is a pity that the royal family had earthquakes 500 years ago, and quite a few emperors died abruptly even before they sired a child. So, new emperors had to be selected from the branches, and the ways to unlock the barriers were lost in the flow of time. Right now, it is safe to say that nobody in the entire universe can open the bottom floor of the royal library. At first, I was not fully aware of the issue. Although I learned a thing or two about it, I did not think too highly of the barriers and believed that I would certainly have a way to crack them. But after I snuck in, I realized that the barriers were much more sophisticated than my estimation. I tried every method possible, but none of them worked. I was about to return futilely when I ran into Li Linghai. Thinking quickly, Li Yao asked in shock. Why did she come to the bottom floor of the royal library? That is exactly the most important question. Yangjun said, as the Queen of the Imperium, there is no reason why Linghai should be unaware of the rules and secrets of the royal library. The methods to unlock the barriers of the bottom floor had been lost for almost 500 years. Neither the Emperor or the four Kurfürst families knew the solutions. It could barely be cracked by brute force. Although she was the queen, she was, in fact, just a spy the four Kurfürst families sent to monitor the Emperor and an outsider, too. She couldn't have learned the solutions at all. It was unreasonable for her to go to the library because she could do nothing. But I obviously sensed that she was exactly there to open the bottom floor of the royal library, where the real valuable knowledge was hidden. Hooked, Li Yao couldn't help but ask, what then? Then nothing, Yangjun said. I was greatly surprised to discover that she seemed to be very familiar with the traps, tunnels, and barriers of the bottom floor of the royal library, and that every step she took was effective. So, I lurked in the darkness and reduced my breathing and physical activities to the minimum, preparing to peek at what she was going to do next. But out of my expectation, I was discovered by her at the last moment. Li Yao was greatly startled. He had personally learned of Yangjun's expertise in concealing herself a moment ago. Even though he knew Yangjun was there and he was more vigilant than ever, he could barely distinguish her from the crowd. But Linghai was still able to discover her when she was lurking in the darkness and covered her breathing and physical activities. How dreadful Linghai was. At the moment, I perceived extremely intense determination to kill. Thinking carefully, Yangjun said, let me put it this way. Linghai's killing intent at that time was 10 times sharper than sword maniac Yen Liren's sword aura. However, the text still contains some errors or inconsistencies. Here's a refined version for better readability. The methods to unlock the barriers of the bottom floor had been lost for almost 500 years. Neither the Emperor or the four Kurfürst families knew the solutions. It could barely be cracked by brute force. Although she was the queen, she was, in fact, just a spy the four Kurfürst families sent to monitor the Emperor and an outsider as well. She couldn't have learned the solutions at all. It was unreasonable for her to go to almost like a conditional reflex. I fled in panic at my highest speed, not even willing to have a single clash with her. The same event came in 2 different versions under the narration of Linghai and Yangjun. For some reason, Li Yao still preferred to trust Yangjun more. So, Linghai knows how to open the bottom floor of the royal library? Why? Li Yao's first reaction was that it had to do with the heritages of the Supreme Emperor that Linghai received. But on second thought, it was unreasonable. The Supreme Emperor perished in, or escaped to, the Imperial Transcendent Sector 10,000 years ago, but the Royal Library of the Imperium of True Human Beings was apparently built only 1,000 years ago. Even if Linghai had all the legacies of the Supreme Emperor, they couldn't have been related to the secrets of the Royal Library at all. I need to ask you the question. After all, you are her trusted subordinate. Yangjun mocked Li Yao. Although it's been 2 years, I still remember Linghai's dominating vibe clearly today. It was almost like I found her biggest secret, and she had to kill me to keep my mouth shut. I fled in time after the encounter. It was likely that she did not recognize me, but in the few months that followed, a dozen guards responsible for the safety of the royal library and maids who worked in the area nearby died abruptly and uncannily. Presuming that she must be secretly investigating the mysterious person who caught her weird behavior that night, I was too scared to stay in the royal palace anymore and escaped as soon as possible. Your queen was such a scary person. How can I be bold enough to join her? Li Yao pondered for a moment and said, to be honest, I feel there's something seriously wrong with Linghai too. I'm staying by her side to observe her plans up close, so I can stop her in time. If you have more intelligence, why don't you bring it out so we can discuss it together? Chances are, we can uncover the truth of everything if we combine our intelligence, right? Don't overestimate your smartness. Linghai is such a dangerous person that even I hesitate to be her enemy, and you want to stay by her side and manipulate her when you're such a fool? Yangjun chuckled. As for exchanging intelligence, maybe next time. Someone's coming. Li Yao was greatly alarmed. Boosting his telepathic thoughts to the maximum, he did sense that dozens of rather impressive presences were approaching. Behind Yangjun, a high-speed metro was also rushing closer. Shwa. The two of them jumped to opposite sides of the tunnel just in time. The metro zipped past them in between. Li Yao sensed that Yangjun had grabbed the shell of the crystal train, and her scent drifted further and further away. But he simply burrowed deeper into the maintenance slot next to the tunnel, planning to flee through the branches after the metro passed. Linghai is capable of opening the central, secret area of the Royal Library. It must be true. If it wasn't from her own experience, she wouldn't have made up such details. What could she gain by lying to me about such specifics? Li Yao thought carefully in the dark. But why? What secrets has Linghai been hiding? Under the slogan of honor the Majesty and settle the rebellions, what are her true ambitions? Suddenly, an invisible, unstoppable wind blade darted in from the metro gap without a sound. Li Yao was so shocked that he got goosebumps all over his body. Had he not kept a last bit of wariness out of habit, his carotid artery would have been cut by the wind blade. What the heck? Li Yao roared. Yangjun, you're still here? I left a moment ago. Yangjun's delighted laughter came from the darkness. But it seemed too good an opportunity when you were deep in thought and appeared defenseless, so I couldn't resist taking another shot at you. I didn't expect you to still have some vigilance. What is wrong with you? Li Yao burst into fury. Just now, you claimed that the vileness and sordidness of humans baffled and even terrified you, that you'd rather not be part of such a mankind, acting like a pure, innocent lotus. But the way I see it, you're taking a lot of pleasure in these shameless deceptions and ambushes. You're right. I was human for over 100 years before my primeval bloodlines awoke. It's all because of the bad influence of people like you. Yangjun grimaced. I can't help it. I'm exactly such a contradictory and erratic person. Since we're friends, you should be more tolerant, shouldn't you? That makes sense. Alright, I'll forgive you this one last time. While speaking, Li Yao silently drew a saber as thin as paper from the Cosmos ring and slashed it toward where Yangjun's laughter came from. Forgive my ass. The saber, naturally, missed. Yangjun's laughter grew more distant. Look at what a traitorous human being. You said that we were good friends a moment ago, yet you are changing your face so quickly and attacking me so brutally. I'm really leaving this time. One last reminder, it is the Fire Blade Squad, the rapid response troop of the Dongfang family, that is surrounding you right now. The big guy in the heavy fiery crystal suit can transform 4 times, and his ultimate form highlights agility over weight. He can be quite tricky. Don't be fooled by his appearance. Yangjun was really gone this time. Hot waves were vaguely flowing over from the branches and maintenance channels nearby. Spitting on the ground, Li Yao retracted his saber into the Cosmos ring and warmed his fingers while cursing. He did not want to use a saber right now, he only wanted to vent his fury through his fists. The fierce battle in Whitestone Municipality marked the start of the full-scale counterattack by the Dongfang family. Despite the unpleasant episodes in the process, such as the Fire Blade Squad, a rapid response team of the family, being taken down one by one with a single punch each in the metro tunnel of Whitestone Municipality, the aggressive counterattacks of the Dongfang family on most battlegrounds upheld the glory of the first family of the Imperium. Many secret bureaus of the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils were uncovered and sabotaged. A lot of reformists who had been in hiding were caught by the Association of Demon Hunters. The propaganda machines of the Dongfang family operated at peak efficiency, beautifying themselves while vilifying the reformists as traitors attempting to undermine the foundation of the Imperium. Dongfang Wang, the Prime Minister of the Imperium, frequently appeared in public in the most accessible manner, displaying his composure amid turmoil. This reassured many wavering forces, who decided to wait longer before siding with the reformists and the Li family. When a storm loomed, the wind blew first. Even the most inert immortal cultivators could catch the smell of smoke wafting beyond the capital's atmosphere. The final battle between the two factions loomed. None of what occurred seemed to affect Li Linghai, commanding the missions in the Emperor's Mausoleum. She continued to follow the plan, simply allowing the Dongfang family and the Association of Demon Hunters to dismantle the secret bureaus of the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils and capture the core members of the reformists. But through various secret channels, the experts of the Astounding Thunder Fleet and the Deep Sea Fleet, along with a batch of extremely powerful magical equipment, were delivered to the underground world of the capital. At this moment, a remote video meeting was taking place. Hosted by Li Linghai in person, the participants were the important personnel of the reformists hiding in the dark corners of the entire planet. Naturally, Li Yao was among them. He was neither in the Emperor's Mausoleum nor in Whitestone Municipality but had found a dark alley in the 47th district below the ground. While modifying and strengthening the special gears purchased from the black market in a secret workshop, he simulated the final assault on a similar terrain that was to be implemented soon. In the past 10 days, the Dongfang family's counterattack has been very fierce, and we have suffered great losses, Li Linghai said casually on the 3D light beam. But everything was within our expectations, if not guided by us intentionally. The dozens of arrests and all the shocking cases were meant to cover our real targets, Dongfang Renqin and his secret institute. Right now, the Dongfang family has been tricked. At least 2 decoys we sent have distracted their attention entirely. Firstly, the operation in Whitestone Municipality. Although the operation failed, it misled the Dongfang family into thinking that our target was the mayor of Whitestone Municipality. Everyone knows that the mayor is the most trusted subordinate of Dongfang Tai, one of the 50 elders of the Dongfang family, and the CEO of the Red Viper Heavy Industry Group, which monopolizes over 30% of the productions of crystal suits and starships in the Dongfang family. It's not hard to imagine how important Dongfang Tai is. He cannot afford an accident. The operation in Whitestone Municipality, as well as the subsequent arrests, were all aimed at key personnel of the Red Viper Heavy Industry Group. Additionally, the files we intentionally left in the secret bureaus for the Dongfang family to find should be enough to lead them to the wrong conclusion that our ultimate goal is Dongfang Tai. Given Dongfang Tai's prestige and position, he would not flee to his hometown like a fugitive. Instead, he has gathered a formidable force to protect himself, which inevitably weakens the defenses in other areas. Moreover, all the individuals we arrested earlier are being held in the secret bureau we established in Black Mountain City. The Dongfang family has learned of this through various sources, and we have released a mix of true and false information, claiming that we will arrest Dongfang Tai on June 10. The fish have taken the bait. According to accurate intelligence, the Dongfang family is secretly planning a major rescue operation. They are expected to attack the secret bureau in Black Mountain City on June 10 to free the prisoners. Both the protection of Dongfang Tai and the assault on the bureau in Black Mountain City will require significant forces from the Dongfang family in the capital, further weakening the defenses in other regions. We have not taken any action against Dongfang Renqin yet, and the enemy would not have guessed that we have all the evidence of his crimes. Around June 10, Dongfang Renqin will be meeting a special guest at his secret institute. An elder of the Dongfang family, who is close to Dongfang Wang and Dongfang Renqin, will perform the spiritual root polishing surgery on his beloved grandson. There are no detailed procedures for the surgery yet, but it is clear that it will cost the lives of a dozen or more training geniuses with high aptitudes. Only the deaths of dozens of geniuses can secure the rebirth of a mediocre man. This secret technique requires extremely fresh, raw materials, which are hard to obtain. Therefore, once an appointment is scheduled, it cannot be changed, even if the capital is searched thoroughly. On June 10, Dongfang Renxin will certainly appear in his secret laboratory with all the evidence of his crimes. Our assault will begin at 2 p.m. on June 10. Yu Wushuang's elite tactical squad from the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils will be the first team, responsible for breaking into the secret institute, securing the evidence, and capturing the criminals. The experts from the Deep Sea Fleet and the astounding Thunder Fleet, now temporarily enlisted in the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils, will form the second team, led by Tu Zhengdao. Your mission is to stop the warriors of the Dongfang family at the periphery of the secret institute, ensuring the smooth operation of the arrest and covering the devil huntresses as they evacuate with the targets and the evidence. The third team, consisting of Li Yao, Huang Feng, and Master Jin Tianzong, has only one mission: to destroy all the crystal bombs deployed inside and outside the secret institute as quickly as possible when the operation begins, terminating the self-destruct mechanisms. However intense the battles on the ground have been recently, as long as we take down Dongfang Renxin, the collapse of Dongfang Wang's cabinet is inevitable. It may even be barely possible for Dongfang Wang to resign peacefully. His reputation will be gone, and he will be tried in a court of law. The sky of the Imperium of true human beings will change. Therefore, the code name for the secret arrest operation is Sky Changing. Li Linghai introduced the details of the Sky Changing operation confidently and quickly. In less than an hour, the operation that would decide the fate of the Imperium was already deployed. After the meeting had concluded, everyone's image disappeared into the darkness, but she retained point-to-point remote communication with Li Yao. I hear that you had a skirmish with Dongfang Mingyue during the secret operation in White Stone Municipality? Li Linghai asked straightforwardly. Touching his neck, Li Yao replied, not entirely recovered from his fear, yes. That woman was truly brutal. If your grace hadn't warned me in advance, my head might have been cut off by her. No matter how smart Li Linghai was, she could not have foreseen that Li Yao and Dongfang Mingyue were old acquaintances who had known each other for years. Pondering for a moment, she asked, neither of you seemed to use a colossus, did you? Didn't your grace say that it's better to lay low in the capital and not use the colossus unless absolutely necessary? Blinking his eyes, Li Yao replied innocently, the situation was truly dangerous at that time. In the life-threatening battle, Dongfang Mingyue and I were both scared of each other's fatal weapons, and both of us disrupted the other's movement, so neither of us could summon magical equipment from the cosmos rings. I suppose Dongfang Mingyue must have been a bit wary of me too. After all, my golden vulture certainly lives up to its reputation. If she intended to kill me, who was armed with the gold vulture, she would certainly have to pay a gory price. In the end, neither of us used a colossus, and I managed to force the monster to retreat before I escaped. Li Linghai nodded, not too suspicious of Li Yao's explanation. Although he might be exaggerating, she knew very well about Li Yao's bizarre and inexhaustible life-saving methods and had even tried some of them herself. All right, I'm reassured now that you're fine. Li Linghai's tone suddenly softened. Take a good rest these days and make thorough preparations. In the sky-changing operation, you will play an indispensable role. If the sky-changing operation succeeds, we will see the dawn of the cause to renew the Imperium, and I will not forget your contributions. Your Grace, Li Yao suddenly thought of something and asked, there's something that has confused me for a long time. Since the reformists' slogan is, honor the Majesty and settle the rebellions, Emperor Shenwu should be playing a vital role in our cause. But why have you never come up with any plan to rescue His Majesty, who is still controlled by the Dongfang family? What if the emperor speaks out against the reformists or even against you after being under the Dongfang family's custody for too long? With a casual smile, Li Linghai said, you have to be powerful enough for the emperor to endorse you. With the desperate situation that Dongfang Wang is in right now, even if he asked the emperor to speak for him, no one would acknowledge it as the real emperor. Of course, I have a rescue plan. I am now secretly investigating where Dongfang Wang is hiding his Majesty. When the sky-changing operation succeeds and Dongfang Wang's cabinet falls, we will certainly get the emperor out. By then, we will still require your help. Looking into Li Linghai's eyes, Liao asked, where will His Majesty be placed after the rescue? Chapter 2291 Ambitionless Queen. With a disdainful smile, Li Linghai said slowly, our Emperor Shenwu, when put nicely, is an innocent idealist, or if put frankly, a stubborn, unexceptional man who dwells in his illusions and really thinks that he is to be credited for the glorious triumph of the Imperium's counterattack. He even holds the illusion that he can restore the glory of Blackstar the Great and make all the soldiers and nobles kneel before him. All in all, that is a man who is more of a saboteur than a contributor. It doesn't matter even if he falls into Dongfang Wang's hands now. Rolling his eyes, Liao asked, well, he is your Grace's husband after all, and you both have a dozen children together. A hint of disgust and hate flashed across Li Linghai's face. She said coldly, you should know that being the wife of that pig is the one thing I hate most in my life. If things could go my way, I would rather watch him die in person. However, considering the Imperium of true human beings needs a nominal emperor in any case, as long as he does not commit any follies and get himself killed, I will still respect him as His Majesty after he is rescued. That is also my promise. Speaking of which, Liao, I'm beginning to think that you are not really asking about Emperor Shenwu but about me, right? You want to know where I will place myself after the mission to renew the Imperium is really accomplished, and whether or not I will become a dictator to some degree, some kind of she-emperor, right? Li Yao smiled, somewhat embarrassed, as a way of acknowledgement. Li Linghai sniffed, not considering it an offense. As I told you earlier, everything I've been doing is for the salvation of the Imperium, not for myself to gain power, although I will certainly do a better job than the four Kurfürst families if I do control the supreme power someday. The reformists have come up with quite a few solutions to the politics of the Imperium after the four Kurfürst families partly collapsed. One of the plans is to add at least another 250 members, who are all reformists, to the Council of Elders, which has 500 elders right now, in order to check and balance the old interest groups. However, the plan is too tricky to be put into practice because it is likely to raise the vehement resistance of the old elders, which will intensify the conflicts. Therefore, a substitutional plan came forth, which proposes to divide the Council of Elders into two houses. The current Council of Elders will be the upper house, and the prestige and privileges of the elders will stay the same. But a new agency named the lower house, which has 3,000 seats, will be established. The elders in the lower house will be elected by the broader interest groups and represent the interests of the majority to grasp the real power. The two plans, as well as some other plans about dividing and curbing the power and about how to establish an impartial, honorable, and effective grand government, have been discussed by the reformists for a long time. Everybody has been offering their thoughts and acknowledged the ideas. In any case, it will be much better than the oligarchy and tyranny of the four Kurfürst families. Do you think that it is possible for a brutal, powerful dictator to rise on such a philosophical foundation? Li Yao rolled his eyes again and again but did not say anything. I understand your concerns when you regard yourself as a cultivator, but your concerns are all unfounded. Li Linghai's tone grew even softer, as if she were explaining to herself. She continued, what are the most important factors in creating a ruthless dictator? An army and prestige. Considering these two factors, it means that countless experts must pledge their loyalty to me and no one else. But is that the situation right now? In terms of the army, the Deep Sea Fleet is entirely commanded by General Dongfang. I never inquire about the details or interfere with the election and promotion of officers. As for General Lei Chenghu's astounding Thunder Fleet, it is so independent that it can only be called my ally, not my subordinate. Regarding prestige, I have never encouraged any personality cult among the reformists. Dongfang, Yu Wushuang, and Jin Yuyan did not join the reformists because they worshipped or were loyal to me. They all had their own reasons and agreed with the reformists' ideas. That is why we walk this path together. This is even more true for you and General Lei Chenghu. Let's be honest. Am I preeminent before the two of you at all? Overall, I am a guide of the reformists, but I am certainly not a unique leader. If I had intended to be a dictator, or a she-emperor as you said earlier, I wouldn't have built the reformists into what they are today, and I would have tried to control the army, right? After all, no matter how strong my personal combat ability is, it is absolutely useless against overwhelming starships and troops. I didn't do it at the start, and I have even fewer reasons to do it now, given the reformists have expanded and boasted their own determination today. But it doesn't matter. It's not important whether I lead the reformists or the Imperium. As long as a stronger, everlasting new Imperium is created, that will be enough. After a long days, Li Yao failed to find many flaws in Li Linghai's soul-stirring speech. He could only say, "It does seem to be the case." Then, "What are you worried about?" Li Linghai smiled and said, "Just let go of your random thoughts and make preparations. Trust me, by doing what you're asked, you're maintaining the balance and stability at the center of the cosmos. More lives will be saved because of you." Li Linghai cut off the communication, leaving Li Yao alone in the dark mist. He was even more worried than before. The mental devil observed from his brain, "Have you noticed that the Queen is particularly gentle today and is trying hard to defend herself, as if she's scared we might misunderstand her? This is completely different from when we first met her." "Of course I have," Li Yao said. "Something is definitely off. A person who used to be as cold as ice suddenly turning so gentle is certainly not a good sign." However, even after Li Yao and the mental devil thought for a long time, they still couldn't figure out the problem. Li Linghai wasn't wrong about one thing: whatever schemes, ambitious plans, or insane ideas she had, they would ultimately need an army to put into practice. But Li Linghai had indeed given away the command of her army. Even the Deep Sea Fleet, which she had founded in person, had been entrusted to Dongfang, who was just an outsider. She couldn't have been more frank and selfless. Li Yao had met Dongfang several times. He was certain the fleet commander, who was at the divinity transformation stage, did not have any absolute loyalty or admiration to Li Linghai herself. There was no need to mention Lei Chenghu. Should Li Linghai act abnormally, Lei Chenghu would stand out first to destroy her. The politics of the new Imperium, designed by the reformists, were also much more advanced than the dark governance of the four Kurfürst families. Most of the reformists joined the cause to renew the Imperium because of the ideals. What they pledged loyalty to was the Imperium, not Li Linghai herself. Therefore, assuming Li Linghai truly had great ambitions and a huge scheme was secretly in operation, on what grounds could she realize them and make the millions of soldiers in the entire universe obey her? It was absolutely impossible. With her capabilities at the peak of the divinity transformation stage, or even the divinity branching stage, she was all by herself after all, and it was impossible for her to swallow the entire Imperium. Li Yao's brain almost exploded as he thought hard but couldn't find the key to the questions. But what Long Yangjun said a few days ago seemed very reasonable, too. Li Yao was truly baffled. So, he simply called in Li Jialing. "Come on, little brother. Let Brother Yao take a look at your body. What is your progress with the training using the Imperial Fire Pearl now?" Li Jialing was still covered in gold hair, but vague flames seemed to be burning on his head, making him look both fierce and glamorous, truly like an awe-inspiring golden lion. However, before Li Yao, who was both a master and a mentor, the golden lion was as docile as a cat. Li Yao took out the smaller fragment of the Imperial Fire Pearl and held it in his hand. Really, so fast? Li Yao was rather shocked. The part of the Imperial Fire Pearl in Li Jialing's hands was lackluster, and the surface, once as smooth as a mirror, now had holes that looked like needle pricks. The treasure looked no more than a common rock. The strength that had vaguely flowed inside had dried up. No, it had been entirely absorbed by Li Jialing. After 100 years of adventures, Li Yao's body had been tempered and reforged again and again, and it was already too sturdy to be described by any word. He thought his training speed was already high enough, but Li Jialing turned out to be even faster. In just 1 month, Li Jialing had absorbed the strength of the Supreme Emperor hidden inside the fragment of the Imperial Fire Pearl. Although Li Jialing's fragment was smaller than Li Yao's, such training efficiency was still too depressing for others. Come on, let me see how good you are now. Li Yao extended his hands to Li Jialing. The two of them held their hands tightly. Boom! 2 bright golden flames rose from their bodies at the same time, surrounding them in sputtering electric arcs. Thick veins protruded from their chests and arms, transmitting the terrifying strength from the deepest cells to their hands. Soon, their hands turned transparent, and the muscle fibers, veins, nerves, and bones inside were clearly visible. After another 10 seconds, their hands turned ivory, like iron heated to the point of melting. It was not until this moment that Li Jialing finally showed signs of pain, grunting as he tried to loosen his hand. Li Yao, however, did not let go. The strength from the veins in his arms flowed into Li Jialing's arms and body, meticulously examining his internal organs, veins, and abdomen. But no matter how he probed, he could not detect any foreign force that had invaded Li Jialing's body. Chapter 2292, Unannounced Guests at the Man-Eating Place. Li Yao had experienced being invaded by the alien force of the blood-striped virus. In fact, the invader had lingered and merged with his negative emotions, transforming into the Metal Devil. Consequently, both he and the Mental Devil were extremely sensitive to any foreign invasion. No strange force could escape their detection, including the power of the Supreme Emperor. After thoroughly examining and finding nothing amiss, Li Yao slowly withdrew his strength. Loosening his grip on Li Jialing, he asked suspiciously, "Didn't you feel anything wrong when you so quickly absorbed the strength of the Imperial Fire Pearl?" "Nothing at all." Li Jialing waved his hands, breathing rapidly but soon returning to normal. He shook his head and said, "I couldn't have felt better. Perhaps it's because I suffered so much in Manjasaka, the city in the sky, and I'm already accustomed to the invasion of bizarre forces?" Although the power within the Imperial Fire Pearl was overwhelming, it was very comfortable and felt completely different from the past. When forces were injected into my body in the past, I often felt like I couldn't take it anymore, as if my body might explode at any moment. But when I absorbed the power of the Imperial Fire Pearl, I only felt unparalleled confidence, as if I could control all the stars in the universe if I absorbed them too. Is that so? Li Yao thought quickly, realizing it was likely due to the Supreme Emperor's spiritual stamp lingering inside the Imperial Fire Pearl. The Supreme Emperor was undoubtedly a formidable person who could master all the stars in the universe. Li Yao had also experienced the dominating vibe during his training. But he was an adult who had been through too many battles, after all, and his soul was as solid as it could be. It wasn't easy to reshape his mind. Li Jialing, on the other hand, had always been an innocent young man. It was no surprise that he was somewhat influenced by the Supreme Emperor's spirits. This was a normal influence, nothing like the evil methods such as corruption or possession. It was like a child who, after reading the Supreme Emperor's biography, was deeply inspired by the Emperor's feats of saving mankind and uniting the universe, and resolved to grow into a great hero just like the Emperor. As long as it was within reason, it was not bad at all. Then, did you have any strange dreams where you became someone else? After thinking for a moment, Li Yao asked again, or have you heard any secretive voices, seen vague illusions, or even lost your memories, not knowing what you did in the past few minutes or even hours? Bulging his eyes, Li Jialing shook his head hard. No, not at all. I feel better now than ever before. I've never experienced such weird symptoms. Besides, hasn't Brother Yao been with me all the time? If I had shown any abnormal behavior, you would have noticed. That makes sense. It seems the Imperial Fire Pearl is fine. Li Yao couldn't figure out the reason at all. Waving his hands dismissively, he said, forget it. Just keep up your training. Remember to familiarize yourself with the thunderous tornado saber I taught you and understand every detail of it. It is a dangerous technique I created when I was young, and it can be very powerful. I'm already familiar with it. Li Jialing replied excitedly, besides, Brother Yao, I have discovered 19 flaws you hid in the thunderous tornado saber. They are all mistakes that affect the exertion of strength, speed, and the circulation of spiritual energy. That's not how a saber art should be performed at all. You must have done it on purpose. It was a test to see if I could discover those mistakes, right? Ha! Not only have I discovered them, but I have also revised and optimized them. The power of the thunderous tornado saber has been improved by at least 10%. That should be enough for me to pass your test, right? Li Yao. Well, good job. You've done an excellent job finding the flaws I intentionally hid in my saber art. Ha ha ha. Brother Yao is very happy that you are so distinguished. Alright. Keep up your training. I need to speak with General Lei Chenghu now. General Lei? Li Jialing blinked. What for? Is there anything wrong? Everything is fine, but we can always bond, can't we? Li Yao touched his chin, muttering, I have a vague feeling that I need to broaden my communication and friendship with General Lei Chenghu. Chances are he might be of great help when critical moments come. On June 10th, in the 27th district beneath the capital, the sky-changing operation began. The 27th district was located deep in the central mountains of the main continent, between -3,000 and -5,000 meters in altitude. It was an underground city that rejected sunlight but was filled with all kinds of lights. Iron, rocks, mines, and machines constituted the main body of the city. The foundries and the furnaces fulminated day and night, never stopping for 1 second. The colorful minerals deep inside the mining holes emitted the fluorescence that carried vague radiations, wreathing the city in the mists of light that were almost rotten. Looking above, it was a canyon that led to the sky. Since the place was too distant from the ground, the top of the canyon was always covered in smoke that completely blocked the blue sky and the white clouds. There were also all kinds of interconnected tubes and stairs that penetrated through the crags. After rotting for hundreds of years, the joints of the tubes were not as seamless as before, dripping various types of suspicious liquids as if the place was ensnared in a drizzle that would never come to an end. It was the lifelong home to countless humans and animals, known as the hominoids. For the people living in the 27th district, only a few could find a normal job in the underground mining bases, purification plants, or the geothermal energy supply stations. Most of them counted on the leftovers from the upper areas for their livelihood. Those leftovers came from the cities of the Immortal Cultivators from the ground at the beginning. After they were enjoyed by the Immortal Cultivators, part of the residues fell to the area within 1,000 meters from the ground, where they were exploited and consumed layer by layer. By the time they leaked to the 27th district, there was often hardly anything left. However, the 27th district was not the most miserable place of all, because in the deeper part in the dark abysses, thousands of meters below them, countless hands and mouths were waiting to catch the wastes they threw down. If it were the ancient times when resources were few and technologies undeveloped, most of the people in the underground world would have been killed in the cruel famines. But today, thanks to the highly developed food production techniques, tremendous food, which was tasteless, if edible at all, but which boasted high calories, has been synthesized and managed to keep the underclass alive. Still, there was no place for their desolate souls. Those hominoids and ants would wander below the ground for all eternity, like haunting ghosts. Whether or not they had a normal job, and regardless of their gender and age, their destiny was the same, exchanging their labor in various ways for the synthetic food, the cheapest entertainment, and narcotics, and enjoying the momentary pleasure in the self-comforting illusions, where their souls temporarily got rid of the hopeless reality and ascended to the heavy piled-up sand. In days and years of degradations, their health, their only reliance, was often consumed extremely fast. The illusionary ecstasies were often associated with the indulgence of physical desire too. After being injected with all sorts of narcotics, dozens of naked bodies entangled with each other and relished the most primitive pleasure. That was perhaps the happiest moment for the hominoids below the ground. The authorities of the Imperium gave connivance to the hominoids' action. On one hand, it was because the authorities believed it was normal that a subhuman life, such as a hominoid, could not control their animalistic instincts. On the other hand, if the hominoids were all devoted to physical entertainment, they would have no time to consider the unorthodox things, which would certainly be beneficial for the order and stability of the Imperium. As a result, all kinds of bizarre diseases naturally prevailed in the underground world. In order to compete with the spiritual puppets in the blood factories, they had to exploit their bodies to the extreme. Long-term fatigue led to many painful illnesses. Bathed in the fluorescence from the seemingly glamorous minerals in the mining holes, which were full of radiation, their bodies gradually mutated, evolving into something with many abnormalities. Then, there were the neural pathologies caused by cheap entertainment products, narcotics, and the epidemic of STDs due to the surge in desires. All kinds of sufferings haunted the underground hominoids like ghosts, corrupting their bodies and souls. In such a situation, a hospital that could at least provide maximum anesthesia and comfort, even if it could not treat any disease, was like a haven in the dark, underground world. There was indeed such a massive hospital at the center of the 27th district. The hospital had no name, but the ivory brilliance it emitted daily seemed to illuminate the hearts of everyone in the 27th district. The medical facilities and expertise of the hospital were naturally incomparable to those of the cities of the immortal cultivators above ground, but thankfully, the hominoids' requirements were not high. As long as their nerves could be tricked, damaged joints and muscles could be blocked to allow them to have the strength to survive another day, or their abnormal parts could be excised, they were more than satisfied. The doctors and nurses in the nameless hospital performed these tasks very well. Thus, not only the 27th district, but even people from neighboring districts visited the hospital, and most returned satisfied, gratefully praising the benevolent and caring doctors. Few knew that the nameless hospital was a place where people were consumed. However, the people it devoured were not hominoids, because most hominoids were not even qualified to be swallowed by the hospital. At this moment, a large batch of unannounced guests had reached the periphery of the hospital from all directions through various channels. Note: devoured, hominoids, and periphery are not standard English words. I have not changed them as per your request for a simple grammar edit. If you meant to use different words, please clarify and I can assist further. 50 meters from the anonymous hospital, in a dilapidated alley transformed from a forsaken mining tunnel, lay a man who seemed as if he had drunk too much wine to stand. In fact, he was Shadowless Duan Rui, one of the best assassins from the peripheral worlds of the Imperium. His invisible and unpredictable blades were even more volatile than the shadows in a mist. The peculiar saber that Li Yao had carefully forged for him could pierce through the tiniest gaps in the joints of crystal suits. 20 meters from Shadowless Duan Rui stood a woman in revealing clothes and heavy makeup, but her face and body were both old and flabby. At first glance, she appeared to have been worn out by the oldest profession, barely able to do anything with her legs except open them. However, beneath the guise of sloppiness and weakness, she was the healthiest and most perfect killing machine, Zhu Linglong, trained by the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils using secret techniques passed down for 1,000 years. As a nascent soul stage expert, she was Yu Wushuang's most trusted subordinate and ranked top among the 7 devil huntresses. To break the limits of the body and even the soul, the super warriors of the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils would intentionally guide countless devils to invade their bodies, then grit their teeth and resist the intruders until they drove them away or even consumed them as sustenance to develop their minds. The 7 devil huntresses, honed through this cruel secret technique, were all specialists in mental attacks and the most brilliant meditation healers. Zhu Linglong, for example, was a prime specimen of this. As soon as she glanced at the target, she could plant an uncanny seed inside the target's head, causing the target's spiritual energy to lose control and the body to burn on its own. Before her stood a muscular man, whose upper body had expanded abnormally, with 3 enormous lumps on his back and arms thicker than a normal person's waist. He seemed to have come for physical pleasure, but he was, in fact, the fearless captain of the astounding Thunder Fleet, Ironhead Ran Xiong. He was a lunatic who truly had the courage to charge into the Covenant Alliance's battle formation at the cost of his own life. The brothers in the army called him Ironhead not because his skull was extremely solid from any secret technique, but because they thought his head contained nothing but a cold iron block, and he had absolutely no fear of anything. There were many other experts from the Civic Circle, the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils, and the army, such as Shadowless Duan Rui, Fiery Sorceress Zhu Linglong, and Ironhead Ran Xiong. After meticulous investigations, they had pretended to be miners, prostitutes, dealers, fighters, gamblers, patients, thieves, and any other kind of people that could be found in this place. They moved to the vicinity of the anonymous hospital and took their positions, locking on to their targets. The reconnaissance of the 27th district had been conducted many times, and a virtual battlefield was established long ago. Everyone had rehearsed in the virtual battlefield so thoroughly that they could reach the gate of the anonymous hospital with their eyes closed. Even so, the experienced, ruthless, and audacious experts couldn't help but feel a bit nervous just before the operation began. It was because the targets they seemed to have locked onto were also experts who considered slaughter to be their job. Those people were even more professional and brutal than them. Dongfang Renxin was the biological brother of Dongfang Wang, who was the leader of the Dongfang family and the prime minister of the Imperium. His marvelous, evil techniques were the source of Dongfang Wang's power. It was not hard to imagine how heavily defended he would be when the techniques were performed. For the sake of confidentiality, Dongfang Renxin did not trust the warriors of his family or the special agents of the Association of Demon Hunters. Instead, he established a tactical squad named 33 Limits, which was loyal only to him. 33 Limits was a weird name, but it represented 33 abnormal, strong experts. They used to be experts notorious throughout the Imperium. When they were dying from dangerous battles, they were delivered to Dongfang Renxin for treatment. Instead of replacing their body parts with artificial limbs made of metals and crystals or synthetic organs through the usual approach, Dongfang Renxin implanted tremendous organs, bombs, and limbs of alien beasts into these individuals who did not care about their lives but only wanted to grow stronger to take vengeance. The universe was a vast place full of mysteries. Although mankind had never encountered an advanced civilization of the same size during the 100,000 years of governance over the 3,000 sectors, many strong alien beasts could be found lurking in the remote space zones. Many alien beasts had absorbed powerful radiations and high-energy particles, and their cells had undergone abnormal changes in the extremely harsh environments, or as the ancient cultivators put it, they absorbed the essence of nature. They were 100 times stronger than the animals humans had domesticated. In the Great Dark Age, when demons reigned over the universe for 30,000 years, their focus on biotechnologies led to the large-scale slaughter and study of alien beasts. Almost all the alien beasts in the 3,000 sectors were butchered. However, the Star Ocean Imperium soon collapsed after humans reclaimed leadership of the universe. For the next 10,000 years, the universe remained in chaos and darkness. Civilization's flame dimmed in many worlds, allowing alien beasts to proliferate once more. From the Star Ocean Republic to the Imperium of true human beings, a critical training method for human experts involved executing alien beasts. In the past, experts primarily consumed the flesh of these beasts and purged their cores. Few, like Dongfang Renxin, creatively transplanted the organs and limbs of alien beasts onto humans. Leveraging his wealth as an elder of the Imperium and the Dongfang family, he gathered the strongest and freshest alien beast parts. Heavily wounded experts, once transplanted with these organs, not only recovered and enhanced their combat abilities if they survived the painful recovery but also became brutal, turning into the worst nightmare for any enemy. According to the secret files Linghai collected, these animalized experts exacted bloody revenge, tearing apart hundreds in their opponents' families. Dongfang Renxin, however, suppressed these cases from leaking, seeing the revenge as live tests for the animalized experts. Sure, I'll clean up the text and make some simple grammatical edits while maintaining the original text's integrity. Such terrifying beings who were half human and half alien beasts were strong enough to handle one tactical squad, even if there were only one of them. It was needless to say what would happen when there were 33. At the periphery, the elite soldiers of the Dongfang family, who stayed alert all the time, were there. Inside the building, it was the unparalleled brutal men like 33 Limits, who were responsible for the defense. Below the ground, it was a whole volcano of crystal bombs. No wonder Dongfang Renxin was bold enough to continue his evil tests below the ground when a storm of blood was blowing in the capital due to the clash between the Dongfang family and the reformists. It was 1:55 in the afternoon. In a world of darkness where sunlight was nowhere to be seen, afternoon seemed to be a meaningless word. However, according to the latest intelligence, it had been more than 2 hours since Dongfang Renxin and his companions entered the anonymous hospital through a secret channel. If he was indeed performing any wicked surgery, it must have reached the most critical moment, which was not to be interrupted. The members of the arrest team that had taken their positions one by one could not dawdle any longer either. It would be unreasonable if a prostitute and a customer were flirted with each other for a long time in the alley without finding a place to get the job done, right? Quite a few tough men, who were wearing crimson leather armors with iron nails embedded in them, had already grown suspicious of them. Cursing, they walked to Fiery Sorceress Zhu Ling, Rong and Ironhead Ran Xiong, who seemed to be complaining that the whore looked rather unfamiliar and that she was bold enough to not pay any protection fees to them. At first look, they looked like gangsters who occupied the 27th district, who were anything but usual in the dark world. But according to the intelligence, they were actually the experts of the Dongfang family, and Dongfang Renxin's most trusted nephews. They were here to protect Dongfang Renxin while pretending to be local gangsters. No more waiting. All the communication chips on the ear drums of the members of the arrest team received 3 long and 2 short beeps. It was a signal asking them to take action when they were ready. Fiery Sorceress Zhu Ling Long suddenly exclaimed, as if her breasts had been pinched hard by the pleasure seeker that was pretended by Ironhead Ran Xiong. Ironhead Ran Xiong burst into laughter. It was exactly the signal to attack. At this moment, the few warriors of the Dongfang family who pretended to be gangsters were walking by Shadowless Duan Rui, who was lying on the ground. Their attention was entirely distracted by Zhu Ling Long's exclamation and Ran Xiong's laughter, and they did not notice that the dying drunkard on the ground was slowly opening his clear and cruel eyes. Right after the last warrior of the Dongfang family walked by, Shadowless Duan Rui stood up without a sound and delivered his blade that almost did not have any thickness into the heart of the warrior from his back softly. The warrior of the Dongfang family bulged his eyes before he had any time to let out an exclamation or summon his crystal suit. The other warriors of the Dongfang family, including the main troop at the edge and the 33 limits, in the anonymous hospital, were more alarmed than ever. Although Shadowless _Duan Rui's assassination was a textbook method, it was still noticed by them at the earliest time. However, the moment Duan Rui pushed the shadow blade forward softly, all the lights within several hundred meters from the anonymous hospital died out, turning the place into a pitch-dark swamp. The hospital, where the lights were still on, became the most eye-catching target. Bombarded by thousands of flying swords and crystal cannons, it was also swallowed by darkness after abnormal fireballs burst out one after another. Chapter 2294, Bomb Expert. In the dark swamp, the light flames were shining brilliantly when the immortal cultivators of the Reformists and the Dongfang family all put on their crystal suits. The shimmer of their spiritual shields made everyone look like a glittering ghost. In the next second, all the ghosts were embraced by their own spiritual energy and the enemy's bombardment, burning furiously. The experts from the army, including Ironhead Ran Xiong, were responsible to block the elites of the Dongfang family at the periphery, while Fiery Sorceress Zhu_Linglong led 100 Devil_Hunters at the gate of the anonymous hospital. The battle of the two parties entered the most heated phase almost from the first second of the engagement. The dark swamp simmered immediately. Ho! 3 Devil_Hunters had leaped over the first defense_line of the anonymous hospital swiftly and were about to break into the hospital when an abnormally brawn man suddenly charged out from the hospital in devastating roars. His body was already as thick and heavy as an iron tower, but his right arm that had been expanded to the maximum was more than 1 meter in diameter and almost as thick as his body. At first look, he was almost like a pair of conjoined twins whose shoulder blades were connected. Not just that, the abnormally huge arm was also extremely long and dangled to the ground. The hand had deformed into 5 enormous blades, and the whole arm was brimming with lumps. Among the lumps, tremendous bright yellow objects that looked like eyeballs were growing. It was both disgusting and blood_freezing. Schwa! Thousands of dazzling lights were emanated from the crystalline lenses among the lumps on the arm, immediately disrupting the attack of the 3 devil hunters. The arm, 3 meters long, was both tensile and rapid when waved like a whip. Under the sound of air being split apart, it slapped the body of a devil huntress brutally, cutting both her crystal suit and her body into halves. The abnormal lumps on the arm of the freak seemed to contain highly corrosive acids. When the lumps exploded, and the acids splashed against the crystal suit, it immediately smoked with ear-splitting noises and collapsed at a visible speed. The freak was Fearful Claw, a warrior of 33 limits. His entire arm was from a world fragment named Venomous Wind Sector, a land of terror covered by an ocean of acids. Fiery Sorceress, Zhu Ling, lunged forward and rescued her subordinate narrowly before Fearful Claw tore apart the second devil huntress. On the forehead of her crystal suit, a vivid, red eyeball carved out of crystals shot out a red spark under the boost of her soul, which darted into the eyes of Fearful Claw as quickly as a bolt of lightning. Fearful Claw was slightly dazed, as if mired in Fiery Sorceress' mental attack. His movement was immediately slowed down. With painful moans coming from his throat, tremendous blisters emerged on his body one after another, and when the blisters exploded, flames dashed up from below. It was a secret technique to interfere with the enemy's central nerves and make their brain issue wrong orders to the nerve endings all over the body. As a result, all the hormones would be secreted crazily, and the mitochondria inside the cells would work peculiarly. Eventually, the cells would be overloaded, resulting in spontaneous combustion. It was exactly what Fiery Sorceress was best at. Fearful Claw, as a member of the 33 limits, who had received the transplantation of alien beast organs, focused solely on building his physical body and paid less attention to soul and mental training. Consequently, he was immediately hit when he encountered Fiery Sorceress, an expert in mental warfare. Fearful Claw was engulfed in flames, transforming into a giant burning ball that rolled across the ground. After landing the critical blow, Fiery Sorceress was greatly exhausted, and her speed slowed temporarily. Suddenly, from the fiery inferno enveloping Fearful Claw, dozens of damp tentacles, dripping with acid, darted out and bound Fiery Sorceress's limbs, dragging her towards Fearful Claw with brutal force. This was a new technique that had not been documented in the intelligence. No one anticipated that Fearful Claw's abnormal arm could explode and split into dozens of tentacles, each over 10 meters long. More devil huntresses leaped in, aiming to sever the tentacles and rescue Fiery Sorceress. Meanwhile, from inside the anonymous hospital, countless hideous members of the 33 Limits emerged, clashing with the intruders in a horrendous battle. 500 meters away from the battleground, in the 27th district, stood a building perched next to a cliff. Neither side in the fierce battle noticed the window of the inconspicuous, gray building slightly open, allowing a piece of magical equipment that resembled a flower to extend outward. The flower slowly bloomed, transforming into an antenna aimed at the anonymous hospital. As the petals gently trembled, the enhanced telepathic thoughts were immediately transmitted to every corner of the hospital. The other end of the antenna extended into the building and connected to an operating table shaped like a cocoon. Li Yao was lying on the operating table, surrounded by mild nerve buffer liquids, with a ring of tiny metal slips stuck to his head. Each metal slip, the size of a fingernail, bore a plethora of super tiny rune arrays that he had carved in person. He was engaged in a more fierce and soul-stirring battle on a different battlefield. Lying inside the cocoon-shaped cabin, warm as the womb, the quakes and explosions around him seemed to have vanished. The 27th district was dissected into clear, transparent maps, allowing him to scrutinize every building, every firing point, and every tube within 3,000 meters. It was a shame that Dongfang Renqin would never make such a lousy mistake. The anonymous hospital, despite its sensible shabbiness, did not have any ventilation tube or a sewer that would allow a human being to crawl through. Also, the reformists were full of talents and experts. The mission was too critical for Li Yao to sneak into the location in secret on his own. Right now, he was separating his attention and controlling 108 super tiny mechanical spiders at the same time, making them crawl to the crystal bombs deployed near the anonymous hospital. The super tiny mechanical spiders were the same model he used to deal with Long Yang a few days ago. Their main purpose was never to attack but to aid Li Yao in infiltrating places uninvadable by human beings for sabotage or survey. It was even safe to say that they were the eyes and hands of crystal bombs that Li Yao had produced specifically for this mission. Under the cover of the vehement attacks by the main troop, the super tiny mechanical spiders crawled into the underground tubes through the gaps like little bugs and approached the locations where the crystal bombs were planted. Inside Li Yao's brain, 108 3D pictures popped up, as if he had been divided into 108 parts himself. To blow up the entire anonymous hospital and the evidence inside to smithereens certainly required abundant crystal bombs. Such crystal bombs would release extremely feeble spiritual waves to the outside world even when they were in the hibernation state. Experienced bomb experts could easily distinguish them from common magical equipment. Needless to say, Dongfang Renqin must have activated the self-destruction devices now that the anonymous hospital was under attack. As a result, the spiritual waves were even more intense, allowing Li_Yao to locate all the crystal bombs immediately. At this moment, Dongfang Renqin and the highly influential elder of his family were both in the hospital. Naturally, they would not blow themselves up together with the hospital. But Li Yao estimated that such a clandestine place must have short-distance teleportation arrays leading to the outside world. After Dongfang Renqin and his companions successfully evacuated, he would certainly blow up the hospital and even the entire 27th district without caring for anything else. He had to race with time. What a delicate toy. Manipulating the super tiny mechanical spiders, Li Yao observed the crystal bombs that were deployed around the anonymous hotel from close up and complimented sincerely. It had been a long time since he last saw such beautiful crystal bombs. They were in the oval structure, like the shell of a snail, with a surface as smooth as a mirror. At first look, there was no place for any dismantling tools to work on at all. Inside the crystal bombs, the most sensitive sensors must have been installed too, and even the feeblest quake would have been perceived. Also, the dozens of crystal bombs were connected to each other both through wires and wirelessly. When any of them was damaged, the other crystal bombs would immediately start the countdown to detonation. It was almost a flawless self-destruct device. Even a crystal bomb specialist like Li Yao felt tempted by it. It's quite challenging. Even though I have advanced to the divinity transformation stage, it will still take me 1 minute to completely dismantle such a self-destruction device. Suddenly, the metal vesicles on the backs of the 108 super tiny mechanical spiders opened, releasing bright green mists of ice onto the mirror-smooth shells of the crystal bombs. The shells were instantly covered in a layer of vague heptagonal frost, distinctly different from regular snowflakes. The material stored in the metal vesicles on the spiders' backs was called Jade Dragon Marrow. Li Yao had created it by mixing 27 different low-temperature drugs in a specific ratio. Upon contact with air, it immediately turned into an icy mist, lowering the surrounding temperature to -100 degrees, rendering most materials in the environment inactive. It also effectively suppressed the spiritual waves of crystals, acting as a gas that was both cold and inert. Although each tiny mechanical spider could carry only 1 drop of Jade Dragon Marrow, it was enough to freeze the sensor inside a crystal bomb. In the next second, Li Yao held his breath and remotely controlled the mechanical spiders to crawl on the frozen shells of the crystal bombs. Some of the mechanical spiders stuck to the shells using the sucking discs on their abdomens, while others nearby used their sharpest blade limbs to draw perfect circles, cutting holes in the shells of the crystal bombs. Putting the shells that had been cut out aside, all the super tiny mechanical spiders crawled through the holes and entered the crystal bombs. Chapter 2295, Living Bloody Hell. From the perspective of the super tiny mechanical spiders, the inside of each crystal bomb was a bizarre, enticing new world. The crystal wires, as thin as hair, shimmered in a vague light, forming the veins and bridges of this new world. The chips were constructed in the most intricate manner, creating complex mazes. The rune arrays shaped the spiritual energy into various splendid forms, blossoming like translucent flowers of energy deep within the mazes. This seemingly living new world was also incredibly sensitive and fragile. Even when slightly frozen by the Jade Dragon Marrow, it remained as precarious as a tower of sand hanging by a thread, ready to collapse at the slightest touch. Now, it was time for Li Yao to do his best. Inside the cocoon-shaped cabin, Li Yao took a deep breath, and the pores all over his body slowly expanded. Countless tiny bubbles emerged from the neural buffer liquids. Around the ring on his head, the bubbles turned into foam and flowed out of the cocoon-shaped cabin. Li Yao's telepathic thoughts were amplified to their maximum, flooding the nearby hospital like an overwhelming river. All the super-tiny mechanical spiders leaped agilely at the same time, like crystal phantoms dancing wildly on the tip of a saber. They ventured deeper and deeper, dissecting the sensors and detonation chips of the crystal bombs with absolutely precise and synchronized movements, as if performing surgery, without a single error greater than 0.01 mm in any movement. While removing the chips, the spiders also needed to spray more Jade Dragon Marrow to freeze the deeper parts of the crystal bombs. As the Jade Dragon Marrow froze the sensors of the crystal bombs, it also disrupted the telepathic thoughts of remote control. Only a bomb expert at the divinity transformation stage, such as Li Yao, was capable of performing operations in such a harsh environment. Dismantling dozens of crystal bombs was a significant burden on the soul. Even Li Yao had a bead of cold sweat on his forehead. Though he held nothing in his hands, the veins on the backs of his hands were protruding, and his fingers were trembling, making faint noises from the joints. "Gotcha," Li Yao mumbled. Dozens of scarlet chips faintly appeared in his mind, as if he had brushed aside the petals to see the hidden pistols inside. These were the central trigger chips of the crystal bombs. If he could freeze and remove all the central trigger chips simultaneously, it might prevent the self-destruct devices from activating. However, Li Yao's eyes suddenly darted around, and he sensed a vague danger. He felt that things should not be so simple. The person who planted the series of crystal bombs must have been an expert among experts. The polishing of the crystal bomb shells, the deployment of real and fake wires, and the structures of the control chips are all flawless. Hardly anyone could breach such a comprehensive defense. But his method seems too straightforward. There's not a single trap here at all? That doesn't match the style of such an expert. There must be something more to it. Li Yao halted at the last moment. After careful consideration, he released the super-tiny mechanical spiders for further reconnaissance. If I were in his shoes, how would I have set up such a critical self-destruct device? Li Yao reviewed the map and structural diagrams of the area near the anonymous hospital, thinking from the perspective of the self-destruct device's designer. The underground city of the capital was already teeming with people. Cave buildings, resembling beehives and ant nests, could be found in every possible corner. Since it was a secret institute, there was little room for retreat or counterattack. Therefore, the space to deploy the self-destruction device was also highly limited. The design couldn't be too magnificent. Most of the crystal bombs had been discovered and controlled by Li Yao. If any hidden crystal bomb remained, it must have been planted in the most vulnerable place in the structure of the anonymous hospital to blow up all the evidence. In that case, it's right here. Li Yao found the last crystal bomb in an extremely inconspicuous tube below the anonymous hospital. The crystal bomb was planted in a highly treacherous spot at the axis that supported the entire 27th district. Once it exploded, it might cause the collapse of the entire underground city. Enormous rocks and metal structures would fall brutally. Not only would the anonymous hospital and the 27th district be completely buried, but the underground towns further away would be affected as well. Eventually, the entire underground chasm would be buried by the landslide. If this happened, the number of innocents buried alive would be more than 100,000. To destroy the evidence, they were willing to drag hundreds of thousands of people to die with them. Li Yao gained a deeper understanding of the brutality of the immortal cultivators. Li Linghai's team failed to detect the crystal bomb beforehand because it was covered in a shell made of special metal materials and sealed by complex barriers. Additionally, it was in a hibernation state. After a long investigation, Li Yao discovered that the trigger system of the crystal bomb was quite intriguing. The dozens of crystal bombs outside would send an extremely weak signal to it every 10 seconds. As long as it received these signals simultaneously, it would remain in the hibernation state. As long as it did not receive signals from other crystal bombs in time, it would explode immediately, blowing up the supporting axis of the entire underground city and triggering a chain reaction to destroy all crime evidence and the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. Li Yao narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth without realizing it. The design of such a vicious self-destruct device alone was reason enough for him to catch the monstrous Dr. Dongfang Renqin and crush the Dongfang family. Now that he had found the trigger system of the last crystal bomb, the rest would be much easier. Li Yao returned to study the dozens of crystal bombs he had found earlier. As expected, he discovered a group of tiny signal transmission tubes in the deepest part of the bombs, which sent out a certain wave every 10 seconds. Each crystal bomb emitted a different wave, seemingly some sort of code or password. All the signal transmission chips were connected to the control chips of the crystal bombs. If the control chips were dismantled or terminated, the signal transmission chips would burn up and stop sending the waves. Due to the urgency, Li Yao did not have time to simulate the dozens of different signals. After a moment's thought, he reconstructed the circuits of the crystal bombs by cutting the connections between the signal transmission chips and the control chips and rerouting them. This trick deceived the signal transmission tubes, making them believe they were still connected to the main circuits. After completing this critical step, Li Yao finally breathed a long sigh of relief and began the final dismantling work. 108 super tiny mechanical spiders were activated simultaneously, spinning the pistols inside the crystal bombs and plucking all of them. The self-destruction device was destroyed. Li Yao leaped up from the cocoon-shaped cabin and spat a mouthful of neural buffer fluids before grinning. He gestured Li Jiaoling to fetch a bowl for him while he turned on the communication channel unhurried. As he expected, the communication channel was filled with the anxious roars of Yu Wushuang, Tu Zhengdao, and the rest of them. Li Yao smiled and said, "The self-destruct device has been cracked. You may attack boldly without worries now." After he said that, the flames and explosions from the anonymous hotel were immediately intensified to a new level. The secret studies that Dongfang Renxin had been conducting in this place were clandestine and even kept from a lot of people within the Dongfang family. Therefore, although it was defended by experts such as the 33 limits, it was still impossible for Dongfang Renxin to summon a few crystal suit legions to garrison the place openly. The reformists, on the other hand, had dispatched all the elite troops for the long-prepared arrest, even giving up a lot of bureaus on the ground. They were obviously determined to accomplish their goals. The impasse between the two parties did not last long when the arrest team of the reformists broke into the gate of the anonymous hospital and pushed further into Dongfang Renxin's secret institute. Tremendous pictures inside the secret institute were delivered to Li Yao's portable crystal processor in real time through the surveillance cameras on the crystal suits of the arrest team, allowing him to get a glimpse at a full picture of the man-eating place. Inside the frozen containers, all kinds of abnormal, bizarre-shaped organs were soaked inside the suspicious nutritive liquids. There was no telling whether they came from humans or from alien beasts at all. Many organs were connected to crystal wires, which were fluctuating as if they were alive. There were also the brains of dozens of human beings connected to bloody spines, the ends of which slowly protruded like dark gold eggs, indicating they were the brains, spines, and cores of experts in the core formation stage. The horrifying and disgusting scenes made Li Yao feel like vomiting. The sight was 100 times more ghastly than the one he had witnessed in Elder Nether Springs laboratory in the Blood Demon sector, where humans were transformed into demons. At the end of the secret institute was an operating room. On two platforms that resembled both operating beds and demonic altars, two young people lay unconscious. One was tightly restrained by barriers, unable to move, with his skull opened and his brain visibly shrunk, as if everything inside, from the spiritual root to the soul, had been drained and transmitted to the brain of the other young person. The other young man, who looked rather elegant, lay with wide, dilated eyes, clearly dead. It seemed the procedure was interrupted by a sudden attack at its most critical moment, leading to the abrupt death of the young man being purified and reborn, with no time to remove his body. The Dongfang family is truly finished this time. Tu Zhengdao's delighted laughter echoed through the communication channel. We've discovered a dozen experts from the Li, Yun, and Song families in the secret institute. All have been turned into training materials and samples. Many were reported missing mysteriously on the battlefields. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Even more samples, materials, and files they failed to destroy have fallen into our hands. It appears there are thousands of victims here. Let's see how Dongfang Wang and Dongfang Renxin are going to explain themselves to the four families. The corrected and cleaned up text is as follows. Chapter 2296, Karma has come. But Dongfang Renxin escaped. Yu Wushuang's firm, crisp voice came through the communication channel. If he is not captured on the spot, even the most irrefutable proof will be flawed. Besides, Dongfang Renxin took the mainframe crystal processor of the secret institute away. Tremulous experiment data of the past is stored inside the crystal processor. A lot of leaders of the Dongfang family might be involved. This is the most important evidence. We have to completely control it in order to crucify Dongfang Wang and Dongfang Renxin. Dongfang Rinxin escaped through a teleportation array. However, he was destined not to run far. Ever since the arrest operation began, the 8 space ripple generators that the reformists secretly delivered to the underground city had been operating at the highest power, spreading out waves that could shatter the void. Those space ripples would not have any influence on the creatures living in the three-dimensional universe. They were absolutely harmless even if they were right next to the target. However, if someone tried to tear apart the three-dimensional space and jump to a far place by way of the four-dimensional space, they would be involved in a man-made storm. A four-dimensional jump is a highly dangerous endeavor, after all. Neither the super long-distance space jumps that cross billions of stars nor the short-distance teleportation that pursues precision can tolerate any interference. 2 consequences might happen when an accident took place. Firstly, when a creature stepped into a teleportation array and their cells and gene strands were all disintegrated, the components could not be reassembled because of the interference of the four-dimensional storm or jumbled in an extremely weird way. As a result, what appeared in the target teleportation array was likely to be a pile of meat mud and plasma where hot air was popping up, or a monster whose internal organs were exposed to the air and whose limbs had turned into tentacles. Secondly, the teleportation was successful, but the coordinates of the destination had a minor error. Instead of jumping to the teleportation array at the destination, one landed several meters away from it. Then, it was very possible that the victim would be embedded into rocks, metals, or even somebody else's body. When living cells and cold materials were integrated, the creatures would be equally dead. Therefore, when the 8 space ripple generators of the reformists released interferences, they were almost like setting up transparent walls at the edge of the 27th district. It was impossible for Dongfang Rinxin to bypass the wall and jump to the ground dozens of kilometers away. The best he could do was to jump to a certain corner in the 27th district. The resistance in the anonymous hospital was still ongoing, but a dragnet had been spread across the entire 27th district. In the operation room, Li Yao worked on the control panel anxiously, his hands turned into clusters of mists. Whenever a teleportation array was activated, unusual space ripples would spread from both the jump point and the destination. Although they were much weaker than the ripples of starships after a long-distance jump, Li Yao was still able to detect them keenly with the search magical equipment he forged himself. Before Li Yao, the transparent map of the 27th district was displayed on the 3D light beam screen deep inside the anonymous hospital. A red spot was blinking vaguely. It was a teleportation array that had just been activated. Very soon, below the 27th district, somewhere close to the edge, a red spot of equal brightness popped up. It was a teleportation array that had just been activated. This should be the place where Dongfang Rinxin emerged. Instead of heading toward the ground, he fled deeper into the underground city. Most of the reformist warriors were gathered on the upper floor of the 27th district, so the search and blockades below were not flawless. Li Yao smiled, wiped his face, and took out a cosmos ring from his pocket. Ever since encountering Long Yangjun the other day, he had been carefully refining a piece of magical equipment for today's arrest. Dongfang Rinxin, a prestigious and respected elder of the Imperium and a great doctor, valued his manners above all else. In his youth, his handsomeness was well acknowledged. Although he was now old, his face remained youthful, and he did not look like a man hundreds of years old but rather a healthy and strong middle-aged man. However, in his panic and with sweat pouring down his face, he had completely lost his former dignity. His wrinkles were deepening visibly, and his muscles were shrinking rapidly, making him seem to have aged 100 years in an instant. How could the elder of the Imperium and the deputy president of the Royal Society of Medical Science not feel anxious when his century-old enterprise was being destroyed and his reputation could be lost forever? Explosions erupted behind him, and furious flames were consuming the secret research institute. The flames in the underground world were not orange but a ghastly green. Dongfang Rinxin, however, had no time to spare a glance. He simply ran deeper into the abyss, for he had 3 secret evacuation points in the 63rd, 75th, and 88th districts. As long as he could retreat with the most important crystal processor containing all the data of the Dongfang family's dominion, no one would ever be able to catch him again. The experts of 33 Limits were sent out by him to block the pursuers, but they were unable to stall the enemy for long. Soon, Dongfang Renqin had only the last 2 members of 33 Limits left by his side when a deafening explosion echoed behind him. Then, the fire, gunshots, and roars all fell silent. Dongfang Renqin looked behind him in fear. There, an expert who did not disguise his immense pressure at all stood, almost like a crystal warship had submerged into the ground and approached him with loud noises. Dongfang Renqin's pupils constricted to their smallest, and the 2 experts of 33 Limits prepared to unleash their fatal moves. However, the person who emerged from the darkness overjoyed Dongfang Renqin. "It's you? How did you?" The plain face, the black hair that looked like a waterfall, and the tall, slender figure, it was Dongfang Mingyue, the president of the Association of Demon Hunters. "Enough talking. We've been greatly tricked this time." Dongfang Mingyue was not wearing a helmet. In the dim light, it was clear that her furrowed brows were like crossed sabers, and the light crystal suit on her body was stained with blood, with sparks popping up non-stop. It was evident that she had just defeated a group of chasers in an exhausting battle. She said, what the reformists did on the ground was just a distraction to allow them to concentrate all their forces on attacking the Secret Research Institute. "The Prime Minister asked me to escort you to safety. I didn't bring a lot of soldiers with me, and they cannot sustain for long. Let's go now." While speaking, Dongfang Mingyue strode to Dongfang Renqin and the 2 experts of the 33 Limits. "How can it be true?" Dongfang Renqin moaned, "How can the reformists know our greatest secret? There must be a traitor among us." "Wait, Prime Minister. You just called Dongfang Wang, Prime Minister?" Dongfang Renqin's pupils constricted to their limits again, and all his white hair exploded. The 2 experts of the 33 Limits felt that something was not right too, but there was no time for them to do anything. The Dongfang Mingyue next to them suddenly unleashed dazzling golden light that blinded Dongfang Renqin briefly. Before he realized what was going on, dozens of sharp little flying swords had pierced the major acupoints on his body. Releasing powerful electric arcs, they bound his limbs and internal organs. He felt his bones and nerves had all been plucked, and he couldn't feel more pain. The 2 experts of the 33 Limits, on the other hand, were in pain 100 times more intense than his. The screams they let out were not uttered even when they received the transplantation of organs from alien beasts before. Dongfang Renqin lost his sight now, and his bones and nerves were locked by magical equipment, making escape impossible. He could only hear cracking sounds echoing next to him. The 2 experts of the 33 Limits sounded like their bones had been crushed inch after inch and ground into dust. In the first 3 seconds, it was still possible to hear their screams, but very soon, nothing could be heard again. When Dongfang Renqin gradually regained his eyesight, he saw a picture that had never occurred even in his nightmares. The 2 experts of the 33 Limits were all broken and compressed into 2 giant balls with the special crystal suits on their bodies. They were as dead as anyone could be right now. The person standing in the darkness on his opposite side was naturally not Dongfang Mingyue, but another face that devastated the Dongfang family in the recent month. Vulture Li Yao. Dongfang Renqin screamed in desperation. They were both in the divinity transformation stage, but the combat ability between them was obvious. Besides, by pretending to be Dongfang Mingyue, Li Yao had won Dongfang Renqin's trust briefly, which allowed him to plant the confinement magical equipment he carefully produced into the man's body. In the entire Imperium, no more than 10 people could crack Li Yao's own confinement magical equipment. Dongfang Renqin was obviously not one of them. President Dongfang. Rubbing his face slowly, Li Yao got rid of the last bit of his disguise and put on a sinister smile. You have committed atrocious crimes, and your karma has come today. Dongfang Renxin squirmed like an enormous worm, trying to move deeper into the darkness in vain. Deep inside the darkness, countless locals of the underground world were staring at them without a sound, their eyes glittering. You can't touch me. His face twisted, Dongfang Renxin roared intimidatingly, I am an elder of the Imperium. I am an elder of the Dongfang family. Do you know what you are doing? If you dare touch me, you will be an enemy to the Dongfang family, the Council of Elders, and the entire Imperium. Li Yao sniffed and pressed forward. Don't touch me. Just let me go. Dongfang Renxin trembled, his eyes rolling crazily. I can give you whatever you want, heavenly materials and earthly treasures or unparalleled techniques. I have endless resources. They are all yours. Unmoved, Li Yao stepped closer. You are in the divinity transformation stage right now, aren't you? But your body is so perfect. It is even rare among battle-type divinity transformation stage experts. Dongfang Renxin roared desperately, do you not want to be the strongest battle-type divinity transformation stage expert in history? Do you not want to break into the divinity branching stage? I can help you. I have the technologies. The most advanced technologies. I can plant the organs of 20 different kinds of alien beasts into your body, making you twice, 5 times, 10 times stronger than you are right now. Chapter 2297, Let's see if you can cure yourself. Li Yao frowned. Looking at Dongfang Renxin's panicked and shameless face, he couldn't help but ask, you are still trying to allure me with such sleazy methods when death is at the door? To make yourself stronger and more vigorous, you didn't even let go of the heavily wounded heroes who fought valiantly on the battlefield. Don't you think your methods are inappropriate? Dongfang Renxin's eyes widened, and a deep, obscure laughter echoed from his throat. In the dim light, it was impossible to tell whether he was a graceful expert in the divinity transformation stage or a ferocious animal. He shouted desperately, inappropriate? What's inappropriate? Only by making the strong stay strong can the barriers of evolution be broken. You and I are both in the divinity transformation stage. Men like us are the pillars of our families, our country, and the hope of mankind. If we can maintain our peak state, we will be able to do a lot of things and make significant contributions to our country and civilization. How many enemies can you kill with your combat ability? How many lives can I save with my brilliant medical arts? However, the damn longevity limit constrains us. The stronger we are, the faster our lives will burn, and the shorter they will be. The best state in the divinity transformation stage is like a shooting star, lasting only a few decades at best. Is that enough for us to bring out light and heat, to make contributions to our country and civilization? Therefore, sacrificing the insignificant ones, transforming their blood, wisdom, and souls into the nutrients that nurture the epitomes of human civilization like us, so that we can serve our civilization for hundreds of years longer, isn't that only natural? Yes, it is true that I obtained the brains and even cores of many heavily wounded soldiers from the frontline, but so what? These things helped me maintain my peak energy and keenest senses. They allowed me to perform surgeries non-stop for 10 days and 10 nights, saving more lives. Sacrificing one to save 100 is entirely reasonable. After all, those people were prepared to be sacrificed the moment they stepped onto the battlefield. Their fate would have been no different from being blown to pieces by the giant cannons on starships. Is there any real difference? Taking a deep breath, Li Yao said slowly, what you've been doing completely violates the true path of immortality. No, what I have been following is the real and ultimate true path of immortality. Dongfang Renxin went completely mad. Veins protruded on his face in clusters, like countless earthworms swarming around his facial features. His face more twisted than ever, he declared, survival of the fittest is the purest and most original true path of immortality. You and I are both in the divinity transformation stage, making us more deserving of survival than those in the nascent soul, core formation, building foundation, and refinement stages. We are the true rulers of this world. Those below the divinity transformation stage are just ants. Are you really opposing a group of people in the divinity transformation stage for the sake of some ants? Li Yao's eyes tightened. He observed, President Dongfang, you have lost your mind. No, I haven't. It's you who never saw it through or never dared to say it aloud even if you did. Hypocritical. You people are all too hypocritical. Dongfang Rinxin shrieked, we are both in the divinity transformation stage. We are the new human beings above all mortals. We have even exceeded the category of human beings. We are supermen that are more excellent than hominoids and true human beings. We are supermen, we are true gods. We do not need to abide by the rules and morals of mortals. The hominoids butcher livestock, the true human beings slaughter the hominoids, and the supermen will swallow the true human beings. Is there anything wrong with that? A world of immortal cultivators is exactly a place where men eat men. A person will be equally dead no matter if you kill them with blades, bullets, or teeth. Vulture Li Yao, I don't believe that you never killed anyone you shouldn't have, looted somebody else's training resources, or trapped other people with dirty tricks on your ascension to the divinity transformation stage. The killing is all the same. I just went one step further after they were killed and swallowed those people. In such a way, the spiritual root, the gold core, and the lifelong cultivation they had gained through arduous training wouldn't be wasted. Do you have any idea what a great sin it is to waste resources when resources are on such high demand? Li Yao sniffed and walked up close to Dongfang Rinxin's face, not moved at all. Dongfang Rinxin had already backed off to a corner and had nowhere to retreat. His face seemed to have been ignited by the flames that had jumped out of the deepest level of hell, making it more creepy than the experiment subjects in his secret research institute. With a hideous smile, he said, don't you see? The life of most immortal cultivators is as meaningless as that of hominoids. Even if they are granted some strength, they will only use it to brutalize each other, and it will be wasted for nothing. However, if the strength is focused on the people in the divinity transformation stage, who are the real elites and rulers, we will be able to use that strength to do more meaningful things, or even break into levels that have never been reached before. Wake up. We are both in the divinity transformation stage. We should not attack each other but should find a way to rule over the masses together. Li Yao smiled. You talked so persuasively that I was almost convinced. However, even if what you said just now is perfectly true and reasonable, how can you explain the surgery you performed today? You polished the spiritual root of a mediocre young man with the brains and bodies of dozens of training geniuses, just because the mediocre young man had a powerful father or grandfather? Was that in line with the true path of immortality you just described? Dongfang Rinxin, who had been so eloquent a moment ago, seemed determined to persist to the end of the debate. Li Yao's sentence, however, was like an iron fist to his face. He stuttered for a long time, unable to come up with a rebuttal. Li Yao said, save it. You know I won't let you off today. I know. I know. Dongfang Rinxin immediately withered like a deflated balloon. A moment later, with brutality beaming from his eyes, he grimaced. Now that this is just another power struggle, don't pretend you are serving the cause of justice. It's disgusting. You and I both know that I am not the only one studying the secret techniques of cannibal training. Are any of the four Kurfürst families or the forces at the edge of the Imperium not also studying similar techniques and secretly killing countless immortal cultivators? However, those guys are too foolish to come up with such remarkable arts. Only I can develop the unprecedented, unparalleled secret techniques that can change the entire world, inspired by ancient classics. You have no idea what you're dealing with, Vulture Li Yao. Do you think that a few leaders of the Dongfang family are the only ones who have experienced cannibal training? Ha ha ha. If you think so, you will be terribly wrong. The extent of my clients far exceeds your imagination. You can't afford to anger them. Even if you are backed by Linghai and all the reformists, you will eventually have to concede and even join the game. Do you think you can annihilate me because you've captured me? That's the greatest joke in the world. You can't destroy me. While it might be possible for you to destroy Dongfang Wang, you can never destroy me. The most valuable thing in the world is technology. Do any of the ancient leaders of the four Kurfürst families, who have lived for hundreds of years, not want to live another 500 years? Only I can help them with that. So, even if you have destroyed my secret research institute, what does it matter? Before long, under the protection of the four families and even your queen, I will change my name and establish a bigger, more advanced institute in a pleasant, inconspicuous place under a different identity. By then, you might be crying and begging me to strengthen yourself. Therefore, you'd better be careful about what you're doing right now, because we will meet again sooner or later. Remember that. After a long hesitation, Li Yao said, the four families have really been indulging and even endorsing your cannibal training? The four families, the emperor, and the queen, what difference is there among them? Dongfang Renxin laughed crazily. In a man-eat-man world, if you don't eat others, they will eat you. Is there a third way? Li Yao was silent for a moment before he asked again, are your medical arts truly so brilliant? After a brief daze, Dongfang Renxin was overjoyed. He nodded quickly and said, of course, of course. I can give you 100 times more strength. Your offer was 10 times a moment ago, and now it has grown to 100 times so quickly? Li Yao said with a casual smile. All right. Since your medical arts are brilliant, I'll give you an opportunity. Hardly had he finished his sentence when he suddenly kicked Dongfang Renxin brutally in the chest. The kick was both fast and heavy. Li Yao also activated the power rune array beneath the foot of his crystal suit as he kicked. The high-temperature exhaust flames immediately blackened the flesh on Dongfang Renxin's chest. Ah! In excruciating pain, Dongfang Renxin cried miserably. Without changing his expression, Li Yao continued to kick Dongfang Renxin's limbs and joints as quickly as lightning, without stopping. Very soon, all his bones were shattered, but the pain nerves remained unaffected. As a result, Dongfang Renxin still tasted the most intense agony. In just half a minute, Dongfang Renxin was reduced to a pile of mud on the ground. He could do nothing more except breathe heavily and glare at Li Yao with hatred. I almost forgot. Your soul is so powerful that it might escape to an artificial body even if your current one is broken and shattered, and you could hurt even more people. Grinning, Li Yao extended a finger and pressed it to the center of Dongfang Renxin's forehead. Then, he leaned close to the man's ear and whispered, right now, I am about to damage your brain, cripple your spiritual root and tear apart your soul. If your medical arts are so brilliant, why don't you try to heal yourself under these circumstances? I'll let you go if you can heal yourself. Chapter 2298, National Indignity. While speaking, Li Yao's index finger glowed as brightly as an iron block heated to the point of melting. Reacting with the air, it emitted ear-splitting sounds. Rings of spiritual energy drifted around his finger, forming waves in the shape of sawteeth, and they revolved rapidly like the whirl on a drill. He thrust his finger into Dongfang Renxin's forehead brutally, like a drill piercing steel. Squeaky noises echoed first, followed by white smoke. Then, dazzling electric arcs burst from the point of contact, covering Dongfang Renxin's entire head. All the muscles on Dongfang Renxin's head bulged and strained. He tried to shake his head, but his limbs and spine had been shattered by Li Yao, rendering him immobile. Even his devastating scream sounded more like the whining of a pig about to be butchered. After a harrowing 3 seconds, Li Yao's finger stabbed brutally. His fingertip, like a gate that had just been opened, unleashed the most furious spiritual energy into Dongfang Renxin's brain. The soul power of the divinity transformation stage was immense, and like a frightened beast, it launched an instinctual counterattack. But Li Yao was clearly more skilled. Gritting his teeth, he compressed his disgust and hatred into torrents of fury, which raged uncontrollably inside Dongfang Renxin's head, destroying everything in its path. Red flames spurted from Dongfang Renxin's eyes and ears, with a golden brilliance at the edges, exactly the aftermath of Li Yao's spiritual energy. His screams gradually faded. Li Yao withdrew his finger. An invisible spring of spiritual energy erupted from the center of Dongfang Renxin's forehead, slowly blossoming like a colorful flower in the darkness. It did not wither until much later. As the spiritual energy leaked out, Dongfang Renxin's once healthy and youthful face turned skeletal. Yet, he was still as alive as before. Staring at Li Yao with his sunken, almost burned-out eyes, he seemed both desperate and shocked that Li Yao had the audacity to do this. Li Yao smiled at him and retrieved several doses of medical drugs and high-energy nutrition from his Cosmos ring. Injecting them into Dongfang Renxin's carotid artery, he kept the walking skeleton alive. Next, he searched Dongfang Renxin's body, which lay limp like a pile of mud on the ground. Soon, he found 4 Cosmos rings. Each of these rings had barriers implanted, but for Li Yao, a master of refining, this was no obstacle. As the sounds of crystal suits roaring and colliding grew closer, Li Yao had a sudden thought. He knocked the half-dead Dongfang Renxin unconscious and dragged him to a dark corner in the deeper abyss. There, he found an abandoned mining cave. After spending 10 minutes brute-forcing the 4 Cosmos rings, he discovered what appeared to be the storage chips of a mainframe crystal processor. These chips likely contained all the raw data from Dongfang Renxin's past experiments and surgeries. Given the limited time, Li Yao couldn't copy all the data. After a moment's thought, he attached a mini-chip deep inside the storage chips. This chip, no larger than a quarter of a fingernail and completely integrated with the rune arrays of the storage chips, acted as a physical backdoor. It also had a strong navigation capability, allowing Li Yao to locate it from dozens of kilometers away. Li Yao did not know why he played such a trick, perhaps because of what Dongfang Renxin had just said, or because Long Yangjun's reminder from a few days ago was still lingering in his head. In any case, he felt that the so-called victory came too easily. If the incident with the Blood Oath Alliance was a scheme carefully concocted by Dongfang Wang, and the reformists were merely counterattacking hastily under Li Linghai's leadership, that the scheme would seem too clumsy and thoughtless, while the counterattack was too aggressive, seamless, and unstoppable. After reassembling the 4 Cosmos rings into their original forms and sealing them with the original barriers, Li Yao dragged Dongfang Renxin back to the 27th district. In the surrounding darkness, countless underground hominoids stared at him without blinking. Some young men exclaimed like panicked cubs, but more people were already accustomed to the darkness below. Their lifeless eyes overflowed with numbness, as if the fierce battle that had just occurred was a drama that had nothing to do with them. It would be a long and difficult road to make people who had never seen the sunlight believe in the light. However, Li Yao would never give up, and he would fight with all his might. I will definitely find out the truth. Li Linghai, what game are you playing exactly, and what is your secret weapon? Looking at the devil huntresses who rushed close, Li Yao muttered to himself, deep in thought. Dongfang Renxin's secret research institute was destroyed after all the evidence was seized. Even Dongfang Renxin himself could not escape, and he was confined in the secret base of the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils. The news was as shocking as a destructive storm at the center of the cosmos. Before the reinforcement of the Dongfang family arrived, the Li family's fleet had already appeared in the sky above the 27th district. All the cannons and spiritual shields were activated, indicating they were ready to start a battle at any moment. The Dongfang family's reinforcement did not have the courage to act rashly. Very soon, undeniable evidence was publicized on the spiritual nexus, revealing the crimes committed by Dongfang Renqin. Li Linghai's judgment was quite correct. Dongfang Renqin's actions had crossed the lines of the immortal cultivators and the unspoken game rules. The Imperium of true human beings was a nation of immortal cultivators where true human beings were the ruling class. No immortal cultivator could tolerate the idea of their companions being tied to an operating table, butchered, and even drained while still alive. This treatment was clearly meant for hominoids, not for the esteemed true human beings. The victims of Dongfang Renqin's secret research institute were not ordinary true human beings but mostly nobles, both large and small. Some were even core members of the four Kurfürst families. Many immortal cultivators went missing after their starships or bases were destroyed by the Covenant Alliance in the fierce frontline battles. In a universal war, attacks could easily reach temperatures of thousands of degrees, more than enough to vaporize a body into nothingness. After a large battle, 90% of the bodies would be missing, either vaporized or drifting aimlessly in space, with only 10% being found. This was perfectly normal. Therefore, many missing soldiers were declared to have sacrificed for the country, and their families assumed they had been killed by the Covenant Alliance. But as it turned out, they were not killed by the Covenant Alliance, they were killed by Dongfang Renqin. Their cores and spiritual roots were even absorbed and used as nourishment for other immortal cultivators. The entire country was immediately mired in indignation. The relatives of the victims, who were also powerful immortal cultivators, were more than infuriated. The leaders of the Li, Yun, and Song families were absolutely incapable of suppressing the flames of fury. Under the pressure of public outrage, they could only grit their teeth and set up a joint investigation team with the reformists to investigate everyone involved in Dongfang Renqin's case. On June 17, an elder from the Yun family filed an impeachment proposal in the Council of Elders, demanding that Prime Minister Dongfang Wang resign immediately and that his cabinet be disbanded and replaced by a new, temporary cabinet. There was no direct evidence linking Dongfang Wang to Dongfang Renqin's nefarious research. Therefore, although the impeachment proposal gained partial support from elders of the Yun, Li, and Song families, it was not passed. However, those with keen eyes could see that the impeachment was a declaration of war. It meant that the Yun and Song families had aligned with the Li family and the reformists. The three Kurfürst families and the reformists had formed a temporary alliance, pointing their weapons at the Dongfang family at the same time. The Dongfang family, on the other hand, faced unprecedented low morale and was even beginning to fracture. This was because the victims of Dongfang Renqin's research were primarily members of the Dongfang family. While some leaders benefited from Dongfang Renqin's work, others who had lost out in the competition naturally harbored resentment and sought to regain power. The leaders were immediately divided into two or more parties, each accusing and blaming the others. They even secretly considered who should be pushed out as a scapegoat to settle the matter. For the branch family immortal cultivators and those at the bottom level, they were fully aware that they were merely cannon fodder for the family, and it was nearly impossible for them to distinguish themselves within the increasingly rigid system. Most had already resigned themselves to their fate. However, the revelation of such a wicked and appalling case still came as a shocking surprise. As it turned out, as the branches and the lowest ranks of the family, not only did they have no chance to distinguish themselves and had to fight desperate battles as cannon fodder, but they might also be captured by the family's leaders and turned into high-energy nutritional supplements for the enjoyment of the leaders and their descendants, should they show any slight talent in training. Such a family was not a family at all but a den of monsters. After all, they had never benefited from the family at all. Even if the Dongfang family were to fall completely, would they need to do anything about it? This sentiment was shared by the immortal cultivators of other surnames and the hominoid soldiers living under the Dongfang family's dominion or working within the Dongfang family's fleet. The Dongfang family governed nearly 20 prosperous sectors, and the immortal cultivators under their rule were numerous. Not all of them bore the Dongfang surname. In fact, within the Dongfang family's dominion and military, only 10% carried the Dongfang name, while the remaining 90% had various other surnames. Among the hominoid soldiers, the ratio of those with other surnames was even higher, at over 95%. Before, the immortal cultivators of other surnames were suppressed by the immortal cultivators of the Dongfang family. No matter how talented they were, they could not distinguish themselves, and they had been grumpy and dissatisfied with the situation for a long time. The Dongfang family was too deeply rooted and powerful for them to vent their fury or change the reality. However, now that the Dongfang family is caught in peril from both inside and outside, the immortal cultivators of other surnames cannot help but take action, or at least start making other plans. Chapter 2299, Cursed by Everybody. Even for the strongest deep sky fleet, if the key positions such as captains and chiefs of staff were filled by members of the Dongfang family, the remaining professional roles had to be taken by 10 times more immortal cultivators of other surnames. Needless to say, the foundational jobs at the lowest level required hundreds of times more hominoid soldiers to play the glorious and sacred role of cannon fodder. By the same logic, in the factories that produced these star ships, the crystal suit legions that accompanied the star ships, the regiments providing fire support for the crystal suit legions, and the essential roles that ensured the smooth operation of the Dongfang family, countless immortal cultivators of miscellaneous surnames and hominoids had been toiling, dutifully. If the Dongfang family could be likened to a pyramid, only a few bricks at the top were carved with the surname Dongfang, while the massive base that supported the peak was exclusively composed of immortal cultivators of other surnames and hominoids. They had clearly made the greatest contributions, even doing most of the work, but those who bore the surname Dongfang stole their credits and achievements. More importantly, as it had been so for the past hundreds of years, it would remain so for the next hundreds of years. Not a single immortal cultivator of another surname could stand such a system. When their accumulated wrath of hundreds of years finally found an outlet, the energy they released was astounding. All the fortresses were conquered from within. The immortal cultivators of other surnames, who had been suppressed by the Dongfang family for generations, had no hope of rising for their entire lives, and were destined to be the gravediggers for the Dongfang family. Governing a dozen sectors with only one family and lacking legitimacy, not even having a disguise such as emperor, but only as an awkward Kurfürst, made it impossible for the Dongfang family to win the loyalty and trust of all the people under its governance. It merely managed the reign with violence. Violence stemmed from fear, and fear originated from no hope of success. But with the weakness behind the Dongfang family's violence now fully revealed, the hope of resistance faintly appeared in the hearts of the immortal cultivators of other surnames. It was like the first dawn on the horizon as the dark night was about to end. It was needless to say that the other 3 Kurfürst families all supported the immortal cultivators of other surnames under the governance of the Dongfang family, offering them unrealistic promises and visions of success. The reformists had long leaked word to the many worlds under the governance of the Dongfang family, boasting high influence among the immortal cultivators of other surnames, who comprised 90% of the population. A storm was brewing in the worlds under the control of the Dongfang family, and by July, the incident of cannibal training was gradually escalating. Throughout the Imperium of true human beings, especially in the heavy industry worlds where the bottom-level immortal cultivators were concentrated, massive and astounding demonstrations were breaking out, demanding thorough investigation of the case and the discovery of all of Dongfang Renshin's clients, without leaving any out. Under the instigation of various forces, the demonstrations in the worlds of the Dongfang family were the largest and most heated of all. In the biggest demonstration, it was said that more than 500,000 immortal cultivators gathered under the slogan of Million Immortal Cultivators Coalition, against the highest leadership of the Dongfang family. They even questioned if the Dongfang family's local governance was legal. The entire planet was set ablaze. Faced with such public rebellions, the Dongfang family naturally chose to suppress them without any mercy. However, their opponents were not weak civilians but immortal cultivators who could control spiritual energy freely with their awakened spiritual roots. Many immortal cultivators from other surnames, during their hundreds of years of work as cannon fodder of the Dongfang family, also mastered rather magnificent combat skills. They were all adept at fighting. Besides, every battle-type immortal cultivator was a fast, intelligent killing machine that boasted high stealth and survival abilities. They would never be foolish enough to confront the Dongfang family's fleet openly but would place themselves in the skyscrapers or the underground cities, engaging in unrestrained warfare unpredictably. To deal with an insane, battle-type immortal cultivator in the complicated city environment, it would require a dozen battle-type immortal cultivators of the same level. During the capture, it was very possible that the enemy would wreak havoc on quite a few skyscrapers and completely jam the traffic. They could even destroy the tubes that transmitted spiritual energy, resulting in inestimable losses. It was just the case of one immortal cultivator. What if the rogues were 100, 1,000, 10,000, or 500,000? In the highly developed, important towns of economy and industry in their dominion, they were going to fight a protracted street battle, which might result in collateral damage to millions of people and reduce their hometowns to smithereens. No fleet commanders of the Dongfang family with normal intelligence would do such a thing. More intricately, on the fleets sent for suppression, more than 90% of the mid-level officers and lower-level soldiers were immortal cultivators of other surnames and hominoids. Under the reign of the Dongfang family, mid-level officers never had the chance to be promoted as long as their surname was not Dongfang. Even if they were blessed with luck, it would be their best to become a deputy captain or an advisor. In that case, would the mid-level officers have any reason to help the Dongfang family slaughter another group of immortal cultivators of other surnames who were fighting for their own interests? Even the captains, whose surnames were Dongfang, might not be at the center of the family. They also faced a glass ceiling, unable to rise any further, and their accomplishments were sometimes stolen by central members of the family. Although they had loyalty to the family, they inevitably complained about the different treatments of the main branch and the secondary branches. Why were the secondary branches, like them, only allowed to pilot the ragged, outdated starships, whatever accomplishments they made, whereas even the rookies of the main branch had the opportunity to make use of the latest warships that were newly produced? These suppression fleets did not have any morale or compatibility. They were already loyal enough to the ancestors of the Dongfang family since they did not rebel. As it turned out, the immortal cultivators of other surnames had zero loyalty and reverence for the ancestors of the Dongfang family. When the suppression operation proceeded to the third day, a mutiny did take place. 2 arsenal warships of the Dongfang family were hijacked by the mutinying soldiers and landed on the surface of the planet. The immortal cultivators who were demonstrating broke in and tied up all the advanced officers on board who had the surname Dongfang. All the captives were tied up as if they were pigs. The picture, as well as the overwhelming gatherings and demonstrations of the immortal cultivators of other surnames, was sent to the outside world through secret channels and played day and night by the propaganda machines of the reformists and the 3 Kurfür St families, slapping the Dongfang family in the face again and again. The Dongfang family's reign of violence fell into a vicious cycle. The mutiny suggested that all the immortal cultivators of other surnames were unreliable. To settle the issue neatly, the only solution was to gather all the immortal cultivators of the Dongfang family and suppress the rebellions through blood with their own people. But if they were really doing that, they would be completely standing on the opposite side of the 90% of immortal cultivators of other surnames, who would be forced to rebel even if they did not intend to in the beginning. Besides, while the immortal cultivators of other surnames were unreliable, the secondary branches within the Dongfang family might not be reliable either. Or rather, they were even more unreliable. In the worlds under the control of the Dongfang family, 2 convincing rumors had already spread out. The first rumor was that the Dongfang family had reached a consensus to not trust immortal cultivators of other surnames anymore. They were planning to initiate a purge within the Dongfang family and eliminate at least 1/3 of the immortal cultivators of other surnames. The remaining 2/3 should not be too joyful, however. To ensure their loyalty, the Dongfang family would implant barriers in their bodies and force them to wear necklaces that could be detonated at any time. In this way, they and their descendants would be bound to serve the Dongfang family for eternity. The second rumor suggested that the Dongfang family had severe internal disagreements. Many secondary branches believed the leaders of the main branch should be held accountable, as they were the ones who caused the problems. To save the Dongfang family, the only solution was to capture all the leaders of the main branch for a fair trial. In other words, the secondary branches were plotting a family coup against the main branch. The two rumors were contradictory and could not withstand close scrutiny. However, rumors often become self-fulfilling prophecies. Even baseless claims can become accepted truths if enough people discuss them. These rumors struck at the core of human weakness. No one could deny the possibility of either. As a result, the immortal cultivators of the Dongfang family no longer trusted those of other surnames, and the main branch no longer trusted the secondary branches. The all-against-all scenario Li Yao had described was about to unfold within the Dongfang family. How could any so-called suppression continue under these circumstances? With the chaos inside the family, how could the fleets deployed in the capital and the noble lords in the court, who were loyal to the Dongfang family, defend themselves from the aggressive attacks of the other three Kurfürst families and the reformists? Gatherings and demonstrations broke out in the imperial terminus sector one after another too. The voices that demanded Prime Minister Dongfang Wang to resign never stopped. In several instances, the crowd even marched to within 1 kilometer of the Prime Minister's office, under the connivance of various forces. The roars that sounded like raging tides shocked the glass of the Prime Minister's office day and night. The blood-boiling pictures and the roars of the regular citizens of the Imperium were delivered to the entire universe through the modern spiritual nexus instantly, further prompting the bottom-level immortal cultivators who were filled with fury. The will of the people was just unpredictable air most of the time, but occasionally, it could also turn into oil that was poured on the fire. After more than a month of instigation, Dongfang Wang was already cursed by everyone in the country. The lethal dagger could be unsheathed now. Therefore, the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance, which had been cold for a while, was brought up again. 2300 Rescue His Majesty. The incident of the Blood Oath Alliance was planned by Prime Minister Dongfang Wang personally. He had Elder Dongfang Tuo assassinated through meticulous arrangements for two purposes. Firstly, it was meant to frame the young officers at the front line and give him an excuse for a grand purge, which could strengthen his control over the expedition army and help him achieve his clandestine goals. Secondly, Dongfang Wang and Dongfang Tuo were not the closest of friends. The two had numerous contradictions regarding the future development and the leadership of the family. Dongfang Wang killed him to eliminate a significant rival in the family for himself as well. The news spread quickly through the spiritual nexus and soon reached every corner of the Imperium. The breakthrough was found on Elder Dongfang Tuo's body. The investigators from the other three Kurfürst families found one of Dongfang Tuo's secret offices. The tremendous files retrieved from a mini crystal processor in the office suggested that Dongfang Tuo had been dissatisfied with Dongfang Wang's policy of iron and blood. He believed the war's consumption far exceeded pre-war estimates and that the Imperium's hundreds of years of accumulations had been drained by it. Since the Covenant Alliance burned everything to the ground during their retreat, it would take decades to recoup the war cost from the newly recovered territory. A myriad of scenarios might unfold over the decades. If anything went wrong, the losses of war would certainly outweigh the gains. Dongfang Tuo was convinced that Dongfang Wang was crafting the image of an invincible prime minister of iron and blood by leveraging the resources of the entire Dongfang family and even the entire Imperium, and that his true intentions sparked suspicion. Dongfang Tuo even suspected that Dongfang Wang was going to control the expedition army and take one step further with the expedition army to become the first, lifelong prime minister, in the history of the Imperium. In such a way, his personal prestige and influence would far exceed those of the four Kurfürst families. Therefore, the moment the war in the front line was more or less settled, Dongfang Tuo returned to the family and associated with more leaders of the family as an elder of the Imperium, and to get the family to object to Dongfang Wang together. It was even possible for them to drive Dongfang Wang away from the seat of the Prime Minister of the Imperium. The proof indirectly suggested that Dongfang Wang ordered the assassination of Dongfang Tuo in order to secure his place and to achieve his personal ambitions. The proof, whose veracity was questionable, was almost like a gunshot right next to Dongfang Wang's forehead. The four Kurfürst families could never tolerate any dictator to sit atop them. Not the emperor, and certainly not a lifelong prime minister. The anxious Dongfang Wang had not been freed from the swamp of his brother's cannibal training when he was faced with such a fatal accusation again. He could hardly defend himself. The entire Imperium was in turmoil. Not only were gatherings and demonstrations that were even more intense breaking out in the heavy industry worlds, which were of paramount importance, but even the expedition army was also shocked and expressed their concerns about Dongfang Wang. The people not only demanded his resignation but also asked for a new investigation group to be established to fully investigate the incident of the Blood Oath Alliance so that the name of the innocent, patriotic young officers on the front line could be cleared. Meanwhile, more and more proofs were thrown out, more and more leaders of Dongfang Wang's group were shown to have received cannibal training. Note, I have corrected some inconsistencies and made sure the text is coherent and the formatting and capitalization of names and titles has been standardized. However, the term cannibal training appears to be a critical part of the story, and I have left it as it is, despite its unusual spelling and confusing context. If this is an error, it should be reviewed and corrected in the original text. Even Dongfang Wang himself had been using the special nutrition drug provided by Dongfang Renqin to maintain his vigor. The overwhelming evidence had brought Dongfang Wang's reputation to rock bottom. Faced with such immense external pressure, the internal dynamics of the Dongfang family began to shift subtly. In just half a month, the main branch of the family lost control of the situation. The secondary branches, with their numerical advantage, began to voice their concerns. The main branch of the family, led by Dongfang Wang, has become a negative asset to the Dongfang family. To save the family, we must quickly distance ourselves from Dongfang Wang's company and send the criminals to court. Only by meting out a fair and just punishment to the insane, heinous criminals can the honor and dignity of the Dongfang family be defended. The family cannot protect these criminals anymore. Doing so will make us enemies with everyone else in the Imperium. People like Dongfang Wang are not true members of the Dongfang family. According to the evidence from the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils, they have long been corrupted by the extraterrestrial devils and transformed into demonic cultivators. This is not the fault of the Dongfang family, but a result of the devil's cunning and evil. To restore the reputation of the Dongfang family, we must fight the devils to the end, showing no mercy. Similar voices spread across every heavy industry planet and every super-enormous starship of the Dongfang family. Mixed with the angry roars of hundreds of immortal cultivators from other surnames, they converged into overwhelming tides that could drown anything. A losing army, like a falling mountain, was unstoppable. When everyone despised Dongfang Wang, even with a few divinity transformation stage experts under his command, what could he do? At the core, as immortal cultivators, they were equally fearless and unafraid of death, and they certainly wouldn't be intimidated by Dongfang Wang's title and strength. By the second half of July, multiple mutinies erupted within the Dongfang family's elite fleets. Unlike the earlier mutinies, these new uprisings were not organized by low-level immortal cultivators from other surnames within a single starship. Instead, they were led by captains with the Dongfang surname across multiple starships simultaneously. They quickly seized control of their starships and gathered dozens, declaring that they would purge the black sheep of the family. The mutiny troops and the suppression forces did not engage in actual combat. No one could bear the consequences of a major battle in the family's most vulnerable heartland. Moreover, the fleets of the other three Kurfürst families, as well as Lei Chenghu's astounding Thunder Fleet and Li Linghai's Deep Sea Fleet, were all watching covetously. If a civil war broke out within the Dongfang family, everyone would surely laugh and enjoy the spectacle. Thus, the two sides merely faced off silently. But that was enough. When the switch of the violence machine went out of control and no longer heeded Dongfang Wang's commands, it signaled a death knell for him and his faction. Each day of standoff saw countless immortal cultivators from the Dongfang family reaching out to the opposition. As long as the terms were right, they would abandon Dongfang Wang without hesitation. As the Prime Minister of Iron and Blood, Dongfang Wang was betrayed by almost everyone in half a month. His power was little to none now. On the last day of July, the second impeachment proposal targeting Dongfang Wang was finally raised by a renowned elder of the Li family, who had many followers in the Council of Elders. It demanded Dongfang Wang's resignation, the disbanding of the previous Special Investigation Committee, and the establishment of a new, fairer special prosecution team to investigate the relationship between the Prime Minister and the assassination. Except for the few elders of the Dongfang family who were too close to Dongfang Wang to get away from him, most of the elders were involved in the impeachment against Dongfang Wang. Many of them were actually elders from the Dongfang family. Very ironically, it was actually the elders of the Dongfang family who stood firmly on the side of the Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils, offering abundant evidence to prove that Dongfang Wang, Dongfang Renxin, and the rest of them had long been corrupted by the extraterrestrial devils into demonic cultivators. After the final attack, Dongfang Wang's fall was almost inevitable. There was no chance of a comeback now. On August 4, deep inside the Silver Moon Ocean, to the east coast of the main continent of the capital, 100 warships were flying at a low altitude, almost sticking to the surface of the ocean. The tides they raised were like 100 iron sharks that had grown wings. The warships were in different shapes, and it could be easily seen that they had been produced for different purposes. However, they were equally brutal and aggressive, with all the turrets activated. The spluttering electric arcs and mystic arcs were dancing around, vaporizing the tides into colorful mists that were both splendid and fatal. On dozens of warships marching forward in parallel, the emblems of the Li, Song, and Yun families could be seen. Some warships also bore the sign of the astounding Thunder Fleet. On a few warships at the edges, the sigil of the Dongfang family was visible. It turned out to be a coalition fleet that included the major forces of the Imperium at present. In his crystal suit, Li Yao sat cross-legged at the front of an astounding Thunder Fleet warship, facing the raging sea wind as the warship rushed forward. Li Jialing stood behind him, swallowing nervously. He was not nervous about the upcoming battle but about meeting the supposedly supreme emperor of the Imperium of true human beings. Beep. 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 Li Yao gently tapped the helmet of his crystal suit and reviewed the mission brief again. Yesterday, the impeachment of Prime Minister Dongfang Wang had been passed, and he was immediately removed from office. The 10 or so elders of the Imperium involved in the Cannibal training and the Blood Oath Alliance incident were also restrained. A new special prosecution team had been established, mostly comprising reformists and members of the other 3 Kurfürst families, along with a group of members from the secondary branches of the Dongfang family. With the help of insiders, it would be easier to gather all the evidence. So far, the reformists had accomplished half of their pre-operation goals. However, Dongfang Wang had fled just before the new special prosecution team arrived. He had a large secret base deep within the Silver Moon Ocean, to the west of the Black Star continent. There were even enormous space jump facilities, similar to a cosmic slingshot, that could allow his starship to launch from the bottom of the ocean immediately. He had kidnapped the Emperor and intended to jump to space from the undersea base before heading to his hometown, which he believed was the only place that still supported him. Then, he could use Emperor Shenwu as his last line of defense. Unfortunately, Dongfang Wang overestimated his prestige as the Prime Minister of Iron and Blood and underestimated the ambitions of his hometown's people and the speed of their betrayal. Before he could put his escape plan into action, intelligence from the Dongfang family had already been received. Massive troops immediately flew to the Silver Moon Ocean, blocking all escape routes. The mission of the battle was to capture former Prime Minister Dongfang Wang alive and rescue Emperor Shenwu.